Chapter 1. A star on a two-person raft. My teammate is the aloof campus belle. What on earth? Where am I? Is this still in our country? Ah. As Lu Feng opened his eyes, he found himself seated on a rudimentary wooden raft, barely the size of a double bed. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of ocean. A wave of confusion and terror washed over him instantly. Was this a prank by his roommate? Or perhaps some extreme reality show? Or had he truly crossed over? He pinched his thigh, the sharp pain unmistakably confirming that this was no dream. He forced himself to regain his composure, dismissing the absurd thoughts. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a woman lying at the other end of the raft. She lay on her side, a drenched white dress clinging to her figure, accentuating her breathtaking curves. Long, lustrous black hair hung damply against her pale cheeks and slender neck, exuding a sense of fragile beauty. As Lu Feng cautiously approached, he was momentarily entranced by her stunning yet pallid visage. Zhou Shiyi, the campus belle of his university, renowned for her pure and ethereal beauty, the unattainable dream of countless young men. How could she be here? Could it truly be some elaborate prank? Lu Feng quickly surveyed his surroundings. The horizon blended seamlessly with the sea, revealing no hidden cameras or nearby vessels. His heart sank gradually. He extended his trembling hand to check for her breath. Thankfully, although faint, it remained steady. Lu Feng let out a silent sigh of relief. He averted his gaze and began to assess the meager supplies on the raft. 2 bottles of 500 milliliters of mineral water and 2 slices of bread wrapped in plastic. This was all there was. 2 people, adrift on this vast ocean, were expected to survive on such scant provisions? What an absurd international joke. Lu Feng felt his throat dry, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. He twisted open a bottle of water, cautiously taking a small sip. The sweet liquid soothed his cracked lips and parched throat, revitalizing him. A soft groan interrupted Lu Feng's thoughts. Zhou Shiyi's eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. She stared blankly at the sky, her expression shifting from bewilderment to sheer terror. Where is this? How'd I get here? She suddenly sat up, panic evident as she scanned her surroundings. When her gaze fell upon Lu Feng, her voice trembled with a hint of desperation. Who are you? Did you bring me here? Lu Feng furrowed his brow, unsurprised by her reaction. I am Lu Feng, a fellow student from your university. He sighed. When I woke up, you were already here. As you can see, it's the ocean and we're on a raft. The ocean? Zhou Shiyi's face drained of color as she trembled, gazing into the boundless blue. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, breaking through the dam of her rationality. No, it can't be real. I want to go home. I don't want to stay here. She cried out uncontrollably, her hands wildly pounding against the wooden boards beneath her. The already small raft swayed violently with her frantic movements. Stop. Do you wish to dismantle the raft? He hissed, leaning forward abruptly, his hand reaching out to halt her foolish actions. Don't come any closer. Zhou Shiyi, seeing him approach, instinctively recoiled in terror. The violent back-and-forth motion caused the raft's center of gravity to teeter precariously. She tilted outward sharply, emitting a piercing scream as her body uncontrollably slid toward the frigid sea. Lu Feng's pupils constricted in alarm. His reflexes outpaced his thoughts. He extended his long arm and, in a split second, grasped Zhou Shiyi's delicate arm with a firm grip, yanking her back with great force. In that electrifying moment, a cold, mechanical voice devoid of emotion abruptly echoed in Lu Feng's mind. Detected intimate interaction with a beauty scoring above 80 points. Conditions met intimacy return system is activating. Activation successful. Current intimacy level, slight touch. Congratulations, host, on achieving a return multiplier of 2x. Available return attempts today, 22. A cacophony of information thundered in Lu Feng's mind. A system? A golden finger? What the hell? The plot from a novel has come to life. Am I truly the chosen one? A wave of incredulous euphoria surged within him, yet the immediate peril forced him to suppress this excitement. The priority was to stabilize the school beauty, who was on the brink of collapse. Zhou Shiyi, still shaken, regained her senses and, as if jolted by electricity, brushed Lu Feng's hand away, retreating to the opposite corner of the raft, arms crossed tightly over her chest, her gaze filled with fear and suspicion. You, don't touch me. Her voice trembled, laced with tears. Lu Feng chose not to respond to her immediately, instead focusing on the system information swirling in his mind. Intimacy returned. This system seems a bit indecent. He mused internally, unable to suppress a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. However, I find it quite appealing. With only 2 attempts available today and a mere twofold multiplier, he knew he must first understand the rules before proceeding. Zhou Shiyi, noticing his silence and the peculiar smile on his face, felt her heart race with anxiety, teetering between fear and panic. Yet, the emotional outburst from earlier rendered her hesitant to act. Recklessly, she could only whimper helplessly. I want to go home. Sob. My mom and dad must be looking for me. Lu Feng rubbed his temples. Her cries reverberated in his head. Suppressing his own excitement, he gazed at the curled-up Zhou Shiyi. Zhou Shiyi, he began, his voice slightly hoarse. Before you cry, could you answer me one question? Zhou Shiyi sniffled, but did not respond. Do you remember how you got here? Lu Feng inquired. I recall being in the dorm before I fell asleep. When I awoke, I found myself here. His question caused a pause in Zhou Shiyi's sobs. She looked up, seemingly struggling to recall. I was sleeping at home. And then, it seems we share a similar experience. Lu Feng surveyed the desolate expanse of blue surrounding them. This situation is undeniably strange. But dwelling on it now serves no purpose. That my family is quite affluent. My father will undoubtedly send many people and numerous ships to search for me. Zhou Shiyi spoke in a frantic manner. Many ships? Lu Feng chuckled lightly, his laughter resonating oddly across the vast expanse of the sea. The ocean is so immense that we don't even know where we are. Will they search? Will they just flail about like headless flies? They have helicopters. They can search from above. How far can helicopters fly? What about fuel? Even if they manage to locate our tiny wooden vessel, how can they land? With each question, Zhou Shiyi's complexion paled further. He picked up the bottle of mineral water, of which he had only taken a small sip, and waved it in front of Zhou Shiyi. Before they find us, how do we survive? Relying on this? Or this morsel of bread that barely fills the gaps in our teeth? Zhou Shiyi's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. Tears are utterly useless at this moment. Lu Feng's tone became calm. They will only hasten the loss of your bodily fluids, leading to dehydration and an accelerated demise. The cries ceased abruptly. Zhou Shiyi gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, her expression marred by the shattering of her illusions and a deeper fear. What? What should I do? She finally stopped, pleading to return home, her voice faint, enveloped in confusion. Seeing her willingness to communicate, Lu Feng felt a sense of relief. Collaborating with someone entirely broken was futile. Now, there is but one path before us. Lu Feng's gaze swept across the boundless sea. We must strive to survive by any means necessary. Do not even entertain the thought of waiting for rescue. He looked at Zhou Shiyi, his eyes sharpening. Here, your wealth and beauty hold no value. I need a partner who can fight alongside me, not a burden who merely weeps. If you continue in this manner, you will only hinder me and deplete our scant hope for survival. Lu Feng paused, allowing her time to absorb this harsh reality. At that point, to survive, I will make the most rational choice. He did not reveal what that choice would be, but his cold gaze spoke volumes. In this vast ocean, the fate of a liability was all too predictable. Zhou Shiyi trembled at the chill of his words, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself as if seeking warmth. She finally turned her gaze away from Lu Feng, staring blankly at the sea, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. After a long moment, she softly asked in her now hoarse voice, "Do you have a way?" Chapter 2. No more waiting. He looked into her tear-streaked eyes, which still held a glimmer of hope, and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. A way? Certainly. It resided in the absurd intimacy return system within his mind. With a thought, a rudimentary blue interface, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Intimacy return system level. 1 current bound object. Zhou Shiyi attractiveness. 88 points. The current number of available returns today, 22. The maximum return multiplier today, 2 times source, slight touch. His mind raced as he contemplated each piece of information. Binding object, Zhou Shiyi. This indicated that the source of the system's returnability was indeed her. Attractiveness, 88 points. The system had assigned her a score. Did this imply that the quality of the binding object directly correlated with the benefits one could derive? How could this daily return count be increased? Was it through the system level or the attractiveness of the binding object? Return multiplier. 2 times, source, slight touch. This was the crux of the matter. The multiplier was directly linked to the degree of intimacy. Just a hasty grasp of her hand had resulted in a multiplier of 2. What if it involved more intimate actions? Lu Feng's thoughts involuntarily drifted to that exhilarating scene. Embracing, kissing, even. A wave of heat surged from his abdomen, amplified by the current environment. He instinctively clenched his fists, forcibly suppressing these thoughts. This was not the time to be governed by desire. He needed to remain composed. What intrigued him most was the line indicating maximum return multiplier today. Maximum? The very use of this term was intriguing. Did it mean that if a more intimate contact occurred today, yielding a higher multiplier, say 4 times, this maximum multiplier would be refreshed to 4 times? And would the remaining 2 return opportunities today all enjoy this elevated multiplier of 4? If that were the case, then using the current 2 times multiplier to return 2 bottles of water and bread would be a gross waste. No, that would be far too wasteful. 2 bottles of water would become 4. How long would that last? I seek exponential growth. Opportunities are precious. They must be maximized. I must experiment further to confirm the rules. Lu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the fervor within, and the luminous screen faded away. Noticing Lu Feng's prolonged silence and his intense focus on a distant point, Zhou Shiyi's flicker of hope was cruelly extinguished by the harsh reality. She thought that Lu Feng too had succumbed to despair in their current predicament. After all, what could they do but wait? Her heart sank little by little. Time passed slowly, each second dragging on as the sun above grew increasingly fierce, mercilessly scorching the sea. The raft transformed into a steam chamber, the air thick with an oppressive heat. Lu Feng's skin reddened under the sun's relentless glare, and his lips began to chafe. While he could still endure through sheer willpower, Zhou Shiyi had evidently reached her limits. Dressed in wet clothing, she initially felt bearable, but as the sun dried her clothes, the moisture evaporated, drawing away heat and leaving her feeling uncomfortable. Soon, her garments clung to her skin, irritated by the salt, causing both itchiness and pain. The burning sensation made her dizzy. She instinctively reached out, scooping up some seawater and splashing it haphazardly onto her face and arms. The cool seawater provided a fleeting relief, prompting her to splash more in a futile attempt to cool down. Liu Feng cast a fleeting glance at her, refraining from intervening. Some truths can only be grasped through personal experience. Indeed, after a brief respite of coolness came an even more unbearable torment. The seawater on her skin evaporated, leaving a layer of white salt crust, akin to countless tiny needles piercing her flesh, inflicting a searing pain. What was more dire was that the salt seemed to draw out even more moisture from her body through her skin. A thirst, 100 times more intense than before, surged violently from the depths of her throat, instantly engulfing all her rationality. Zhou Shiyi felt as if her throat were ablaze. She struggled to swallow, only to be met with a parching sting. Her gaze, uncontrollable, drifted toward the bottle of mineral water at Lu Feng's feet, barely touched. She bit down on her cracked lips, dignity and the instinct for survival waging a fierce battle within her. Yet, that burning thirst ultimately obliterated her restraint. I am so thirsty, she finally uttered, her voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping against wood. Could I have a sip of water? Lu Feng's gaze fell upon her parched, chapped lips, and he noticed her barely discernible atoms apple move. He certainly understood the essence of thirst, but he was acutely aware that now was not the time for leniency. First, we must ascertain what we are most in need of, Lu Feng began. Water and food. Zhou Shiyi instinctively licked her cracked lips, the action eliciting a sharp pain. Exactly, Lu Feng affirmed, gesturing towards their meager supplies, 2 bottles of water, 2 loaves of bread. Conserve them wisely, they will last us a maximum of 2 days. If rescue does not arrive within that time frame, we shall perish. The word die made Zhou Shiyi's body tremble slightly once more. However, this time, she did not cry out. Instead, she bit down hard on her lower lip, her eyes reflecting a defiance born of desperation. Very well, at least she had not succumbed to despair. Perhaps the preceding conversation had drained her already scant reserves of strength, for her curled posture began to slacken, her head drooping weakly, her body swaying unsteadily with the gentle rocking of the raft, like a delicate flower on the verge of wilting. Her exposed skin, particularly her arms and neck, had transformed from a healthy pallor to an ominous red swell after being soaked in seawater and scorched by the relentless sun. What further darkened Lu Feng's mood was the unsettling observation that a fine layer of crystalline particles seemed to have formed on the surface of her inflamed skin. That was salt, the salt crust left behind after the evaporation of seawater. This salt would not only chafe her tender skin like sandpaper, but would also draw moisture from beneath the surface, hastening her dehydration. There was no time to delay any longer. Chapter 3. The campus belle is on the brink of dehydration. I must assist her with urgency. Lu Feng's gaze sharpened. There was no time to hesitate any longer. This thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning, and he made a swift decision. He abruptly removed the t-shirt that had been scorched by the sun, revealing a well-defined chest and sculpted abs that gleamed with a sense of strength under the scorching sunlight. This sudden, aggressive action instantly startled Zhou Shiyi awake. She abruptly lifted her head, and, upon seeing Lu Feng bare-chested, her lovely almond-shaped eyes filled with overwhelming fear. What do you intend to do?" Her voice was sharp and trembling, tinged with a hint of desperate whimpering, as her hands instinctively shielded her chest, her body retreating as if Lu Feng were a wild beast about to pounce. "Don't move," Lu Feng commanded in a low voice. He shook the dry t-shirt in his hand, striving to make his tone resemble that of an informative program host rather than a sinister deviant. "What you just did, using seawater to cool your body, was an exceedingly foolish act." "What?" Zhou Shiyi was taken aback, clearly not comprehending the error of her actions. "We are currently at sea. Do you know what exists in seawater? Salt." Lu Feng's tone remained steady and clear. "As moisture evaporates, salt remains on your skin. These salt crystals can not only irritate your skin, causing pain and itchiness, but more importantly, they create a hypertonic environment that draws out the precious water from your body. In simpler terms, using seawater to cool down will not quench your thirst. It will only accelerate your dehydration. Do you understand?" Zhou Shiyi was momentarily stunned by his barrage of technical terms. She instinctively touched her arm, the burning and rough sensation on her skin confirming Lu Feng's words. Her complexion shifted from pale to red, then back to pale again, a blend of shame and fear intertwining within her. She had no understanding of these matters. She merely felt that the seawater was cool. What should we do?" she murmured, her voice imbued with an unrecognized hint of dependence. "What else can be done?" Lu Feng raised the clothing in his hand. "Currently, there is no fresh water available to rinse you off. The only solution is to use a dry cloth to wipe away the salt residue." "Wipe away?" Zhou Shiyi's pupils dilated slightly as she glanced from Lu Feng's t-shirt to her own salt-crusted arms and neck, a thought she found utterly unacceptable surfacing in her mind. I could do it myself." She gritted her teeth, extending her trembling hand toward the shirt in Lu Feng's grasp. Yet, she overestimated her own strength. The weakness of her body far exceeded her expectations. With just a slight movement, she felt the world spinning, her vision darkening, and her arms became so feeble that she could barely muster any strength, nearly collapsing onto the wooden raft. Lu Feng furrowed his brow, swiftly grasping her limp wrist, which was burning with heat, the veins beneath her skin weakly pulsating. He sighed, "Do not overexert yourself. You lack even the strength to raise your hand." Upon concluding his words, he provided her no opportunity for refusal, leaning forward to bridge the gap between them. An overwhelming wave of potent masculinity, infused with the sense of sweat and sunlight, enveloped Zhou Shiyi in an instant. Her mind became a blank slate, her body stiff as stone. "Endure it," came Lu Feng's voice from above, deep and husky. Subsequently, a dry, coarse piece of fabric gently descended upon her scorching neck. A muffled sound of discomfort escaped Zhou Shiyi's lips, her body jolting involuntarily. The sensation was peculiar. The fabric's friction brought a faint sting. Yet as the salt was wiped away, the burning feeling subsided, replaced by an unusual sense of relief. Lu Feng's movements were cautious, though not tender. His intent was clear, removing those tormenting salt grains. His fingers glided over her elongated neck, traversing her delicate collarbone and down to her rounded shoulder, all through a thin layer of cotton. Each inch of contact tightened Zhou Shiyi's body further, feelings of shame, anger, grievance, and an indescribable sensation coursing through her limbs like electricity. Throughout her life, aside from her father, no man had ever come so close to her. She could distinctly feel his warm breath grazing her earlobe, and the unique scent surrounding him sent her heart racing. Even through the fabric, she sensed the strength and warmth of his fingers. With her eyes tightly shut, her long lashes trembled incessantly, biting her lip to stifle any sound. It was a torment, a humiliation. For Lu Feng, it was equally a trial, a test of his composure. The faint scent of salt mixed with the girl's body fragrance lingered at his nostrils, far more intoxicating than any high-end perfume. His gaze fell upon her earlobes, slightly flushed from anxiety, the graceful curve of her neck, and the stunning contours barely visible beneath her drenched dress. Any normal man, in such a situation, would find it impossible to remain unperturbed. Lu Feng felt his throat dry and his heart racing uncontrollably. Ba. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. I am merely rescuing her, engaging in humanitarian aid. Yes, all for survival, all for substantial returns. He inhaled deeply, forcing out the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, focusing intently as he quickened his movements. Time seemed to elongate. When Lu Feng finally finished wiping her exposed skin, he too had broken into a thin sheen of sweat. All done, he retracted his hand, his voice barely discernible in its hoarseness. Zhou Shiyi, as if granted a reprieve, exhaled sharply, her rigid body instantly softening. Slowly, she opened her eyes, casting a complex glance at Lu Feng before swiftly lowering her head, burying her face in her arms, remaining silent. Her cheeks burned as if they were about to ignite. Lu Feng disregarded her avian-like behavior and put on his t-shirt once more. At that very moment, a chilling mechanical voice echoed again. Detected prolonged intimate contact between the host and the bound entity. Intimacy level, prolonged contact. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a return multiplier 3 times. Today's highest return multiplier has been refreshed to 3 times. Available return attempts for today. 2-2, Chapter 4. 6 bottles of water materialize out of thin air, leaving the school bell astounded. His conjecture was entirely accurate. A wave of indescribable ecstasy nearly overwhelmed his rationality. Yet Lu Feng forcibly suppressed the corners of his mouth that threatened to curl upward, his expression growing increasingly grave. He refrained from immediate action, instead engaging in rapid contemplation. Remain calm. It is in moments like this that one must maintain composure, he reminded himself. A slight touch yields a 2-fold return, while the prolonged contact from earlier, when he wiped the salt frost from her, escalated the multiplier to 3-fold. The logic was chillingly clear. The degree of intimacy directly dictated the return rate. This signified that for the remaining 2 opportunities today, each could trigger a 3-fold return. Upon realizing this, Lu Feng's thoughts became illuminated. He now resembled a player with only minimal capital at the outset. Every decision must be precise, allowing him to snowball his gains and maximize his benefits. He brought over the unopened bottle of mineral water and the one he had sipped from, placing them side by side at the center of the wooden raft. Together with the 2 meager pieces of bread, they constituted his entire capital. While one could survive for several days without food, the absence of water, especially under the relentless sun in such harsh conditions, could easily claim an adult's life in just 2 days. Moreover, these bottles themselves were invaluable strategic resources upon this vast ocean. They served as containers, flotation devices, and could even be ingeniously repurposed into the most rudimentary solar seawater distillers. Lu Feng silently intoned, "Return these 2 bottles of water." Note, only 1 type of item can be returned at a time. Current level, Level 1, limits the number of items returned in a single transaction to 5 items. Items confirmed for return: 500 milliliters of mineral water, 450 milliliters of mineral water. Return multiplier 3 times. This operation will consume 1 return opportunity. and the host will receive a brand new 500 milliliter bottle of drinking mineral water, 6 bottles. Do you confirm? Brand new. Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. This indicated that the system was returning not the current state of the items, but rather their initial essence. The value of this discovery was immeasurable. Yet at this moment, the priority was to return the water. After all, a maximum of 5 bottles could be returned at once, and while higher multipliers were difficult to achieve for now, 3 times would suffice. Confirm. The instant the thought settled, the 2 bottles of water positioned at the center of the raft vanished without warning. Zhou Shiyi had been gazing at those 2 bottles, the only source of her current hope. But before her eyes, that final glimmer of hope abruptly disappeared. A shiver coursed through her, instantly awakening her senses. Water. Where's the water? Before she could finish her question, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. It was as if invisible ripples spread through the air, and in the next moment, 6 brand new bottles of 500 milliliters of mineral water, their surfaces glistening with cool, delicate droplets, materialized out of thin air, clattering down onto the wooden planks. Under the glaring sunlight, the clear water within the bottles shimmered enticingly, exuding a deadly allure. Zhou Shiyi's eyes widened in astonishment, her lips parting slightly as she rubbed her eyes vigorously, questioning whether the dehydration and terror had conjured an illusion. She extended a trembling hand, gingerly touching one of the bottles. The icy, solid sensation transmitted clearly to her fingertips. It was no mirage. This is... Her voice was parched and hoarse, her gaze abruptly shifting from the water bottle to Lu Feng, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with confusion, horror, and a flicker of instinctual reverence for the unknown power before her. What have you done? Is this magic? Lu Feng observed her ghostly expression, feeling a sense of calm wash over him. This was precisely the effect he aimed to achieve. There was no longer any need to conceal the truth, to secure her full cooperation in their impending struggle for survival and unlock a higher return multiplier. She needed to be informed. He refrained from responding immediately, instead retrieving a bottle of water, twisting it open, and presenting it to Zhou Shiyi. First, have some water. Dazed, she accepted it almost mechanically, akin to a traveler who had wandered in a desert for days, desperately pouring the liquid into her mouth. The sweet, cool liquid washed over her parched throat, evoking a sensation akin to rebirth that nearly brought her to tears. After consuming nearly half the bottle in one breath, she paused. Coughing violently, regaining some strength, she fixed her gaze on Lu Feng, demanding once more, "You still haven't explained what is happening. Where did this water come from?" Lu Feng remained silent for a moment, his gaze resting on her, his expression becoming somewhat complex. "When I caught you earlier, I discovered I possessed a unique ability." "What ability?" "A return ability. The key to activating this power seems to be our contact." He paused, articulating each word with care. "When I come into contact with your body, I can acquire a return multiplier. The deeper our contact, the higher the multiplier." He endeavored to convey this objectively and with restraint. Yet to Zhou Shiyi's ears, his words struck like a thunderclap. In an instant, she comprehended the implications. From a moment he grasped her falling arm to when he wiped the salt from her skin. He was not concerned for her. He was testing her. Zhou Shiyi's face flushed crimson. Gripping the water bottle tightly, her knuckles turned white from the pressure, her voice trembling. "So, you mean to say, to survive, we must always be in contact?" Lu Feng did not refute her assertion. He merely regarded her calmly. "As it stands, yes. This is our only hope of survival." He emphasized the word "we" heavily. Zhou Shiyi was rendered speechless by his declaration. She yearned to berate him for his shamelessness, to condemn him as a scoundrel exploiting her plight. However, as her gaze fell upon the 6 bottles of life-saving water at her feet and then met Lu Feng's emotionless eyes, all her words of reproach lodged in her throat, leaving her utterly voiceless. Indeed, the only glimmer of hope. Without this water, she might not have survived even to see today. Reality struck her like a frigid, piercing ocean, scattering her anger, shame, and pride into disarray. She suddenly found herself somewhat ridiculous, fixating on the so-called distinctions between men and women, the notion of purity at such a critical juncture of life and death. Shame, anger, grievance, fear, and the relief of having survived. A myriad of emotions surged and collided within her heart, ultimately manifesting as tear-filled eyes. She no longer cried out in hysteria. Instead, she bit her lip fiercely and abruptly turned her head away, unwilling to reveal her expression at that moment. Yet her shoulders trembled slightly, betraying her inability to suppress her emotions. Lu Feng understood that she needed time to process this absurd and cruel reality. He refrained from urging her or offering excessive comfort, for he recognized that from this moment forth, the nature of their relationship had been irrevocably transformed. Chapter 5. To embrace the present or the future, he lifted his gaze, inadvertently locking eyes with Zhou Shiyi. Her expression was intricate, a blend of wariness and confusion, though the anger and shame had mostly faded, replaced by a numbing acceptance of reality. Have you come to terms with it? Lu Feng's tone was unruffled, akin to inquiring about the weather. Zhou Shiyi's lips moved as if to articulate something, but ultimately she emitted a barely audible sigh, biting her lower lip in silent acquiescence. Yet, within the depths of her dimmed eyes, a flicker of unwillingness and despair remained evident. Very well. Lu Feng nodded slightly. At that moment, his pupils constricted sharply. He fixed his gaze on the distant horizon of the sea. There, a minuscule black dot, scarcely larger than a fly, appeared to be suspended between the sky and the ocean. Zhou Shiyi, look over there. Lu Feng's voice, tinged with excitement, took on a peculiar timbre as he pointed resolutely in that direction. Zhou Shiyi, who had been languishing in a state of exhaustion, struggled to lift her head, following his outstretched finger. Her expression shifted from bewilderment to a glimmer of feeble hope. What? What is that? Her voice remained frail, yet it trembled with anticipation. If I am not mistaken, Lu Feng inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his racing heart. That could very well be an island. Island? The mere mention of the word invigorated her instantaneously, the pallor of desolation in her eyes replaced by fervent hope. An island? Is it truly an island? Let's hurry over, she urged eagerly, as if solid ground were within reach at any moment. Let's hurry over, she insisted, poised to plunge forward and paddle through the water. Wait, Lu Feng grasped her shoulder firmly. Wait for what? Zhou Shiyi turned back in confusion, her voice laced with urgency. Lu Feng offered no response. His mind raced. Paddle over? With our hands? Given that distance, one would be exhausted long before halfway. No, wait. He possessed a system. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Water and bread could be returned. So what about this raft? If he could summon a larger raft, perhaps even equipped with oars. Lu Feng's heart thudded wildly. He forced himself to regain composure, placing his palm against the wooden board beneath him, silently repeating, "Return this raft." The system offered no response. Lu Feng frowned, altering his approach. Return the raft. This time, the cold, mechanical voice finally resonated in his mind. Warning: the structure of the item to be returned is excessively complex, exceeding current system level permissions. Notice: please select a basic item with a singular structure for return. Indeed, it was futile. Although disappointment flickered within him, understanding prevailed. This golden finger was not as omnipotent as he had hoped. What's wrong? Zhou Shiyi observed his fluctuating expressions, utterly perplexed. It's nothing. Lu Feng retracted his hand, yet the light in his eyes grew increasingly sharp. My ability cannot directly conjure a new raft. He cast a glance at the distant island, then at the empty hands of both, and spoke solemnly. We lack the tools necessary for paddling, such as oars. Following his gaze, Zhou Shiyi's face, once alight with joy, swiftly cooled. Indeed, with such a vast distance to traverse, how could they proceed without tools? The flickering flame of hope was abruptly extinguished by a deluge of cold reality. What? What should we do? The hope in her voice was once again consumed by despair. What to do? Lu Feng let out a bitter smile. Before we find materials to fashion oars, what else can we do? He suddenly leaned over the edge of the raft, immersing his entire arm into the cool seawater. I will paddle with my hands. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all rational thought. Zhou Shiyi hesitated momentarily, watching as Lu Feng mechanically began to paddle backward. Gritting her teeth, she too leaned down, Time trickled away in the sweltering heat and despair. Over an hour passed, and the raft moved at a pace that was excruciatingly slow, the distant dark spot remaining tantalizingly out of reach. I can't. I truly have no strength left. Zhou Shiyi gasped, her throat making raspy sounds, and ultimately collapsed once more onto the scorching raft. Lu Feng also halted, his chest heaving like a worn-out bellows, drawing in heavy breaths. Sweat mingled with the salty seawater, clinging to his skin, inducing an uncomfortable itchiness. He could feel each muscle protesting vehemently, and waves of hunger twisted his stomach in agony. Yet, what chilled him to the core was the vast distance still separating them from their goal. The notion of reaching it solely by paddling with their hands seemed utterly delusional. Just as he prepared to regain some strength before devising a plan, a peculiar sight caught his eye in the periphery, a strange object floating not far away. It was a wooden box, roughly half a meter on each side, its darkened hue rising and falling with the cerulean waves. It appeared quite old, worn by the relentless sea, yet amidst this vast ocean, it symbolized hope. Countless possibilities raced through Lu Feng's mind. However, the immediate priority was to retrieve it. There's a box over there. Let us find a way to bring it closer. Suppressing his fatigue, he summoned his spirit, vigorously kicking his legs in the water. Carefully adjusting the raft direction, Zhou Shiyi, upon hearing this, struggled to lift her head. When she spotted the floating object, a flicker of faint hope ignited in her previously dimmed eyes. Together, they toiled for another 10 minutes, their sweat nearly drenching their already disheveled garments. At last, under Lu Feng's guidance, the raft stumbled closer to the box. Leaning down, he extended his arm, expending his last ounce of strength to laboriously drag the damp wooden box onto the raft. It felt heavy, imbued with the brine of the sea and the scent of decaying wood. Quick, let's open it. Could there be food inside? Zhou Shiyi's voice brimmed with an unmistakable urgency, her gaze fixated on the box, as if she could see through it. Lu Feng hesitated before responding, meticulously inspecting the box and discovering that it was not locked. He inhaled deeply, gripping the edges of the lid with both hands, and forcefully pulled it open. With a prolonged and piercing creak, the lid yielded. Inside the box, there was no food, only a rough, moisture-resistant oilcloth, lifeless and dull. The spark of hope that had just ignited in Zhou Shiyi's eyes dimmed almost instantly. Lu Feng, his expression impassive, reached out to lift the oilcloth. Beneath it lay a dagger, entirely black. That was all. Just this one item. The anticipation on Zhou Shiyi's face solidified, her head drooping in disappointment. What is this? After all this effort, we find just a broken knife? Her voice betrayed her frustration. Yet, Lu Feng's reaction was the polar opposite. The moment he beheld the dagger, a terrifying brilliance erupted in his once dull gaze. He cautiously extended his hand and grasped the dagger, still sheathed, the icy sensation coursing through his fingertips. His fingers glided over the cool, hard sheath, his eyes focused and fervent, as though caressing an unparalleled treasure. You do not understand. Lu Feng's voice trembled with uncontainable excitement. He took a deep breath, his right hand clasping the hilt while his left gripped the sheath, slowly drawing it out. With a clear, resonant clash of metal, like a dragon's roar emerging from the depths, the sound erupted. A brilliant flash of cold light glinted under the blazing sun, causing Zhou Shiyi to instinctively squint, her heart inexplicably quaking. The blade gleamed like autumn water, the edge shimmering with a foreboding chill, as if it could effortlessly slice through the air. Lu Feng gripped the dagger tightly, feeling its cold solidity in his palm, yet his heart burned with fervor. With this, his voice exuded a certainty of mastery over all. We now possess the true means to survive in this cursed place. He gently traced the tip of the dagger across the wooden raft beneath him, a clear crack splitting the wood in response. It can be fashioned into oars, enabling us to traverse the sea with greater speed. It can be used to divide fish, allowing us to process our food conveniently. It can serve as a weapon, granting us the power to defend ourselves. This dagger is worth more than 10 boxes of bread. Zhou Shiyi was taken aback by the formidable confidence in his words. Staring blankly at the dagger in his hand, Then glancing at his resolute and austere profile, her disappointment significantly alleviated. Lu Feng's gaze shifted to the empty wooden box. This box can be disassembled, transformed into planks. Zhou Shiyi paused, her mind still processing the thought. Planks? Yes, planks. A calculating glimmer sparkled in Lu Feng's eyes as his mind raced. We can use them to make 2 oars to reach that island. We can reinforce the raft to prevent it from falling apart. We could even construct a sunshade to shield us from this relentless sun. The words, or an awning, pierced through Zhou Shiyi's despair like rays of light. She seemed to glimpse a thread of hope, her face involuntarily reflecting a yearning. Yet, a stark reality jolted her back to clarity, but dismantling it may not suffice. This was the crux. Lu Feng's gaze sharpened. We can return it. Zhou Shiyi's breath hitched. She widened her eyes, looking at Lu Feng in astonishment, then glancing at the ordinary wooden box. Return? The box? We still have one last chance for a 3-fold return today. Lu Feng's voice was calm and clear, as if announcing an indisputable command. Return the wooden box to receive 3. 1 for storage, 2 to be disassembled into planks. Zhou Shiyi was taken aback by Lu Feng's lucid reasoning. However, at that moment, an agonizing hunger gripped her stomach like a devil's hand, tightly clutching her insides. She gazed at the 2 pieces of bread in the corner, licked her chapped lips, mustered her courage, and spoke with a pleading tone. Could we return the bread first? I'm so hungry. Can we deal with the box tomorrow? Lu Feng's expression remained inscrutable. He was, of course, hungry as well. Yet he understood the ironclad rules of survival. No. The 2 words were cold and devoid of any emotion, instantly shattering Zhou Shiyi's illusions. Food was not the immediate necessity. A person could survive 7 days without sustenance. Zhou Shiyi furrowed her brow tightly, her delicate face etched with instinctive resistance and grievance. The thought of hunger made her tremble. She wished to say more, but Lu Feng's frigid gaze swept over her. Tools will enable us to craft oars and reach that island. Can food do the same? Lu Feng's tone suddenly turned icy, tinged with a hint of mockery. Returning food now would merely satiate for a moment. Then what? Would they continue to paddle with their hands, sunbathing until death? Awaiting the raft's disintegration? Was the desire to feast now worth waiting here to perish? Or should they endure a day of hunger to exchange it for a future of survival? Lu Feng toyed with the dagger in his hand, its cold gleam reflecting on his face. What do you think? The sea breeze swept in, carrying a briny scent. Zhou Shiyi's empty stomach protested with a low growl. She lifted her gaze to Lu Feng's icy visage and suddenly understood. His earlier words, though seemingly granting her the choice, had already predetermined the outcome. He was merely assessing whether she could truly become his ally. What he sought was not a burden, but a partner capable of recognizing reality and willing to sacrifice everything for survival. If her worth were merely to facilitate his abilities, then when her utility waned, and a more advantageous woman appeared, she could easily be abandoned in this sea of despair or treated as a mere puppet. She did not wish for that. One must cultivate inner strength and strive to become a person of value. After a tumultuous surge of emotions, Zhou Shiyi clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms, exchanging pain for a fleeting moment of clarity. She lifted her gaze to meet Lu Feng's scrutinizing eyes and spoke deliberately. I will heed your guidance. A barely perceptible smile graced Lu Feng's lips. He had succeeded. Not only had he compelled her to accept the harsh realities and abide by the rules, but he had also initiated a psychological alignment within her, prompting her to embrace her own decisions wholeheartedly. This marked the crucial first step in establishing a solid partnership. Very well, Lu Feng stated in his ever-calm tone, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Instead, he directed his attention towards the wooden box. Only one opportunity for return remained today. His tone was reminiscent of one declaring an unremarkable fact. Based on the previous multiplier, returning this box will yield us 3. He extended a finger into the air, gesturing. One will be kept for storage, while the other 2 will be dismantled into planks. He raised a second finger. These planks may barely suffice to craft 2 rudimentary paddles. However, to reinforce the raft or construct a shelter from the blazing sun, we still fall woefully short. Having conveyed this, he fell into silence, observing Zhou Shiyi with an unruffled demeanor. Chapter 6. An embrace of initiative. Zhou Shiyi's breath caught in her throat, and she comprehended his meaning all too well. Threefold was insufficient. She yearned for more planks, for oars, for a sunshade, necessitating a higher multiplier. Such an increase could only be attained through a more intimate contact. Zhou Shiyi's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson in an instant. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, her porcelain teeth biting down on her lower lip with fervor. The helplessness of her hands, twisting the hem of her dress, betrayed her inner turmoil. To initiate close contact with a stranger she had known for less than a day. The thought filled her with profound embarrassment and anguish. Yet, she had resolutely decided moments ago that this could not continue. Feng refrained from pressing her. He understood that such matters could not be rushed or forced. To provoke a strong sense of rebellion within her would only complicate future cooperation. He must grant her the space and time to make her own decision. 1 second, 2 seconds. The air seemed to thicken. Inside Zhou Shiyi, a fierce internal struggle raged. At last, she abruptly lifted her head. Her cheeks were as red as ripened apples, nearly bursting with color. "Why you? Close your eyes." Her voice was barely a whisper, fragile and almost inaudible. Feng raised an eyebrow and obediently shut his eyes. He could distinctly sense the air around him shifting. A blend of the girl's delicate fragrance mingled with the briny scent of the sea approached cautiously, hesitantly. Then, a soft yet slightly rigid body gently collided with his embrace. It was a fleeting and light embrace, as tender as feathers brushing against the skin. Almost the instant her gently rising chest met his solid torso, she recoiled in surprise like a startled deer. Zhou Shiyi quickly retreated to the opposite corner of the raft, drawing her knees to her chest and burying her head deep within them, resembling a frightened ostrich desperate to conceal herself. Even the tips of her petite ears turned a delightful shade of pink. Meanwhile, the long-anticipated system notification resonated in Feng's mind, crystal clear. Intimacy level, light embrace. Congratulations, host, you have received a return multiplier, 4 times. Today's maximum return multiplier has been refreshed to 4 times. Available return attempts today, 1, 2, success. Feng slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within their depths. He glanced at the girl curled up in the corner, nearly folding into herself. His heart swelled, not only with the triumph of a successful plan, but also with a hint of unexpected emotion he could not quite articulate. He had anticipated needing to use more persuasive words, even preparing himself for the possibility of only achieving a 3-fold multiplier today. To his surprise, she was stronger than he had imagined. Or perhaps, she was simply more aware and clear-headed regarding her current predicament. He chose not to squander time on teasing or comforting her. Action was, as always, the best reward and the most pressing need at this moment. Return the wooden box. He resolutely issued the command within his heart. Item return confirmed. Old wooden box 1. Return multiplier 4 times. This operation will consume 1 return attempt. The host will receive 4 brand new wooden boxes. Do you confirm? Confirmed. The moment the command was issued, the weathered wooden box that rested at the center of the raft vanished without a trace. In the next instant, a soft pop resonated. 4 brand new boxes, exuding a faint aroma of dried wood, materialized out of thin air. They were neatly stacked together, making the already cramped space of the raft feel even more confined. This miraculous scene momentarily made Zhou Shiyi forget her shyness. She gasped in astonishment, her round, watery almond eyes wide open in disbelief. Feng set aside 1 box for storage and dragged the other 3 before him. His entire focus was devoted to the task at hand. He pried at the seams of the box with the tip of his dagger, only to discover that this pristine box was crafted with exceptional quality. The seams were tightly fitted, employing a traditional mortise and tenon structure rather than nails. Any attempt to forcibly chop it would merely yield a pile of splintered wood. Taking a deep breath, Feng reversed his dagger, using the hard metal end of the hilt to strike one of the joints with a swift motion of his wrist. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. The box remained unmoved. Lu Feng furrowed his brow. While he understood the theory, the practical execution proved far more challenging than anticipated. He repositioned himself and struck again with renewed vigor. Thud, thud, thud. After several consecutive blows, a faint looseness finally emerged at the struck seam. There, Wayan. His gaze sharpened as he deftly inserted the sharp tip of the dagger into the crevice, twisting his wrist with fervor. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, not from the wooden plank being pried open, but rather a small chip of wood that flaked off where the dagger had pried. Zhou Shiyi watched in anxious suspense. She had expected Lu Feng to employ some extraordinary method, yet the process turned out to be so brutish and arduous. Lu Feng regarded the splintered wood with an impassive expression, seemingly unfazed by this minor setback. He abandoned the prying and instead began to violently cut along the seam with the tip of his dagger, inching forward with brute force. Creak, creak. The splintering wood emitted a harsh, grating sound. This was a pure test of patience and physical endurance. Sweat trickled down his forehead, splattering onto the raft. After several minutes, accompanied by a resounding crack, a plank was finally pried free through his most barbaric efforts of cutting and prying. The edge of the plank was rough, and the tenon was half broken, but at last it had been removed. Zhou Shiyi observed his labored breaths and drenched brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of reliance deepen within her. This man did not resemble an omnipotent superhero. He embodied more of a companion, willing to resort to any means necessary to survive. With the experience of the first endeavor, the subsequent process, though still clumsy, progressed at a considerably swifter pace. In no time, a complete wooden crate transformed into a disarray of uneven planks and splintered strips. What are you planning to do? Zhou Shiyi finally could not contain her curiosity, her voice barely above a whisper. To craft a paddle, Lu Feng replied without lifting his gaze, measuring the longest strip of wood, only to find it insufficiently lengthy. One piece would not suffice. It required assembly. As he spoke, he began to fit the disassembled strips together as if playing with building blocks. He roughly whittled away the excess with a dagger, carving rudimentary grooves in a desperate attempt to force the two strips to interlock. With a sharp crack, he exerted too much force, causing a fissure to appear at the end of one strip. Unfazed, he discarded it and reached for another. Thus ensued a prolonged struggle, culminating in a grotesquely assembled paddle, composed of 3 segments of wood, exceeding a meter in length and appearing precariously unstable. At last, it materialized in his hands. He seized the largest plank as the blade, gouging a channel into it with his dagger, and forcibly inserted one end of the wooden rod into the opening. To reinforce it, he tore strips of fabric from his clothing, tightly wrapping them around the joint in circles. And so, an awkwardly fashioned, almost laughable makeshift paddle was born. It appeared as though it might disassemble at any moment. Yet, as Lu Feng gripped it, a newfound brilliance shone in his eyes. He gazed toward the distant black dot on the horizon, his voice resolute. With this, we can make it across. Chapter 7. Seeking warmth with the oars in hand. The efficiency of the raft's navigation underwent a remarkable transformation. Each stroke allowed them to distinctly feel the resistance of the water as the raft cleaved through, heralding their forward movement. The distant speck, emblematic of hope, was visibly enlarging, its outline gradually coming into focus. Indeed, it was an island. Hope serves as the finest stimulant. At first, Zhou Shiyi struggled somewhat. The oars felt heavy and unwieldy in her grasp, and several times her lack of coordination nearly sent her tumbling into the sea. However, guided by Lu Feng's silent yet steady rhythm, she swiftly grasped the technique. Though her movements could hardly be deemed precise, they became increasingly refined, allowing her to awkwardly synchronize with Lu Feng's cadence. They paddled in silence, one on the left and the other on the right. Aside from the sound of the oars slicing through the water and their labored breaths, the vast ocean was enveloped in silence. The setting sun bathed the sea in a resplendent orange hue, the shimmering waves resembling shards of gold. This should have been a breathtaking sight, yet for the two castaways, it signified but one thing: the impending arrival of night. As the last rays of sunlight sank beneath the horizon, the searing heat of the day seemed to evaporate in an instant. In its stead came the chilling sea breeze, sweeping in from all directions, bearing an unfathomable cold. The temperature plummeted. The wind howled like invisible blades of ice, cutting through their drenched garments, stealing away the remnants of warmth from their bodies. The clothes, soaked in sweat and seawater by day, had now become their most lethal accomplice, clinging to their skin with a bone-chilling cold. It's so cold Zhou Shiyi's teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, producing a cacophony of clicks. She ceased paddling, wrapping her arms tightly around herself, desperately curling into a ball to preserve her meager body heat. Yet, in this vast expanse of ocean, there was nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. Her lips quickly lost their color, turning a ghastly shade of bluish-purple. The tremors coursing through her grew ever more violent, akin to a hapless leaf in the frigid wind. Lu Feng too halted. He felt the cold, yet his physical resilience was evidently superior to Zhou Shiyi's, allowing him to endure. However, observing her precarious state, as if she might succumb to hypothermia at any moment, his brow furrowed deeply. Hypothermia is far more lethal than hunger or thirst, especially upon the sea at night. He refrained from speaking and instead took action. He dragged several pristine wooden crates, stacking them against one side of the narrow raft to form a makeshift wall of half his height. The crates were tightly aligned, creating a rudimentary yet effective L-shaped windbreak. The howling wind struck the wooden boxes, producing a muffled wail, while the gusts in the corner diminished significantly. Only after completing this task did Lu Feng settle into the corner, his gaze fixed upon Zhou Shiyi. His voice, cutting through the wind, was strikingly clear. "Come here." Zhou Shiyi jolted, fully aware of the implications of his words. She gazed upon the makeshift refuge crafted from boxes, evidently prepared for her, and then glanced at Lu Feng's sharply defined features silhouetted against the night. His demeanor remained impassive, yet this action spoke volumes, more potent than any words could convey. Lu Feng's voice resonated once more, devoid of emotion, yet articulating the harshest of truths. Body heat was the singular means of warmth at this moment. If you wish to avoid freezing to death, then come here. A pallid blush instantly blossomed on Zhou Shiyi's cheeks, uncertain if it was due to the cold or the embarrassment. She sensed her limbs growing numb, her consciousness beginning to wane. Zhou Shiyi bit her lips, now tinged with a purplish hue, and gingerly maneuvered her stiff body, inching toward the corner. When her back finally pressed gently against Lu Feng's solid chest, an unfamiliar warmth, imbued with the essence of a strange male, seeped through the thin fabric. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Shiyi felt as if she had turned to stone, her body rigid. He could distinctly sense the tension in her form and the uncontrollable tremors coursing through her. If this continued, she would succumb to hypothermia. The thought crystallized in his mind like a shard of ice. For survival. In the next heartbeat, he encircled Zhou Shiyi's cold, fragile form tightly within his embrace. Zhou Shiyi emitted a brief gasp, her body tensing as if it were forged from iron. She could feel her entire back seamlessly melding against his searing chest, the masculine scent mingling with the briny tang of the sea, engulfing her entirely. Yet, the warmth that penetrated to her very marrow quelled any impulse to resist. Lu Feng's visage remained as unyielding as a statue in the night, his rational mind reminding him that this was merely the most efficient means of warmth, a necessary measure to sustain two vital signs. However, the soft curves nestled against him, the astonishing elasticity that radiated through the thin fabric, and the faintly sweet fragrance exuded by the girl, born of tension and fear, all awakened the most primal, ancient instincts within him. An uncontainable heat surged from deep within his abdomen, rapidly spreading like wildfire. His body betrayed his frigid resolve, responding with a raw, instinctual male reaction. Lu Feng's form momentarily stiffened, his atoms apple bobbing slightly. He gripped her tighter, as if to mask the transformation within him, simultaneously using the discomfort of the rough raft pressing against his back to suppress the untimely blaze. For the first time, he realized that amidst this desperate sea of survival and death, beyond mere hunger and cold, there existed a trial more tormenting and perilous. At that moment, A long-forgotten notification rang in his mind. Intimacy level. Cuddling for warmth, determined as a passionate embrace. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a return multiplier of 5 times. Today's highest return multiplier has been refreshed to 5 times. A flicker of barely perceptible tumult passed through Lu Feng's eyes. A passionate embrace? The system's determination of intimacy appears to be influenced not solely by the actions themselves, but also by the surrounding environment and emotions. He silently noted this revelation. The night stretched interminably, as the two of them nestled together in an awkward yet close manner on the small wooden raft, enduring the relentless darkness and cold. When the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, casting light upon the sea, Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes. Zhou Shiyi, nestled in his arms, remained in slumber. Her breaths faint, yet her complexion tinged with a hint of warmth. A grumbling protest emanated from Lu Feng's stomach, a reminder of hunger that clawed at his insides like a ravenous beast, inducing waves of dizziness. He glanced beside him at the 2 pieces of bread wrapped in oilcloth. Their last sustenance. It was imperative to utilize them wisely. Gently, he propped Zhou Shiyi against a wooden box, then retrieved the 2 pieces of bread. As he prepared to act, a thought flickered in his mind. The system's return mechanism concerned the concept of items. Could something like bread, which could be divided, be treated similarly? He reached out and tore off a small corner from each piece of bread, approximately a quarter of each. He then placed the remaining portions, now visibly diminished, together. Return these loaves, he silently intoned. Item return confirmed. 3/4 of bread too. Insufficient completeness of the remainder. Return not supported. Return multiplier 5 times. This return will consume 1 return attempt, generating 10 entirely new loaves of bread. Do you confirm? Indeed, Lu Feng's heart raced at the system's response, affirming his hypothesis. The return mechanism possessed a completeness criterion. Exploiting a glitch was unfeasible, at least for items with significant damage. To acquire complete items, one must return items of a higher completeness. The value of this discovery provided him with a clearer understanding of the system's rules. Confirmed. At the moment he uttered the word, the 2 larger pieces of bread vanished. In the next instant, a rich aroma, imbued with the fragrance of freshly baked bread, erupted in the briny air. Poof! 10 brand new, soft loaves, still radiating warmth, appeared neatly before him, filling the confined space. The enticing scent of the food seemed to possess a magical quality, rousing the semi-conscious Zhou Shiyi from her stupor. As she blinked open her eyes, the first thing that assaulted her senses was the irresistible aroma that set her salivary glands into overdrive. Then, she beheld the mountain of bread. Her pupils constricted momentarily before widening in astonishment, replacing all weakness and confusion with sheer shock. Bread? Her voice emerged hoarse and dry, yet brimming with delight. Lu Feng remained silent, simply picking up a loaf, tearing it in half, and extending it toward her. Eat, he urged, gazing at the food before her, emanating an enticing aroma, and feeling the calm and dependable gaze of the man beside her. Zhou Shiyi could no longer restrain herself. With a choked breath, she began to ravenously devour the bread. Chapter 8. Landing the soft bread, imbued with the fragrance of grains, dissolved in her empty stomach, sending a warm current swiftly coursing through her limbs. Zhou Shiyi had never realized that an ordinary piece of bread could be so delightful. It was a tangible sensation of life being reinvigorated with energy. She took small bites, yet tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes. After consuming half of the bread and sipping some water, the debilitating weakness that had plagued her was largely dispelled. However, it was soon replaced by the haunting memories of the previous night. The sense of shame lingered, yet it seemed to be diluted by a more complex array of emotions. She stole a glance at the man at the other end of the raft. Lu Feng had finished his portion and was tightening the cap of his water bottle, his gaze unwavering as it fixated on the increasingly distinct island in the distance. His profile, illuminated by the morning light, was sharply defined, devoid of any slackness or warmth. The warmth of the fire from the previous night felt like a mere illusion. His entire focus was directed towards that island. This left Zhou Shiyi with an inexplicable sense of loss, but more so, a reassuring feeling that she herself had yet to fully comprehend. This man always knew what the next step should be. Once we're rested, we shall continue. Lu Feng's voice pierced through her thoughts. Zhou Shiyi murmured softly, grasping the rough paddle. The raft sliced through the water, steadily heading towards hope. The outline of the island magnified in her view, the dark green vegetation resembling a dense mane, enveloping the entire island, brimming with primal vitality. However, the temperament of the sea was as fickle as a child's countenance, changing in an instant. Just moments ago, the waters had been relatively calm, but the winds suddenly surged. Thick, ominous clouds congregated on the horizon, descending heavily upon the sea, completely consuming the sunlight. A fierce wind howled, whipping up the waves into a sharp shriek. One towering wave after another surged forth, each several times higher than the last, crashing violently against the small raft. The raft rocked violently amidst the tumultuous waves, like a leaf on the verge of capsizing. Zhou Shiyi was thrown off balance by a sudden side wave, nearly losing her grip on the paddle. Icy seawater drenched her from head to toe. Hold on. Lu Feng's shout was slightly distorted by the howling winds. Insert the paddle into the water, brace yourself, and combat the wind over there. Zhou Shiyi, terrified, clung desperately to the edge of the raft, her knuckles turning white from the strain. She looked at Lu Feng amidst the towering waves. His form remained as steady as a rock. His arms, muscles taut, fervently adjusted the angle of the paddle, engaging in a primal struggle against the ferocity of nature. His calm demeanor inspired her. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to cease trembling, recalling Lu Feng's instructions, and with every ounce of her strength, she angled the paddle into the surging waters, using her frail body to resist the force that threatened to overturn them. Her arms soon ached with a searing pain, her palms raw from the coarse wooden handle, yet she did not relent. She understood that a moment's laxity could spell doom for both of them in this raging expanse. Time seemed to stretch interminably, almost as if a century had passed. As the wind began to relent and light filtered through the gaps in the dark clouds, both individuals were utterly exhausted. Zhou Shiyi lay almost prostrate on the wooden raft, her chest heaving violently, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Yet they had persevered. Moreover, the island was now within reach, its sandy shores and towering, nameless tropical trees, along with the jagged rocks along the coast, vividly visible. Prepared to land, Lu Feng's voice, tinged with fatigue yet still steady, commanded. He wiped the water from his face and scanned the coastline with keen eyes, searching for a suitable landing point. Over there, it appears to be less rocky, Zhou Shiyi gasped, her trembling finger indicating a stretch of beach devoid of obstructions. Lu Feng nodded, adjusted the oars, and steered the raft towards that direction. However, as they neared the shore, the waves grew increasingly tumultuous, with hidden rocks and currents lurking beneath the surface. Be careful, Zhou Shiyi suddenly exclaimed. The side of the raft was being pushed toward a partially submerged black rock by a treacherous current. Lu Feng reacted swiftly, plunging the oar into the water with all his might to push away from the rock. The oar scraped against the rock with a grating sound, causing the raft to jolt violently, narrowly avoiding a collision. At last, after enduring several minor jolts, a reassuring sound of friction emanated from the bottom of the raft. They had reached the shore. The water was only knee-deep. We made it, Zhou Shiyi cried, overwhelmed with joy, disregarding the frigid seawater as she scrambled down from the raft. As her unsteady feet touched the soft sand, she nearly fell to her knees. The sensation of solid ground beneath her was unparalleled in its delight. Turning back, she saw Lu Feng also disembarking, straining to drag the raft onto the beach to prevent it from being swept away by the returning waves. She rushed to assist, but, weakened, nearly stumbled. Lu Feng cast a glance at her, saying nothing, but exerted greater strength to pull the raft to a safe area beyond the reach of the tide. Once this task was complete, he straightened up and took a deep breath of the salty air, infused with the scent of grass and earth. His drenched clothing clung tightly to his muscular frame. Did we really arrive? Zhou Shiyi's voice trembled with disbelief and excitement. Yes, Lu Feng replied succinctly. He surveyed the island's landscape, The center rose slightly, cloaked in dense green vegetation, while the edges were lined with sandy beaches and scattered rocks. He bent down to examine the supplies on the raft. All 3 wooden crates remained intact. 8 loaves of bread and 6 bottles of water of varying sizes were still present. Good, the supplies are intact. We need to deal with our wet clothes. Lu Feng's voice cut through the sea breeze with remarkable calmness. His gaze fell upon Zhou Shiyi, who was hugging her arms, trembling like a leaf in the wind, her lips a ghastly shade of blue. Hypothermia can be fatal in the wilderness. Go find dry twigs and dead leaves, anything that can catch fire. Zhou Shiyi was momentarily taken aback by his frigid tone and piercing gaze, instinctively nodding in agreement. Search along the edge of the forest, but do not venture deeper. Not a single step further. A shiver coursed through her as she instinctively lifted her gaze. Her eyes traversed over Lu Feng's shoulder, fixating on the ominous expanse of trees. The foliage, still dripping from the recent rain, cast a shadowy gloom deeper within the woods. Yet, the ground remained saturated from the downpour. I did not instruct you to collect anything damp from the ground. Lu Feng interrupted her thoughts. Remember, seek out the withered branches still clinging to the trees, obscured by the dense canopy. The thinner, the better. If you can locate a pine tree, scrape some resin from it with the dagger. That serves as an excellent fire starter. Additionally, tear away the bark to obtain the dry layers beneath. With that, he turned and retrieved a completely black dagger from the wooden crate. Handing it to her, he pressed the weapon into her palm. The icy, unyielding metal sent a jolt through Zhou Shiyi's slender frame. Observing her pallid face, drained of color from cold and fear, as well as her hands that trembled despite her efforts to appear composed, Lu Feng understood the peril of entrusting the sole weapon to a girl who struggled to care for herself. Yet, he was acutely aware that alone on this uncharted island, he faced certain doom. He needed to clear the campsite and construct a shelter, tasks requiring physical strength that he must undertake. In contrast, the delicate task of seeking firewood was better suited for her. They needed to divide their responsibilities, coordinating like 2 hands to form a cohesive fist for survival. More importantly, she had to remain at the forest's edge, a place fraught with potential danger, while he stayed on the relatively open beach. The thought of something emerging from the woods sent a chill through Lu Feng's heart. He could not always shield her. She had to possess even a modicum of self-defense capability. He aimed to instill in her the realization that she was no longer the sheltered flower that could hide behind others. Her hands needed to learn not only the art of survival, but also, when necessary, the grip of a weapon. He required a companion, not a burden. These thoughts flashed through his mind, yet his expression remained resolutely stoic. I will clear an area for us to rest tonight, he declared, turning away from her to seek a suitable refuge. Zhou Shiyi gripped the dagger tightly, feeling its weight in her palm. She cast a glance at the boundless ocean, then at Lu Feng's retreating figure. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself and took tentative steps towards the forest. Chapter 9. The makeshift shelter. Lu Feng's gaze repeatedly traversed the boundary between the beach and the woods. This island, though modest in size, was replete with resources. He sought a refuge that would shield him from the elements while allowing him to observe the movements upon the sea. Ultimately, his eyes settled upon a rock, half the height of a man, embraced by several gnarled trees, a mere 20 meters from shore. The rock's sheltered side formed a natural alcove, its ground relatively dry, and the adjacent trees could serve as supports for his construction. This would suffice. Lu Feng first dragged 2 sturdy wooden crates over, positioning them snugly against the inner wall of the rock. He cast a glance at the dismantled, smooth planks, refraining from disturbing them for the moment. These were valuable resources to be employed judiciously. The frail yet resolute silhouette of Zhou Shiyi flickered through his mind. He had bestowed upon her a dagger for her protection. Now, he was left to rely on the most primitive of methods. After clearing the raft, Lu Feng began to construct a shelter for the night. He located several robust branches, broken by the wind, and dragged them to the edge of the rock. These natural materials, while resilient, were irregular in shape and slick from the recent rain. Lu Feng picked up a flat stone with sharp edges, using it as a makeshift axe. He wedged the thickest branch into a crevice of the rock, exerting all his strength in an attempt to carve out a groove for anchorage. Thud! Thud! The impacts reverberated through his hands, leaving them tingling, his arms aching. The hardwood bore only a shallow white mark, rendering his efforts dishearteningly inefficient. Zhou Shiyi returned, her weary footsteps echoing her fatigue. The scene that greeted her was one of primal struggle. Feng, dripping with perspiration, was laboriously striking a crooked branch with a stone. Sweat trickled down his taut jaw, falling into the sand below. Beside him, several branches leaned askew, without even a stable framework taking shape. Zhou Shiyi found herself momentarily transfixed. In her hands, she clutched a handful of twigs in varying shades of brown and a few cracked pieces of bark, her face marked with red lines from the branches. This meager harvest had left her feeling defeated in the woods, yet witnessing Feng's endeavors inexplicably dispelled her dismay. It turned out, he was not infallible. This realization added a touch of humanity to the image of the omnipotent figure he had held in her mind. Upon hearing her approach, Feng paused his labor and looked up at her. His gaze first swept over her paltry collection, yet his brow did not furrow in disapproval. "You're back," he rasped. The urgency in his eyes, filled with a yearning for the dagger, made Zhou Shiyi's heart skip a beat. She hastily unfastened the dagger and handed it to him. Feng accepted the dagger, feeling its familiar weight and the cold sharpness, causing the tension in his brow to ease instantly. He uttered not another word, turning back to his work as if the clumsy figure struggling with the stone had been but a figment of the imagination. With the dagger in hand, his efficiency soared to remarkable heights. He directly abandoned the cumbersome natural branches, redirecting his focus towards the smooth planks dismantled from wooden crates. He picked up a sturdy board and, with the tip of his dagger, swiftly etched clear, cutting lines upon its surface. Next, he positioned the board against the jagged rocks below, aligning the blade with the marked lines. With a decisive strike of his palm against the knife's back, a crisp crack reverberated through the air, and the board snapped cleanly, its fracture as precise as if crafted by machine. He selected two of the stoutest beams previously removed from the crates. The dagger danced in his hand. In mere moments, he flattened both ends and swiftly shaped a pointed tip on one side. At predetermined spots, he employed the dagger to excavate two appropriately deep, shallow pits in the sandy soil. He then inserted the wooden posts, compacting them firmly with sand and surrounding gravel, ensuring they stood as steadfast as granite. The next step involved the crossbeam. He chose the longest plank and deftly carved notches at the tops of the two vertical posts to securely cradle the beam. With the crossbeam firmly in place, a standard rectangular frame began to take shape, significantly more stable than the precarious structure made of natural branches. He arranged the remaining planks at an angle along the top edge of the rocks and across the front beam, creating a sloping roof. Utilizing the mortise and tenon joints intentionally preserved during the disassembly, several boards interlocked cleverly. The dagger was employed to refine the joints, ensuring a tighter fit and minimizing gaps. Zhou Shiyi observed silently from the side, her initial anxiety transforming into astonished amazement, and now, at this moment, her heart brimmed with admiration. She had anticipated that constructing a habitable shelter would be a daunting task requiring immense effort. Yet Feng approached it as if engaged in an elaborate game of building blocks. Everything unfolded with such methodical precision and confidence. His focused demeanor, coupled with the nascent refuge taking shape in his hands, instilled in her an unprecedented sense of tranquility. As the last rays of the sun dipped below the horizon, a rudimentary yet complete dwelling finally rose from the sandy beach. It stood against the dark gray rock, its roof slanted with several planks, while both sides were roughly enclosed with wood, leaving an entrance facing the beach. Feng meticulously refined the edges of a plank at the entrance with his dagger, smoothing away any splinters that might cause injury. With that, he straightened, brushing off the wood shavings from his hands. As he gazed at the culmination of an afternoon's labor, a faint trace of satisfaction flickered across his otherwise stoic face. Zhou Shiyi regarded the humble shelter constructed of planks and branches, though somewhat crooked and riddled with gaps. It was far from aesthetically pleasing, yet in her eyes, It offers a sense of security and warmth that surpassed any presidential suite in a five-star hotel. Was this truly sufficient? She found it hard to believe, her voice tinged with a hint of relief following fatigue, intertwined with undeniable astonishment. Well, at least it would shield against the wind. Lu Feng gestured towards the interior of the makeshift shelter, laying the remaining wooden planks on the ground to mitigate the dampness. Zhou Shiyi promptly nodded, assisting him in arranging the last 3 or 4 boards on the floor of the refuge, striving to align them as smoothly as possible. The cramped space, now adorned with wooden planks, appeared considerably more presentable. Upon completing this task, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings, and the sea breeze grew increasingly chilling. Lu Feng carried 2 intact wooden boxes into the shelter, positioning them against the wall. They would serve both as storage and as additional windbreaks during slumber. He surveyed this humble abode, then glanced at the small bundle of firewood cradled in Zhou Shiyi's arms. Next, it was time to kindle a fire. Chapter 10, The Spark of Hope. The sea breeze wailed, carrying a biting chill that made one's teeth chatter. I found some. Zhou Shiyi's voice was laden with fatigue and a hint of unease. She carefully presented a meager collection of withered twigs and a few thin strips of bark to Lu Feng. He accepted them, gently pinching the twigs between his fingers. His brow furrowed slightly. It was better than nothing, but relying on these damp materials to ignite a fire using primitive methods would be exceedingly difficult. Particularly, they were lacking the most crucial element, quality tinder. Lu Feng picked up the dagger beside him, which had played an indispensable role in constructing their makeshift shelter. However, at that moment, its blade was already smeared with fine wood shavings and stubborn dirt. Its sharpness diminished from its original state. We have one last opportunity to return, he stated. Do you wish to return it? She appeared puzzled. Yes, 1 dagger is insufficient and will continue to wear down. Lu Feng gazed intently at her. If we had 5, we could allocate them for distinct purposes. 1 for chopping branches, 1 specifically for food preparation, 1 for crafting tools, and 2 as spares for unforeseen circumstances. He paused, his voice deepening. Moreover, a brand new dagger would more easily scrape viable tinder from the damp wood. Zhou Shiyi had witnessed Lu Feng's foresight in decision-making on more than one occasion. Return the dagger, he silently affirmed in his mind. Return item confirmed, worn dagger 1. Return multiplier, 5 times. This return will consume the last opportunity and generate 5 brand new daggers. Confirm? Confirm. Zhou Shiyi felt a sudden emptiness in her hand as the dagger that had accompanied them vanished without a trace. In the next moment, a faint yet melodious sound of metal clashing echoed. 5 identical, glistening daggers, radiating a cold luminescence, materialized atop the planks disassembled from the raft. The blades reflected a chilling, menacing light under the dim moonlight filtering through the shelter. Each one was sharper and more flawless than the previous. Despite having witnessed the transformation twice, Zhou Shiyi was still taken aback, her hand instinctively covering her mouth. Lu Feng wasted no time. He swiftly grasped one of the new daggers and selected a relatively dry twig from the withered collection Zhou Shiyi had just gathered. With utmost care, he meticulously scraped the wood's surface layer by layer with the dagger's remarkably sharp edge. Delicate wood shavings as thin as cicada wings fell away. So fine they seemed to dance in the air like gentle snowflakes. The new dagger's sharpness exceeded his expectations. The process of scraping the wood was astonishingly smooth, with the finest shavings cascading down like a tender flurry. Soon, a small pile began to accumulate at his side. He tore off some inner fibers from the dry bark, repeatedly kneading them with his fingers to make them fluffier and softer. He snapped the finest twigs, always ready. Lu Feng, without lifting his gaze, commanded. He cleared a small patch of ground, encircling it with stones to create a rudimentary fire break, gently placing the delicate wood fluff and bark fibers in the center. Then, he picked up a dry wooden board as the fire plow base, skillfully carving a V-shaped groove with his dagger. He selected a straight, dead branch as the drill rod, sharpening one end. Everything was prepared, lacking flint for ignition and suitable flexible vines to craft a bowstring for enhanced efficiency. Lu Feng was left with the most primitive method, one that tested his skill, patience, and physical endurance, the hand drill technique. He positioned the tip of the drill rod against the end of the V-shaped groove. With hands clasped together, he firmly grasped the drill rod. Taking a deep breath, he began to rub it back and forth with rapid, forceful motions. Hiss, hiss. The faint yet consistent sound of friction resonated clearly in the silent, cold night. Zhou Shiyi held her breath. She curled up nervously to the side, her hands tightly clasping her knees, too afraid to make a sound. Her entire world seemed to revolve around Lu Feng's concentrated profile and the muscular lines of his arms. Taut from exertion, beads of sweat emerged from his brow, sliding down along the taut line of his jaw. His arms began to tremble slightly, yet his actions maintained a steady and efficient rhythm. A fine black powder began to trickle down from the drilled hole. In the air, a subtle, almost imperceptible scent of burning started to spread. Time passed second by second in the utmost silence. The burnt odor intensified, tightening Zhou Shiyi's heart as cold sweat formed in her palms. Suddenly, Lu Feng accelerated the speed of the drill rod, exerting almost all of his strength for a final push. A wisp of extremely faint, nearly undetectable blue smoke rose delicately from the pile of black powder. Success! Lu Feng uttered a low exclamation, yet his movements became increasingly cautious. He gently ceased the rubbing motion, shifted the drill rod aside, and leaned down, softly blowing on the precious mound of black powder. Once, again, a faint spark flickered quietly among the black powder, like the solitary, distant starlight illuminating the boundless darkness. He swiftly brought the prepared, fluffy wood fluff and bark fibers close to that precious spark, continuing to blow gently and steadily. Under his careful attention, the spark began to glow brighter, gradually enlarging. Whoosh! A small cluster of orange flames suddenly leaped excitedly from the tinder. It was a success. The warm glow instantly dispelled the darkness and chill within the shed, bringing a long-awaited warmth that penetrated to the very bones. Lu Feng swiftly arranged the delicate, withered twigs systematically atop the flickering flames. Gradually, the fire stabilized and began to blaze more fiercely. The vibrant orange flames danced joyfully within their exceedingly humble refuge, casting a warm glow upon the weary yet exhilarated faces of the two. Zhou Shiyi trembled with excitement, biting her lip tightly as her eyes momentarily brimmed with tears. Large, uncontrollable droplets cascaded down her cheeks. She gazed at the lively flames, then turned her gaze towards the man whose silhouette was sharply defined by the firelight. This man, with his bare hands, had conjured a beacon of light for her amidst the chilling darkness of the night. Chapter 11. Tender Night. Talk. Lu Feng meticulously wiped the remaining 4 daggers with a piece of dry cloth, their cold gleam momentarily flashing before he neatly arranged them on a wooden box within reach, akin to soldiers awaiting inspection. He picked up a loaf of bread, tore off half, and handed it to Zhou Shiyi, replenishing their strength. Zhou Shiyi silently accepted it, yet her gaze lingered for a fleeting moment on the 4 pristine daggers. She consumed the bread slowly and with utmost seriousness, as if partaking in a sacred ritual. This was not merely bread. It was the very cornerstone of their survival, a testament to the wisdom and composure he had traded for their lives. Lu Feng was also eating his half of the bread, but his eyes remained fixed on the pile of firewood, his expression intent, as though he were calculating the burn time of each log. The shack was enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the crackling of flames and the relentless sound of waves crashing outside. This tranquility was not awkward. Rather, it resembled a taut bow, brimming with invisible tension. "Thank you." Zhou Shiyi finally mustered the courage to speak after finishing the last morsel of bread. Her voice was soft, yet resonated with clarity amidst the crackling flames. Lu Feng did not lift his head. He simply added a thicker log to the fire, causing the flickering flames to leap higher, dispelling some of the chill around her. "We are now one." Zhou Shiyi's lips moved slightly. She knew he was correct. Yet, deep within, she was acutely aware that the situation was far more complex. Without him, she would merely be a cold corpse adrift in the sea. She gazed at Lu Feng's resolute profile, illuminated by the firelight, a visage devoid of the youthful impulsiveness typical of boys his age, instead exuding a calmness and coldness that transcended his years. Her intense curiosity finally eclipsed all other emotions. Lu Feng, MM? He acknowledged, his gaze still fixed on the flames. Are you truly a student? This question had lingered in her mind for quite some time. From crafting paddles with bare hands to constructing this shelter that shielded them from the elements, and now to this fire that sustained their lives. Everything he demonstrated shattered her preconceived notions of what an ordinary university student entailed. Lu Feng's actions paused momentarily. He turned his head, and the dancing firelight cast two flickering shadows in the depths of his profound eyes, which appeared as tranquil as a deep well, seemingly capable of consuming all. He did not respond directly, but instead posed a question of his own. Does it matter? Zhou Shiyi was momentarily taken aback by his inquiry, instinctively shaking her head. You seem like... She struggled to find the appropriate words. Ultimately, she abandoned the complexity of her descriptions and, in a near whisper, said, It's as if you were destined to exist in a place like this. Lu Feng fell silent. The firelight illuminated his shadow, which gently swayed against the wooden wall behind him, resembling a silent sculpture. Zhou Shiyi could even hear the rapid beating of her heart, mingling with the sound of the flames crackling. After a long pause, Lu Feng finally stirred. He did not turn his head. Instead, he calmly added another log to the fire, watching as sparks erupted with a crackle before he spoke slowly. I simply enjoy indulging in fanciful thoughts. Fanciful thoughts? Zhou Shiyi was taken aback. This response was starkly different from any she had anticipated. It was neither the revelation of a mysterious special forces operative nor the disclosure of a member of a clandestine organization. It was merely fanciful thoughts. Lu Feng turned his head, the flickering flames casting two undulating shadows in his profound gaze, his eyes as tranquil as the sea at midnight. For instance, during class, I ponder which corner would be the safest in the event of an earthquake. While walking, I contemplate how to react within mere fractions of a second if the manhole cover beneath me were to suddenly explode. In the theater, while others are absorbed in the romance unfolding between the protagonists, I find myself considering what props could be utilized if one were trapped in that scene and how many escape routes exist. Each of his words flowed with an air of nonchalance. Yet when woven together, they struck Zhou Shiyi's heart like an invisible hammer. She was left utterly stunned. It dawned on her that while she basked in the sunshine, danced, and reveled in the adoration of the crowd, this man observed and deconstructed the entire world in such an unfathomable manner. This was far from mere fanciful thinking. It was a survival instinct etched in his very bones. Thus, a hint of self-mockery flickered at the corner of Lu Feng's mouth. My hobby might just be a tad peculiar. Having said that, he withdrew his gaze, refocusing on the bonfire before him, as if his earlier remarks had been nothing more than casual banter. Yet, Zhou Shiyi could no longer remain composed. This understated answer resonated more profoundly than any thrilling past, rendering his image in her heart more vivid, more heart-wrenching, yet undeniably reliable. Zhou Shiyi shifted the topic, her tone unconsciously imbued with the deference and reliance of a subordinate. Tomorrow, let's find water. Lu Feng succinctly redirected the conversation back to survival. Our bottled water won't last long. Then, we shall explore the entire island. His eyes sharpened. We must assess the resources, flora, fauna, and all potential dangers. Dangers? Zhou Shiyi's heart, which had just begun to settle, surged once more. Any unfamiliar environment harbored the potential for deadly threats. Lu Feng regarded her, his expression unusually solemn. Snakes, venomous creatures, or things we cannot even fathom. Therefore, while we scout the island tomorrow, we must act in unison, maintaining a distance of 3 steps behind me. No more. No less. This was not merely a protective measure. In an entirely unknown environment, moving together, each serving as the other's flank, constituted the lowest risk and the highest efficiency. Understood? Zhou Shiyi nodded vigorously, her heart betraying her with an accelerated rhythm. She hugged her knees, gazing into the dancing flames. Suddenly, she found that conversing with him about the plans for tomorrow instilled in her a peculiar, blushing sense of comfort. It was as if they were not stranded on a desolate island, but rather embarking on a unique adventure solely belonging to the two of them. An impulsive thought emerged, utterly uncontrollable. Do you have a girlfriend? The moment the words escaped her lips, Zhou Shiyi wished fervently to retract her tongue. Had she lost her mind? To pose such a question at this juncture, the air seemed to solidify in that instant. The only sounds in the makeshift shelter were the crackling of the campfire and the thunderous rhythm of her own heartbeat. Lu Feng's movements halted. The stick he had been using to poke the flames remained suspended in midair, unmoving. His mind, which had been occupied with thoughts of tomorrow as plans, suddenly went blank. All considerations regarding food, water, shelter, and potential threats dissipated at the utterance of those three words. This was a variable that had never appeared in any of his survival scenarios. She buried her head deep in her knees, her cheeks burning as if they could roast a seabird. Time seemed to stretch into an eternity, just when she thought she might suffocate in the stifling silence. Lu Feng's calm voice finally broke through. No, just two words, yet they resounded like thunder, exploding in her heart. Zhou Shiyi discreetly lifted her gaze, casting a fleeting glance at him. He had regained his composure, resuming his task of tending to the fire, ensuring the flames burned brighter, as if the momentary stillness had been merely a figment of her imagination. Yet, Zhou Shiyi felt that the air in the entire shelter had grown fervent due to those two words, infused with an inexplicable essence. Sleep, Lu Feng declared, dispelling the suffocating ambiguity. Tomorrow will be exhausting. He positioned the two empty wooden crates side by side at the far end of the shelter, laying a plank atop them to fashion a rudimentary bed. Sleeping inside would shield them from the wind. He then seated himself against the wall near the entrance, placing all his knives, the remaining bread, and the water bottle within reach. Zhou Shiyi watched his meticulous arrangements, a tremor coursing through her, a warm current flowing within. She remained silent, obediently lying on the hard bed. Behind her were the cold, unyielding rocks, and before her, the warm, flickering flames. At the entrance stood the silent silhouette of the man. She turned on her side, curling up, quietly observing him. The firelight cast his shadow long against the wall of the shelter, resembling a silent yet profoundly reliable guardian. That night, Zhou Shiyi slept exceptionally soundly. Even her dreams were imbued with warmth. Chapitre 12, Magnifique critique. Sunlight crept through the gaps in the slanted wooden planks of the makeshift roof, casting delicate rays into the dimness. Zhou Shiyi opened her eyes, her consciousness still shrouded in a haze. Contrary to her expectations of a bone-chilling dampness, she found herself enveloped in a warm, dry embrace. The campfire continued to blaze, its orange flames dancing steadily, emitting a gentle crackling sound that dispelled the morning chill entirely. Lu Feng sat beside the fire, leaning against a wooden crate, cradling a glinting dagger in his arms, his eyes closed as if in a light slumber. Yet, scattered neatly before him lay a small pile of freshly chopped dry firewood, evidence of his industriousness. Zhou Shiyi's heart fluttered, as if something had tenderly brushed against it. She quietly propped herself up, moving with utmost care to avoid disturbing him. However, the moment she stirred, Lu Feng's eyes snapped open. Awake? His voice was slightly hoarse. She responded softly. Lu Feng stood, stretching his stiff limbs, the joints producing a series of subtle cracks. He picked up a nearly empty water bottle, twisted it open, and offered it to Zhou Shiyi. Take a couple of sips to soothe your throat, but don't overdo it. Obediently, Zhou Shiyi accepted the bottle and cautiously took a few small sips. The cool, fresh water glided down her parched throat, bringing an exhilarating sting that almost elicited a moan of relief. She returned the bottle to him. Lu Feng also took only a couple of sips before firmly sealing it again. Without pausing for a moment, he grabbed a brand new dagger and picked up a straight wooden stick, roughly the thickness of his wrist. Swish, swish, swish. Under the sharp blade, which shavings flew, a simple wooden spear was rapidly taking shape in his hands. He spoke not a word, yet Zhou Shiyi instantly comprehended the silent intent behind his actions. He was preparing for today's exploration and the impending unknown dangers. Her breath quickened, and her palms dampened with cold sweat. Biting her lower lip, she inhaled deeply, suddenly rising to her feet and stepping before Lu Feng. His carving came to an abrupt halt. He slowly lifted his gaze, questioning in his expression. Zhou Shiyi's heart skipped a beat, the blush that had barely faded from her cheeks flaring back to life. She gazed at Lu Feng's face, slightly weary from the night's vigil, yet still as resolute as iron, and at the spear that was almost complete before him. His calm and analytical words from the previous night echoed in her ears, while the image of him silently guarding the fire lingered before her. This man bore all the dangers and contemplations upon his shoulders. An indescribable pang of tenderness and impulse surged within her, overwhelming her restraint and hesitation like a tidal wave. Zhou Shiyi took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of her strength, and stepped forward. Then, under Lu Feng's slightly astonished gaze, she extended her arms and embraced him tightly, her soft warmth pressing against him without reservation. Her cheeks were firmly nestled against his solid, broad chest, with a steady rhythm of his heartbeat resonated clearly. Thud, thud, thud. The sound seemed to possess an enchanting power, instantly soothing all her inner turmoil. She could feel the warmth emanating from his body, imbued with the scent of fireworks, and catch a whiff of his unique fragrance, a clean blend of sea breeze and foliage. The moment she embraced Lu Feng, his body stiffened abruptly, as if he had been struck by a spell of paralysis. The delicate fragrance of the girl's hair invaded his nostrils, and the soft sensation radiating from his chest was an experience he had never encountered before. At that instant, a notification from the system in his mind erupted with a thunderous sound. Intimate behavior detected. A trusting embrace. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a return multiplier of 5 times. Next return will yield a critical hit. Today's maximum return multiplier has been refreshed to 5 times. Available return attempts today, 2, 5 times multiplier can be used. Lu Feng's breath momentarily halted. It seemed that Zhou Shiyi also sensed the sudden tension in his body. Startled by his reaction, she instinctively released her grip, retreating 2 steps like a frightened fawn. Her head bowed low, avoiding his gaze. Her charming visage had turned crimson, as if blood could drip from it. The air within the cabin felt as though it had solidified, leaving only the crackling of the campfire and the distinct, contrasting rhythms of their heartbeats echoing in the stillness. Lu Feng glanced down at his empty chest, the lingering warmth of her touch still palpable on his clothing, accompanied by the undeniable embarrassment etched on his face. To alleviate the tension and redirect attention, he swiftly retrieved 5 half-full bottles of mineral water from the box. Water is the essence of life, but more importantly, these bottles were not only perfect containers for storing water, but also the core materials for crafting buoyancy devices. Returning these 5 bottles of water. Returned items confirmed. Drinking water bottles 5. Return multiplier 5 times. This return will consume 1 return attempt, and due to the critical hit, will generate 50 brand new bottles of mineral water. Do you confirm? Confirm. In an instant, the 5 half-full bottles vanished from his hand. The next moment, 50 pristine bottles of mineral water materialized out of thin air, neatly arranged on the wooden platform before them. The bottles glistened under the morning light, adorned with a layer of cool, refreshing moisture. Abundant water. Zhou Shiyi's eyes sparkled instantly. Drink up. This time they could indulge to their heart's content. Lu Feng set aside the sharpened wooden spear and took a bottle for himself, twisting off the cap and handing it to her. Zhou Shiyi accepted it, and this time, she did not hold back. Tilting her head back, she took several hearty gulps. The sweet, crisp spring water refreshed her insides, as if washing away all the fatigue and fear from the night. Once Lu Feng had quenched his thirst, he placed the remaining water and 6 loaves of bread into an empty wooden box. He secured one of the daggers at the small of his back and handed another to Zhou Shiyi. Take this for protection. The cold, heavy metallic sensation transmitted to her palm, and Zhou Shiyi nodded affirmatively. Let us go. Lu Feng grasped the sharpened wooden spear and stepped out of the refuge first. His voice regained its icy composure and steadiness. Remember, stay close to me, do not touch anything indiscriminately, and avoid making loud noises. Understood, Zhou Shiyi replied with determination, hastening to keep pace with him. The morning sunlight filtered through the layered foliage, casting mottled, fragmented shadows upon the ground. The island's jungle, having shed the terrors of night, still brimmed with the unknown and a deathly silence. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, while an array of unfamiliar insects and birds filled the atmosphere with their calls, like countless eyes lurking in the shadows. Lu Feng, spear in hand, led the way with each step taken with unwavering steadiness, reminiscent of a solitary wolf entering a hunting ground. His gaze was no longer the tranquil demeanor of everyday life. Instead, it scanned every inch of the surrounding environment with vigilance. Zhou Shiyi remained closely behind him, her palms clammy with anxiety, her breaths barely audible. This was the true essence of a deserted island, where the unknown lay in wait beneath each shadow, anticipating their arrival. Chapter 13. The Venomous Serpent Deep Within the Jungle. The atmosphere was damp and chilling. Yesterday, Zhou Shiyi dared only to linger at the periphery, collecting the most conspicuous dry twigs. Now, she followed closely behind Lu Feng, mirroring his cautious steps. The gnarled roots sprawled across the ground like serpents, cloaked in a slick layer of dark green moss, posing a risk of slipping with the slightest misstep. Lu Feng, armed with a wooden spear, moved at a measured pace, each step imbued with extraordinary steadiness. Occasionally, he would use the spear's tip to clear away the drooping vines and obstructive shrubs, forging a narrow path barely wide enough for passage. Zhou Shiyi's gaze instinctively fell upon his broad and stable back, finding solace in his presence. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Feng's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. He raised a hand, signaling silence. Zhou Shiyi's heart raced, rising to her throat as she held her breath. Lu Feng slowly crouched down, his eyes fixated on a patch of damp earth. Their series of tiny, star-shaped footprints led deeper into the jungle. The prints were diminutive, seemingly not indicative of a creature bearing significant threat. A bird? Zhou Shiyi whispered her conjecture. Lu Feng shook his head, gently probing the edge of the footprints with the spear's tip, assessing the soil's moisture. They had been made not long ago. He stood upright, his gaze sharp, following the direction of the tracks. Stay close and remain silent. They advanced several dozen meters further. Suddenly, the dense thicket gave way to a clearing. Before them lay a small expanse of slightly elevated ground, where the vegetation was less dense than before. Sunlight poured down, dispelling some of the chill that lingered in the woods. At that moment, Zhou Shiyi's pupils dilated in alarm. Instinctively, she clutched Lu Feng's arm tightly, pointing toward a nearby low tree. There, a vividly colored snake, over 2 meters long, coiled amidst the grass. Its forked tongue flickered, producing a subtle yet sinister hiss. The triangular head was held high, cold, vertical pupils fixating on them. The snake's strikingly vibrant colors were nature's most blatant and lethal warning. A venomous serpent. Zhou Shiyi's scalp prickled with fear, a chilling sensation surging from her soles to the crown of her head, leaving her body rigid, as if frozen in an instant. Do not move. Lu Feng's voice was deep and hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Without turning, he grasped Zhou Shiyi's wrist, pulling her firmly behind him. Gradually, they retreated to the shelter of a large tree, instructed to avoid looking back or making a sound. His words pierced through Zhou Shiyi's paralyzed consciousness, dispelling the icy grip of fear. Almost instinctively, she began to step back, one stiff movement after another. It was only when her back collided solidly with the rough bark of the tree that her legs buckled, collapsing to the ground as worry for Lu Feng began to take root in her mind. As Lu Feng, at the same moment that Zhou Shiyi retreated, felt his body suddenly sink, his legs slightly bent, grounding himself to the lowest point. He gripped the wooden spear tightly with both hands, positioning it horizontally before him. Sweat instantly seeped from his palms, rendering the rough wooden shaft somewhat slick. The spear tip, trembling uncontrollably from his arm, quivered slightly in the direction of the venomous serpent. In this tranquil glade, a deadly standoff unfolded between man and snake. The air felt thick, almost stagnant. The vividly colored viper sensed the looming threat, coiling its body tighter. Its triangular head raised high, akin to a spring compressed to its utmost limit, poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. After Zhou Shiyi distanced herself, Lu Feng began to retreat cautiously. Yet, The snake advanced further, indicating it would not relent. Lu Feng's mind raced with fervor. This was not chaos, but a supercharged clarity forced by desperation. The survival knowledge he had rehearsed countless times became his sole defense against the primal fear that gripped him. He understood that fleeing was not an option, nor could he attack recklessly. Any unnecessary movement could invite a fatal strike, as swift as lightning. He fixated on the serpent, compelling himself to recall the documentaries and texts he had studied. The optimal distance for an attack, the appropriate stance, the snake's vulnerable spot. Time stretched painfully, each second dragging on. Finally, the viper lost all patience. Its body coiled abruptly, like a spring ready to snap. Now, just before the serpent launched itself, Lu Feng's taut nerves propelled him instinctively to lunge sideways forward. Whoosh! A colorful blur, accompanied by a foul gust, zipped past his original position in a flash. He had evaded it, yet Lu Feng's heart plummeted. The snake's strike had missed, but its body twisted with the momentum, its triangular head tracing an eerie arc through the air, aiming at him once more. The second attack would come swifter. Time was slipping away. Lu Feng roared. He summoned every ounce of strength from his core, twisting his body and channeling all his force in his arm, striking upward with ferocity. Thud! A resounding impact echoed as the wooden spear struck the serpent's midsection with tremendous force, sending it soaring off the ground, crashing violently into a nearby tree trunk, producing a dull thud before tumbling to the ground. But it was not dead. It writhed, its body contorting unnaturally, yet the triangular head rose defiantly once more, cold, vertical pupils fixating on Lu Feng. It was preparing to retaliate. In that moment, Lu Feng's pupils constricted to pinpricks. "Damn it, I'll fight you," he cursed, as the adrenaline-fueled frenzy obliterated any lingering fear. He leaped from the ground, raising the wooden spear high above his head like a madman devoid of reason, relentlessly striking down upon the venomous serpent that still clung to his body. With all his might, he hammered down again and again. Thud! 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 The spearhead and shaft struck wildly at the serpent's head and body. Soil, blades of grass, and the nauseating mixture of crimson and white splattered everywhere, mingling with the serpent's iridescent scales. Zhou Shiyi stood in stunned silence, her eyes wide as she witnessed the usually composed and steady man descend into madness, employing the most primal and sanguinary means to reduce a lethal creature to a mere puddle of muck. It was only when the serpent's body, from its frantic thrashing, gradually became rigid and still that Lu Feng's frenzied assault abruptly ceased. He was utterly exhausted, his hands still raised with the filthy spear, gasping for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows. With a clatter, the spear slipped from his weakened grasp. As the adrenaline faded, an overwhelming sense of dread and fatigue surged over him like a flood, submerging him instantly. His legs buckled, unable to support him any longer, and he collapsed onto the ground. A wave of nausea surged through him, and he violently turned his head, retching forth the water and stomach acid he had consumed that morning. Zhou Shiyi watched Lu Feng's ashen face, his hands trembling uncontrollably, and his disheveled form as he vomited. The fear that had gripped her heart was unexpectedly replaced by an overwhelming wave of compassion. He was not invincible. He too could feel fear. After what felt like an eternity, Lu Feng finally managed to steady himself against the ground, swaying as he stood. He withdrew the spear, glancing at the repugnant mixture on its tip, a wave of nausea rolling through him once more. Turning to face Zhou Shiyi, whose tear-streaked face mirrored despair, his lips moved. Yet, as the words formed on the tip of his tongue, they emerged as a hoarse whisper tinged with fear and weakness. "Did you see? This is the deserted island." Chapter 14. The use of spoils. Lu Feng's gaze fell upon the pale, tear-streaked visage before him. His chest heaved violently, his voice imbued with a sense of relief that accompanied surviving a harrowing ordeal. "Now, do you understand?" he said. "Here, a moment of distraction could cost us our lives." Zhou Shiyi's lips moved, yet no sound escaped. She could only muster the strength to nod emphatically, tears once more blurring her vision. Lu Feng chose not to utter another word. At times, The visceral experience of facing death speaks louder than any words could convey. He steadied himself on his trembling knees, inhaling deeply to suppress the turmoil in his stomach. Drawing forth a bloody dagger, he acted swiftly. The vibrant serpent's head was severed cleanly, tossed aside into the depths of an untrammeled thicket with a flick of his spear. He did not glance back at the fallen head. Having completed this act, Lu Feng's attention finally settled on the robust body of the serpent, now devoid of its head. He grasped it firmly and draped it across his neck, the weight, a hefty dozen pounds, settling heavily upon him. As he regarded this trophy of his conquest, the earlier trepidation within him gradually yielded to a sense of triumph. After days of subsisting solely on dry, hard bread, his stomach was an empty void. The mere thought of the succulent serpent meat sizzling over the flames, releasing an intoxicating aroma, caused his throat to involuntarily constrict, and a smile, undeniably wild, curved upon his lips. Zhou Shiyi observed the sudden smile that illuminated his face, so starkly different from his usual stoicism, now radiating a primal satisfaction. She felt a mixture of confusion and bewilderment. How could he smile after such a brush with death? This creature, which had instilled such fear moments ago, surely bore venom. Her voice trembled as she inquired, "Can we eat it?" Turning his head, Lu Feng's smile diminished slightly, replaced by a reassuring demeanor. "Do not worry," he said, his voice returning to its customary steadiness. "The venom resides solely in the fangs and glands. The flesh is safe to consume. As long as it is thoroughly cooked, it will be a delightful feast." With newfound bounty in hand, Lu Feng resolved to return immediately. The atmosphere on the way back grew strangely silent. Zhou Shiyi trailed behind him, the faint scent of blood lingering in the air, her gaze involuntarily darting to the vibrant serpent draped across his shoulders. The serpent swayed gently with his movements, its cold scales occasionally brushing against his neck, yet he appeared oblivious. As fear receded, a more intricate emotion took hold within Zhou Shiyi. She regarded the steadfast figure before her, then glanced at the lethal creature that had recently sought their demise, now transformed into a trophy upon his shoulder. To accompany this man in the world was the greatest fortune she could ever hope for. Upon returning to the refuge, Lu Feng cast the serpent's carcass to the ground, producing a muffled thud. He reached for a bottle of water, first offering it to Zhou Shiyi before taking another for himself, draining the remaining half in one go, which alleviated the burning sensation in his throat somewhat. He extracted a dagger from the box, designating it for the sole purpose of food preparation henceforth. As he spoke, he crouched down, his movements executed with an alarming proficiency. In his mind, the countless survival documentaries he had watched flashed by in rapid succession. How to skin, how to eviscerate, how to process glands. He inhaled deeply, clearing his thoughts, and tentatively pressed the blade's tip against the serpent's flesh, 7 inches beneath its head. It was not as smooth as he had imagined. The resilience of the snake's hide exceeded his expectations. Lu Feng furrowed his brow slightly, adjusting the angle and pressure, and the blade penetrated at an exceedingly tricky angle. With a hiss, a precise incision was finally made. He did not relent for a moment. The blade descended steadily and slowly, inch by inch, until it reached the end. This process was somewhat clumsy, with moments where he nearly pierced the gallbladder. Yet he remained intensely focused, beads of sweat forming at his temples. Zhou Shiyi knelt nearby, her gaze fixed upon him without a blink. Her stomach churned not in disgust, but in awe, for the terror and nausea had been thoroughly purged by their earlier life-and-death struggle and Lu Feng's subsequent retching. At this moment, she beheld not a repugnant dead snake, but rather their sumptuous feast. She admired the concentration on Lu Feng's profile, her eyes brimming with admiration. At last, a complete snake's skin was peeled away, albeit somewhat awkwardly, yet remarkably intact. His technique may have lacked finesse, but the outcome was commendable. She observed as Lu Feng, unflinching, extracted a dark green gallbladder, the size of a pigeon's egg, from within the entrails, carefully placing it upon a clean leaf. He then meticulously removed the remaining innards, contrasting sharply with his earlier decisiveness while handling the snake's head. Now, he resembled a seasoned hunter, discerning the value of each prize with utmost care. Zhou Shiyi noticed that Lu Feng did not discard all the internal organs. He selected certain parts that were distinctly different in color and texture, wrapping them delicately in the same clean leaf that held the gallbladder, setting them aside. These Lu Feng's brow glistened with fine sweat, his voice low and focused. Can serve as bait. He cast a glance at Zhou Shiyi, noticing her confusion, and added, they can be used for fishing or setting traps later. Realization dawned upon her as she nodded, her respect for him deepening further. As Lu Feng continued his task, he explained without lifting his gaze, considering every detail with remarkable thoroughness. Zhou Shiyi silently watched, rendered speechless. She perceived that the man before her was not merely her lifeline. He resembled a living encyclopedia of the wilderness, illuminating the faintest glimmers of hope amidst her despair. What remained was a lengthy, firm, and pearly white serpent's flesh. Lu Feng meticulously sliced it into several clean segments. Under the sunlight, the serpent meat exuded an enticing ivory hue. Having completed this task, he exhaled deeply. Several dozen pounds of meat were ample for them to indulge for an entire week. He picked up the most succulent piece of serpent meat, intending to skewer it for roasting to satiate his hunger. Yet at that very moment, a thought echoed within his mind. Lifeless matter. Previously, he had returned only inanimate industrial products, daggers, bread, bottled water. But what of this freshly deceased carcass, still warm? Could it be considered an item? As this notion sprouted, it proliferated in his mind like a rampant vine. Lu Feng's heartbeat inexplicably quickened, racing even faster than when he faced the venomous snake. He compelled himself to regain composure, immersing his thoughts within. Return. This snake. He did not immediately confirm, merely issuing a tentative command in his mind. The next instant, an icy blue light curtain unfurled before him. Returned item confirmed. Processed serpent carcass 1. Warning, this item is an organic entity. Returning it will eliminate all residual toxins and optimize it to the best edible state. Return multiplier 5 times. This return will consume 1 return opportunity, generating 5 new, processed, toxin-free serpent meats weighing 18 pounds each. Confirm? It truly was possible. Lu Feng's breath caught in his throat. A surge of ecstasy erupted within him, akin to a volcanic explosion, instantaneously elevating his spirits. Lifeless entities could indeed be returned. Furthermore, the system would automatically optimize, purging toxins and rendering it into the finest condition. With but a thought, the several dozen pounds of serpent meat before him could transform into nearly 100. This provoked an overwhelming urge to return it immediately. However, just as he was about to confirm, another thought brought him back to tranquility. Wait. Chapter 15. The feast of snake meat. The confirmation that was poised to escape from Lu Feng's lips was abruptly stifled. Nearly 100 pounds of fresh meat. On this humid and sweltering island, devoid of salt and refrigeration, would swiftly decay and emit a foul stench within 2 days. Ultimately, it would transform into a heap of refuse, attracting flies and pathogens, leading to the squandered opportunity of a precious return. The breath that had quickened in ecstasy now steadied. He must devise a dependable method to preserve the food for an extended period. Salting? There's no salt. Air drying? Too slow. The damp air would only invite lethal mold before the meat could dry. Smoking. Utilizing the smoke from incomplete combustion to dry the food not only dehydrates, but also employs phenolic compounds in the smoke to kill bacteria and preserve the meat while imparting a unique flavor. This is the most primitive, yet currently the only efficacious method. With this realization, Lu Feng felt no hesitation. Come over and assist, he commanded, his voice devoid of emotion. Chillingly calm. We must process this meat swiftly into jerky. Zhou Shiyi paused, taken aback by the sight of the snake on the ground. But she promptly stood and hurried to his side. All right. Lu Feng stepped outside the shelter to find a slightly elevated and relatively dry patch of ground. He swiftly excavated a pit 1/2 meter deep with his dagger. Zhou Shiyi. Ah, yes. She was startled by a sudden call. Go to the edge of the forest and gather as many green, moist branches as you can. The more, the better, Lu Feng instructed without looking up. And remember, do not venture too deep. Got it. I'm on it. With a clear task, Zhou Shiyi set off at a brisk pace towards the forest's edge. In the interim, Liu Feng did not remain idle. He entered the woods, using his dagger to cut several straight, sturdy sticks for supports, and discovered a vine he referred to as bullwhip vine. Grasping both ends of the vine, he tightened his muscles and pulled with all his strength, producing a creaking sound, revealing its remarkable resilience. Having confirmed its material, he swiftly constructed a stable lattice grill above the pit using the vines and sticks, securing each joint with intricate knots. A perfect and rudimentary smoking apparatus had taken shape. Once this was completed, Liu Feng returned to the shelter, his gaze falling upon the solitary snake carcass. He inhaled deeply, centering his mind, confirming the return. Zhou Shiyi, who was just straightening up after placing her last bundle of branches, suddenly froze. The scene before her rendered her mind blank. The processed snake carcass had vanished into thin air. In its place stood a mountain of meat, 5 entire snakes, each more robust and plump than the last. Impeccably cleaned and flawlessly white, had materialized. They were stacked together like a small hill glistening with the sheen of jade. The air was instantly filled with a distinctive sweet and meaty aroma of fresh flesh. Ah! Zhou Shiyi's mouth unconsciously fell open. Do not be astonished. Hasten to your tasks. Liu Feng's voice roused her from her stupor. This meat must be entirely processed today, or it will spoil. He drew out another knife, specifically designated for food preparation, and first cut off approximately 10 pounds of meat, setting it aside as their rations for the coming days. The remaining nearly 100 pounds of snake meat was swiftly sliced into evenly thick strips. Under Zhou Shiyi's still-dazed gaze, he meticulously hung the strips densely upon the newly erected grill. Once this was accomplished, he carefully relocated several pieces of glowing charcoal from the campfire to the bottom of the pit. Then, he layered the branches Zhou Shiyi had brought back over the charcoal. Sizzle, an aromatic, herbaceous smoke surged into the sky, enveloping the entire grill, along with the nearly 100 pounds of snake meat suspended above. Thus began a grand undertaking of food preservation on this solitary island, executed in the most primitive manner. Having completed all of this, Liu Feng finally exhaled in relief. He brushed the dirt from his hands and turned to walk back to the shelter. The remaining segment of the most succulent snake meat lay quietly, awaiting its transformation into their first feast after survival. Liu Feng cut it into fist-sized chunks, carefully skewering each piece with a sharpened stick. He placed the skewers over the fire. Sizzle, sizzle. The snake meat rapidly shrank and tightened under the flames. The surface of the white meat gradually took on an enticing golden hue. Glimmering fat was rendered out drop by drop, falling into the fire below and igniting bursts of fragrant sparks. An indescribable, overpowering aroma filled the entire shelter, invading both of their nostrils with a feral insistence. Gurgle. Zhou Shiyi's stomach emitted an exceptionally loud, uncontrollable lament. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she bashfully lowered her head. Yet, her eyes remained fixed on the skewers of meat slowly browning before her, her throat involuntarily bobbing. Observing her with the appetite of a small, eager cat, Liu Feng revealed a faint smile. He picked up a perfectly grilled skewer, gently blowing on it before offering it to her. Go ahead, eat. Zhou Shiyi cautiously accepted it. The searing heat distinctly transmitted through the stick to her fingertips. She could no longer concern herself with any semblance of ladle-like decorum. She bit into the sizzling, oily meat with fervor. Scalding, fragrant, tender, and springy. The rich juices exploded in her mouth with the raw, primal savor of protein overwhelming her taste buds in an instant. At that moment, flashes of the expensive steaks she had once savored in Michelin-starred restaurants and exquisitely crafted dishes danced through her mind. Yet, those flavors seemed so pale and powerless in comparison to this most rudimentary roasted meat before her. This is not merely the taste of food. It embodies the essence of life, the flavor of survival after calamity, the savor of hope. Tears, unbidden, welled up once more, yet this time. They were both scalding and blissful. As she wept, she savored each mouthful, her lips glistening with grease, a delightful mess, yet profoundly genuine. Lu Feng also seized a skewer and took a bite. The meat was remarkably succulent, far surpassing his expectations. The gnawing hunger within him was swiftly assuaged by this tangible sustenance. A warm current surged from his stomach, spreading throughout his limbs, dispelling all remnants of fear and fatigue. The two remained silent, absorbed in the moment, relishing this hard-won meal. Within the shack, the only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the contented sounds of chewing. Outside, thick smoke billowed from the smoking pit. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the roof, enveloping them in warmth and tranquility. Chapter 16. The new home plan, a sumptuous feast, allowed every cell in Zhou Shiyi's body to unfurl with delight. Leaning against a wooden crate, she contently caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, enveloped in a long-lost sense of happiness. The tranquility that followed the ordeal was intoxicating. However, Lu Feng did not succumb to this fleeting peace. He meticulously consumed the last morsel of snake meat from the skewer, his keen gaze sweeping over the humble shelter that had been their refuge for 2 nights. Silent, he rose, drawing a dagger from his waist and crouching down. The cold tip of the blade gently traced the gap between 2 wooden planks, producing a faint, grating sound that sent a shiver down the spine. Zhou Shiyi's smile faltered as she regarded him with confusion. Lu Feng pried up a small clump of damp, moldy earth from the crevice with the dagger's tip, rolling it between his fingers before presenting it to her. This substance barely qualified as a windbreak. He then gestured with the blade towards the sparse foliage and palm fronds above them. While they might shield from the sun, should a tropical downpour, common in this season, strike, within 5 minutes, they would be drenched to the skin. At that point, when the fire extinguished, the threat of hypothermia would become the most perilous. His every word fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the comfort that had just begun to rise within Zhou Shiyi. The color drained from her face at an alarming rate. Observing her swift change in demeanor, Lu Feng stood and stepped out onto the sandy ground, withdrawing his dagger once more to sketch a clearer outline in the sand. It depicted a more complex structure with a slanted roof, an architectural blueprint for a genuine shelter. "We must construct a proper refuge," he stated, his voice soft yet resonant, akin to a stone cast into the tranquil waters of Zhou Shiyi's heart. She abruptly lifted her gaze. Lu Feng traced the framework of the sketch with the dagger's point. His eyes ignited with a flame of creation that she had never witnessed before. "First, we need to reinforce and waterproof it." He indicated the blueprint, advocating for sturdier timber to serve as pillars and beams, while layering broad leaves, such as banana leaves, atop the roof to ensure true rain protection. With his dagger, he inscribed 2 rectangular protrusions within the shelter's interior. "Next, beds. We must create elevated sleeping platforms, at least half a meter off the ground. This will effectively isolate us from the dampness of the earth and significantly reduce the risk of snakes and insects intruding at night." Finally, he delineated a semicircular area constructed of stone beside the main structure. "Third, we must establish functional zones. The cooking and heating area should be separate from our sleeping quarters. A safe stone stove must be built for cooking, ensuring fire safety and preventing smoke from infiltrating our resting space." The planning on the sandy ground was simple yet rough, a testament to their resolve. Yet in the eyes of Zhou Shiyi, it appeared as a grand blueprint. She gazed upon the elevated bed, the roof that could shield from wind and rain, the independent kitchen. These fundamental elements of civilized society stirred within her an unprecedented sense of awe. The fleeting images of squandered time in malls and youth wasted at parties raced through her mind, rapidly fading into pallor and emptiness. For the first time, she realized that Lu Feng's aspirations transcended mere survival. With his hands, he was crafting, amidst this untamed wilderness, a home that belonged to the two of them. An indescribable surge of emotion erupted from the depths of her heart, dispelling all fear and confusion. In her eyes, a new, fervent light reignited. What can I do?" Lu Feng lifted his gaze to meet hers, nodding with satisfaction at the brilliance he saw reflected there. "I'll handle the heavy labor. You venture to the outskirts of the jungle and gather all the broad leaves and dry twigs you can find. Collect as many as possible. Remember, safety first. Do not venture too deep." "All right." Zhou Shiyi nodded vigorously, as if making a solemn vow. She sprang to her feet without a moment's hesitation, turning swiftly towards the jungle. Observing her spirited silhouette, Lu Feng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. The two of them, with clearly defined roles, embarked on their first substantial gathering to build their new home. Lu Feng, armed with a dagger, roamed the jungle like an indefatigable beast, searching for and felling suitable timber. Sturdy posts, straight beams, and abundant, resilient vines were dragged back to the shelter under his tireless efforts. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyi buzzed about like a diligent worker bee. She adhered strictly to Lu Feng's instructions, operating only on the fringes of the jungle. While collecting a large banana leaf, the sharp edge grazed her finger, drawing forth a tiny bead of blood. She merely frowned, instinctively sucking her finger, and continued her labor, tirelessly hauling various broadleaf plants back to the camp. As dusk approached, painting the entire beach in a warm golden hue, the two surveyed the towering pile of materials beside their camp. Although weary to the point of nearly collapsing, their hearts brimmed with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Lu Feng approached the smoking pit, where the rich aroma of smoke intermingled with the scent of meat, creating a unique and reassuring atmosphere. He prodded the damp branches weighing down the top with a stick and retrieved the first batch of smoked snake jerky. The strips had become dry and firm, showcasing a beautiful tea-brown hue, their surfaces glistening with a layer of charred fat. Without uttering a word, he quietly broke off a small piece and offered it to Zhou Shiyi, who was equally weary and drenched in sweat. She accepted it and placed it in her mouth. It was dry, savory, imbued with the essence of smoke. This was not merely the taste of food. It was the flavor of hope for a future life. Chapter 17, The First Bed on the Deserted Island. As nightfall descended silently upon the island, the crackling campfire flickered, casting a warm orange glow that dispelled the last remnants of daylight and illuminated two contented faces. A sumptuous meal had relaxed every cell in their bodies, and Zhou Shiyi leaned against a wooden crate, gently caressing her slightly protruding abdomen, relishing the delightful sensation of satiety. Observing this scene, Lu Feng felt his heart swell with fulfillment. Yet, this fleeting warmth did not allow him to lower his guard. He yearned to protect that smile. His gaze shifted to the pile of materials, and he sensed that there was still time to construct a bed. Without uttering a word, he rose silently, drew his dagger from his waist, and picked up a sturdy hardwood log as thick as his arm, which he had dragged back earlier in the afternoon. Squatting beneath the firelight, the dagger in his hand became an extension of his body as he began to carve the rough end of the wood with unwavering focus. Wood shavings fell like gentle rain, gradually shaping a rudimentary yet precise tenon. He was preparing the support posts for their new shelter. Zhou Shiyi watched his tireless, concentrated profile, the firelight dancing across the angles of his face, casting deep shadows. Her smile slowly faded, replaced by a deeper emotion that stirred within her. She chose not to disturb him, but instead rose willingly to assist, moving to the towering pile of materials to organize them. She sorted the resilient vines by thickness and carefully stacked the broad banana leaves together. As the night deepened and the sea breeze began to rise, the campfire crackled amidst their labor in silence. Although no words were exchanged between them, an unspoken understanding blossomed through their shared task. Tonight, they would assemble the bed. Lu Feng shifted his gaze from his woodworking and glanced at the sky. Yes, Zhou Shiyi nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Under his guidance, the two of them worked together to drive the 4 stout wooden posts into the pre-marked positions in the sand, using stones as hammers with significant effort. Next came the fixation of the crossbeams. With hands that seemed to possess a touch of magic, Lu Feng intricately bound the resilient vines to secure the beams and posts together with astonishing strength. The most crucial step was constructing the bed frame. By weaving the vines into a net, they achieved a structure that was both breathable and elastic. Lu Feng picked up several prepared cowhide vines and demonstrated a simple technique. Zhou Shiyi imitated his movements, clumsily tugging at the tough vines. However, the vines were both rigid and slippery, frequently slipping from her fingers. The resilient vines proved obstinate, and their rough texture left red marks on her delicate palms, with one thorny barb even drawing a tiny bead of blood. After struggling to weave a few strands, Any release of her grip caused the entire structure to collapse. I can't do it, she murmured, a hint of frustration lacing her voice, unawares of the underlying vulnerability as she gazed at her uncooperative hands. Lu Feng paused his work and stepped behind her. His gaze fell upon her flushed palms and the glaring trace of blood, and his brows subtly furrowed. Leaning slightly forward, he remained silent, extending his hands to envelop her slightly helpless fingers, along with the vine she held within his grasp. You must pass through here, he instructed, his chest nearly brushing against her back, his warm breath caressing her ear with a deep, resonant voice. He then maneuvered from below, securing a hold. Zhou Shiyi's body instantly stiffened, a jolt of electricity coursing through her as his palm connected with her skin. She could distinctly feel the warmth and roughness of his hand, and the unique scent of a man, mingled with sweat, smoke, and a faint metallic tang of blood, enveloped her senses. Her cheeks flushed crimson under the dim firelight. Concentrate. Stay focused. His voice regained its steadiness. Without further contemplation, he guided her hand through, around, and pulled tight. Something in the air was quietly fermenting, blossoming. At last, a sturdy bed, sufficient for two to lie side by side, elevated half a meter off the ground, was completed. Though the vine weave was not perfectly regular, it was remarkably sturdy. Both gazed at the bed, a testament to their shared toil, feeling a peculiar satisfaction. Lu Feng fetched a thick pile of soft hay from the side, evenly spreading it over the vine net, then layered it with broad banana leaves. He was the first to lie down, testing the bed, which creaked gently, offering a reassuring elasticity. Turning his head, he observed Zhou Shiyi, who avoided his gaze, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment. He gently patted the inner side of the bed. The night had grown quite deep. The flickering firelight elongated their shadows, dancing gently against the wooden wall behind them. Zhou Shiyi's cheeks felt warm. Biting her lip, she sat in the spot he had patted, then slowly reclined, curling herself into the innermost corner. Only then did Lu Feng lie down beside her, a fist distance apart. The darkness amplified every sensation. She could hear his steady breathing, as if it were right beside her. She felt the warmth radiating from him, an invisible barrier that completely insulated her from the night's chill and the unknown fears lurking beyond. Unlike the previous 2 nights spent curled on the cold wooden planks, the bed made of vines and hay offered a resilient support, cradling her body securely. This stability allowed her taut nerves to finally exhale. In a daze, she shifted slightly, seeking a more comfortable position. Her cool fingertips inadvertently brushed against a warm and firm skin, his hand. In an instant, Lu Feng's body tensed. He could distinctly feel the icy chill of the fingertips that grazed the back of his hand, trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Shiyi, too, was frozen in place as if paralyzed, her breath momentarily suspended. She yearned to withdraw her hand, but her mind was a blank slate, and her body refused to obey. The warmth of his skin exerted a fatal allure, rendering her immobile. Embarrassment and panic were magnified infinitely in the darkness. The air felt as though it had solidified. The crackling of the campfire resonated with an unusual clarity at that moment. Lu Feng tilted his head slightly, and in the dim light of the flames, he could only discern the hazy outline of her curled figure. His mind, too, was engulfed in a tempest. Food was abundant, water was temporarily sufficient, and the smoked meat hung just outside. A true home was on the verge of taking shape. Since their arrival on the deserted island, the taut string of survival had finally found a moment of respite. He recalled her finger cut by a leaf while foraging for materials during the day. He remembered how, despite her evident fear, she had rushed over to offer help, and he thought of her adorable visage, devouring roasted meat with grease smudging her mouth. The campus belle was no longer the unattainable goddess of their school days. She was a living, breathing individual who felt fear, shed tears, and experienced hunger, yet was also striving to be resilient, his partner lying right beside him at this very moment. Lu Feng's heart inexplicably softened. His taut muscles began to relax, slowly. After a brief pause, he remained silent, gently and resolutely rotating his wrist to envelop that icy, trembling little hand within his own palm. Zhou Shiyi felt her heart begin to race uncontrollably. A torrent of fervent warmth surged from their clasped hands, assertively dispelling the chill from her fingertips and spreading throughout her body. Her cheeks, hidden in the shadows where the firelight did not reach, burned with a heat that could fry an egg. She wished to struggle, yet from deep within her, an indescribable longing surged, rendering her powerless. Ultimately, she slowly released her small fist. Chapter 18. The Transformative Critical Strike. The Iron Age. As the first rays of dawn struggled to pierce through the crevices of the shabby roof, casting mottled beams of light in the dimness, Lu Feng's consciousness gradually surfaced from the depths of chaos. The first sensation to register was a profound numbness in his arm, a lingering ache, as if it had been compressed under a heavy weight for an interminable time, impeding the flow of blood. Following, there was a warmth, astonishingly soft, enveloping him closely. A gentle warmth, imbued with a subtle fragrance, pressed tightly against his chest. His numb arm, meanwhile, was ensconced within an indescribable realm of lush, resilient softness. Lu Feng's mind faltered for half a second as he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharpening in focus. A serene and peaceful visage lay just inches away. He realized that Zhou Shiyi had, unbeknownst to him, curled up in his embrace like a cat seeking solace. Her head rested upon his shoulder, one hand unconsciously clutching at his clothing, their bodies fitting together seamlessly. His arm, serving as a makeshift pillow, was snugly enveloped by her ample bosom, pressed firmly against him. A mix of amusement and bewilderment washed over Lu Feng as he felt the peculiar sensations coursing through his arm, along with a certain part of his body that, in the early morning light, stood defiantly and uncontrollably proud. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress the ripples of emotion and the stirrings within. Yet his gaze was irresistibly drawn to her. In her slumber, Zhou Shiyi had shed all defenses and trepidations. Her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath her closed eyelids. Her lips slightly pursed, breathing evenly and steadily. Lu Feng's heart was tenderly stirred by this enchanting sight. At that very moment, a cerulean light abruptly erupted within his mind. Intimacy, behavior, determination. A proactive, trusting embrace. Today's maximum return multiplier has been refreshed to 6 times. Available return opportunities today, 2. Congratulations, host. This intimate act has triggered a special reward. Adaptation to Transformative Critical Strike 1. 6-fold. Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. A transformative critical strike? His breath caught in his throat, and his heart trembled with exhilaration. Previous returns had merely been quantitative increases. This was a qualitative leap. The phrase adaptation ignited a fervor within him. Did this imply that the system would generate returned items based on his most pressing needs? If that were indeed the case. The day was still young, the eastern horizon barely tinged with the light of dawn. Zhou Shiyi, nestled in his arms, remained deeply asleep, showing no signs of waking. Lu Feng wished to disturb her not, pondering instead how best to utilize this significant return. Food and water were already abundant. What he lacked most urgently were production tools. He reached for the dagger he had placed upon the bedside. He silently intoned, "Return item confirmed. Slightly worn, exquisite dagger. Return multiplier, 6 times. This time will consume 1 return chance." Due to triggering the adaptive nature's critical strike, a set of Pioneer toolbox will be generated, comprising a hatchet, a multifunctional spade, a multifunctional knife, and a wire saw. Do you confirm? Upon seeing the multifunctional spade, hatchet, multifunctional knife, and wire saw, Lu Feng's heart began to race uncontrollably. No, because there are a total of 5 daggers, allowing for the return of 5 sets. He gazed at Zhou Shiyi's sweet, sleeping visage, feeling the warmth in his embrace. A surge of unprecedented motivation blossomed deep within him. He aspired to construct a true home here. After an undetermined period, Zhou Shiyi's eyelashes fluttered gently, and she awakened languidly. It felt as though she had been resting in an incredibly warm and comfortable harbor, her entire being languorous yet invigorated. Instinctively, she snuggled. This pillow, so comfortable. She drowsily opened her eyes to find a face, mere inches away, adorned with a hint of playful mirth. Boom! Zhou Shiyi's mind seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt, instantly blank. She abruptly looked down, finally comprehending her current position, her body entangled around Liu Feng like an octopus. Gripping his clothing, her head resting upon his shoulder and her chest. Ah! She let out a sharp gasp, akin to a startled rabbit, abruptly releasing her grip and springing back. The sensation of skin brushing against fabric, coupled with the strength emanating from his solid arm, caused her cheeks to flush crimson. I didn't mean to, she stammered, wishing fervently to disappear into the ground. I know, Liu Feng replied, sitting up, a disarming smile still gracing his features. Did you sleep well? Yes, Zhou Shiyi mumbled, her voice barely audible, her hands anxiously twisting the hem of her shirt. After a brief moment of awkwardness, they silently finished their breakfast. The smoked snake jerky, though tough, became increasingly flavorful with each bite. Once they had finished eating, Liu Feng wiped his hands and rose to his feet. Are you ready? He asked, looking at Zhou Shiyi, his eyes sparkling with an excitement she could not comprehend, ready to witness a miracle. He produced 5 daggers. I shall commence the return now. He delved deep into his mind, issuing the command. Return items confirmed. Excellent daggers X5. Return multiplier 6x. This will consume 1 return chance. This time, a critical strike of adaptive quality has been achieved, generating 6 survival iron tool gift packs, including a multifunctional spade, iron axe head, multifunctional knife, and wire saw. Do you confirm? Confirm return. Zhou Shiyi watched him curiously, unsure what further wonders the daggers could produce. The next moment, a dazzling blue lightning flashed across the open space in front of the shed. Immediately following was a cacophony of crisp, resounding metallic clashes. As the noise subsided, Zhou Shiyi's mouth slowly fell open, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Before their eyes, 6 heaps of pristine iron tools, gleaming with a cold metallic luster, materialized upon the vacant ground. Each pile contained 4 distinct items. A mountain axe, glimmering with a chilling light, its blade exquisitely sharp and its handle crafted from robust hardwood. Perfectly ergonomic, a heavy, jet-black multifunctional spade, one side adorned with razor-sharp teeth and the other with a formidable pickaxe head, exuding an aura of invincibility. A versatile military knife, far surpassing the humble dagger previously encountered, complete with a sheath and a slender, glimmering steel wire saw. In total, 6 complete sets, 24 pieces of ultimate survival tools that could instantaneously elevate them from the Stone Age to the Iron Age, emerged seemingly out of thin air. This, Zhou Shiyi stammered, pointing at the pile of ironware, her tongue in a knot. She had believed she possessed sufficient understanding of Liu Feng's capabilities. Yet this scene utterly shattered her perceptions. However, an overwhelming joy soon followed. Indeed, witnessing a miracle, as she had said, Liu Feng's lips curled into a wild smile, his heart brimming with uncontainable elation. He stepped forward, grasping the weighty iron axe, feeling its cold, solid grip, and a profound sense of power surged within him, as if he could command the very world. With these tools, they could truly establish their foothold on this desolate island. Chapter 19. The charming Pikachu Zhou Shiyi remained enraptured by the overwhelming impact of the pile of iron tools. She cautiously approached, extending her slender fingers to gently brush against the cold blade of the axe. A robust, weighty sensation, imbued with the distinctive sharpness of metal, surged from her fingertips and coursed through her entire being. It was an undeniable sense of power, an absolute confidence capable of cleaving through thorns and severing obstacles. This unprecedented sense of reassurance allowed Zhou Shiyi's heart, which had been perpetually suspended in fear and uncertainty, to finally settle heavily back into place. Liu Feng had already calmed down from his initial ecstasy. He wasted no time, seizing an axe and gauging its weight. The perfect balance and tactile feel deepened the smile at the corners of his mouth. He approached a thick hardwood tree trunk, as robust as a thigh, which they had laboriously dragged back earlier. Despite spending half a day with a dagger, they had only managed to leave a faint white mark on it. Behold, Liu Feng turned to Zhou Shiyi. This is our new era. As soon as he spoke, his arm muscles tensed, and with a swift motion of his wrist, the hefty axe sliced through the air with a sharp glint, accompanied by a whistling breeze, and struck down with force. Clang! A resounding and weighty echo reverberated, as would splinters scattered like snowflakes. The hard wood, under the onslaught of the sharp blade, crumbled like tofu, the axe embedded deeply into the wood, nearly disappearing by a third. Zhou Shiyi's pupils constricted suddenly. Lu Feng withdrew the axe without a glance and struck again and again. Clang! 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 The rhythmic, powerful chopping resonated across the beach. Each sound struck Zhou Shiyi's heart like a hammer, shattering the last vestiges of her confusion about the future. In less than 10 minutes, the once insurmountable hardwood yielded to a crisp snap, cleanly severed into two pieces, revealing a smooth cut with the fresh scent of timber. The disparity in efficiency was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Zhou Shiyi gazed at Lu Feng's sweat-drenched back and the glimmering axe in his hand, a flame of admiration igniting in her eyes. Lu Feng discarded the axe and picked up a brand-new multi-functional entrenching tool, approaching Zhou Shiyi to present it to her. Your task today, he instructed, is to use this to deepen and level the 4 pillar pits we planned yesterday. Zhou Shiyi accepted the heavy entrenching tool, its metallic weight causing her arms to sink, yet she felt no resistance. Rather, a strong sense of participation surged within her. Mimicking the workers she had observed, she approached the first marked point, gripping the handle tightly, raised her foot, and with all her might, stomped down hard on the edge of the blade. With a satisfying slice, the previously stubborn sandy soil, which had resisted their efforts with sticks and hand tools, yielded effortlessly under the sharp edge of the shovel. An indescribable sense of power emanated from her feet, through the entrenching tool, and spread throughout her body. For the first time, she felt that she could use her hands to transform this land and create a future that belonged to them. I can, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she lifted her head in surprise. Then let us get to work. Lu Feng smiled, seized the axe once more, and strode toward the woods. Thus commenced a grand endeavor of construction. Lu Feng transformed into an indefatigable lumberjack, each swing of the axe signifying the birth of a worthy building material. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyi became the most dedicated logistical worker, using a spade to level the foundation, gradually deepening the holes for the 4 pillars, and transporting the excavated earth to designated spots. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and dirt adorned their cheeks. Yet the same fiery determination ignited in both their eyes. At noon, with the scorching sun hanging overhead, they paused briefly to rest. Zhou Shiyi opened her fair palm, which had developed several glistening blisters from the rough handle of the spade, stinging painfully. Yet, instead of lamenting her wounds, she wore a silly yet proud smile. For these scars were proof of her hard work. Lu Feng approached, his gaze falling on the blisters in her palm, and his brow furrowed ever so slightly. Without uttering a word, he quietly produced a new multi-functional army knife, unfolded a small blade, and held it over the fire for sterilization. Don't move, he said as he crouched down and grasped her wrist. His touch was gentle yet firm, leaving no room for resistance. Zhou Shiyi's heart raced, wanting to withdraw her hand, but he held it securely. With his head bowed and focused expression, Lu Feng carefully punctured the blisters with the knife's tip, gently squeezing out the fluid within. His movements were so tender, they felt less like treating a wound and more like sculpting a work of art. Once he completed this task, he glanced at his own tattered t-shirt, unhesitatingly tearing off a clean strip from the hem and meticulously bandaging her injured palm. The rough cloth wrapped around her delicate hand. Yet the tenderness of his care stirred her heart more than the finest silk ever could. Lowering her head, she gazed at his concentrated profile, her nose tinged with emotion, nearly bringing her to tears. In the afternoon, the construction resumed. Lu Feng retrieved a thin wire saw. He secured a prepared beam of wood and grasped both ends of the saw, beginning to pull back and forth, accompanied by a soft, rustling sound. 2 impeccably precise and smooth grooves were cut into the hardwood. He intended to use the oldest and most stable mortise and tenon structure to build this true home. As evening approached, when the sunset bathed the entire beach in warm, golden hues, The foundation of the new home was adorned with 4 sturdy pillars, as thick as arms, and 2 heavy beams, perfectly assembled. A robust and reliable frame for the house cast a long shadow in the sunset, revealing its initial and most enchanting silhouette. The 2 individuals stood side by side before the framework, gazing at the fruits of their labor, a profound sense of accomplishment, born of creation, swelling within their chests, alleviating much of their fatigue. Lu Feng's gaze shifted from the house's framework to Zhou Shiyi beside him. Her once beautiful dress was now marred with dirt and grass clippings, several areas torn by branches, rendering her quite disheveled. As for himself, his t-shirt was frayed at the hem, and his trousers bore multiple holes. They resembled a pair of refugees emerging from a refuse pile. Although they had secured food and the framework for shelter, the most basic necessity of clothing had become a new dilemma. Observing his tattered attire and the stacked logs intended for walls and roofing, a thought suddenly surfaced. There was still one opportunity for a return today. Clearing his throat, Lu Feng inquired, "Aside from this dress you are wearing, do you possess any other garments you wish to part with?" Huh? Zhou Shiyi, lost in her sense of achievement, was momentarily taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical question. Subsequently, realization dawned upon her, and her delicate face flushed bright red. Other garments apart from the dress, there remained only. Her mind went blank, her heart racing like a drum, rendering her speechless. Observing her embarrassment, which made her appear as if she wished to bury her head in the sand, Lu Feng also felt a twinge of awkwardness. He scratched his head and continued, "What I mean is we could return the dirty clothes, transforming them into new ones." Zhou Shiyi's face reddened further, her voice barely above a whisper then. "How should I give them to you?" The atmosphere shifted to one of ambiguity and embarrassment. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Feng devised a plan. "Let us do this. We'll both turn our backs, and no one is allowed to peek. When you're ready, just toss them to me." This proposal alleviated some of Zhou Shiyi's shame. She bit her lip, and after a lengthy pause, responded with a barely audible sound of agreement. The 2 turned in unison, standing back to back. Zhou Shiyi's heart raced, threatening to leap from her throat, and she could hear the rush of her blood. Closing her eyes, her hands trembled as she unfastened her dress. Then came the final barrier. Gripping the 2 small articles, imbued with her warmth, she felt as if she might faint from embarrassment. Finally, summoning her courage, she swiftly hurled them towards Lu Feng behind her. Lu Feng, anxiously awaiting, suddenly felt 2 light objects land at his feet. One was the familiar dress, and the other, a delightful Pikachu. At that moment, his throat went dry. A tide of warmth surged uncontrollably to his lower abdomen. He forcibly suppressed the errant thoughts racing through his mind and hastily removed his t-shirt, trousers, and underwear, stacking the 5 items together. Returned items confirmed. 5 garments, Lu Feng's t-shirt, trousers, underwear, Zhou Shiyi's dress, underwear. Return multiplier, 6 times. This return will consume 1 return opportunity, generating 6 new sets of 5 garments. Do you confirm? Confirm. In a flash of radiance, the heap of tattered garments vanished, replaced instead by 6 neatly stacked piles of pristine attire. Lu Feng swiftly grasped an outfit belonging to Zhou Shiyi, still turning his back, and handed it over, declaring, "All set." A delicate hand, trembling slightly, reached out from behind him and quickly accepted the offering. The air was filled solely with the rustling sounds of the 2 as they donned their new clothes. When they finally turned to face one another, fully attired, the sight of each other's refreshed appearances made them both shyly avert their gazes. The brand-new garments, imbued with a sunlit freshness, not only shielded them from the night's chill, but also ushered in a sense of hope for life anew. Chapter 20. The eve of the new home, the morning air was imbued with the unique humidity and freshness characteristic of the island. A playful glimmer of light seeped through the crevices of the shed, gently gracing Zhou Shiyi's eyelids. Her long lashes fluttered as she emerged from a profoundly sweet slumber, her entire being enveloped in warmth, akin to basking in a hot spring, with every pore exuding comfort. Instinctively, she shifted, yearning to snuggle closer to the source of that warmth. This pillow seems even more comfortable than yesterday, firm, warm, and imbued with a unique essence that brought her a sense of tranquility. As she groggily opened her eyes, a handsome face, adorned with a hint of teasing mirth, unexpectedly invaded her line of sight. Zhou Shiyi's mind was jolted as if struck by a deep water bomb, unleashing a tumultuous wave of confusion. Her thoughts were blank. She stiffly lowered her gaze, only to be startled by the realization that she was once again entangled around Lu Feng like an octopus, her limbs wrapped around him. Her head comfortably rested on his shoulder, one hand gripping the fabric of his shirt over his chest, her entire being pressed against him, as if she wished to meld into his very essence. The warmth of his touch, the solidity of his presence, served as poignant reminders of her unconscious transgressions from the night before. She felt an electric impulse to spring away, but before she could act, a strong yet drowsy arm encircled her, gently pulling her back into the embrace she had just attempted to escape. Lu Feng opened his eyes, a trace of lingering sleepiness still evident, his voice gravelly yet imbued with a captivating magnetism. "Good morning. It seems you have grown rather accustomed to using me as your pillow." Zhou Shiyi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, warmth radiating from her neck to the very tips of her ears, as if she might ignite from embarrassment. However, this time, she did not flee like a startled rabbit. Instead, she emitted a barely audible whimper, surrendering to her fate as she buried her scalding face deep into his sturdy chest, too shy to meet his gaze. Lu Feng, feeling the gentle tremors of her soft body within his embrace, allowed his smile to broaden. Amidst this intimate exchange, an icy blue screen unfurled quietly in his mind. Determination of intimacy, a dependable embrace. Today's maximum return rate has been refreshed to 6 times. Available return attempts today, 2-2. Lu Feng's spirits soared higher. He refrained from teasing her further, opting instead to tenderly pat her back, relishing this rare morning warmth. After a simple breakfast, the air of flirtation was replaced by an invigorating enthusiasm for construction. Lu Feng rose, brushed off his hands, and cast his gaze upon the towering pile of timber, his eyes alight with plans. "Today, we shall craft mortise and tenon joints from these woods. This way, we can secure the timber without the use of nails." He selected 5 of the straightest, sturdiest logs, wielding his axe with precision, swiftly removing the extraneous branches. Next, he switched to a knife, meticulously peeling away the rough bark layer by layer. Zhou Shiyi's role was to assist. Under the guidance of Lu Feng, she learned to meticulously scrape away the resilient inner bark that remained on the wood's core, using the blunt side of a dagger. It was an endeavor that tested her patience to the utmost. Furthermore, she was entrusted with an even more significant task, carbonization. Lu Feng explained that this was the most primitive yet effective method of preservation against rot and insect infestation. She carefully managed the fire, ensuring that both ends of the log, as well as the entire wooden body, were evenly charred to a delightful shade of black. Initially, she fumbled. At times the flames were too fierce, leaving the wood charred, while at others they were too weak, yielding no results after half an hour. Gradually, however, she mastered the technique, and her movements became more adept. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the axe splitting wood was heavy and rhythmic. Rustle, rustle. The friction of the wire, saw cutting through the joints, was fine and resolute. Huff, huff. Their labored breaths mingled with the sea breeze. Though they exchanged little in the way of words, an unspoken understanding formed between them. With just a glance, she knew to flip the wood. When she offered him a cloth to wipe his brow, he would naturally accept it to dry his face. Sweat soaked their new garments, while charcoal dust and wood shavings adorned their cheeks and arms, yet the brightness in their eyes shone with unparalleled brilliance. After an entire morning's labor, by the time the sun reached its zenith, 5 logs, each 4 meters long and featuring precise mortise and tenon joints, had undergone initial preservation through carbonization, and were finally complete. They lay quietly on the sandy ground, exuding the fragrance of wood and a hint of smoke, like 5 silent giants awaiting the fulfillment of their destiny. Lu Feng wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at Zhou Shiyi, whose flushed face bore the marks of exhaustion. A smile of approval spread across his face. He approached the 5 logs, which encapsulated the duo's hard work, and his thoughts sank deep within. The real performance was just beginning. Items return confirmed. 5 pieces of preservative-treated mortise and tenon logs. Return multiplier, 6 times. This will consume 1 return attempt, yielding 30 pieces of premium preservative-treated mortise and tenon logs. Do you confirm? Confirm. Zhou Shiyi looked on with curiosity, perplexed by his intentions. In the next moment, a dazzling blue lightning bolt erupted into existence. Boom cling! A heavy sound erupted, as if an entire forest had collapsed, resonating through the open space. As the light faded, Zhou Shiyi's mouth gradually formed a Na shape. Before her, 30 identical logs appeared out of thin air, exuding the fragrance of wood and the essence of charred embers, perfectly processed. This magical and spectacular scene swept away her fatigue, replacing it with unparalleled excitement and anticipation. Yet, Lu Feng's actions were not complete. Without even glancing at the towering pile of wood, he issued another command to the system, selecting 5 logs from the 30 newly materialized ones. Items returned confirmed. Premium preservative-treated mortise and tenon logs 5. Do you confirm the return? A return of 30 exquisite anti-corrosion treated mortise and tenon structure logs. Do you confirm? Confirmed. Another flash of blue light surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the very ground beneath them. When the brilliance faded once more, the logs before them had accumulated into a veritable hill. A total of 55 uniform, impeccably crafted wall building materials lay quietly, exuding an overwhelming presence. This is simply astounding. Zhou Shiyi gazed at the mountain of wood with wide eyes. Lu Feng smiled, his aspirations nearly overflowing from within him. In the afternoon, after a brief respite, Lu Feng did not hasten to erect the wall. Instead, he selected several sturdy timbers from the pile, seized an axe and a wire saw, and began to fashion something new. He aimed to create a simple lifting device, a hoisting arm composed of levers and pulley systems. Each log intended for the wall was immensely heavy. Relying solely on the strength of 2 individuals to elevate them beyond 2 meters was nearly impossible. He wove resilient ropes from vines, carved grooves for the pulleys from hardwood, and utilized a vertical post as a fulcrum. A rudimentary yet entirely principled lifting device gradually took shape under his skilled hands. Zhou Shiyi watched in astonishment, never having imagined that such primitive materials could be assembled into such a sophisticated mechanism by Lu Feng. As evening descended, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entire beach in a warm golden hue, and the two sat side by side before the pile of timber, utterly exhausted. The sea breeze swept over them, cool yet incapable of dispelling the fervor in their hearts. Lu Feng pointed to the mountain of logs, thick with gravitas, then gestured toward the nascent sturdy house frame, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement and pride. We have the materials and tools. His gaze shifted slowly from the wood to Zhou Shiyi's face beside him. Her slightly dust-covered features, illuminated by the sunset, appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Tomorrow, he stated earnestly, we could begin to personally construct our home. Our home. Zhou Shiyi softly echoed those 3 words, her eyes warming with unshed tears, something crystalline shimmering within them. She looked at the timber before her, at the man beside her, and at the sky and sea painted red by the sunset, a feeling of unprecedented hope filling her heart. Indeed, tomorrow, they would finally have a home. Chapter 21. The construction begins. The morning sea breeze carried a hint of salty coolness. Zhou Shiyi's consciousness gradually surfaced amidst an enveloping warmth and comfort. It felt delightful. Instinctively, she nestled her cheek against the sturdy chest, gently rubbing against it with a sense of dependence. Unlike the previous days, when she would panic and spring away upon waking to her own disheveled appearance, she now embraced a languid affection, savoring the remnants of sleep. Good morning. A muffled, nasally utterance slipped from her lips, soft and sweet like freshly spun cotton candy. Lu Feng gazed down at the girl who had completely trusted and relied on him, feeling her even breaths tickle his neck, which filled his heart with tenderness. She was no longer the frightened little girl who would panic at the slightest disturbance. At that moment, an icy blue light screen quietly unfurled in his mind. Intimate action assessment. a hug filled with trust and reliance. Today's maximum return rate has been refreshed to 6 times. Available return attempts today, 2-2. A smile spread across Lu Feng's face. He refrained from teasing the girl who was almost burying her head in his embrace like an ostrich, instead gently patting her back. After breakfast, the enchanting and ambiguous atmosphere of the previous night was replaced by a heightened enthusiasm for construction. Lu Feng brushed off the crumbs from his hands, stood up, and looked with vigor at the newly erected framework of the house and the towering pile of timber beside it. Today, our goal is, he elongated his words, his gaze sparkling as he looked at Zhou Shiyi, to raise all 4 walls. Excitement ignited in Zhou Shiyi's eyes, but it was quickly followed by a substantial concern. But each of those wooden beams is so heavy. How are we going to lift them up? The highest beam loomed 3 meters above the ground, and each log weighed over 100 pounds. Lifting them 3 meters high was no small feat. Even moving them together would be a challenge. The mountains hold their own secrets, Lu Feng replied with a mysterious smile, leading her to a main pillar of the house's framework. There, an oddly shaped yet ingeniously clever device was taking form. Watch closely, I call it the single log crane, Lu Feng explained in detail. It was a lifting apparatus crafted using the simplest and most classic lever principle. A sturdy hardwood beam was anchored deep beside the main pillar, serving as the fulcrum for the lifting arm. At the top, vines and another piece of groove hardwood formed a makeshift pulley that, while rudimentary, was undeniably effective. The resilient vine rope threaded through the pulley, one end secured for lifting heavy objects, while the other dangled down as a point of force application. I will exert force at this end, pressing down on the lever, allowing us to lift the secured log at the other end using the lever principle. Lu Feng indicated one end of the lever and then pointed to the other. Your role is even more crucial than mine. You will be our ground dispatcher. As the timber was hoisted, one had to support it from below, guiding it meticulously to ensure it aligned perfectly with the mortise below, never allowing it to sway or collide with other objects. Zhou Shiyi stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the rudimentary apparatus before her, comprised of several wooden pieces and vines, and then at Lu Feng's face brimming with confidence, an indescribable admiration swelling within her. Although she understood the principles, she often found herself at a loss when it came time to apply them. Yet this man always seemed to possess a solution. I comprehend now. I shall ensure the task is accomplished. She straightened her posture and solemnly offered a rather unrefined salute. All right, let us commence. Thus began a grand and arduous construction endeavor. Lu Feng took a deep breath and secured the first mortised log, treated for preservation and carbonization, firmly binding it with vines at one end of the lever. He approached the opposite end, gripping the lever with both hands, his arm muscles taut, veins bulging like coiled serpents. Lift! He uttered a low command, exerting all his strength downward. Creak! Creak! The vine ropes instantly tightened, emitting a sound that was both grating and burdensome. The hardwood pivot deeply embedded in the ground. Loud a faint groan. Zhou Shiyi's heart raced as the heavy log, weighing 100 pounds, was gradually and steadily lifted from the ground by an invisible force. Steady! Lu Feng's voice resonated. Zhou Shiyi snapped back to attention, rushing forward to carefully support the log suspended in midair with both hands. She focused intently, her eyes fixed on the mortise beneath the log and the corresponding opening reserved in the foundational timber. Under Lu Feng's guidance, the log ascended slowly, clearing obstacles before beginning to shift and descend. Zhou Shiyi moved like a precise navigator, making small adjustments to the angle of the log, guiding it nearer to their predetermined target. In that moment, their breaths seemed to merge into one. At last, through their perfectly synchronized efforts, the precisely cut tenon of the log aligned flawlessly with the mortise of the timber below. Release. Lu Feng gradually eased his grip. Thud! A deep and resonant sound echoed, as the mortise and tenon structure fitted together seamlessly, without a single misalignment. Success! Zhou Shiyi, watching the log securely placed, burst into exuberant leaps, her face flushed with excitement and nervousness. With the experience of their first success, the subsequent construction process flowed effortlessly. Lift! Steady! A little to the left, now a bit closer. Good, release. Thud. One after another. Those immensely heavy logs, under their collaboration, seemed to lose their weight, akin to intricate building blocks being deftly lifted, guided, lowered, and fitted together. The rhythmic calls, the creaking of vines, and the muffled sounds of timber joining harmonized into the most primal and moving symphony of construction. Chapter 22. The Ocean View Penthouse. As the sun ascended to its zenith, scorching the beach beneath its relentless glare, a robust wall, crafted from timber and towering over 2 meters, encircled the abode. The outline of a home emerged with unprecedented clarity. Zhou Shiyi, fatigued, collapsed on the ground, using her relatively clean sleeve to wipe away the sweat and dust from her face, leaving charming charcoal gray smudges in their wake. She gazed up at the fruits of their labor, the result of half a day's toil shared between two, her chest swelling with immense satisfaction, rendering even the ache in her arms somewhat trivial. Lu Feng, look, it's already quite tall, taller than both of us, she exclaimed breathlessly, excitement evident in her voice. I believe this suffices, he replied, brushing away the beads of sweat that trailed along his jawline, stepping toward the wall to gauge its height. 2 meters indeed offered sufficient shelter from the elements. Yet, as he surveyed the nascent structure of their home, a more fervent flame of ambition ignited within him. He shook his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Not enough, huh? Zhou Shiyi's expression fell, a hint of playful petulance creeping in. We need to build more. My arms feel like they belong to someone else. If we are to do this, let's strive for excellence, Lu Feng declared, his gaze intense and resolute. We will reside here for a long time. Comfort is paramount. A low ceiling would be stifling. Trust me, let us extend it to 3 meters. We can even construct a small loft atop it later. In an instant, Zhou Shiyi's eyes sparkled anew, as if all her fatigue had been dispelled. She envisioned herself resting above, gazing at the starry sky through the window. Observing her delight, Lu Feng realized he had swayed her. He chuckled softly and refrained from immediately continuing the construction. Instead, he grasped an axe and a wire saw, making his way to the wall, facing the sea. Before we proceed, let us create a door for our home. With the rhythmic sound of chopping and the gentle slicing of the saw, a doorway, tall enough for a person to pass through, was expertly carved. As the first ray of sunlight streamed through the newly formed opening, casting a bright patch of light in what would become their living room, Zhou Shiyi felt her heart illuminated. This is it, this door, she exclaimed. Every day, we will walk through here to venture out and return. It was as though a switch had been flipped within her, unleashing her imagination, and she flitted around Lu Feng like a jubilant bird, chattering excitedly. Lu Feng, shall we also create a window? A larger one, so that we can see the ocean while lying in bed. And oh, can we build what is it called? Yes, a balcony. We could sunbathe and enjoy the view from there. Also, I want to nail some wooden planks to the wall to make shelves for the beautiful shells and corals I collect. Lu Feng found himself both amused and exasperated by her rapid-fire suggestions, yet his hands remained steadfast in their work. A window is certainly feasible, and a large one at that. As for the balcony, Miss Zhou, what we have here is a magnificent sea view flat, where stepping outside leads directly to the sandy beach. Who needs a balcony? He teased her while earnestly noting down the storage rack she mentioned. How annoying. What sea view flat? Zhou Shiyi felt momentarily taken aback. Her cheeks flushed, yet she couldn't help but chuckle. The two exchanged playful banter, one engaged in the task at hand, while the other indulged in dreams of the future, creating a warm atmosphere brimming with anticipation. At last, the door frame and the designated window positions were completed. Lu Feng brushed off the sawdust from his hands and glanced back at the towering pile of timber, quickly calculating in his mind. His brow furrowed ever so slightly. What is wrong? Zhou Shiyi keenly noticed the change in his expression. It's nothing. Lu Feng shook his head, maintaining a casual tone. I just realized that we seem to be a few logs short for the walls. He estimated that to reach a height of 3 meters, they needed 5 more logs. The remaining timber had more critical uses, such as constructing the roof beams and crafting furniture like beds and tables. And he even needed to reserve materials for Zhou Shiyi's impractical loft dream. Huh? What should we do? Should we go chop more? Zhou Shiyi's smile instantly faded, and the thought of repeating the tedious process of logging, stripping bark, and carbonizing made her head spin. Don't fret. Have you forgotten my abilities? With that, he approached the remaining pile of wood, selecting 5 logs while mentally reciting. Items to be returned confirmed. Premium anti-corrosion tenon and mortise logs 5. Return multiplier 6 times. This will consume 1 return attempt, returning 30 premium anti-corrosion tenon and mortise logs. Do you confirm? Confirm. Zhou Shiyi watched him with curiosity, puzzled by his antics. In the next moment, a dazzling blue light, familiar to her, appeared. As the brilliance faded, 30 logs exuding the fragrance of wood and the essence of charcoal magically appeared, neatly stacked before them. Zhou Shiyi's mouth fell agape as she gazed at the mountain of timber, then at Lu Feng's calm demeanor. It took her several seconds to process what had just happened. With a sudden exclamation, she leaped up and rushed over, lightly punching Lu Feng's chest with her dusty little fist. "You scoundrel! You always give me a fright. You're terrible." Though she complained, her sparkling eyes betrayed an uncontainable joy and admiration. Lu Feng laughed heartily, seizing her mischievous hand and pulling her close, gesturing towards the burgeoning walls and the towering timber with fervor. "What are we waiting for? Let's get back to work. For our Seaview flat, let us give it our all." After an afternoon of laboring under the sun, as the evening sun cast its final rays upon the earth, the walls of their new home stood fully constructed, a sturdy, robust cabin, exuding the fragrant essence of timber and charred embers, has been officially completed. On its walls, a door and 2 windows have been deliberately left open, resembling a pair of curious eyes surveying this entirely new world. Zhou Shiyi spread her hands wide, revealing her pale palms, where old blisters had just begun to crust over, while new ones emerged, some even breaking the skin and oozing traces of blood. The pain was sharp and intense. Yet, as she gazed at her once delicate hands, her eyes held not a trace of grievance, but rather an unprecedented sense of pride and accomplishment. This was her badge of honor, a testament to her labor in constructing her own sanctuary. Chapter 23. Tenderness and embarrassment. The twilight's glow cascaded upon the walls, bestowing a warm golden hue upon the logs. Zhou Shiyi and Lu Feng sat side by side on the sandy ground before the door, gazing at the fruits of their labor throughout the day, their hearts brimming with an ineffable sense of accomplishment. "We truly did it," Zhou Shiyi murmured softly, her voice tinged with a dreamlike joy. She instinctively clenched her fist, attempting to bolster her spirits, but the sharp sting at her fingertips made her draw in a sharp breath, causing her delicate face to contort in discomfort. Quickly, she concealed her hand behind her back, hoping her small gesture went unnoticed. Yet, Lu Feng's gaze had already shifted from the wooden cabin to her. "Show me your hand," he commanded, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Zhou Shiyi's shoulders slumped slightly, and with reluctance, she extended her hands. Those once fair and tender hands were now reddened and swollen, marred by a multitude of blisters, some of which had burst, seeping blood and smeared with dust and with shavings, a sight both alarming and distressing. Lu Feng's brow furrowed instantly, a flicker of guilt and tenderness flashing in his eyes. Wordlessly, he rose, approached the supply box, and unscrewed a bottle of mineral water that was only half full. From his own clean t-shirt, he cut a strip of the finest cloth. Returning to kneel before Zhou Shiyi, he gently took her small hand in his palm. "This might sting a little. Bear with it." The cool, clear water trickled over her wounds, and Zhou Shiyi shivered at the pain, yet bit her lip in silence. She gazed at the man before her, his head bowed, his expression focused as if he were tending to a rare treasure. The sharp pain in her palm seemed to be overshadowed by a more fervent, overwhelming emotion, radiating from where their hands met and spreading to her heart. Lu Feng meticulously wiped away the dirt with the cloth, then tore off several more clean strips, clumsily yet gently bandaging her abrasions one by one. "This is the badge of honor for our hand-built home." Zhou Shiyi looked at her hands, now wrapped like a zongzi, and instead of feeling wronged, she lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling as she regarded him, her tone brimming with pride. Lu Feng raised his eyes to behold her dust-streaked yet irresistibly charming smile. and the twinge of guilt in his heart transformed into boundless softness. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he picked up a bottle of mineral water, twisted off the cap, and drank the last drops in one swift motion. The intense labor of recent days had led to a water consumption far exceeding their expectations. Furrowing his brows, he opened the supply box and began to tally the contents, his expression growing grave. "What's wrong?" Zhou Shiyi noticed his demeanor, rising from the sand to approach him. "We're running low on water," Feng replied, shaking the half-empty plastic bottle, his tone heavy. "At this rate, we'll last at most 2 more days." Zhou Shiyi's complexion paled considerably. "What should we do? We haven't found a freshwater source yet." "Don't panic," Feng said, taking a deep breath, as he retrieved the last 5 unopened bottles of mineral water from the box, arranging them neatly on the ground. Zhou Shiyi immediately grasped the situation, her gaze fixed anxiously on his movements. Feng offered a reassuring smile, allowing his thoughts to delve deep into his mind. Returned items confirmed. Mineral water 5. Return multiplier 6 times. This will consume 1 return attempt, yielding 30 bottles of mineral water. Do you confirm? Confirmed. A familiar blue light flashed, and 30 pristine bottles of mineral water materialized before them, neatly stacked in a small mountain. However, as he gazed at the towering pile, the gravity etched on Feng's face only deepened. He looked at the 30 bottles, then raised his gaze to the wooden cabin, the fruit of their labor, and fell into a long silence. Suddenly, he spoke, his tone tinged with self-reproach. "I have misplaced my priorities." Zhou Shiyi was momentarily taken aback. "What? I made a mistake." Feng's gaze shifted from the cabin back to the pile of water, his voice filled with contemplation. "I should have prioritized taking you to find a stable water source instead of hastily exhausting all our energy on building a house. Without water, all of this is but a castle in the air." He had expected Zhou Shiyi to agree or express fear. However, she merely watched him quietly, then shook her head. "No, you're not at fault." Feng was taken aback. "Consider this," Zhou Shiyi said earnestly, her eyes steady as she articulated her thoughts clearly. "In the past few days, we could hardly find a moment of restful sleep. We were utterly exhausted. In that state, how could we muster the strength and courage to venture into the unknown jungle in search of water? Establishing a secure camp to restore our strength was the right course of action. Thus, prioritizing the construction of our home was indeed correct." Feng regarded her, noting that her eyes reflected not blind admiration, but a clear, rational understanding and support. Her words washed over him like a warm current, dissolving the lingering gloom within. The tension in his mouth relaxed involuntarily, revealing a smile of relief. Indeed, he had only considered the hierarchy of survival elements, neglecting the state of the human spirit. As his taut nerves finally eased, a blend of sweat, earth, and wood dust, a scent of days without washing, began to permeate the space between them. Zhou Shiyi's cheeks flushed crimson, and she awkwardly shifted to the side, discreetly raising her arm to sniff her sleeve. Feng noticed as well. He glanced down at his grimy t-shirt, scratching his head in a mix of exasperation and amusement. "I think our seaside penthouse seems to lack an essential facility." "What?" Zhou Shiyi feigned ignorance, yet the blush on her face betrayed her. "A bathroom." As the word escaped his lips, both erupted into laughter, a mix of awkwardness and relief coloring their amusement. "Indeed." Zhou Shiyi conceded softly. It had been several days since her last bath. She felt almost rancid. Feng stood up, brushing the sand off his pants, his expression turning serious once more. "This is not merely a matter of comfort. In this humid and warm environment, neglecting personal hygiene can easily foster the growth of bacteria, leading to infections or skin diseases, which would indeed be a significant trouble." Zhou Shiyi nodded vigorously, suddenly realizing that the framework of their dwelling was merely the initial step. A life of true quality had only just begun to unfold. Then tomorrow, Feng's voice was resolute. "In the morning, we will complete the construction of the roof. In the afternoon, our most crucial task, exploring this island to find a water source." He pointed towards the distant, profound jungle. "According to the information I have reviewed, freshwater sources on islands are typically found in low-lying, densely vegetated inland areas. We shall venture out to explore in the afternoon. Zhou Shiyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. If we can find a water source, we will be able to bathe. Moreover, Lu Feng added, with a stable water source, we might even consider clearing a small plot of land to see if we can cultivate something to improve our dietary structure. Grow vegetables? Zhou Shiyi exclaimed in astonishment, eyes wide open. You could do that too? I know a bit in theory, Lu Feng chuckled, but putting it into practice may require some trial and error. During dinner, they engaged in a fervent discussion centered around water. Lu Feng shared various techniques he had learned from survival videos about locating water sources, while Zhou Shiyi whimsically envisioned the improvements to their lives once they had water. If we find a water source, can we build a simple shower? She asked excitedly. Of course, Lu Feng nodded. We could use bamboo to create pipes to channel the water down. And for washing clothes, Zhou Shiyi continued to dream aloud. We can make a little pool specifically for laundry. Seeing her eyes gleam with enthusiasm, Lu Feng couldn't help but smile. From the initially fragile girl who would often cry to the strong young woman who now found joy in the details of life and even inspired him with her confidence. Her transformation filled him with genuine comfort. As night fell, they returned to the narrow old shed. Lying on the humble bed, listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves outside and feeling each other's breath nearby, both felt a sense of nostalgia. Tomorrow night, we can sleep in our new home. Zhou Shiyi whispered. Yes, Lu Feng responded, his voice brimming with anticipation. But I feel a bit reluctant to leave this place, Zhou Shiyi suddenly confessed. Lu Feng turned his head, using the moonlight to gaze at her profile, puzzled. Why? Because. Zhou Shiyi bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. This is our first home. Lu Feng fell silent for a moment, and then his voice emerged from the darkness. Soft yet resolutely firm, but it will not be the last one. We will have a better home. Zhou Shiyi did not respond, merely nodding quietly in the dark. She closed her eyes, embracing the comforting warmth beside her, and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 24. The rooftop once again a morning dawned, accompanied by the soothing sound of ocean waves. Zhou Shiyi's eyelashes fluttered gently as she found herself nestled in a warm and solid embrace. She had grown utterly accustomed to this sensation, her nostrils filled with the comforting aroma that belonged solely to Lu Feng. Leaning down, Lu Feng placed a soft kiss on her smooth forehead. The unspoken intimacy between them summoned the azure light curtain as expected. Intimacy assessment. A trust-filled, good morning kiss. Today's maximum return rate has been updated to 6 times. Available return attempts today, 2-2. A silent smile graced Lu Feng's lips. After a simple breakfast, they stood before a wooden wall that soared to a height of 3 meters. A new challenge clearly laid out before them. Zhou Shiyi tilted her head back, gazing at the towering wall above her, a hint of worry etched on her face. How? Are we supposed to get up there? The mountain man had his clever solutions. Lu Feng clapped his hands, surveying the remaining timber, and swiftly selected 2 of the longest and straightest logs. Taking a dagger, he measured the 2 long pieces before beginning to carve grooves into them with the back of a knife and a sturdy stone, methodically creating a rudimentary yet practical vertical ladder. Each groove was meticulously calculated for position and depth. Zhou Shiyi's task was to prepare the vines for binding. No longer the flustered girl she once was, she skillfully used the dagger to scrape away the rough, thorny exterior of the vines, revealing the pale inner core. Next, she procured a flat stone, laid the vines upon it, and with another round stone, rhythmically pounded away. Thud, thud, thud. The crisp and powerful sound of the stones striking resonated in the air. Under her efforts, the once stiff fibers of the vines gradually softened, gaining resilience sufficient to endure considerable tension. Over an hour later, as Lu Feng wiped the sweat from his brow after carving all the grooves, Zhou Shiyi had also prepared a sufficient quantity of flexible and sturdy vines. Together, they securely embedded appropriately sized short logs into the grooves of the long timber, using the prepared vines to bind each connection point in an intricate crisscross pattern, ensuring everything was tightly secured and immovable. Thus, a ladder, albeit rudimentary but extraordinarily sturdy, was born. Lu Feng carefully leaned the ladder against the wall, tested its stability by stepping onto it, and once satisfied, he clapped his hands in approval, announcing their next goal. Next, we shall craft planks for the rooftop. If the previous tasks tested their skills and patience, then the creation of the planks would be nothing short of a hellish exertion of physical strength. Lu Feng selected a log nearly half a meter in diameter, the stoutest they could find. He first wielded an axe to cleave a deep gash into the cross-section of the log, then methodically inserted several wedge-shaped pieces of hardwood into the incision. With a mighty heave, he raised another thick log as a hammer and, summoning all his strength, brought it crashing down upon the wooden wedges. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the beach, accompanied by the creaking sound of splitting wood. This was merely the forceful division of a log into several massive blocks, their surfaces bristling with coarse splinters. The true ordeal was only just beginning. The two of them worked in unison to lift a block and secure in place. Lu Feng produced the precious wire saw, each grasping an end of the pull ring. I pull, you push, maintain the rhythm, Lu Feng instructed in a low voice. Understood. Zhou Shiyi gritted her teeth and nodded earnestly. The sound of the wire saw slicing through the wood filled the air, sharp and monotonous. With each back-and-forth motion, both were required to concentrate fully and exert their strength in tandem. Soon, sweat drenched Lu Feng's t-shirt, clinging to him and outlining his defined muscles. Each pull was accompanied by heavy breaths, veins bulging on his arms like coiled dragons. Zhou Shiyi was no better. She mimicked Lu Feng's actions, exerting every ounce of strength. Beads of sweat trickling down from her brow into her eyes, causing a stinging discomfort that she couldn't afford the time to wipe away. For an entire morning, under the blazing sun, they persevered with the tenacity of a modern-day Yugong, ultimately managing to slice the blocks into 5 uneven, roughly hewn boards. Lu Feng could bear it no longer. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, feeling his arms tremble uncontrollably, nearly devoid of strength even to lift a finger. Zhou Shiyi hurried to his side, crouching down to wipe the sweat from his face with a cloth strip. Once Lu Feng regained his breath, he gazed at the 5 unsightly boards before him. He raised his trembling hand, pointing at the fruits of their labor, his mind sinking into contemplation. Finally, it was done. Items return confirmed. Rough wooden boards 5. Return multiplier 6 times. This will consume 1 return opportunity, yielding 30 premium waterproof wooden boards. Do you confirm? Confirmed. Before Zhou Shiyi could react, a blinding blue lightning bolt instantly engulfed the 5 unattractive boards. The brilliance flickered and vanished. In their place stood 30 neatly stacked wooden boards. These boards were flawlessly smooth, as if cut by machinery, their edges featuring perfectly fitting grooves, glimmering with an unusual sheen and exuding a subtle scent of wood. This Zhou Shiyi's mouth slowly formed a Na shape as she gazed at the premium boards on the ground. All her fatigue was swept away in an instant by this immense surprise. With high-quality building materials, the finishing touches became a breeze. Lu Feng ascended the 3-meter-high wall first, standing steadily atop it. Zhou Shiyi, below, skillfully operated their makeshift crane, tying up the premium boards and effortlessly lifting them using the principle of leverage. All right, a little more to the left. Perfect drop. One stood above, the other below. One was tasked with receiving and laying the boards, aligning the slots with meticulous precision. The other was responsible for lifting and transporting, ensuring a steady supply of materials. Between them, there was scarcely any superfluous conversation, yet an unparalleled rapport blossomed. A mere gesture from him signaled her to lower a piece. Her call of readiness prompted him to reach out. Piece by piece, the fragrant wooden planks were laid with exacting accuracy across the entire roof. As Lu Feng secured the final plank into its designated space, a soft click resonated, and it seemed as though the world fell into profound silence. The sunlight above was entirely barred from entry, casting the wooden cabin into an atmosphere of cool tranquility. Light filtered through the openings of the reserved doors and windows, creating bright patches upon the floor, while the motes of dust danced within the beams, clearly visible. An unprecedented, weighty sense of security and belonging enveloped them like warm seawater. They stood within the home they had built with their own hands, one atop the wall, the other on the ground, 3 meters apart, exchanging smiles. Both were drenched in sweat, shrouded in wood shavings and dust, looking quite disheveled. Yet in their gazes, all weariness transformed into immense, overflowing joy. Chapter 25. The stream and the clay. The moment the roof was completed, the scorching sunlight overhead was completely shut out, enveloping this newly born space in coolness and tranquility. Rays of light streamed through the openings of the door and windows, casting bright patches upon the floor strewn with wood shavings, where the airborne dust particles danced visibly in the shafts of light. They stood in the home they had built with their own hands, one perched on the wall and the other on the ground, sharing a smile across the 3-meter divide. Both were drenched in sweat, wood shavings and dust, a sight of utter disarray. Yet in their gazes exchanged, all weariness transformed into immense, overflowing joy. After a brief lunch and rest, the exhilaration of constructing the house gradually faded, replaced by a more pressing concern. Around 2 in the afternoon, the sun remained fierce, though not at its peak intensity. Feng rose, brushing off the sand from his clothes. He retrieved a mountain axe, a multifunctional knife, and a shovel from the supply box. "Let us go. It's time to find water." Zhou Shiyi, observing his resolute demeanor, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She nodded vigorously, stowing away an empty plastic water bottle, and donned Feng's trousers, tying the hems and cuffs with cloth strips to prevent insects from creeping inside. The jungle was dark and humid, with towering canopies obscuring much of the sunlight, and the air was thick with a mingled sense of decaying vegetation and moist earth. Various unfamiliar sounds of insects and birds echoed from all directions, rendering this verdant world both mysterious and fraught with peril. Zhou Shiyi followed closely behind Feng, watching him use the makeshift spear to clear the vines and branches in their path. His tall silhouette provided her with immense reassurance. Unconsciously, her hand gently grasped the hem of his t-shirt. Sensing the slight tug from behind, Feng paused momentarily, but did not turn around. He merely tightened his grip on the spear. They trudged through the underbrush for about 20 minutes when Feng suddenly halted. He crouched down, pointing towards a nearby depression where the vegetation appeared noticeably more lush, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. "Look." Zhou Shiyi leaned closer, observing the area he indicated, where the soil was darker and seemed particularly moist, with several vividly colored dragonflies flitting low in the air. "There's water," Feng declared with utmost certainty. "Just around here." Zhou Shiyi's heart skipped a beat, all her tension replaced by a surge of anticipation. Indeed, as they pushed aside a thicket of enormous ferns and ventured a few more meters, the unmistakable sound of bubbling water reached their ears. Splashing, splashing. That was the most enchanting music in the world. They exchanged a glance, witnessing the ecstasy reflected in each other's eyes, and quickened their pace. When they finally parted the last green barrier formed by gigantic banana leaves, a stream about 2 meters wide, crystal clear and inviting, revealed itself before them. The water shimmered under the sunlight, the pebbles and swaying aquatic plants visible beneath its surface. "Ah, water!" Zhou Shiyi could no longer contain her joy and let out a jubilant cheer, akin to a merry little deer, as she dashed forward and knelt upon the soft mud by the stream. Eagerly, she yearned to scoop up a handful of the cool, refreshing water to wash her face. However, as she lowered her head and beheld the reflection of her own disheveled visage in the water, hair tangled with wood shavings, cheeks smeared with a mixture of sweat and dirt, and skin sun-kissed to a tawny hue, she froze in astonishment. How unattractive! This thought instinctively flitted through her mind, causing an inexplicable warmth to rise to her cheeks. Here she was presenting herself in such a state, playfully teasing Feng, leaning against his chest, and even initiating kisses. Just as she was lost in thought, preparing to cup water for a wash, a peculiar sensation at her fingertips made her exclaim softly. The soil by the stream had a distinctly unique texture. Unlike ordinary dirt, it was not loose but rather possessed a fine, viscous quality, displaying a beautiful grayish-white hue. Curiously, she scooped up a small piece with her hand, kneading it in her palm. It was soft and slick, reminiscent of the clay she played with in her childhood. "Feng, come look at this," she called, raising the handful of mud as if she had discovered a new world, extending it toward him. Lu Feng approached, accepting the clay and repeatedly kneading it in his hands, his excitement palpable. This is clay. Kaelin. He gazed intently at the gray-white lump, his voice trembling slightly with exhilaration. Clay? Zhou Shiyi blinked, bewildered. You don't understand. This substance is more precious than gold. Lu Feng exclaimed, his words tumbling over one another in his fervor as he grasped Zhou Shiyi's shoulders, shaking her with enthusiasm. With this, we can create pottery, bowls, jars, water vessels. We can finally lead a normal life. Listening to his explanation, Zhou Shiyi began to grasp the significance of the seemingly unremarkable lump of clay. In her beautiful eyes, a similar fervent flame ignited. Bowls, jars, water vessels. These mundane items in modern society represented, at this moment, a monumental leap in their quality of life, signifying their departure from a primitive existence of survival. Yet, there was another matter of greater importance and urgency at hand. Shall we take a bath first? Zhou Shiyi suggested softly, glancing at the crystal-clear stream and catching a whiff of the unpleasant odor that mingled sweat and with shavings wafting from her body. A hint of a blush gracing her cheeks. This proposal rendered the previously heated atmosphere somewhat delicate. The two exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of longing and awkwardness in the other's eyes. Despite their numerous intimate embraces and kisses, this was their first moment of genuine vulnerability. Ahem. Lu Feng cleared his throat, breaking the silence as he endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor. You go ahead and wash. I'll move upstream to keep an eye on the surroundings. I will alert you to any disturbances. With that, he took up his spear and moved to a nearby bend, standing several meters away with his back turned to Zhou Shiyi, vigilantly surveying the surrounding woods. She gazed at Lu Feng's sturdy and dependable silhouette, biting her lip, her face flushed to the point of almost bleeding. Swiftly, she shed her soiled garments and carefully stepped into the icy creek. As the cool water enveloped her body, a sensation of comfort surged within her, almost eliciting a soft moan. All the fatigue, soreness, and heat that had accumulated over the past few days seemed to be washed away in that very moment. The sound of splashing water echoed through the tranquil forest, imbued with a unique allure. Lu Feng stood upstream, his ears instinctively perking up. He forced himself to focus on the depths of the jungle, yet his mind uncontrollably conjured a vivid tableau. He could almost envision droplets cascading down her smooth back, merging into the creek, disappearing into the crystalline waters. Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to banish those tantalizing images from his thoughts. It was his fervent desire for possession that stirred within him. His grip on the spear tightened, his knuckles whitening from the strain. A singular thought resonated clearly in his mind. It was not enough. This was far from sufficient. In this perilous jungle, amidst the unadorned clarity of the creek, allowing her to bathe like this was a grave dereliction of duty on his part as a man. His gaze transcended the thicket, seemingly fixating on the newly constructed wooden cabin on the distant shore, which was still merely a rough framework. A true home required sturdy walls, a cozy bed, and a roof that could withstand any storm. A sanctuary where she could rest peacefully, free from worries. At that moment, Lu Feng's expression solidified with unwavering determination, as if a flame burned deep within his pupils. Once their new home was fully established, the first thing he intended to do was to have her in the bed he crafted with his own hands, to make her truly his woman. This was his vow, both to himself and to her. Several minutes later, Zhou Shiyi softly called out, I'm done washing. Lu Feng finally exhaled in relief. Turning around to see Zhou Shiyi already dressed, her hair damp, standing by the creek with a rosy face and wide, glistening eyes, resembling a startled little rabbit, too shy to meet his gaze. Having washed away the grime, she exuded a refreshing aroma reminiscent of rain-kissed grass, stirring something deep within Lu Feng. Your turn, she said, immediately mimicking Lu Feng's earlier actions, running downstream and turning her back to him, presenting a slender silhouette. Now it was Lu Feng's turn. This time, Zhou Shiyi perked up her ears, listening intently to the sounds of water behind her, her heart racing, the warmth on her face refusing to dissipate. She could even hear her own rapid heartbeat, terrified that Lu Feng might catch wind of it. In this delicate and bashful atmosphere, they completed this significant first bathing experience together. Once both had donned fresh attire, it felt as though their very souls had been elevated. They carefully wrapped a hefty chunk of wet, sticky clay in several large banana leaves, lifting it together with effort. On their way back, their steps felt remarkably light. Zhou Shiyi could not suppress a tuneless hum as sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon her face, her smile radiating even brighter than the sun itself. Upon returning to the campsite and gazing at the imposing wooden cabin, a surge of ambition welled up within both of them. Lu Feng did not hasten to attend to the precious clay. Instead, he carefully placed it in a shaded corner, covering it with damp leaves. Curiously, Zhou Shiyi inquired, "Are we not making bowls now?" Lu Feng shook his head, a glimmer of wisdom shining in his eyes, as he gestured toward the nearby open space, confidently stating, "No. To excel in craftsmanship, one must first sharpen their tools. Before we can create pottery, we must construct something even more essential, a kiln capable of firing the clay." Chapter 26, System Upgrade. Upon returning to the newly completed cabin, the exhilaration of discovering the clay swiftly overshadowed any lingering embarrassment. "Let us commence without delay," Zhou Shiyi declared as she moved towards the leaves. "No," Lu Feng interjected, shaking his head. "This type is unsuitable," observing the puzzled expression on Zhou Shiyi's face. He patiently elucidated, "The grayish-white clay we have found is kaolin, refined in texture, ideal for crafting bowls and jars. However, utilizing it for constructing a kiln would be a waste, and its properties may not be appropriate." "Then, what should we use for the kiln?" Zhou Shiyi inquired. "A more common clay mixed with straw," Lu Feng replied. He crouched down, using a stick to sketch in the smooth sand before the cabin. His movements were deliberate yet unhurried, and soon a clear structural diagram emerged on the ground. "Behold, the simplest updraft kiln, primarily divided into 3 sections." He pointed at the drawing, resembling a patient teacher. "At the bottom is the fire chamber. In the middle, the kiln room for the ceramic pieces, and at the top, the flue and chimney for smoke ventilation. Our task is to locate suitable clay for kiln construction nearby, fashion it into bricks, and excavate a semi-subterranean pit to erect this structure." Though rudimentary, the diagram he sketched was logically coherent, and Zhou Shiyi grasped the concept almost instantly. She gazed at the drawing in the sand, then at the man beside her, her eyes sparkling with an unusual brilliance. After a brief planning session, they promptly split up to execute their respective tasks. Lu Feng took on the more discerning role of exploration. Armed with a spear and stone axe, he did not wander far, but meticulously surveyed the area surrounding the camp, ultimately halting at a natural slope not far from the cabin, where the soil was remarkably firm. The elevated terrain, which did not easily accumulate water and was backed by a small earthen mound, presented an ideal location for the kiln. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyi's assignment appeared somewhat primitive. Lu Feng soon discovered a layer of ordinary red and yellow clay nearby and excavated a substantial amount to bring back. He instructed Zhou Shiyi to spread the clay out, sprinkle it with a suitable amount of sand, and add a little water. Then, she removed her shoes, rolled up her pant legs to reveal her delicate, fair calves, took a deep breath, and stepped into the mixture. The cold, sticky mud enveloped her feet, and the peculiar sensation caused her to involuntarily curl her toes. Yet, she quickly acclimated, mimicking what she had seen on television, rhythmically stamping with her heels. This process was essential for thoroughly blending the clay and straw, thereby enhancing the strength of the bricks once fired and preventing cracking. Before the sun fully set, Lu Feng completed his surveying and returned to the camp. The first sight that met his eyes was a girl dancing gracefully in the mud. The warm golden light of the setting sun cast a radiant halo around her figure, while beads of sweat dampened her temples, strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. Her face and calves were speckled with patches of grayish-yellow mud, reminiscent of a playful little kitten. Yet, the expression on her face was one of unwavering focus and sincerity, devoid of any disdain. Lu Feng's heart was suddenly stirred. He approached, and just as he did, Zhou Shiyi paused, looked up at him, and broke into a smile. revealing a set of pearly white teeth, her grin pure and radiant. Lu Feng remained silent, extending his hand to gently wipe away a speck of dirt from the tip of her nose. His touch was feather-light, imbued with an instinctive tenderness. In an instant, Zhou Shiyi's cheeks flushed, her heart skipping a beat. "When we cook our first pot," Lu Feng said, gazing at her with a voice barely above a whisper, yet imbued with solemnity, "we shall no longer subsist on smoked snake and barbecued fare, but will feast on stir-fries and soups." They did not return to the narrow, damp, old shed. Instead, Lu Feng meticulously transported all their supplies into the newly constructed wooden cabin, though it lacked doors, windows, and even a bed. As they stepped into the 3-meter-high space enveloped by sturdy logs, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped them. Without igniting a fire, they laid down a few soft garments on the smooth wooden floor and reclined side by side. The relentless sound of waves crashing against the shore accompanied the salty sea breeze, which slipped through the gaps in the cabin, bringing a hint of coolness. Zhou Shiyi lay on her side, illuminated by the cool starlight filtering through the window opening, quietly observing Lu Feng's silhouette beside her. His profile was resolute, his nose prominent, and his breaths steady and robust, as if harboring the power to bring tranquility to the universe. In a span of merely 7 days, she reflected on all that had transpired, feeling as if she had traversed lifetimes. From initial despair and fear to a present sense of security and stability, this man had, through his wisdom and actions, forged a haven for her on this isolated island, constructing a true home. She recognized his care for her, a care rooted in a profound sense of responsibility and protectiveness, clumsy yet utterly sincere. Yet she also understood that he was restrained and somewhat obtuse when it came to emotions, always striving to ensure everything was in order first, a perfect dwelling and absolute safety, as if only then would he feel worthy of delving into deeper sentiments. However, she was no longer willing to wait. In this desolate world, beneath the limitless starry sky, this man by her side was her entire universe. A thought crystallized in Zhou Shiyi's mind, becoming immensely clear and resolute. Drawing a deep breath to quell the drumming of her heart, she inched closer to Lu Feng, until she could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from his body. Without uttering a word, she extended her slightly trembling arm and gently encircled his solid waist from behind. Lu Feng's body instantly stiffened. He opened his eyes wide. Before he could react, he felt the girl behind him prop herself up, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Then, she tilted her head, awkward yet unwavering, and pressed her lips against his. Boom! A torrent of suppressed flames, confined for 7 days, surged from within Lu Feng, bursting forth like a fiery eruption towards the heavens. In that moment, all strings of rationality were irrevocably severed by the resolute courage emanating from the girl's lips. He swiftly turned, pinning her petite frame, imbued with a refreshing aura. Beneath him, locking gazes with a pair of astonishingly radiant eyes glimmering under the starlight. Within those eyes lay shyness, anxiety, but above all, an unreserved trust and surrender. He hesitated no longer, nor did he restrain himself, transforming passivity into assertiveness. He silenced her unspoken words with a deeper, more fervent kiss, responding with an intensity that was both passionate and profound. Beneath the starlit sky, the sound of the waves became their eternal soundtrack. The two shed all defenses and garments within the home they had built together. On this beach, a witness to their struggles and hopes, they fully possessed one another. After a considerable time, the winds began to calm. Zhou Shiyi nestled within Lu Feng's embrace, feeling their shared warmth and the powerful rhythm of their heartbeats, her cheeks still flushed and a glimmer of moisture lingering at the corners of her eyes. She buried her face deeply into his chest, savoring an unparalleled sense of tranquility. At that very moment, an incandescent golden light, unlike anything Lu Feng had ever witnessed, erupted in his mind with a resounding explosion. Following this, a cascade of cold system notifications crashed over his consciousness like a tsunami. Extreme intimacy behavior assessment. Mind and body unified. Congratulations, host. The highest return multiplier for today has been refreshed to 8 times. Detected that the intimacy level with the bound partner, Zhou Shiyi, rating 88, has reached the threshold, initiating system upgrade. Feng, 50. 99. System upgrade complete. Current level, 2. The overwhelming influx of information momentarily halted Lu Feng's breath. Before he could fully comprehend this monumental impact, new notifications appeared once more. New features unlocked at level 2. 1. Return multiplier cap increased to 20 times. Maximum number of items returned per transaction raised to 10. Intimacy return multiplier proportionally adjusted. 2. Return mode selection. The host may choose quantity return or quality return, blind box version, when executing item returns. 3. Storage of returns. Unused return opportunities may be stored once for the following day. Maximum storage limit. 1. 4. Binding partner slot 1. Currently available binding partners. 1, 2. In his arms, Zhou Shiyi seemed to sense his unusual reaction. The sudden stiffness of his body and cessation of breath did not go unnoticed. She slightly lifted her head, her voice laced with a soft, nasal tone, gently inquiring, "What's wrong?" Chapter 27. Confession and the steam mechanism. Lu Feng was momentarily stunned by the explosive surge of information from the system that erupted in his mind. The warm breath of the girl in his arms roused him from the torrent of data. He lowered his gaze to the girl nestled against him. Her face flushed with a hint of languor and satisfaction, and he felt a tumult of emotions within him. There was shock, euphoria, but most of all, an unprecedented weight of responsibility. Lu Feng tightened his embrace, holding her close. "My golden finger has evolved." Zhou Shiyi lazily lifted her eyes, still not fully emerged from the lingering echoes of their previous encounter, and she murmured, perplexed. Lu Feng took a deep breath and, in a rapid-fire manner, revealed the changes in the system. Our recent actions have elevated our intimacy to a threshold, prompting an immediate upgrade of the system. The highest multiplier has surged to 20 times, the return opportunities can now be stored, and most importantly, he paused, excitement flickering in his eyes. A brand new return mode has been added. Zhou Shiyi's drowsiness was instantly banished. She propped herself up, disregarding her fatigue, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. A brand new mode? Indeed. Lu Feng nodded emphatically and continued. "It's called quality return, but I believe blind box mode is a more fitting name. We forfeit quantity returns in favor of wagering a return opportunity for a qualitative transformation. Do you remember when we previously returned and obtained an axe, a shovel, a wire saw, and a multifunctional knife? That was a quality return, albeit adaptive, and it should steer us towards the most suitable direction." This revelation detonated in Zhou Shiyi's mind. Her mouth slightly agape as immense joy flooded her heart. The two faced each other earnestly, feeling no embarrassment, only an infinite yearning for the future. Zhou Shiyi excitedly grasped Lu Feng's arm. "So, every return could be like opening a blind box?" "Yes," Lu Feng affirmed with a nod, a stream of thoughts cascading through his mind. "Moreover, the system can store any unused return opportunities from the day, allowing them to be utilized the next day, thus preventing waste. This is wonderful." Zhou Shiyi felt a genuine thrill, as it signified a higher margin for error and a more secure future for their endeavors. Observing her pure joy for their shared future, Lu Feng felt a warmth in his heart, but soon a more nuanced expression crossed his face as he recalled something. "Furthermore, there's one last new feature." Lu Feng's voice faltered momentarily, as if he were carefully choosing his words, his gaze becoming somewhat complex. Zhou Shiyi sensed the shift in his tone and curiously lifted her head. Lu Feng cleared his throat, meeting the clarity of her eyes, and spoke distinctly. "The system has prompted. An additional slot for binding partners has been added." The air seemed to crystallize for a moment. The smile that had graced her face just a second earlier solidified into an expression of coldness as Zhou Shiyi's voice turned icy. She repeated those words, almost as if to confirm her comprehension of each syllable's meaning. "Increase. 1. Quota?" She lifted her gaze, quietly observing Lu Feng, her beautiful eyes reflecting a fleeting sense of grievance and anxiety, a sentiment she herself had not even recognized. "What does that mean?" Lu Feng noted the sudden shift in her expression, a bittersweet smile forming within him, aware that this feature would undoubtedly prove troublesome. He sat up, gazing earnestly into her eyes, and explained in the most sincere tone, "It means that theoretically I can bind another woman." "Liu Feng," Zhou Shiyi instantly erupted, sitting up abruptly, unmindful of any pretense, her hands on her hips like a protective little leopard. "Are you already thinking of switching partners?" She sharpened her small canines. "Who else do you want to bind?" I have no idea." Liu Feng was both amused and exasperated by her fierce yet adorable demeanor, hastily raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "My dear Shiyi, let us be reasonable. On this deserted island, aside from the two of us, there isn't even a ghostly shadow. Where am I supposed to find another beauty with a score above 80? Should I go look for a female monkey instead?" "Oomph." Zhou Shiyi finally exhaled, yet still uneasily warned. "Even if we do encounter someone in the future, you must not bind anyone arbitrarily. Do you hear me?" All right. I hear you. I will do as you say." Liu Feng nodded eagerly, his heart secretly rejoicing. He relished seeing her jealousy on his behalf. A minor storm ultimately concluded with Liu Feng signing countless unequal treaties. With the crisis averted, the two nestled close once more, fervently planning their future. As they spoke, their excitement grew, discussing everything from kills to pottery, from stone axes to iron tools, from humble wooden huts to sturdy brick houses. The system birthed from their union seemed to sketch an extraordinarily magnificent blueprint for their future on this isolated island. Just think, with quality returns, we can excavate clay tomorrow, create the roughest of ceramic molds, and get direct returns. Perhaps we could even obtain a high-quality steel frying pan. Zhou Shiyi animatedly gestured. He grasped Zhou Shiyi's hand, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement. "The most remarkable aspect of quality returns is that it enables us to transcend the arduous and time-consuming journey of development from 0 to 1. Development process?" Zhou Shiyi appeared somewhat bewildered. "Yes." Liu Feng nodded emphatically, pointing to their hands, calloused from extensive labor. "What is our greatest challenge at present? It is physical strength. It is sheer brute force. Cutting wood and moving things depend solely on our two bodies. This is exceedingly inefficient." Liu Feng's speech quickened, a bold and audacious plan taking shape in his mind. Imagine if we could utilize clay and bamboo to construct a rudimentary steam engine? A steam engine? The term instantly widened Zhou Shiyi's eyes. Was that not something that only appeared in history books? The kind that could propel a train by boiling water? Precisely. Liu Feng's gaze was remarkably bright. We do not require it to truly function. We merely need it to be recognized as a steam engine within the system's evaluation. Then, we choose quality return. What might we gain? A genuine steam engine. Boom! This proclamation resonated in Zhou Shiyi's mind like a thunderclap. In an instant, she comprehended Liu Feng's intent, her body electrified with excitement. Then we... Indeed, Liu Feng emphatically interrupted her, articulating the answer she yearned for most. "We will no longer have to laboriously chop and process wood." His voice brimmed with boundless aspirations for the future. "We can use it to operate a wire saw, cutting boards of any desired thickness. It can power a stone mill, grinding our collected nuts in a fine powder. We could even construct a simple water pump, drawing the water from that stream right to our doorstep." Zhou Shiyi was utterly entranced. She became completely immersed in the vivid imagery Liu Feng painted, murmuring to herself, "A faucet at our doorstep?" Liu Feng, observing her adorable, dazed expression, felt a surge of tenderness and embraced her once more, whispering playfully in her ear, "Yes, a faucet that belongs solely to the two of us, one that we can turn on whenever we wish." The two exchanged words in the wooden cabin that had just witnessed their union, envisioning an increasingly fantastical and beautiful future. As they conversed, Zhou Shiyi's voice gradually softened, eventually trailing off into a gentle yawn, like a content little kitten that had finally exhausted itself from play, curling up satisfyingly in Liu Feng's embrace. Liu Feng tenderly caressed her silky hair, feeling the rhythm of her even breaths, a profound sense of fulfillment swelling within him. Here, they would create a miracle of their own. As the night deepened, the sound of the waves became the softest lullaby. The two drifted into slumber, entwined in each other's arms. Chapter 28. The sweet battle of mud on the following morning, as the air still lingered with the fresh scent of grass and foliage. Zhou Shiyi's eyelashes fluttered gently as she slowly opened her eyes. Before her lay Liu Feng's face, mere inches away, his gaze fixed intently upon her, infused with the languor of dawn and an inextricable tenderness. A flutter of excitement surged in Zhou Shiyi's heart, her cheeks flushed with warmth, yet she uttered no words. Instead, she leaned in, bestowing upon him a profound and lingering morning kiss, one that surpassed any they had shared previously. After a long moment, they reluctantly parted. The icy blue light screen materialized as expected. Extreme intimacy, behavior, determination. Honest slumber. Today's maximum return rate has been refreshed to 14 times. Available return attempts today, 3, including one remaining from yesterday. Upon seeing this notification, a satisfied smile graced Liu Feng's lips. 14 times, he murmured, noting the 3 opportunities, one of which was carried over from the previous day. Zhou Shiyi understood as well, her excitement bubbling forth as she clapped her hands. Wonderful. We can embark on our grand endeavor today. As she prepared to rise, Liu Feng gently pressed her shoulder. Not so fast. Let's first nourish ourselves. His voice carried a hint of morning roughness. Last night was quite taxing. You need to replenish your strength. Only then did Zhou Shiyi realize her stomach was indeed growling, and she nodded with a slight blush. After a simple breakfast, the two made their way to the precious mound of kaolin. Liu Feng squatted down, grasping a large chunk of fine, smooth gray-white clay, placing it on a flat stone slab. The warmth of the previous night and the intimacy of the morning had lifted his spirits, rendering even the sight of the mud particularly pleasing. Behold, the first step in pottery making, and indeed the most crucial one, is known as kneading the clay. Liu Feng began earnestly, aiming to expel the air within the material and enhance its density and plasticity. Otherwise, when fired, the air within expands, and with a bang, it explodes. He spoke with authority, his hands moving in a rhythmic dance. He pressed the clay forward with the base of his palm, rolling and pushing it repeatedly with fervor. Zhou Shiyi sat opposite him, her hands cradling her chin, her large, glistening eyes blinking with curiosity like a diligent student absorbing every word. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a soft glow upon her, making her appear almost ethereal, which stirred Liu Feng's heart, prompting him to unconsciously apply a bit more pressure with his hands. Once the clay was well kneaded, Liu Feng cleared his throat, transitioning to the next phase, shaping. The most primitive methods are the coiling technique and the pinching method. We shall employ the latter. He took a fist-sized lump of clay, rolling it into a sphere in his palm, then pressing down firmly in the center with his thumb, creating a deep indentation. As he gradually rotated the clay form, he carefully used the pads of his thumb and index finger to delicately extend the walls of the bowl. Inch by inch, Zhou Shiyi's eyes were fixed unwaveringly on his hands. These were hands characterized by pronounced knuckles, imbued with strength, hands capable of felling trees, constructing edifices, and sheltering her beneath a vast sky, yet also able to instill within her an unprecedented shiver of excitement. Upon this realization, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. However, mere minutes later, when Liu Feng proudly lifted his inaugural creation to showcase it, Zhou Shiyi's fleeting romantic musings were instantly swept away by an overwhelming wave of laughter. She initially stifled her amusement, shoulders shaking, her lips curving upwards in a wild grin. Yet, when she beheld the so-called bowl, she could no longer contain herself. "Ha ha! Fengge, what on earth is this?" Liu Feng cradled in his hands an object with a crooked rim, uneven walls, and a suspicious protrusion at the base resembling a lump of clay. Rather than a bowl, it resembled a makeshift ashtray that had been trodden upon. Cough! Liu Feng's face turned crimson as he desperately sought to salvage his dignity. "This is art. It embodies the essence of wabi-sabi. Do you not understand? It seeks beauty in imperfection. I do not comprehend." Zhou Shiyi chuckled until tears nearly streamed down her face, extending her slender finger to gently prod the edge of the bowl. All I know is that drinking from this vessel would surely result in water spilling from one side to the other, ultimately drenching me. Go on. You give a try. The derided Lu Feng found his masculine pride challenged like never before. I shall. I shall. Zhou Shiyi wiped away her tears of laughter, eagerly seizing a lump of clay to mimic his actions. Remarkably, the meticulous nature of her craft shone through, though her technique lacked precision. Her gentle touch yielded a bowl form that was far more rounded and orderly than Lu Feng's ashtray. Oof. What do you think? Zhou Shiyi triumphantly raised her chin, resembling a proud little peacock. As Lu Feng leaned in for a closer inspection, he was about to critique her work when he noticed that, in her intense concentration, a strand of hair had fallen, and the tip of her nose bore a small smudge of grayish clay, reminiscent of a mischievous kitten. A sudden impulse took hold of him, and he extended his mud-streaked finger to gently scrape at her smooth, pert nose. Ah! Zhou Shiyi gasped, momentarily stunned. In the next heartbeat, she regained her composure, scooping up a handful of clay and unceremoniously smearing it across Lu Feng's face. Oh, so you dare to ambush me? Hey, don't mess around. My face is covered in mud. You initiated it. In an instant, the two were enveloped in joyous laughter, the earlier seriousness of pottery making dissipating into the air. The morning camp resonated with their cheerful mirth. Clay became their most cherished plaything, as they adorned each other with whimsical designs, reveling in their playful antics. After their spirited frolic, the two, their faces painted in clay, finally recalled the task at hand. Drawing from their prior experiences and the relaxation gained through their playful exchanges, their ensuing collaboration flourished with an unspoken understanding. Lu Feng took on the physically demanding task of kneading the clay, while Zhou Shiyi deftly employed her skillful hands to focus on shaping their creations. 1, 2, 3. Soon, 10 uniquely shaped bowls, exuding a raw and rustic charm, were haphazardly arranged on the stone slab. Some resembled shallow dishes, while others appeared as deep plates. Each one was distinctively unattractive, earning its place as a prized exhibit in the Museum of Oddities. Yet, gazing at this collection, a testament to two individuals' laughter and labor. Their eyes sparkled with delight. Lu Feng wiped his face, only to smear the clay further, as he beheld the 10 unsightly bowls, taking a deep breath, the thrill in his eyes almost overflowing. All right. He turned to look at Zhou Shiyi, grinning broadly, revealing a set of pearly whites that stood out strikingly against his muddy visage. Let us witness how these bowls will transform under the 14-fold quality return. Chapter 29. The blind box 10 consecutive draws. Lu Feng wiped his mud-stained hands on his pants, which had long lost their original color, with a roughness reminiscent of a wild man emerging from a mire. He gazed at the 10 grotesque artifacts on the stone slab, treasures of the museum, inhaling deeply as the murky air seemed to be infused with an exhilarating essence. He explained to Zhou Shiyi, I intend to utilize one of my return attempts, selecting the quality return mode, with the goal of these 10 clay bowls. Are you ready? The moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived. Zhou Shiyi nodded vigorously, her fists clenched tightly, instinctively holding her breath in anticipation. Her unwavering gaze was fixed on the clay forms on the stone slab, as if she could will them into perfection through sheer will. Without further hesitation, Lu Feng concentrated his thoughts. Returned items confirmed. Ceramic blanks X10. Return attempts available today. 3-3. Selected mode. Quality return blind box version. Return attempts consumed. 1. Current multiplier 14x. Generation effect unknown. Confirm? At the moment Lu Feng confirmed, a dazzling golden light, too brilliant to behold, erupted on the stone slab like a miniature sun. The light was pure and warm, instantly enveloping the 10 unsightly clay bowls, casting a sacred golden hue over everything in the vicinity. The brilliance lasted merely 3 seconds before dissipating quietly. In its place stood 10 brand new creations, each distinct in form, texture, and color. Oh my! Zhou Shiyi gasped, covering her slightly parted lips, her throat emitting a sound of astonishment. She crouched down, extending her still trembling hand to carefully cradle the first item. It was the very piece Lu Feng had initially molded, which she had mercilessly mocked as an ashtray. Now, it had transformed into a delicate white porcelain teacup, as thin as a cicada's wing and as lustrous as jade. The cup's walls were crystalline, reflecting a warm, ivory glow under the sunlight. Adorning its surface, with a few graceful strokes of light blue, was a landscape painting depicting distant mountains and flowing waters. The scene portrayed towering peaks shrouded in mist, evoking a sense of profound tranquility. Steeped in the essence of Eastern classical Zen, Zhou Shiyi could even feel the refined, modern touch of the smooth, cool porcelain against her skin. She and Lu Feng exchanged glances, seeing the same astonishment mirrored in each other's mud-smeared faces. Clearing his throat, Lu Feng scratched his head and awkwardly explained, "See? I told you this is artistic flair. Even the system understands me. However, this seems a bit too exquisite. I'd be afraid to use it for drinking water, lest it get damaged." Zhou Shiyi cautiously placed the teacup back on the stone slab and turned her gaze to the next item. It was the first bowl she had crafted, which had originally been somewhat clumsily shaped. Now, however, it had ballooned in size as if it had consumed a growth agent, expanding to a diameter of 1/2 meter, transforming into a massive, sturdy, ceramic basin. The surface of the earthenware basin is adorned with a distinctive rustic texture typical of coarse pottery, its hue a steadfast earth yellow, exuding an aura of formidable strength and primal vigor. "This is remarkable. This is truly splendid," Zhou Shiyi exclaimed in delight, her eyes shimmering with excitement. "Now we have a place to wash things and knead clay. I could even use it for bathing." As she spoke, she gestured animatedly, as if envisioning herself comfortably curled up in the expansive basin, luxuriating in a soothing soak. Next came the third item, 3 bowls of varying sizes, flawlessly transformed into a set of nesting bowls. Crafted from sturdy stoneware that lies between pottery and porcelain, their color was a gentle, warm ivory, with a simple brown rim adorning the bowl's edge. Each bowl, in size, weight, and tactile sensation, was perfectly tailored for everyday dining. The fourth item emerged from a deep bowl, now metamorphosed into a hefty stone mortar, entirely black and as hard as iron, complemented by a matching pestle of the same material. Lu Feng picked it up, weighing it in his hands. It was impressively heavy, at least several kilograms. He rapped his knuckles against the mortar's wall, producing a crisp, resonant sound akin to striking metal. Goodness, this hardness rivals that of iron. The fifth item astonished them the most. It had evolved from a flat clay plate into a round ceramic platter, approximately 40 centimeters in diameter, with a uniformly thick profile. Strikingly, the surface of the platter was dotted with uniformly sized, neatly arranged circular holes, resembling a colossal colander. "What on earth is this?" Zhou Shiyi inquired curiously, poking one of the holes with her finger, her expression one of puzzlement. However, Lu Feng's eyes suddenly sparkled, and his breath quickened. "I know. This is a steaming tray," he exclaimed, seizing the perforated platter with enthusiasm. "With this, we can enjoy steamed dishes. Steamed fish, steamed wild vegetables." He hesitated, his excitement intensifying. "It can also serve as a grid in the kiln." "A grid?" Zhou Shiyi echoed, bewildered. "Yes." Lu Feng gestured excitedly. "With this, we can place the clay forms on top, allowing flames and heat to pass through the holes, evenly heating the pottery. Combustion will be more complete, and the kiln's temperature can soar even higher. Our updraft kiln structure will be perfected." As Zhou Shiyi grasped the significance, her gaze toward the seemingly ordinary perforated platter transformed entirely. The remaining 5 items appeared increasingly peculiar, each reflecting a whimsical creativity. One bowl had morphed into a long, slender planting trough, seemingly limited to the cultivation of flowers. Another had become a sealed ceramic jar with a robust lid, fitting snugly to store precious salt or moisture-sensitive nuts. Truly an impeccable solution. There exists a peculiar entity, a clay sculpture that has utterly liberated itself, morphing into an abstract form so distorted that its original identity is unrecognizable. This postmodern creation is steeped in a labyrinth of existential musings. its sole merit perhaps lying in the testament that even systems can indulge in moments of exuberance. Alongside it lies a bowl, transfigured into a flawless ceramic sphere, its surface polished to a lustrous sheen, perfectly sized to fit comfortably in one's grasp, serving as a delightful toy. The final piece is a charmingly petite tea set, seemingly crafted for a Barbie doll. The teapot is no larger than a thumb, and the teacups are scarcely the size of a fingernail, exquisite enough to melt one's heart. Zhou Shiyi found herself entranced, unable to avert her gaze, cradling the delicate porcelain teacup in her palms, unable to part with it, her youthful spirit soaring. The two spent a leisurely half-day meticulously cataloging the treasures unearthed from the blind box. Despite the oddities resembling abstract sculptures, the acquisition of ceramic pots, nesting bowls, a stone mortar, a steaming tray, and a sealed jar undeniably elevated their quality of life, propelling them from the Stone Age to an entirely new echelon. Zhou Shiyi gently caressed the elegant blue and white patterns adorning the teacup, a wave of warmth from the refined world of civilization flooding her heart. She glanced at the man beside her, equally smeared with clay, yet beaming with joy, and felt an overwhelming sense of hope for the future. Meanwhile, Feng grasped the crucial porous ceramic plate, his mind racing with visions of the kiln's every intricate detail. Setting down the plate, he lifted the heavy stone mortar, flashing a grin at Zhou Shiyi, the mud on his face unable to conceal the genuine delight radiating from within. He shook the mortar in his hand, its sound imbued with temptation, exclaiming, "Tonight, we shall finally feast without gnawing on tough smoked or grilled snake meat. We'll indulge in something warm." As he beheld the sudden spark in Zhou Shiyi's eyes, he painted a magnificent tapestry of possibilities. "Let us first procure some salt. We should be able to enjoy soup tonight." Chapter 30. Salt production. Feng gently placed the crucial porous ceramic plate down and weighed the heavy stone mortar in his hands, his mud-streaked face brimming with satisfaction as he observed Zhou Shiyi's eyes sparkle at the mention of soup. "Let us proceed. First things first," Feng declared, setting down the mortar and taking Zhou Shiyi's hand, their destination set for the sea. "Our inaugural pot of soup begins with a handful of the purest salt." "Absolutely," Zhou Shiyi replied with fervent enthusiasm, gripping his mud-stained hand tightly, her spirit overflowing with determination. The duo quickly rinsed their faces and hands by the stream. Though they still looked somewhat disheveled, their spirits were invigorated. Feng hoisted the large ceramic basin, while Zhou Shiyi cherished the lidded sealed jar, and together they marched proudly toward the beach. This time, Feng veered away from the soft sands and led her to an area strewn with dark rocky reefs. Between these rocks lay natural stone pools, filled with seawater during high tide. As the tide receded, the sun's relentless rays evaporated the water, leaving behind concentrated brine. "Here, the salinity of the seawater is higher, saving us considerable firewood and time," Feng, the survival expert, proclaimed, pointing to the largest stone pool. Together, they scooped the brine from the pool into the massive ceramic basin with smaller bowls until it was filled to the brim. The weight of the basin was formidable. On their return, they each grasped the rim of the basin, their steps heavy yet their hearts light. Occasionally, their fingers brushed against one another, sending a tingling sensation through them, and they exchanged knowing smiles, their shared joy unspoken. Upon returning to the campsite, they gazed at the rudimentary earthen kiln taking shape, a surge of ambition swelling within them. However, before they could fire the pottery, the kiln needed to be thoroughly dried. For now, their foremost concern was the matter of sustenance. To boil salt, a proper cooking platform was essential. Feng set down the basin and clapped his hands. "Let us get to work." They utilized the leftover clay from the kiln construction and gathered several suitably sized flat stones, constructing a rudimentary stone stove beside the kiln with a clatter of tools. The stove was enclosed on 3 sides, leaving one side open for adding fuel, and the top was leveled with stone slabs, perfectly accommodating their large ceramic basin. This setup was far more efficient in heat utilization than direct fire on the ground. With everything in place, Feng carefully positioned the basin on the stove, while Zhou Shiyi skillfully ignited the tinder using a fire drill, quickly summoning vibrant orange flames in the stove. Shiyi, Pay attention. Boiling salt is a skillful endeavor, Lu Feng instructed as he added dry wood to the fire. Initiating his impromptu lesson. If you boil the water down directly, the resulting salt will contain many bitter impurities, affecting its taste and potentially harming your health. What should we do then? Zhou Shiyi inquired curiously, squatting beside the stove and watching as tiny bubbles began to form on the surface of the water. Responding to the rising temperature, the flames licked the bottom of the earthen pot, causing the brine within to bubble vigorously, releasing a white vapor infused with the ocean's briny scent, which permeated the small campsite. As the moisture evaporated, a layer of grayish-white scum gradually accumulated on the surface of the liquid. Behold, these are the first impurities precipitated, primarily comprising low-solubility substances such as calcium sulfate. Lu Feng picked up a broad leaf, akin to a master chef, and meticulously skimmed off the entire layer of scum. Zhou Shiyi nodded repeatedly, resembling a diligent student taking notes. They continuously added firewood to maintain the brine's boil, and the water level in the immense earthen pot decreased at a visibly rapid pace. When only about 1/10 of the original water remained, the brine had become somewhat murky and viscous. "All right, extinguish the fire," Lu Feng declared decisively. He carefully lifted the scalding pot from the stove, using 2 thick banana leaves as protection for his hands, setting it aside to cool. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Feng retrieved an old t-shirt he had initially intended for use as a material, cutting a large piece of cotton fabric and stretching it over a clean bowl, creating a rudimentary filter. The crucial step was at hand. Lu Feng inhaled deeply and slowly, cautiously poured the still-hot concentrated brine over the cotton cloth. The turbid brine seeped through the fabric, dripping into the bowl below, while a layer of yellow-brown sediment, resembling silt, remained on the cloth. These were primarily magnesium chloride and potassium chloride, which rendered sea salt bitter and astringent, and prone to moisture absorption, Lu Feng explained, pointing to the residue on the cloth. Zhou Shiyi leaned in to take a whiff, and indeed, an indescribable bitter flavor wafted forth. She glanced at the filtered brine in the bowl. Although still not perfectly clear, it was significantly more transparent than before. Dipping her fingertip into it, she tasted a drop. It was intensely salty, yet the unpleasant bitterness had vanished. "Wow, how marvelous!" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder, feeling she had acquired invaluable knowledge. The final step was crystallization. Lu Feng poured the filtered, high-concentration brine into a flat earthen dish, only filling it with a thin layer. He then placed the dish on the still-warm stove, utilizing the residual heat for gradual evaporation. As the last traces of moisture vanished, a layer of pure, glistening fine crystals, reminiscent of the first snow of winter, blanketed the bottom of the dish. In the fading sunlight, the salt crystals sparkled with a brilliance akin to diamonds. "Salt! We have salt!" Zhou Shiyi could no longer contain her joy, exclaiming in delight as she carefully gathered the precious salt grains with a small shell, forming a tiny white mound. She pinched a grain and placed it in her mouth, where a pure and assertive saltiness exploded on her palate. There was no trace of bitterness, only the fundamental deliciousness of food. At that moment, tears unexpectedly welled up in Zhou Shiyi's eyes. She suddenly threw herself into Lu Feng's embrace, holding him tightly, burying her face in his chest, which carried the warmth of life. Her voice, laced with a thick nasal tone and boundless joy, exclaimed, "Feng Gu, we have salt. We truly have salt." Lu Feng chuckled softly, patting her back, his heart equally stirred. Gently, he pushed her away, gazing at her tear-streaked face, playfully brushing her nose and solemnly fulfilling his promise. "All right, no more tears, our great benefactor. Now, I shall prepare the most delicious meal for you tonight." He retrieved a sharp dagger, slicing the smoked snake meat into thin pieces, and combined it with some tender, edible wild greens he had foraged a couple of days prior, placing it all in a bowl, adding pure creek water. Finally, with the utmost reverence, he pinched a small handful of the invaluable white crystals and sprinkled it into the mixture. As this medley of meat, vegetables, and water was placed upon the stove, and as the flames leapt up again, the bubbling sound accompanied by the aroma of the broth wafted through the camp for the first time. It was not merely the fragrance of food, it was the scent of home. The soup was ready. Each took a bowl, cautiously blowing away the steam, savoring the first sip of broth since arriving on the island. The scalding, savory soup glided down their throats, filling their stomachs with a warmth and indescribable happiness that instantly spread through their limbs. That simple salty taste seemed to act as a key, unlocking all the memories of their palates. How wonderful it was. Chapter 31. The luxurious king-size bed. The crackling of the campfire resonated in the tranquil night, casting a warm orange glow that illuminated the satisfied smiles of the two companions. Not far away, the rudimentary earthen kiln stood silently under the night sky, resembling a stoic sentinel, safeguarding the campsite and the flickering hopes they had just ignited. Everything felt serene and beautiful. Zhou Shiyi cradled a miniature teapot, no larger than her thumb, delighting in its charm as she playfully turned it over in her hands. Bringing the spout close to her nose, she inhaled gently, catching a whiff of the subtle fragrance of tea. Nestling against Liu Feng's shoulder, she gazed at the freshly harvested ceramic bowls and jars, her voice imbued with a dreamlike sigh. "Brother Feng, we now have salt, bowls, pots, and jars. It feels as though, even without rescue, we could remain here indefinitely." "Indeed," Liu Feng replied with a smile, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. His gaze drifted past the pristine pottery and settled on the pile of grass in the center of the wooden cabin. "We still need a few things." He lifted his chin and gestured toward the cabin. Zhou Shiyi followed his gaze, and through their shared glance, an understanding blossomed. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, only to dim slightly as she murmured, "But crafting a real bed seems too difficult, doesn't it? We'd have to chop thick wood, smooth it out, and join the pieces together. Just thinking about it is exhausting." The strenuous labor of recent days had instilled in her a natural trepidation towards lumbering and crafting. Liu Feng, however, smiled mysteriously, waggling his finger at her. "The conventional methods are too slow. We need not adhere to the usual ways." His voice carried a playful and enticing lilt. "She, have you forgotten? We could still open blind boxes. Why toil when we have ready-made options?" Zhou Shiyi's eyes widened in astonishment. "Of course. How could I forget? 2 chances for returns. 2 opportunities to gamble for a transformative quality return." The immense delight liberated her from the uncertainty of the future and the dread of labor, filling her with renewed vigor. "What are we waiting for?" She sprang to her feet, grasping Liu Feng's hand as they dashed towards the makeshift shelter. "Let us go. Right now." Without hesitation, they swiftly made their way to the primitive refuge that bore the marks of their arrival on the deserted island, brimming with memories. Yet at that moment, their focus was solely on the rudimentary bed that served as their prototype. "Dismantle it," Liu Feng commanded, and they promptly set to work, unhesitatingly deconstructing the bed that had accompanied them for several days. Wood was sorted from vines, each element distinctly categorized. However, that was insufficient to yield something extraordinary. The offerings had to be abundant, and their imagination must keep pace. Liu Feng passionately articulated his esoteric theory. Thus, the duo embarked on a quest to gather materials. They sought out more pliable vines, chopped down a plethora of broad banana leaves, and collected an ample supply of fluffy, dry grasses and moss. Soon, the clearing was brimming with an array of raw materials. "All right, let us unleash our creativity." Liu Feng clapped his hands, announcing the commencement of their creation. The ensuing scene resembled not so much a crafting endeavor, but rather an exuberant game of make-believe. They skillfully bound several small sticks and vines together, forming a rudimentary bedside table, roughly the size of a palm, with legs of varying lengths. They then stuffed a bag haphazardly wrapped in banana leaves with a generous amount of dry, soft grass, creating a plump pillow model that flattened upon pressure. Zhou Shiyi, unleashing her boundless imagination, meticulously crafted a mattress from the finest vines, imitating modern weaving techniques, and dubbed it purely natural handmade, vine weaving, breathable. 1, 2, 3. The two of them busily tinkered away, delighting in their labor. In no time, 10 uniquely unattractive pieces of furniture, each a manifestation of their visions for comfortable sleep, emerged. There were pillows, stools, cabinets, and some that were merely bundles of grass. Even Lu Feng himself found it hard to classify. Lu Feng gazed at the collection of endearingly imperfect creations, a satisfied nod gracing his face. He turned to Zhou Shiyi, whose expression mirrored his own anticipation, and flashed a smile, gently placing his hand upon the 10 odd prototypes. He closed his eyes and silently recited, "Items for return confirmed. Bed furniture prototypes X10. Available return attempts today. 2-3. Selection mode. Quality return, blind box version. Consume return attempts. 1 time. Current multiplier, 14 times. Generation effect unknown. Confirm? Confirm." A resonant hum filled the air, a dazzling golden light, even more radiant than when they had previously opened pottery, erupted with a thunderous brilliance, prompting both to instinctively close their eyes. When the light dissipated and Lu Feng and Zhou Shiyi cautiously reopened their eyes, they gasped in astonishment. The crude, makeshift toys had vanished without a trace. In their place lay a luxurious bedroom set, quietly resting on the grass, shimmering softly under the moonlight, enough to leave any modern furniture designer in awe. At the forefront was a spacious, sturdy oak bed, its warm wood tones radiating tranquility, while the headboard showcased exquisite craftsmanship with elegantly carved wave patterns. Upon the bed rested a thick, soft mattress, which Zhou Shiyi could envision possessing remarkable resilience without even needing to touch it. On the mattress lay 2 fluffy, soft pillows and a neatly folded delicate linen quilt. Beside the grand bed stood 2 exquisite nightstands and a low-shoe bench, all crafted from the same oak, marvelously constructed with impeccable precision. Most astonishing of all was the enormous, perfectly stacked, white mosquito net beside the furniture, capable of enveloping the entire bed. Its mesh so fine that not even the smallest insect could penetrate it. The air hung heavy with silence. Zhou Shiyi was utterly stunned, her mouth agape, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She stepped forward cautiously, fearful of disturbing this dreamlike scene. With a trembling hand, she delicately touched the smooth oak headboard, then leapt onto the soft bed. She sank into the plush mattress, enveloped by an indescribable sense of comfort and safety. Zhou Shiyi rolled blissfully on the bed, a satisfied sigh escaping her lips. "How wonderful this is, Brother Feng. It's soft. The bed and quilt are so plush." She clutched a fluffy pillow, burying her face deep within it, greedily inhaling the clean, warm scent of cotton and sunlight. Lu Feng watched her playful antics on the bed, his joy evident. Soon, the two began to move the bed with the enthusiasm of diligent ants. Together, they maneuvered the heavy oak bed into the wooden cabin they had built with their own hands, its dimensions fitting perfectly. They carefully arranged the mattress, pillows, and quilt, placing 2 bedside tables on either side of the bed. Finally, Lu Feng climbed onto a stool and hung the large mosquito net from a beam, the white fabric gently cascading down to envelop the entire bed. As night deepened, they finished their evening routines. Zhou Shiyi cautiously perched on the edge of the bed, the soft mattress yielding beneath her, cradling her gently. She sighed contentedly, testing the waters as she leaned back, sinking into the plushness. "Oh my!" She closed her eyes, feeling the support and embrace beneath her, her voice laced with a dreamlike quality. "Brother Feng, I feel as if I am lying on a cloud." Lu Feng lay down beside her, the mattress shifting once more under his weight. He said nothing, simply extending his arm to draw Zhou Shiyi into his embrace. He could distinctly feel her relax completely upon contact, that innate sense of dependence igniting a warmth within him. "This is not a cloud," he whispered in her ear, his voice husky and serious. "This is our home." "Home." Zhou Shiyi repeated the word, her eyes glistening. She turned to face Lu Feng, reaching out to wrap her arms around his neck. Their eyes locked, the flickering firelight dancing in their pupils, igniting primitive and fervent emotions. He leaned down, planting a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Lu Feng softly lowered the mosquito net, the white fabric falling delicately, shrouding the bed in a moonlit haze, completely isolating them from the outside wilderness. They were enveloped in this space that belonged solely to them, an absolute sanctuary. Outside, the rhythmic sound of the waves shifted, ebbing and flowing tenderly against the shore, as if attempting to weave the entire night into its cadence. Inside, the firelight dimmed, casting swaying, blurred shadows on the mosquito net. The air grew thick and heated. He leaned down again, kissing her lips. Clothes fell away, no longer a barrier, as their youthful, fervent bodies pressed together without reservation. Zhou Shiyi let out a soft murmur. Lu Feng's movements were gentle yet resolute. He felt the tremors of the girl in his arms, along with her unreserved trust. In that moment, he felt not just the thrill of conquest, but also a profound sense of responsibility and an unprecedented fulfillment. He had finally provided her with a haven where she could lay down all her defenses. After a while, the wind stilled and the waves quieted. Zhou Shiyi, nestled in his embrace, had already drifted into a deep slumber, her steady breathing brushing against Lu Feng's chest, tickling him gently. A lingering blush adorned her cheeks, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously, lost in sweet dreams. In the realm of slumber, she shifted her position, curling into his embrace. Her cheek pressed firmly against his chest, seeking the warmth and strength that brought her solace. Lu Feng, with his eyes wide open, quietly gazed at the wooden ceiling above, feeling the weight and warmth of the girl nestled in his arms. He gently drew his arms closer, enveloping this world that belonged to him, along with the sleeping girl. In a tender embrace. Chapter 32. Plunging into the abyss, the first rays of dawn's light mischievously slipped through the crevices of the wooden cabin, dancing on Zhou Shiyi's eyelashes. Her long lashes fluttered gently as she slowly opened her eyes. The first sight that greeted her was Lu Feng's serene profile as he slumbered, along with his sturdy, warm arm draped over her waist. Beneath her was an astonishingly soft mattress, no longer the prickly, damp heap of grass, but rather a gentle embrace. Cradling her like a warm cloud, the air was suffused with the fresh aroma of oak, mingling with the pleasant scent of the sun-kissed linen quilt. And the unique, reassuring fragrance of the man beside her enveloped her. This was the most peaceful and secure sleep she had experienced since arriving on the deserted island. Devoid of fear for the unknown, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of safety. Zhou Shiyi subtly nestled closer into Lu Feng's embrace. Akin to a cat that had stolen a fish, her lips involuntarily curving into a sweet smile. She could distinctly feel her heartbeat resonating in harmony with his chest, both steady and synchronized. Just then, a crisp notification tone echoed in Lu Feng's mind. Extreme intimacy behavior determined. Harmonious togetherness. Congratulations, host. Today's maximum reward multiplier has been refreshed to 16 times. Available reward claims today, 3, including one leftover from yesterday. Lu Feng's eyelids fluttered, a smile creeping onto his lips. What a delightful surprise. 16 times. This truly was a gift of love. He opened his eyes just in time to meet Zhou Shiyi's sparkling gaze, which appeared to be filled with an entire starry sky. Her cheeks flushed a charming crimson, reminiscent of a startled little rabbit, instinctively seeking refuge beneath the covers. Lu Feng chuckled softly, pulling her closer, and pressed a warm morning kiss onto her smooth forehead. Good morning. Morning, Zhou Shiyi murmured softly, her voice laced with the drowsiness and innocence of one just awoken. After a moment of tender intimacy, they reluctantly rose from bed. They prepared a steaming breakfast using the leftover snake soup and wild vegetables from the previous night, nourishing themselves until they felt warm and invigorated. With spirits high and energy renewed, it was time to address the day as paramount task, opening the kiln to fire the pottery. The two of them approached the earthy yellow kiln, the fruit of their considerable labor. After a night of air drying and the indirect baking from yesterday's salt boiling, the kiln had become remarkably sturdy, producing a dull thud when tapped. Lu Feng carefully lifted the exquisite porous ceramic tray, a true stroke of genius, and placed it steadily into the designated slot at the center of the kiln. Subsequently, they arranged the previously molded clay pieces, along with some newly shaped, oddly contoured lumps of clay, in an orderly fashion upon the tray. The most critical aspect of opening the kiln was to avoid any sudden fluctuations in temperature, as that would cause the clay pieces to shatter instantly. As Lu Feng meticulously stuffed dry kindling into the furnace's firebox, he elucidated to Zhou Shiyi, "Thus, we must first bake it slowly over a gentle flame, thoroughly expelling the last vestiges of moisture from the clay body. This process is referred to as firing the kiln, and it cannot be rushed." Zhou Shiyi listened intently, her faith in Lu Feng's survival knowledge unwavering. Lu Feng skillfully ignited the kindling, expertly controlling the flames. Before long, wisps of white steam began to waft from the flue at the top of the kiln. This baking process must endure for several hours. During the waiting period, Lu Feng brushed off the ash from his hands, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Addressing Zhou Shiyi, who was engrossed in watching the fire, he remarked, "Shiyi, firing the kiln requires time, but I cannot remain here indefinitely. Our range of activity is confined to the beach and the vicinity of the camp, which poses significant dangers for us. The unknown threats are far more terrifying than the known." His gaze penetrated the depths of the dense forest behind the camp. "We cannot forever remain mere survivors stranded on the beach. We must become the masters of this island. Therefore, I must venture forth to scout the surrounding resources and eliminate potential hazards." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiyi lifted her head, her delicate face etched with concern. She understood the necessity of this undertaking. Information is always paramount. Yet, the thought of Lu Feng entering the unknown and perilous jungle alone tightened her heart. You must be cautious. If danger arises, flee and do not confront it. Return swiftly." She grasped Lu Feng's hand, her admonitions earnest and fervent. "Do not worry," Lu Feng reassured her, gently squeezing her tender palm and offering a reassuring smile. Without delay, he began his preparations, securing a sharp dagger to his calf and binding a shard of flint to the end of a resilient stick with vines, fashioning a simple yet lethal spear. Finally, he filled a covered clay pot with fresh stream water. With all preparations complete, he bid Zhou Shiyi farewell once more before plunging into the deeper, unfamiliar jungle. As he entered the heart of the forest, the environment transformed instantaneously. Towering trees obscured the sky, filtering the light into dappled patches. The air was thick with the unfamiliar scent of decaying leaves mingled with damp earth. The sounds of various unknown insects and birds filled his ears. Lu Feng's demeanor shifted into that of a hunter. Armed with his spear, he navigated through the obstructing vines and underbrush with light footfalls, his eyes and ears scanning the surroundings like a radar for any sign of movement. After cautiously traversing a modest ridge, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Before him loomed a colossal rock face, nearly vertical in its ascent. The wall rose high, seemingly endless, adorned with ancient vines as thick as a bowl, coiling like a giant serpent. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What struck Lu Feng most profoundly was the realization that, through the gaps of the intertwining vines, the surface of the rock wall was not of natural origin. There were irregularly arranged, seemingly hewn square boulders. There seems too precise to be the work of nature. Could this be a man-made relic? A mad thought surged from the depths of Lu Feng's mind. Did this isolated island, forsaken by modern civilization, conceal some unknown secrets? He forcibly suppressed the tumult within and refrained from advancing recklessly. Gripping his spear tightly, he concealed himself behind a colossal tree, beginning to observe with meticulous attention. At that moment, he noticed a peculiar detail. At the base of the rock wall lay a barren expanse, approximately 10 meters in diameter. This area was devoid of any vegetation. Even the moss seemed to deliberately avoid it, creating a stark contrast with the vibrant jungle surrounding it. This anomaly heightened Lu Feng's tension. Rather than proceeding forward, he circled to the side and tentatively prodded the dark ground with the tip of his spear. The instant the spearhead made contact with the earth, crack, a crisp sound resonated, akin to the shattering of glass. Radiating from the spear's point, spiderweb-like fissures erupted wildly across the surface. Alarm surged through Lu Feng as his pupils contracted. A final thought flashed through his mind. This was not a trap. Beneath this land, it was hollow. He attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Without warning, the ground beneath him collapsed. With a thunderous roar, Lu Feng barely had time to utter a cry before he felt the earth give way beneath him. and the entire world spun chaotically. The sensation of weightlessness seized his heart as the plunge downward drained every ounce of air from his lungs. All light before his eyes was engulfed by an infinite darkness. He plummeted, along with the crumbling soil and rocks, straight into a profound abyss of shadow. Chapter 33. The truth and the countdown. A profound sense of weightlessness seized Lu Feng's heart the moment the ground beneath him crumbled. He barely had time to utter a cry before the world around him spun violently. The roar of falling stones and earth filled his ears, while his body felt as though all strength had been siphoned away. In this critical moment, the survival knowledge he had absorbed countless times from videos and the instincts honed through years of training compelled him to respond. He instinctively curled his body mid-air, shielding his head and neck with his arms, turning his back towards the unknown abyss, bracing for the almost inevitable shattering impact. 1 second, 2 seconds, time stretched infinitely. The anticipated agony of shattered bones and heart-wrenching pain did not materialize. Instead, he plunged into a frigid, bone-chilling body of water. A tremendous force penetrated his body, expelling every remnant of air from his lungs. The icy, earthy water surged into his mouth and nostrils, a suffocating sensation and excruciating pain assaulting him simultaneously. Water! The thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through his near-death haze of consciousness. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all else. He flailed his nearly disassembled limbs, enduring the agony of sore, torn muscles struggling to swim upwards. With a splash, he finally broke the surface, his chest heaving violently, greedily inhaling the air. He coughed violently, expelling the water that had invaded his lungs, and scanned his surroundings, only to be met with a pitch-black void. The silence was terrifying, broken only by his heavy breathing and the sound of water droplets falling from a great height, splattering against the surface below, echoing eerily in the vast underground space. He dared not linger in the frigid water, exerting himself to reach a nearby rock, scrambling up with every ounce of strength. Soaked to the bone, the biting cold made his teeth chatter. His first instinct was to check his calf. The multifunctional knife was still there, providing a modicum of reassurance. But the spear was nowhere to be found. The chill within him ran deeper than the icy waters, seeping into his very bones. How was he to escape? That thought was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by a more profound fear and resolve. He thought of Zhou Shiyi. He recalled her eyes, seemingly filled with the entirety of the starry sky. He remembered her, full of dreams, planning their future by the campfire. He remembered waking to find her curled up like a cat in his embrace, that unreserved dependence and sweetness. She was still at the camp, tending to the kiln that had just ignited hope, waiting for his return. If he were to die here, what would become of that foolish girl? Would she weep? Would she despair? Could she survive alone on this desolate island? No. The mere thought of that image gripped Lu Feng's heart like an invisible hand, squeezing it so tightly that he felt it might cease to beat. He could not die here. He could not allow the girl who had entrusted everything to him to lose her entire world. This conviction, born from the depths of his soul, ignited like a fierce flame, instantly warming his frozen blood. The will to survive surged within him like never before. He ceased to think of the distant exit and forced himself to regain his composure, summoning all his strength to embrace the boundless darkness surrounding him. Darkness does not signify emptiness. He could hear it, the sound of dripping water, alongside an exceedingly faint whisper that seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth. A breeze. At that moment, at the edge of his vision, a glimmer of ethereal blue light ignited without warning. This light was not blinding. Rather, it possessed an enchanting allure, becoming the sole beacon in the oppressive silence of the abyss. Without hesitation, Lu Feng struggled to rise, staggering towards this singular glimmer of hope. Before him lay an immense subterranean cavern. The ground beneath his feet was uneven and slick with moss, treacherous enough to send one tumbling, if not careful. The air was thick with a bone-chilling cold and a pungent earthy scent. As he drew closer, the ethereal blue light became increasingly vivid. Ultimately, he arrived at a circular altar fashioned from unknown black stones. The altar was ancient and solemn, its surface adorned with intricate and enigmatic carvings that seemed to silently recount a long-buried history. At the very center of the altar, a fist-sized crystal hovered serenely in midair, radiating the blue light that illuminated the eternal darkness around him. Lu Feng's heart raced uncontrollably, the scene before him surpassing all comprehension. As he reached out tentatively, a grand, ancient voice, devoid of emotion, resonated throughout the cavern without warning. The voice did not emanate from any particular direction. Rather, it echoed directly within his mind, shaking his very soul. Authorization confirmed. Welcome to the Sea of Trials. This voice seemed to transcend the boundaries of time, each word imbued with undeniable authority. The civilization of Earth had entered its final selection, to preserve the spark of existence. The will of Earth had transported all eligible humans to the sea realm for a trial of civilizational continuity. Those who remained would sink alongside the remnants of the land into the starry abyss. Current trial domain, Area G, 731. Initial number of participants, 1 million. Trial objective, to locate the sea source stone and return to the starry sea. This is the sole energy source that sustains the land. Lu Feng's mind buzzed with the overwhelming implications. All of humanity have been transported. He and Zhou Shiyi were not mere victims of misfortune, but rather chosen to partake in a trial that determined the fate of all mankind. He struggled to process this colossal and suffocating information when the cold voice boomed again, like thunder shattering the silence, obliterating any remnants of hope. Warning, countdown to the island submersion, 20 days, 10 hours, 31 minutes. A wave of bone-deep chill engulfed Lu Feng, causing his very blood to freeze. Submersion? This island would sink. Before he could fully comprehend the devastating news, the blue crystal on the altar radiated a brilliant light, abruptly detaching itself from the altar and transforming into a stream of ethereal blue light that unceremoniously burrowed into his left arm. A searing wave of agony surged through his arm, as if a red-hot branding iron were firmly pressed against him. Lu Feng could not suppress a muffled groan, collapsing to one knee on the ground. He gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead, as cold sweat instantly drenched his hair. Looking down, he beheld a crystal, resembling obsidian, embedded in his left arm, emanating a faint yet profound glow. Star Core fusion complete. Authorization status confirmed. Chapter 34. Stellar Core Communication channel activated. A chilling prompt resonated within Lu Feng's mind, as his consciousness was instantaneously drawn into the intricate stellar patterns etched upon his left arm, unveiling an entirely new interface. Two channel icons emerged before him. One shimmered with a faint glow, while the other appeared dull and colorless. Channel G, 731 Trial Sea Area, flashing, Humanity General Channel, dull, without hesitation. Lu Feng directed his thoughts towards the pulsating regional channel. Subsequently, an alarming series of numbers caused his pupils to constrict and his heart to race. Current online initial count, 128, 648, 521, 314. Note, online refers to those who have activated their stellar core permissions. Survivors indicates the total number of living humans in this area. A bone-chilling sensation surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. In less than 10 days, nearly 50,000 lives have been extinguished in this very sea. This is not a film, nor a game. It is a gruesome slaughterhouse unfolding in real time, with casualties in the hundreds of thousands. Trembling, Lu Feng activated the regional channel. Instantly, a torrent of messages cascaded before his eyes. Missing, Wang Hao. If you're in this channel, please respond. Lisu. I'm still alive. I am on an island with many waterfalls. Please reply. Coordinates -534, 518. Volcanic Island. There is stable freshwater in the northern cave, but beware of a giant red crab that is highly aggressive. It crushed my teammate's leg. Has anyone successfully built a storm-resistant boat? My raft was shattered by a wave as soon as it set sail. I nearly drowned. The storms in this cursed place are terrifying. Just activated the stellar core, and the island is set to sink in 20 days? What the hell is this? Is humanity doomed? Friendly reminder. A type of purple mushroom that grows on decaying wood is highly toxic and induces intense hallucinations. Don't ask how I know. I just saw my grandmother smiling at me from the sky. The flint in the Earth supply box is crucial. My wife and I have not been able to make a fire for 2 days. Thank you, Mother Earth. A former Marine's advice to all: remain calm, do not panic. Prioritize securing a safe shelter, followed by fresh water, and lastly food. Panic is deadlier than any beast. An amusing survival game. The weak deserve to be called. I shall become the leader of humanity's resurgence. Despair pleas for help, warnings, hope, madness, indifference. The myriad facets of existence were distilled within this small chat box, revealing the most primal and brutal of truths. He glanced towards the Humanity General channel. The chaotic scene he had envisioned, filled with countless voices crying for help, wailing, and exchanging information, did not materialize. The entire channel was enveloped in a deathly silence. Only a few lines, emitting a soft white glow, seemed as if they had existed since time immemorial, anchored at the top of the channel. The speaker's name was one that made Lu Feng's heart constrict with sudden dread. Will of Earth. The will of Earth. To all my children, as you read these words, your homeland lies behind you. I have burned away my essence to carve out this final sanctuary for you amidst the ocean of stars. The will of Earth. The realm of trials you inhabit is a place of exile, yet also a cradle for rebirth. The only support you possess lies in your wisdom, courage, and the bonds with your kind. The will of Earth. Seek the ocean source stones and gather them. They shall serve as your guide home, the fuel for sustaining civilization, and your opportunity to transcend into the divine. The will of Earth. Survive, fight, and create. Each individual who endures is a spark of our human civilization's last flame. May we, one day, reunite among the stars. Humanity's survival supplies, awaiting collection. These brief 5 sentences reverberated explosively within Lu Feng's mind. This was not merely a global catastrophe. It was a passive exile aimed at preserving civilization. Earth was lost, or rather, it was unreachable. Lu Feng instinctively yearned to articulate something in the channel. Yet, his gaze was ensnared by a diminutive, azure-hued crystal icon beside the input box. Speak. Consume ocean source, stone, X1. A twitch crossed Lu Feng's lips. It was not that no one wished to speak. Rather, in this precarious initial phase where survival itself was at stake, no one could afford the luxury of expending an essential ocean source stone to utter a trivial remark. His thoughts lingered on the 5th line, the supply awaiting collection, and he gently tapped it. With a crisp notification sound, a translucent storage space, roughly 1 cubic meter in size, materialized in the depths of his consciousness. At its center lay a silver-gray box, glimmering with a metallic sheen. A moment of realization struck Lu Feng. It became clear why they had found no supplies upon awakening on the raft. This final gift from Earth required the activation of the so-called qualified 1 status to be obtained. He opened the storage space, using his mind to extract and unveil the box. Though modest in size, its contents were nothing short of a boon in dire times. Inside lay a neatly coiled nylon climbing rope, approximately 30 meters long, one end adorned with a stainless steel carabiner, a hand-cranked tactical flashlight, a piece of deep gray magnesium, gleaming with a metallic luster, accompanied by a small serrated steel fire starter, a folding multi-tool, embodying over 20 functions including a main blade, pliers, saw, and can opener, radiated a cold metallic sheen. A waterproof first aid kit contained bandages, disinfectants, painkillers, and antibiotics. 3 vacuum-sealed beef energy bars, which appear to be bursting with calories. And a map booklet. As he touched the map booklet, it transformed into a gentle white light and merged into the star core within his left arm. In the next moment, a brand new functional interface was illuminated. It revealed a 3-dimensional map of the oceanic realm, much of which was shrouded in dense black fog. Only the location he occupied could perceive it, a flickering blue light signifying his presence. Current coordinates: G731 zone, -597, 514 at the edge of the map. A diminutive scale was clearly marked. Each grid square represented 10 nautical miles. The distance from the center of the sea was approximately 700 squares. which equated to over 7,000 nautical miles. This distance cast a shadow over the flicker of hope that had just ignited within him. He meticulously stored away all his supplies, leaving only an energy bar, which he hastily tore open and devoured. He forced himself to disregard the distant goal and the harsh reality. The immediate priority was to depart from this place and return to Zhou Shiyi's side. Having been away for so long, she must be frantic with worry. He could scarcely entertain the thought that she might venture out alone in search of him. Driven by concern, the mere possibility of this sent a pang of anxiety through Lu Feng's heart. He must return at once. Chapter 35. Return. Lu Feng swiftly consumed the entire energy bar, feeling the warmth rapidly transform into vitality, dispelling some of the bone-deep chill. He retrieved a silver-gray tactical flashlight from his star core storage space, gripping it tightly in his hand. Upon pressing the switch, a blinding beam of light instantaneously pierced the ancient darkness, resembling a sharp sword of light that cleaved a gash in the desolate underground realm. The beam swept upward, illuminating the irregular, scar-like opening from which he had fallen. The entrance bore jagged edges, still adorned with broken roots and clumps of earth. The straight line of light stretched at least 20 meters high. The stone walls were coated in slippery moss and water stains, reflecting a greasy sheen under the intense brightness, devoid of any protrusions or crevices that could aid in climbing. Even with the 30-meter nylon climbing rope, how could he secure it to the 20-meter-high edge of the opening? It was an insurmountable dilemma. Retracing his steps was akin to chasing phantoms. A flicker of anxiety inevitably rose from within, yet he promptly quelled it. Activating the mapping function of the star core, a three-dimensional map materialized before him. The blue dot representing himself flickered within a vast subterranean chamber. He enlarged the map and, by comparing the contours of the surface terrain, quickly deduced the general direction of the camp. Closing the map, he realized he needed an escape route. The more perilous the situation, the colder his mind became. He switched off the flashlight, plunging the world back into silence and pure darkness. He sensed the flow of air around him. There was wind. This indicated an exit. He extinguished the flashlight once more, immersing himself in the darkness, straining to discern. The sensation of airflow became clearer, emanating continuously from some depth within the cavern. Hope rekindled within him. Lu Feng hesitated no longer. He activated the flashlight and, following the direction of the breeze, cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. The beam illuminated countless grotesque stalactites and stalagmites ahead. The ground was slick and uneven, covered in slippery moss, and on several occasions, he nearly lost his footing. After traversing for about 10 minutes, the path narrowed increasingly, ultimately transforming into a fissure barely wide enough for a single person to squeeze through sideways. The wind was emanating from this very crevice. He slowly wriggled his way inside. The interior of the fissure was even colder, the walls on either side seemingly intent on crushing him. As he struggled to advance, he suddenly noticed something peculiar attached to the rock face illuminated by the flashlight's beam. While inconspicuous under the harsh light, when the beam moved away, those objects emitted a faint, ghostly green phosphorescence in the pure darkness, reminiscent of will-o'-the-wisps. A spark of curiosity ignited within Lu Feng, prompting him to halt his steps. He approached cautiously, retrieving a multi-functional tool from his storage space, and carefully pried off a small piece. It was a grayish-yellow rock, not particularly hard, and felt cool to the touch with a slightly powdery texture. He extinguished the flashlight, and the stone in his palm indeed emitted a faint green glow, casting an eerie hue over his hand. It was phosphorus, or Lu Feng's heart leapt with unexpected joy. Phosphorus is a vital element, essential for the production of efficient fertilizers. With this resource, their plans for establishing a plantation would experience a significant advancement. In the long term, it would also be indispensable for the manufacture of gunpowder and other chemical products, marking it as a strategic asset. To think that after a fall, such a treasure could be found. Without hesitation, he swiftly pried off several sizable chunks of phosphorus, or each as large as a human head, and stored them in his compact storage space. Once laden with his bounty, he pressed onward along the crevice. The terrain began to incline sharply, becoming so steep that he needed to use both hands and feet to climb. The damp, earthy scent in the air gradually faded, replaced by the familiar, briny sea breeze. The exit was near, his spirits soared, and he quickened his pace. At the end of his line of sight, a glimmer of light, partially obscured by vines, emerged from the darkness. Elation surged within him as he scrambled forward, straining to clear the thick curtain of vines that fell like a waterfall before him. Blinding sunlight flooded in, causing him to instinctively squint. A rush of warm, humid air, mingled with the fragrance of grass and the salty tang of the sea, enveloped him, giving him an almost surreal sensation. He had emerged. He inhaled greedily, his legs trembling from the ordeal. He opened the map, and a blue dot representing him blinked on the screen. He was on the other side of the mountain, not too far from the camp. Thoughts of Zhou Shiyi tightened his heart once more. He had been away for far too long. What had become of her? He dared not delay even a moment longer. Orienting himself on the map, he charged through the forest like a frenzied beast, clearing a path with his body. He reached the brink of his speed. Shadows of trees blurred into indistinct blocks of color, while sharp thorns tore at his pant legs, leaving trails of blood on his arms. Yet he paid no heed. A singular thought roared wildly in his mind. Hurry, faster. The closer he drew to the camp, the more frenzied his heartbeat became. A suffocating mix of fear and anticipation gripped his throat tightly. At last, he caught a familiar scent, the faint aroma of smoke and earth. He spotted Zhou Shiyi curled up alone on the threshold of the wooden cabin. Her small figure appeared so fragile and helpless in the vastness. Feng felt as though his throat were choked with cement, dry and rough. She, the voice that seemed to come from another world, made Zhou Shiyi's frail body tremble violently. She had no time to discern reality from illusion. Instinct drove her to turn abruptly. When she recognized Feng standing at the edge of the forest, covered in mud and looking disheveled, yet undeniably real. Tears surged from her swollen eyes like a dam breaking. She stumbled to her feet and, without a moment's hesitation, threw herself into Feng's embrace. Her tiny fists pounded against his chest, erratic and frantic. Where have you been? You terrified me. I thought you. Her words were punctuated by gasps as she cried, nearly on the verge of fainting. Feng remained silent, simply opening his arms to envelop her tightly, allowing her scalding tears to rapidly soak the fabric of his shirt. He could feel the tremors emanating from the depths of her soul. The haunting fear of loss now transformed into a profound sense of relief and unwavering dependence. With his large palm, he repeatedly caressed her violently trembling back, resting his chin atop her soft hair. In a voice that was almost a whisper, hoarse yet tender, he murmured in her ear, I'm sorry. I'm back, Shi. Do not fear, I am unharmed. Chapter 36. The promise to survive in his embrace. The girl wept heart-wrenchingly, her entire frame trembling violently. He refrained from uttering excessive words of comfort, instead encasing her within his world, allowing her to feel the authenticity of his heartbeat and warmth. After what felt like an eternity, Zhou Shiyi's cries gradually transformed into intermittent sobs, her small fist that had been pounding against his chest now devoid of strength. Resting limply against him, she had surrendered entirely, as if all her vitality had been drained away. Feng's heart swelled with boundless tenderness and guilt. He bent down, gently lifting her into his arms as he made his way toward the wooden cabin they had jointly constructed. Zhou Shiyi's eyes were swollen like walnuts, her small hands gripping the fabric of his shirt tightly, her knuckles pale from the exertion. She was truly frightened, terrified that if she loosened her grip, this man before her would dissipate like a fragile dream, vanishing once more. As he tenderly placed her on a large bed, Feng intended to withdraw, yet she clutched him even tighter. Brother Feng. Her voice was thick with emotion, soft and delicate, brimming with dependence. Feng sighed, perching himself at the edge of the bed, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his thumb, his tone laden with relief and apprehension. Silly girl, thank goodness you didn't act impulsively and rush into the woods to find me. Zhou Shiyi sniffled, burying her head in the crook of his arm, responding in a muffled voice, I was too scared. I fear that if I went in, you might return from another direction, and if we missed each other, She paused, her voice dropping even lower. I must guard this place, our home. Just in case you truly do not return, this is the last place you could find. Her rational yet heart-rending words pierced Lu Feng's heart like a needle, striking the softest part of his being. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leaned down and pressed a fervent and sincere kiss upon her smooth forehead. This kiss encapsulated a multitude of complex emotions: guilt, heartache, and the euphoric joy of reunion. He began to remove the tattered and mud-stained shirt that had been torn by thorns, preparing to tend to his wounds. It was only then that Zhou Shiyi noticed the myriad of bloodstains adorning his body. Particularly alarming were the deep gashes on his arms and calves, some so severe that the flesh was visible beneath the crusted blood, mingled with dried earth, presenting a shocking sight. Her tears surged forth once again, unbidden. Hastily, she leaped from the bed, rushing outside to fill a clay pot with clean water, then returning with the softest cloth she could find. Cautiously, she knelt before him, delicately wiping the grime from his wounds. Her movements were gentle, as if afraid to inflict pain upon him. "It doesn't hurt," Lu Feng assured, grasping her slightly trembling hand. Recognizing the anguish etched upon her face, he resolved to no longer conceal the truth. Today, I encountered something extraordinary." As Zhou Shiyi tended to his injuries, Lu Feng began recounting the events of the day. He began with the eerie rock wall, seemingly artificial and entwined with ancient vines. Recounting the moment, he tentatively prodded it, followed by the earth beneath him collapsing without warning, and how he plummeted into an endless abyss. A sudden gasp escaped Zhou Shiyi as her movements froze, the cloth in her hand slipping to the ground. Merely listening to his description, she felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation and dread, as if she were already falling towards death. Lu Feng grasped her icy hand, offering a reassuring glance as he continued his tale. He revealed that he had not met his demise. Instead, he had descended into a vast underground cavern where he uncovered a staggering secret that would utterly challenge her understanding. He spoke candidly of the existence of the Star Core, the truth behind this sea being named the Trial Sea, and that we were not merely placed on this raft by human hands. It was the will of the Earth that transported all eligible humans worldwide to this location for a trial of civilization's continuation. Zhou Shiyi was left utterly stunned. The entirety of humanity had been transported? She gazed at Lu Feng in bewilderment, as if listening to an absurd myth. Yet in the next instant, a terrifying thought struck her like lightning. She clutched Lu Feng's arm, her nails nearly embedding themselves in his flesh, her voice sharp with sheer terror. "What about my parents? Brother Feng, where are my parents? Are they also? Where are they?" Watching her crumble in despair, Lu Feng felt a sharp pang in his heart. He could not answer her question. Any words of comfort felt utterly inadequate in that moment. Instead, he could only confront her with a heavier truth to mask the panic before them. He raised his left arm. Look, as his mind focused, the obsidian-like patterns on his arm suddenly glowed with an ethereal blue light, projecting a semi-transparent interface filled with futuristic technology right before Zhou Shiyi's eyes. He opened the Trial C channel now. G731. Countless desperate, pleading, frantic messages cascaded like a waterfall. At the very top, a crimson, ever-changing number shattered Zhou Shiyi's last flicker of hope. Current online initial count: 129, 844, 521, 056. Nearly 500,000. Just gone? The ironclad reality forced her to believe. The overwhelming fear and the grief of being disconnected from her loved ones engulfed her like icy waters, leaving her utterly paralyzed, her eyes devoid of focus. "It is not yet over." Lu Feng's voice was slightly hoarse. "The island beneath our feet has only 20 days left until its countdown to submersion." Zhou Shiyi's body trembled violently. The earth was gone, her family missing, and now even their last sanctuary would sink into the frigid depths in 20 days. As long as this man remained by her side, it felt as though the sky would not collapse. "Do not be afraid." Lu Feng's voice emanated a soothing power as he switched interfaces to reveal supplies from the will of Earth. With a mere thought, he conjured a brand new nylon climbing rope, a multifunctional tool glimmering with a cold metallic sheen, and a tactical flashlight capable of being charged by hand. In that moment, these creations of modern civilization felt like the final comfort and gift from a distant homeland, evoking a poignant sense of familiarity that nearly brought tears to one's eyes. Shiyi, listen to me. The situation is dire, but we have uncovered the most crucial intelligence, time. We are luckier than the vast majority in these waters. I no longer have family, but now you are my everything. I don't know where your parents are, but as long as there is even a glimmer of hope, I will help you find them. We will not perish here, I promise you. I will ensure your survival until my heart ceases to beat. Zhou Shiyi gazed into his resolute eyes, absorbing his emphatic promise. The heart heavy with fear and sorrow felt as though it had been infused with a beam of light. All her unease was replaced in that moment by something called faith. She nodded vigorously, then suddenly threw herself into his embrace, burying her face deep in his chest. Holding on to him with all her might, Feng gently patted her back. Shiyi, tell me your uncle and aunt's names, as well as their information. The more detailed, the better. Zhou Shiyi lifted her tear-filled face, looking at him in bewilderment. Feng offered no further explanation, but projected the translucent interface anew before her, pointing to the rapidly scrolling area of information. A thought struck her in an instant. Zhou Shiyi's breath hitched as if she had grasped a lifeline, and she urgently spoke. My father's name is Zhou Jiangwo. My mother's is Liu Ruyan, and we are from Z City. G. 731 area search. Seeking Zhou Jiangwo and Liu Ruyan, originally from Z City. Their daughter Zhou Shiyi is safe. If anyone has information, a substantial reward is offered. Contact Feng. As she beheld this message emerge amidst the torrent of information, Zhou Shiyi could no longer contain herself and nodded emphatically. The hope was scant, what if? Chapter 37. The Ark Project. After soothing Zhou Shiyi, the faint glimmer of hope embodied in the search message fell into the vast ocean like a stone, quietly providing her with a sense of spiritual solace. Feng understood that he could no longer dwell in sorrow and fear, nor could he passively await that elusive echo. The countdown of 20 days hung over him like the sword of Damocles. He took Zhou Shiyi's soft, cool hand and led her to the door. The distant sea lay tranquil, resembling a vast expanse of blue satin, breathtakingly beautiful, yet concealing the peril of devouring everything. Feng pointed towards the seemingly calm waters, a grave expression on his face. Shiyi, we must leave this island as soon as possible. I need to construct a sufficiently large and sturdy raft. Zhou Shiyi leaned out from his strong embrace, her eyes still glistening from tears, and tilted her head, asking earnestly, Brother Feng, why don't we just build a boat? One with a bow and sails. Feng smiled helplessly at her earnestness, gently tapping her nose with his finger. Silly girl, I am no master craftsman, nor am I a naval engineer. Boat building is an exceedingly complex endeavor, requiring a keel, precise calculations for buoyancy and weight distribution, as well as specialized tools and techniques that we utterly lack. His words paused, but a determined light ignited in his eyes. However, a raft is within our capabilities if we strive hard enough. Rest assured, in the future, I shall construct a true ark for you, one that can carry us anywhere. He crouched down, drawing in the sand with a multifunctional knife. You see, our plan is as follows. He indicated the shapes in the sand. We will not aim for an immediate solution, but rather construct two 4-meter by 4-meter square rafts separately. This approach will not only facilitate individual construction and transportation, but also reduce the difficulty of each task. Finally, we shall find a way to securely join them, forming a massive platform of 4 meters by 8 meters. A rectangular outline took shape in the sand, depicting 2 adjacent squares. Zhou Shiyi also crouched down, her delicate fingers resting on her chin as she scrutinized the sketch. She quickly identified a concern. Brother Feng, although the raft is large, it will surely be quite bumpy, won't it? When the waves come, we want to even be able to stand. Hitting the nail on the head, Feng cast an appreciative glance at her. She was beginning to truly contemplate the matter. He used the tip of his knife to draw a cross-section in the sand, the lines intertwining. Indeed, a conventional raft, let alone in a storm, would be overturned by even a modest wave. He acknowledged Zhou Shiyi's concern before shifting his tone. Thus, What we are creating is not a traditional raft, but a composite floating platform. The technicality of this phrase instantly illuminated Zhou Shiyi's eyes. Lu Feng pointed at the sketch in the sand, his voice steady and powerful. We shall employ 2 layers of timber, interlacing them vertically like a woven basket, binding them securely together. The bottom layer serves as the foundation, tasked with enduring the most direct impact of the waves, thus must be constructed from the sturdiest hardwood. The uppermost layer represents the deck, the very space for our future life and activities, necessitating a smooth and robust surface. He paused, using the tip of his knife to indicate a conspicuous gap between the 2 layers of timber. This space we leave between the layers will be filled with buoyant bottles and sealed empty bamboo tubes. Consequently, even if the lower layer of timber becomes submerged by colossal waves, the immense buoyancy within the interstice will ensure our deck remains afloat upon the water's surface. When discussing the specific materials, Lu Feng pointed towards the wooden cabin nearby. There remains a considerable amount of processed timber from the construction of the cabin, which is why I planned with a 4-meter base unit, allowing us to maximize the use of existing materials without the arduous task of felling and processing new giant trees. He then retrieved a new coil of nylon climbing rope from the storage space of the Star Core, waving it before Zhou Shiyi. This rope is the crucial connecting material, possessing exceptional strength to tightly bind the timbers together. However, the 30-meter length will undoubtedly prove insufficient and must be returned. Lu Feng's tone shifted, but the greatest challenge lies in buoyancy. He opened a box revealing 50 or 60 empty plastic bottles. These are what we have consumed over the past days. Although we can return them in quantity, we will need thousands, yet each return yields no more than 200. It is far too exhausting in terms of attempts. The excitement on Zhou Shiyi's face faded instantly, replaced by a profound concern. Observing her sudden despondence, Lu Feng, however, smiled mysteriously. But have you forgotten about the blind box? He winked, his voice laced with playful intrigue. Let us see what these plastic bottles can transform into. Without hesitation, Lu Feng gathered the 10 assorted plastic bottles from the clutter and arranged them neatly in a row on the beach. Taking a deep breath, he suspended his palm above these bottles, concentrating his thoughts. System, select quality return. As the command resonated in his mind, the seemingly ordinary plastic bottles appeared to be infused with a mysterious energy, instantly emanating a gentle white glow. They swiftly melted, twisting into a mass of liquid light, and then rapidly reshaped, expanding. As the radiance dissipated, 10 brand new, enormous, deep blue 50L standardized chemical-grade plastic barrels lay quietly upon the golden sands. The barrels, robust with spiral-sealed lids, reflected a captivating sheen in the firelight. Wow! Zhou Shiyi exclaimed, her eyes widening in delight as she rushed over, unable to resist the urge to pat one of the large barrels, producing a satisfying thud. Brother Feng, this is simply a buoyancy device tailor-made for us. It's magnificent. Lu Feng could hardly contain his exhilaration, yet he swiftly compelled himself to regain composure. His mind raced as he began to calculate. The diameter of a barrel is approximately 35 centimeters, and its height is 60 centimeters. If arranged vertically in the compartments of the raft, covering an area of 32 square meters. His brow furrowed slightly as he arrived at a figure. Excluding waste, we would require nearly 270 of these barrels. Observing her astonished expression, Lu Feng chuckled softly as he tousled her hair, his gaze imbued with confidence and affection. Do not fret, this was merely an appetizer. He approached the 10 brand-new blue plastic barrels, mentally reciting his intentions, accompanied by the crisp and melodious notification echoing in his mind. A subtle spatial fluctuation emanated from his palm, abruptly radiating outward. As the light dissipated, a neatly stacked blue hill materialized before them. Zhou Shiyi gazed at the mound constructed from the blue barrels, her mouth agape. 270. Isn't this merely a matter of 2 returns? Lu Feng pondered, ultimately deciding to retain 1 instance of the return. With provisions in hand, there is no cause for alarm. In this wretched place, one's final trump card must never be played lightly. He turned around, ruffling Zhou Shiyi's hair once more. All right, the The materials for the raft are prepared. Now it's time to unleash the full extent of our industriousness. However, before diving into the fray, he grasped her delicate hand. We must first ensure ample, strategic reserves for tomorrow's labor. Let's rest early. Chapter 38. A profound and affectionate system optimization. Outside, the crackling bonfire cast long shadows of the two figures, intertwining and swaying against the wooden cabin's walls. Zhou Shiyi nestled in Lu Feng's embrace, listening to the steady and powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. The heart, once clenched with fear, now found solace. The warmth of his embrace, the heat radiating from his body, and the unique scent that lingered at the tip of her nose enveloped her senses. With tears shimmering in her eyes, she gazed up at his tender gaze, where words were rendered unnecessary, replaced by the most primal instincts. Their kiss unfolded, a lingering and passionate exchange that began with tentative exploration and deepened into an intimate connection, as if they were merging into one another's very essence, never to be separated. The temperature within the cabin soared, the bonfire's glow dancing, casting a hazy yet fervent light upon their entwined forms on the bed. Sweat mingled with tears, breaths intertwined with whispers. On this isolated island, which could sink at any moment, they proclaimed their existence to the harsh world through their most elemental union. Time passed, though it felt timeless, until the tidal waves of desire finally receded. Zhou Shiyi curled up in Lu Feng's arms, her serene face adorned with a hint of moisture at the corners of her eyes, yet her lips curved into a subtle smile. Lu Feng gently caressed her smooth back, savoring the warmth of her body, his heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and responsibility. At that moment, the familiar sound of the system's notification chimed, bringing an unexpected delight. Ultimate emotional fusion, hearts in sync. Today's highest return multiplier has been refreshed. Today's return multiplier, 19 times. 19 times. This was the highest multiplier ever recorded. A surge of joy flooded Lu Feng's heart, yet he sighed softly. Such a peak multiplier was typically attained only after profound exchanges, which usually occurred late at night. Just after midnight, the multipliers and counts would refresh, leaving no time to utilize them. Although one could achieve commendable multipliers through embraces and kisses during the day, it ultimately fell short. Engaging during the day also drained energy. An absurd thought crossed his mind when the system's voice sounded once more, as if it had anticipated his musings. Detected that the authorized user possesses a stable high multiplier acquisition channel. System function optimization. Would you like to change the daily return count refresh time from midnight to a custom time? Lu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. It could be done. This system was akin to a caring mother. Modify. Immediately modify. Excitedly, he made his choice without a moment to spare. Please set the daily return count refresh time. 8 o'clock every evening. This timing was nothing short of divine inspiration. Following the system's refresh at 8, they could maximize the multiplier and have 2 opportunities for returns at the highest rate, allowing them to plan their entire day with ease. This seemingly minor adjustment represented a qualitative leap for them. Setting successful. Each evening at 8, the return multiplier and count will refresh. Done. Lu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing at Zhou Shiyi in his arms, and planted another kiss on her smooth forehead. This girl was truly his lucky charm. As the morning sun streamed through the crevices of the wooden cabin, it transformed into golden beams, casting a dappled glow upon the ground. Lu Feng gradually awakened, turning his head to gaze upon the peacefully slumbering Zhou Shiyi beside him. A wave of tenderness surged within him, as all weariness and stress were soothed by this tranquil moment. After a simple meal of grilled fish and wild fruits to satiate their hunger, the pair immediately immersed themselves in their tasks. The stacked logs beside the cabin were remnants from the construction of the cabin itself. They toiled to move each log into a position suitable for rolling, pushing them toward the site designated for building a raft. After transporting 10 logs, both were drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Step back a bit. Lu Feng winked at Zhou Shiyi. Understanding his cue, she promptly retreated behind him. Lu Feng approached the logs, placing his palm upon the roughest of the tree trunks, silently invoking, "System, return at 19 times the quantity. A visible burst of white light erupted from his hand. Instantly, the 10 logs were engulfed in the radiant glow. As the light dissipated, a small hill composed of nearly 200 uniformly sized logs materialized on the beach, a truly spectacular sight. Wow! Zhou Shiyi gently covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief and awe. No matter how many times she witnessed such a miraculous manifestation, it always left her in wonder. Don't just stand there in astonishment. Feng chuckled, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. He pointed to the sandy ground beneath their feet. Constructing the raft here and then dragging it into the water will be quite the endeavor. Let us gather some thinner branches first to lay down a track. With renewed determination, they plunged back into the forest, collecting a multitude of branches, smooth and about the thickness of an arm. They arranged these branches side by side on the beach, extending them towards the lapping waves, thus forming two simple yet functional tracks. These logs would serve as the crucial means of propelling the raft into the water. With preparations complete, Feng retrieved a brand new nylon climbing rope from his storage space. It's time to address the binding issue. He activated the quantity return once more. As the white light illuminated the scene, the single roll of rope instantly multiplied into 19, neatly stacked on the sandy ground beside them. Nylon climbing rope X1 underwent a 19-fold return, yielding nylon climbing rope X19. With a total length exceeding 570 meters of high-strength rope, they had more than enough for not just 2 rafts, but several. With everything in place, the construction commenced in earnest. They began at the starting point of the rolling logs, driving several stakes into the sand to secure the left and rear sides of the raft, forming an L-shaped frame to prevent the logs from rolling away. Feng lifted the first log onto the track, and with Zhou Shiyi's assistance, they pushed it to the edge of the left stake. He carefully oriented the natural grooves of the log upward, ensuring a superior contact surface for the subsequent transverse logs. Gulme, let me teach you a binding method called the square knot. Feng picked up a length of rope and began to demonstrate for Zhou Shiyi. The distinctive feature of this knot is that the greater the force applied, the tighter it becomes, rendering it exceptionally secure and resistant to loosening. Zhou Shiyi studied earnestly, her gaze fixed intently on Feng's deft hands. After more than half an hour of learning and practicing, and having rendered several lengths of rope unusable, she finally managed to tie a square knot that, albeit slightly crooked, was sufficiently sturdy. Well done, there's progress. Feng generously offered his praise. He gazed at the towering stack of logs before him, and then cast his eyes towards the vast, deep blue expanse in the distance. This body of water is far more profound and perilous than they had imagined. It remains uncertain whether such a raft can withstand the impending trials. Chapter 39. The clear path of the steam engine in the ensuing hours, the two individuals devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the construction of the raft. The sun blazed fiercely, scorching every grain of sand to a blistering heat. The briny sea breeze offered no respite. Instead, it swirled the sweat upon their skin, leaving a thin, sticky layer of salt. Feng rolled the hefty logs into the designated positions, while Zhou Shiyi assisted beside him, together hoisting them onto the logs that served as tracks. The sound of wood colliding, the creaking of nylon ropes tightening, and their occasional exchanges blended seamlessly with the relentless crashing of the waves, composing a primal and vibrant symphony of labor. Neither uttered a word of fatigue, for they understood that with every drop of sweat shed, the promise of life in the future grew ever brighter. As the final rays of the setting sun dipped below the horizon, staining the sky and sea in a magnificent hue of crimson and purple, Feng finally paused. He rested his hands on his knees, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath, feeling as though his waist might splinter in two. Before him lay the completed lower frames of 2 4 by 4 meter rafts. They resembled two silent behemoths, quietly sprawled upon the rolling logs, exuding an aura of raw and formidable strength. With a long exhale, Feng slumped onto the sand, utterly drained, feeling devoid of the strength to even lift a finger. Zhou Shiyi followed suit, collapsing beside him, her body nearly draped over his shoulder as she panted softly, her hair damp with sweat clinging to her smooth forehead. Their eyes met, and in the muddied and weary faces reflected in one another, they discerned profound exhaustion intertwined with an unmistakable pride. This was merely the foundation. Lu Feng gazed at their accomplishment, his voice hoarse yet filled with contentment. Zhou Shiyi leaned against his shoulder, her gaze drifting over the raft towards the boundless sea cloaked in twilight, a feeling of insignificance washing over her. Feng Yi, she asked softly, uncertainty lacing her voice. It's so vast. How will we make it move? Can we truly reach the mainland by merely paddling with our hands? After a moment of contemplation, her eyes brightened suddenly. What if we use animal skins or spare fabric to create a sail? A sail is essential, but it cannot be our sole reliance. Lu Feng replied with a fond smile. A sail depends on the whims of the wind. Should we encounter a headwind or a calm, it would be of little use. Zhou Shiyi's expression fell instantly. The air hung heavy with silence. In this oppressive atmosphere, Lu Feng abruptly turned his head, his eyes shining brightly in the darkness, as if flames danced within them. Do you remember what I told you on the day my system was upgraded? Let me think. Zhou Shiyi tilted her head, straining to recall. Blind box, an extra quota, increased multiplier suddenly. She sat upright. The steam engine. Yes. Lu Feng displayed an appreciative smile. We could construct a steam engine to provide a continuous source of power for the raft. This way, we would only need to control the direction, significantly enhancing our speed of navigation. Zhou Shiyi, startled by this audacious notion, felt her heart race. However, after a moment of excitement, reason swiftly restored her composure, causing her petite face to droop once more. But, Feng, we only understand the principles of boiling water to generate steam and the motion of pistons. Can we truly create it? What about the materials? She gestured to their surroundings, where only wood, stone, and some plastic barrels were present. A boiler made of clay would surely be burst by steam. Wooden pistons and cylinders could never achieve a proper seal. You are entirely correct. That is indeed the crux of the issue. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, resembling two stars fervently burning in the night sky. He excitedly extended his finger, sketching in the sand beside him, his movements frantic, yet his thoughts remarkably clear. Thus, we must not blindly gamble on a finished product. My idea is to take it step by step. He sketched a rudimentary pot with flames depicted nearby. Look, we can mold a sufficiently sturdy and sealed boiler from clay to boil water. Once the water reaches a boil, the scalding steam will fill the entire space, generating immense power. Then, we can harness this force to propel a smoothly polished hardwood piston, allowing it to move back and forth within the cylinder. That is the essence of piston motion. He outlined a simple piston structure. Finally, through connecting rods and a crankshaft, we can convert the linear pulsation of this heart into circular motion to drive the oars. Zhou Shiyi gazed at the absurdly naive sketch in the sand, her breath quickening. It was as though she could truly envision a colossal steel beast roaring. Yet the harsh realities of their challenges pulled her back. But, Feng Yi, a clay boiler would indeed be at risk of bursting from steam, and achieving a proper seal with wooden pistons and cylinders is exceedingly difficult. There was a hint of urgency in her voice. You are absolutely right. That is precisely the core of the problem. Lu Feng then shifted his tone. Therefore, we must not blindly gamble on a finished product. My proposition is to proceed step by step. He drew clear lines in the sand with the tip of his knife, as if drafting a secret blueprint. First, we will use the materials at our disposal to assemble a theoretical prototype of the steam engine to the best of our abilities. It need not function. We only require it to be recognized by the system. He pointed to the air, as if an invisible system interface hovered there. If this crude prototype can receive the system's validation as a steam engine, even if it is of inferior quality, our first step will be deemed successful. If the system does not acknowledge it, we will meticulously investigate each issue. Is it the boiler's strength that is insufficient, or the piston's airtightness? We must identify the critical component that leads to failure. Suddenly, he raised his head, the flame in his eyes blazing ever more fervently. Then we will seek quality replacements. To gamble on a truly competent, high-quality alternative. Proceed with the alternative assembly, repeating the initial actions until the system acknowledges. These words instantly dispelled all the fog in Zhou Shiyi's mind. Indeed, they possess a system. Their greatest asset has never been their own hands, but rather this miraculous, otherworldly golden finger that can transform decay into wonder. She gazed at the spirited man before her, observing the flame in his eyes that seemed capable of igniting the entire world. All doubts, anxieties, and fears were swiftly melted away by that unparalleled, fervent belief. As night fully descended, the stars scattered across the velvety sky like shattered diamonds. The two did not return to the house. Instead, they huddled closely together by the flickering bonfire. Their fingers incessantly modified and refined the novel yet wildly ambitious steampunk design on the sandy ground. A design that bore the weight of all their hopes. The countdown to their 20-day submersion still hung over them like a cold sword. But at that moment, in their hearts, a hope steaming with fervor had begun to rise. Chapter 40. The fortunate canister on the following morning. The awakening of the two was not heralded by the gentle light of dawn, but rather by an intense, almost excruciating ache in their muscles, as if their very sinews had been disassembled and reconfigured. The previous day had proven to be exceedingly tiring. They had neither the energy for deep conversations nor the strength to do more than a cursory cleansing of their bodies before collapsing into each other's arms, surrendering to a profound slumber. Nevertheless, the night spent in secure embrace granted them a remarkable rejuvenation. Feng opened his eyes to find the system interface displaying a prompt. Today's return multiplier, 16 times. Understanding the implication, he turned his head to gaze at the sleeping visage of Zhou Shiyi nestled in his arms, her delicate lips slightly pursed. Unable to resist, he bestowed a gentle peck upon her smooth forehead. Zhou Shiyi stirred from his tender gesture, resembling a languorous kitten, rubbing her sleepy eyes and nuzzling closer before reluctantly opening her eyes. Feng, good morning, she murmured. Feng, smiling, playfully pinched her cheek, marveling at the delightful texture. Time to rise and shine, my little supervisor. Let us accomplish much in the morning, for the midday and afternoon sun is relentless. We shall focus on our technical breakthroughs. I feel as though my waist is no longer my own. Zhou Shiyi grumbled in protest, yet complied obediently as Feng helped her rise from the bed. After a modest breakfast, they promptly made their way to the towering stack of blue plastic barrels. However, the sheer volume of barrels still fell short of filling their 32-square-meter platform. Feng extracted 10 barrels separately. System, activate 16 times return. A burst of white light erupted and then dissipated, revealing a colossal mountain of 160 brand-new blue barrels, which materialized on the beach, creating a magnificent spectacle when combined with the existing barrels. Let us commence. Feng clapped his hands, brimming with enthusiasm. The two immediately engaged in their vigorous labor, transporting the enormous barrels one by one to the lower framework of the wooden raft, filling the 4-meter by 4-meter space to the brim like a game of building blocks. Zhou Shiyi was tasked with delivering rolls of nylon rope, while Feng summoned all his strength to tautly pull each rope. His arms flexed with the aesthetic beauty of power. He meticulously secured each barrel to the wooden framework using square knots, ensuring that they would remain steadfast against the onslaught of the waves. Sweat cascaded down his jawline, splattering onto the scorching sand beneath. By the time the buoyancy layer of the first raft was completely filled, the sun was high in the sky. Breathless, they collapsed into the shade of the raft, gazing at the sturdy behemoth brimming with blue barrels before them. Satisfaction etched upon their faces. After a brief respite, they returned to the wooden cabin, partook of lunch, and embarked on the afternoon's technical endeavor, fabricating a prototype steam engine. They excavated copious amounts of moist clay from the riverbank. Zhou Shiyi emulated Feng's instructions, repeatedly pounding and kneading the clay on a stone slab, striving to expel as much air as possible in preparation for crafting the most rudimentary of canisters. Her movements were somewhat clumsy, her fair little face smeared with mud, resembling a playful little kitten, yet she approached her task with utmost seriousness. Feng selected a piece of the hardest ironwood, wielding a sharp multifunctional knife paired with a sharpened stone, meticulously carving and polishing it bit by bit. His aim was to create the most fundamental components of a cylinder and piston, which shavings flew about, while the friction between the stone and hardwood produced a soft, rustling sound. After several hours, a crooked and precarious clay pot, a wooden piston that was uneven and pockmarked, and a wooden cylinder barely capable of accommodating the piston lay before them. They hastily assembled these grotesque components into a prototype of a steam engine that appeared strikingly absurd and comical. Liu Feng closed his eyes, concentrating all his energy, repeatedly murmuring to himself, "Steam engine, steam engine, steam engine." 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed. The system interface remained eerily silent, devoid of any response, as though he were merely cradling a heap of meaningless debris. It was indeed futile. Liu Feng opened his eyes, sighed deeply, though his expression bore little surprise. He pointed to the unsightly clay pot and explained to Zhou Shiyi, "There are too many issues. The airtightness of the wooden piston and cylinder is virtually non-existent, causing all the steam to escape immediately. However, the most critical flaw lies with this pot." He tapped the clay pot with his finger, and it instantly cracked open, although the pot needed to be fired in a kiln to harden. Its advantage lay in its potential for sealing. Yet, it still could not withstand steam pressure, and the system would likely determine it was unworthy of even being a pot. Zhou Shiyi nodded repeatedly, her flickering hope extinguished once more, as she murmured dejectedly, "What should we do? We can't even create an iron pot." "Fear not. This is all part of my plan," Liu Feng said, noticing her despondent expression. Suddenly, a confident smile spread across his face, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Since it refuses to recognize us, we shall compel it to do so." He gestured for Zhou Shiyi to continue, urging her to use the remaining clay to craft pots. And she swiftly molded 10 identical rough clay pots, aligning them in the sand like a group of ugly ducklings awaiting inspection. Liu Feng brought his hands together, bowing repeatedly while muttering, "Great system, may the mystical forces bless us. By the spirits of heaven and earth, grant me an SSR." Zhou Shiyi couldn't help but chuckle at his whimsical demeanor, her earlier disappointment dissipating considerably. System, quality return. A gentle and peculiar white light enveloped the 10 clay pots, causing them to tremble slightly within the glow as the color of the clay began to undergo a marvelous transformation. Some became more refined and smooth, while others revealed beautiful fiery patterns. Most astonishing of all was the pot located at the center. It appeared to have been forged through relentless trials, slightly shrinking in size, its color shifting from earthy yellow to a profound dark brown, and its surface even gleaming with a metallic glaze. It appeared immensely substantial and indestructible. A line of golden text materialized before Liu Feng's eyes. Inferior ceramic pottery blank X10 underwent a 16-fold quality return, resulting in a total of porcelain jar X7, sturdy ceramic pot X2, and exceptional iron-sealed jar. Liu Feng swiftly dashed forward, carefully cradling the dark brown jar. It felt icy and weighty in his grasp, adorned with a meticulously fitting screw cap, a true iron jar capable of withstanding immense pressure. He raised the iron jar triumphantly. "Sure, we have succeeded." Chapter 41, Determining Success, the Exquisite Iron Capsule. Liu Feng gazed at the system notification, nearly leaping with excitement. He swiftly embraced Zhou Shiyi, planting a fervent kiss on her mud-speckled cheek. "Shiyi, you are truly my lucky goddess. We did it. We struck gold." The sudden movement caused the delicate figure in his arms to stagger slightly. Zhou Shiyi let out a soft exclamation, playfully thumping his chest with her tiny fist. Yet, her cheeks flushed with happiness as she chided him. "How dirty. Brother Feng, you're covered in mud." Despite her words of disdain, her sparkling eyes brimmed with adoration and joy. She understood that this seemingly inconspicuous brown-black jar was the pivotal piece of their art project. Liu Feng gingerly cradled the newly crafted, exceptional iron capsule. It felt weighty in his hands, its cool surface resonating with a crisp metallic echo when tapped, a stark contrast to the rudimentary pottery he had previously fashioned. The rim bore exquisite threading, although it lacked a corresponding lid. It was sufficiently robust to function as a high-pressure boiler. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his overwhelming elation and placed this treasure alongside the wooden piston and cylinder he had painstakingly carved. The scene transformed into an absurd tableau. On one side lay the gleaming, industrially sophisticated iron capsule, while on the other sat the crooked, primitive artifact, still adorned with splinters and dents. Zhou Shiyi, unable to contain her amusement at this ludicrous juxtaposition, burst into laughter. "Brother Feng, do you really think this will work? It feels like installing a spacecraft engine fuel tank onto a tractor." Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle at her witty analogy. He playfully brushed his muddy finger against her nose, leaving a smudge. "Regardless of its appearance, what we seek is the system's acknowledgement." He inserted the rough wooden piston into the similarly crude wooden cylinder, carefully connecting the rudimentary piston assembly to the iron capsule, securing it tightly with vines and nylon ropes. Thus, an eccentric amalgamation of prehistoric civilization and industrial infancy, the prototype of a steam engine, version 0.1, was born. It appeared so absurd that even Lu Feng felt a tinge of doubt. Cradling this creation as if it were a bomb primed to explode, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and concentrated all his thoughts. "Come on, system. Grant us some recognition. At least acknowledge our effort, even if it means scolding me." Seconds ticked by, with only the sound of the sea breeze and crashing waves surrounding them. The system interface remained eerily still, akin to a stagnant pool. Zhou Shiyi's heart raced, her anxiety tightening her grip on Lu Feng's shirt, causing her to forget to breathe. Just as Lu Feng's heart sank to the depths, believing this attempt had been futile, a line of pale blue text finally lazily appeared in his line of sight. Detected combined item. Inferior, ripped steam engine, small, X1. An amusing amalgamation of components that are nearly incapable of working in unison. The juxtaposition of the boiler's strength against the piston assembly's sealing capability is laughably stark. Theoretically, it might evoke a whisper of a breeze for an ant. A friendly reminder, do not attempt to ignite it, lest you find yourself with an expensive tin bomb and a pile of firewood. It succeeded, although the system's evaluation was rife with relentless sarcasm and biting remarks. Lu Feng could not suppress the exuberant smile that crept upon his lips. It truly acknowledged success. His line of thought was entirely correct. As long as the core components met the standards, even if the other parts were utterly flawed, the system would deem it a cohesive whole. Triumph. She. It has recognized it. Lu Feng excitedly turned to his companion. Splendid. Zhou Shiyi leaped with joy, wrapping her arms around his and exclaiming in delight. Yes, Shiyi, watch closely. Next comes the moment of witnessing a miracle. He raised the prototype steam engine in his hands, ready to activate the remaining opportunity for a return. System, 16 times return. Wait a moment, Feng Ge. A soft hand suddenly pressed against his wrist, halting his action. Lu Feng was taken aback, looking at Zhou Shiyi in confusion. She had unknowingly released her grip, her head slightly bowed, her fair cheeks tinged with a captivating blush, her gaze evasive, unable to meet his eyes. What's wrong? Zhou Shiyi's voice was barely audible, her toes unconsciously tracing circles in the sand. Today's multiplier is 16, right? Yes, Lu Feng nodded, still not grasping the situation. But, didn't we have 19 before? Her voice grew even softer, her cheeks flushed as if they could bleed in the evening. Once the chances refresh at 8 o'clock, we can. Try again, the multiplier will definitely be higher. Lu Feng was momentarily stunned, then comprehended her implication. Observing the girl who seemed on the verge of hiding her face in her chest, a warmth surged within him, and all fatigue and tension melted into an overwhelming affection. He stifled a laugh, deliberately clearing his throat and adopting a serious tone. Comrade Zhou Shiyi, your proposal is remarkably constructive, forward-looking, and well-considered. As the Project S lead, I wholeheartedly endorse your plan. How infuriating! Zhou Shiyi was both exasperated and amused by his tone, lifting her head to shoot him a fierce glare, yet her eyes shimmered with shyness and charm. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Feng burst into laughter, pulling her into an embrace and ruffling her hair. All right, I'll follow your lead. Let us heed the wisdom of our little contributor. As night deepened, the two did not rush back, but instead sat upon the beach, continuing to refine the finishing touches of their raft. Despite physical exhaustion, their hearts brimmed with unprecedented vigor and hope. A prototype steam engine, now acknowledged by the system, had been birthed, a key to the revolution of power securely held in their grasp. The ritual leading to a higher magnitude has imbued tonight's atmosphere with an exquisite anticipation. The afternoon sun has ceased to be mercilessly scorching, and the sea breeze brings with it a rare touch of coolness. Feng and Zhou Shiyi, undeterred by fatigue, immediately immerse themselves in the final touches of the first raft. They must meticulously lay the upper logs and securely bind them with nylon ropes to the buoyancy barrels below and the foundational framework, forging a robust amalgamation. This task demands more physical exertion and patience than merely filling the buoyancy barrels. Each log is exceedingly heavy, requiring their combined strength to lift and carefully position it in its designated spot. After over an hour of laborious transportation and placement, even Feng, with his remarkable physique, feels the strain in his arms and the persistent protests of his back. Finally, as the last log is set in place and a smooth, solid raft platform materializes before them, both collapse onto the adjacent sandy ground, their chests heaving. Tomorrow we shall bind the ropes. Feng gasps, finding even speech to be laborious. Let us conclude for today. Chapter 42. The precision steam engine. As twilight descended gradually, the campfire was rekindled once more. The orange glow dispelled the surrounding darkness, illuminating the weary, yet contented faces of the two companions. Dinner consisted once again of smoked snake jerky. The tough meat required vigorous chewing, with a heavy smoky flavor lingering in their mouths, refusing to dissipate. While it sufficed to stave off hunger, it could hardly be deemed delectable. Zhou Shiyi nibbled delicately, her refined brows furrowing involuntarily. She set down the jerky, propping her chin on one hand, her large, glistening eyes flickering in the firelight as she observed Feng, who was laboriously tearing at the snake meat beside her. "Brother Feng," she elongated her words, her voice imbued with a hint of plaintive sweetness. Feng mumbled with his mouth full, responding indistinctly. "Is this jerky becoming increasingly tougher?" She poked at the dark piece of meat in front of her. "I feel like my jaw is aching from all the chewing." Feng paused, swallowed the morsel in his mouth, and exhaled deeply, a wry smile gracing his lips. "It is indeed a bit tough. After nearly a week, aside from the saltiness, I can scarcely taste anything else. I long for something warm and softer to eat." Zhou Shiyi sighed, her eyes shimmering with yearning for unknown delicacies. Seeing her pitiable expression, Feng felt a pang of tenderness in his heart. He reached out, using the back of his hand to wipe away a bit of grease from the corner of her mouth, then turned his gaze towards the large framework of the raft illuminated by the moonlight, his expression regaining its resolute yet gentle demeanor. "Just a little longer," he spoke softly yet firmly. "Once we complete the arc and establish a foundation for our survival at sea, I promise to find a way to improve our meals at the earliest opportunity." He turned back, gazing earnestly into her eyes. "When that time comes, whatever you wish to eat, we shall seek it out together." Zhou Shiyi's eyes sparkled instantly, all her grievances and fatigue evaporating. She nodded emphatically, resting her head on Feng's shoulder, her voice thick with nasality. "Yes, I understand that building the raft is the most crucial task right now. I was merely just saying." She paused, tilting her face upwards, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her lips as she extended her pinky finger. "But you must remember, no reneging on your promise." Feng, captivated by her radiant smile, felt his heart soften. He enveloped her in his embrace, allowing her to lean against him. Neither spoke further. They nestled together quietly, listening to the crackling of the fire and the ceaseless sound of the distant waves, savoring the rare tranquility before the impending storm. Time slipped by, and at 8 o'clock, the chime echoed in their minds, that familiar and pleasant system notification sound emerging in Feng's consciousness. Daily return multiplier and return count have refreshed. Zhou Shiyi regarded Feng with a special gaze, and an unspoken understanding lingered between them. The fire within the wooden cabin danced, casting their intertwined silhouettes long against the rough wooden walls, swaying unpredictably. This evening, devoid of the naivete and hesitance that accompanied the first taste of forbidden fruit, it was instead characterized by a profound trust and unreserved surrender. The gentle intertwining of their beings, the resonance of their souls, amidst the sweat and breaths, gradually propelled their emotions to unprecedented heights. Time seemed to dissolve. When tranquility finally descended, Lu Feng tenderly caressed the serene visage of the girl in his arms, feeling the rhythm of her steady breathing. A wave of peace enveloping his heart. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once more, heralding the long-anticipated results. Ultimate emotional fusion, unity of body and soul. Today's highest return multiplier has been refreshed. Today's return multiplier, 19 times. A sense of calm washed over Lu Feng. 19 times. Though it fell short of the coveted 20, it equaled his previous record. This was more than sufficient. Let us proceed to the reveal, Lu Feng exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, the two made their way to the beach, where Lu Feng gazed upon the whimsical contraption he had dubbed the prototype Steam Engine 0. One test version, inhaling deeply. System, return quantity at 19 times. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the first return of the night. A blinding white light erupted, engulfing the diminutive prototype. The brilliance was swift to arrive and equally swift to dissipate. When the radiance faded, Lu Feng could not help but twitch his lips at the sight before him. On the beach, there stood 19 identical prototype Steam Engine 0, one test versions neatly arranged, each comprised of a dark brown iron canister and a set of crude wooden pistons, reflecting an eerie glow under the moonlight. The scene was absurd yet undeniably magnificent. Shiyi, behold, it is time to witness a miracle. He selected 10 of the prototypes and arranged them in an orderly row before him. With hands clasped together, he bowed to the 10 prototypes, reciting fervently with utmost sincerity, "Spirits of heaven and earth, grant your presence. Spare me the trivialities and bestow upon me gold. SSR, you are, just one will suffice." This overly dramatic prayer ritual instantly lightened the tense atmosphere of the late night. Upon concluding his invocation, Lu Feng abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze sharpening with intensity. System quality return. A vibrant brilliance ascended, more resplendent than ever before, enveloping the 10 inferior prototypes entirely. This time, the light lingered longer and shone even brighter. They trembled violently within the radiance, melting and reshaping, as if undergoing a transformative rebirth. As the glow gradually subsided, the space once occupied by the 10 comical assemblages now revealed 10 new machines of varied shapes and sizes. Some merely appeared larger, their wooden structures more robust. Others featured peculiar pipes and gears. Yet the most striking was one that gleamed with the luster of brass and steel, a marvel of precision. A line of resplendent golden text cascaded before Lu Feng's eyes like a waterfall. Inferior Steam Engine X10. After a remarkable return of 19 times in quality, he obtained a total of Inferior Steam Engine, Medium, X7, Steam Engine with Condenser, Small, X2, and Precision Steam Engine with Reversing Valve, Small, X1. Lu Feng's breath momentarily halted, his heart pounding like a drum. His gaze was firmly fixed upon the final name, the reversing valve. He dashed forward, carefully lifting from a heap of upgraded machines the steam engine, which was the most compact in structure and entirely crafted from metal. It felt cool and heavy in his hands, with its intricate pistons, connecting rods, cylinders, and a complex valve mechanism he had never encountered before, perfectly amalgamated, exuding an intoxicating industrial beauty. "Brother Feng, this is..." Zhou Shiyi hastened over, her voice trembling with excitement as she gazed at the object in Lu Feng's hands. A product from an entirely different dimension than before. "Yes." Lu Feng's voice quivered with exhilaration. "Shiyi, look at this." He pointed at the intricate valve, fervently explaining. "The reversing valve. In our previous prototype, the steam could only push once before we had to wait for it to cool down, rendering the efficiency negligible. But with this, With this device, the steam can automatically switch pathways, alternately pushing the piston from both ends, allowing it to move back and forth continuously. This is the true essence of sustained work. Lu Feng's voice suddenly soared as he raised the precision machine high in the air. This is the power source that will drive our arc. They had succeeded. Wow! Zhou Shiyi could no longer contain her overwhelming joy, shrieking as she leaped up and embraced Lu Feng tightly from behind. Lu Feng laughed heartily, turning to hold her warmly in his arms. The night was deep. Their physical fatigue had reached its peak, yet their spirits soared to new heights. Both were acutely aware that from this moment onward, their art project had truly acquired a beating soul. A hope, steaming with promise, would carry them forth into the vast, uncharted depths of the azure unknown. Chapter 43. The Arc Blueprint. The following morning, the two awakened almost simultaneously. Despite a night of deep slumber, the fatigue from yesterday's labor lingered, manifesting as aches throughout their bodies. As Zhou Shiyi moved, she couldn't help but let out a soft gasp, her delicate brows knitting together in discomfort. My back. I feel as though it's about to break. Who was it that was so full of energy last night, declaring that both rafts would be completed today? Lu Feng turned to her with a bemused smile, reaching out to massage her lower back. Zhou Shiyi's face flushed crimson, perhaps recalling something from the previous night, murmuring softly, "Well, it was all for our revolutionary cause." "Indeed, for the revolutionary cause. You've worked hard, comrade Zhou Shiyi," Lu Feng replied with mock seriousness, though his hands continued to roam, causing Zhou Shiyi to emit a light gasp, enveloping the room in an atmosphere both tender and warm. After a simple breakfast, they wasted no time and immediately dove into the finishing touches of the raft. With the precision steam engine from the previous night serving as their motivational anchor, the two felt invigorated, as if imbued with inexhaustible energy. Lu Feng's palms had long since developed calluses, and as he tied the upper deck of the first raft to the buoyancy barrels and the lower framework, his movements were fluid and swift, leaving only trails of afterimages in his wake. He pulled each nylon rope with all his might, the tautness creating a sound that was almost painful to the ears. Zhou Shiyi adeptly assisted from the side, passing him ropes and using her petite weight to help tighten each knot. With the experience of their first raft under their belts, the construction of the second proceeded much more smoothly. They tirelessly began laying down the buoyancy layer, transporting and securing over 100 brand new blue plastic barrels. As the sun reached its zenith, scorching the beach to the point where it seemed to emit steam, they were left with only the final fastening steps for the second raft. Panting heavily, they collapsed into the shade cast by the raft, utterly spent, lacking even the strength to lift a finger, their chests heaving with exertion. They managed to gnaw on some tough snake jerky, which sufficed as a makeshift lunch. Lu Feng struggled to sit up, grabbing a nearby stick, and, like a general mapping out a strategy, began to sketch a large rectangle in the sand. "Shi, come over. Let's delineate the functional areas of the raft." Zhou Shiyi, intrigued, approached to peer at the sandy blueprint, resembling a diligent student absorbing every word. Lu Feng outlined a circle at the rear of the rectangle. "Here, this will be the power and control zone. The steam engine must be placed at the back to provide propulsion. I will construct a rudder here to steer the vessel." He gestured animatedly, initially considering placing the steering wheel at the front for better visibility and comfort. However, the complexity of the transmission structure rendered it unfeasible with their current resources, so he resolved to place the steering mechanism alongside the steam engine instead. He then marked 2 small squares nearby, carefully noting, "Over here, we shall build a sturdy fireproof stove with a water barrel beside it to serve as our kitchen. On the other side, we piled up the fuel we needed to stockpile next." He then moved the branches to the rectangular central area and drew a larger square. At the back, there lay the supply reserve area, where all food, fresh water, and tools were concentrated. The center would be our living quarters, where we could construct a small shelter to shield us from wind and rain, at least allowing us a place to lie down and sleep. "And what about the front?" Zhou Shiyi inquired, her curious eyes sparkling with intrigue. "The front?" Lu Feng's lips curled into a mysterious smile, infused with a hint of wild imagination. "In front, we have our sustainable development zone. As he spoke, he sketched several small adjacent squares at the very front of the rectangle. Here, we would cut open excess plastic barrels, filling them with the fertile soil we excavated from the island, creating a miniature garden. What should we plant? Soybeans? Mung beans? These could sprout into bean sprouts, with a short growth cycle, providing a boost to vitamins. Next to the planting area, he drew an independent zone. This would be the restroom and composting area. Waste, once processed, could be transformed into fertilizer, nourishing our garden and forming a microecological cycle. This was crucial at sea, ensuring our living area remained impeccably clean. Wow! Zhou Shiyi's eyes sparkled like two stars, but soon her little nose wrinkled in a conflicted expression. Lu Feng, you mean? We would eat the bean sprouts grown from that? Seeing her mixed expression of disdain and curiosity, Lu Feng burst into hearty laughter. Rest assured, we will ensure proper isolation and harmless treatment, guaranteeing cleanliness beyond your imagination. This is called ecological cycling. Do you understand? All right. Zhou Shiyi reluctantly accepted this premise, but was soon swept away by the more captivating idea. Can we really grow vegetables on the boat? Just like a mobile happy farm? I want to name my first bean sprout. She excitedly clutched Lu Feng's arm, her little face flushed with enthusiasm. This was beyond her wildest survival imaginings. It was akin to living at sea. Theoretically, it's entirely feasible. Lu Feng observed her excitement, his heart swelling with ambition. Yet reason quickly cast a shadow over his mood. He pointed towards the depths of the jungle behind him, his expression turning grave. However, before we set sail, we must undertake an unprecedented large-scale stockpiling of supplies. We need ample food, enough firewood to last a month, and clean, fertile soil. We cannot rely solely on the system's returns. Zhou Shiyi nodded solemnly, the excitement gradually fading from her face. Lu Feng's gaze ultimately settled on the intricate steam engine he had carefully placed in the shade of the wooden hut. There remains a most crucial question. He sighed, contemplating how to propel our substantial vessel, which spans over 32 square meters and may ultimately weigh several tons, steadily through the turbulent waves. Relying solely on the power of this diminutive engine, it would be akin to attempting to haul a train carriage with the engine of a go-kart, capable of motion, yet lacking in speed and distance. Zhou Shiyi's heart sank at this thought. Observing the shift in her expression, Lu Feng smiled confidently and playfully pinched her worried little face. Let's not forget, we can operate as we did last night. Zhou Shiyi suddenly snapped back to reality, instinctively covering her mouth as her breath quickened. A vivid and grand blueprint of the ark began to take shape amidst their discussion. The wooden raft before them transformed from a mere assemblage of cold timber and plastic barrels into a mobile home, embodying all their hopes, soon to possess a soul, a heart, and even a miniature ecological system. A true ark in every sense. Chapter 44. Gifts of the jungle and new recipes. As the scorching heat of the afternoon sun finally began to wane, a refreshing sea breeze, laden with the scent of salt and moisture, caressed their skin. The grand blueprint of the ark on the beach remained untouched by the waves. Yet Lu Feng and Zhou Shiyi had equipped themselves with tools and weapons, poised to delve into the depths of the jungle. This expedition marked the commencement of a significant and meaningful resource collection for their soon-to-be mobile abode. Upon stepping into the fringes of a jungle, the light abruptly dimmed. The towering, dense canopies loomed overhead like a colossal umbrella, effectively shielding the sky and the relentless sun. The air was instantly saturated with the distinct aroma of damp earth, decaying leaves, and an amalgamation of unfamiliar flora, presenting a stark contrast to the beach's expansive brightness. Zhou Shiyi instinctively tightened her grip on Lu Feng's sleeve, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity tinged with a hint of trepidation as she cautiously surveyed this enigmatic green realm. Lu Feng, avoiding recklessness, gently patted the back of the girl's hand in a gesture of reassurance and then guided her towards the stream, following the gentle current upstream. Most valuable and edible root vegetables thrived in moist yet well-drained sandy soil. As he meticulously observed the vegetation flanking the riverbanks, he softly explained to Zhou Shiyi that following the river was the most efficient approach. Those survival videos weren't for naught. he added. Zhou Shiyi nodded, somewhat understanding, as she diligently trailed behind him. After traversing the rugged riverbank for approximately half an hour, Lu Feng suddenly halted, his eyes glinting with excitement as he pointed towards a cluster of climbing vines clinging to nearby trees. Look over there." Zhou Shiyi followed his gaze to find the vines adorned with heart-shaped leaves, paired in twos, glistening a vibrant green under the dappled sunlight. "Its leaves are so adorable," she remarked. "Adorable is secondary," Lu Feng replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. "If I am not mistaken, beneath those charming leaves lies something truly valuable." With that, he drew a spade from his back, selecting a spot at the base of the vines, and plunged it into the earth. The soil proved to be significantly harder than anticipated, entangled with a myriad of plant roots. Each strike of the spade required considerable effort. Observing this, Zhou Shiyi knelt beside him, mimicking his actions as she began to sift through the loosened soil with her hands. Before long, her delicate hands and face were speckled with mud, her hair adorned with blades of grass, resembling a playful kitten that had just rolled in the dirt. "Brother Feng, I think I've touched something hard," she exclaimed with surprise. Lu Feng perked up, hastening to her side. Together, they excavated approximately half a meter deep, revealing a faint hint of purple that stood out against the dark brown earth. They immediately subdued their movements, as if unearthing a rare treasure, carefully brushing away the surrounding soil with their hands. Before long, a cluster of enormous tubers, their rough skins adorned with fibrous roots, lay fully exposed before them. "Good heavens! Could it be? Is this yam?" Zhou Shiyi exclaimed, her eyes widening in delight as she gazed upon the substantial specimen, thicker than her own arm. Indeed, a pure, untainted wild yam. Lu Feng's face also radiated joy, just as Zhou Shiyi let out a cheer and prepared to embrace the largest yam. An unexpected turn of events occurred. From a nearby soft mound of excavated earth, a grayish shadow suddenly darted forth with astonishing speed. Zhou Shiyi, having never encountered such a spectacle, turned pale with fright, leaping behind Lu Feng and clutching his waist tightly, too terrified to even open her eyes. Lu Feng's reflexes were as swift as lightning. Instinctively, he shielded her behind him and focused his gaze. It was a lizard more than half a meter long, its body covered in rough scales, flicking its tongue while cold, slitted eyes warily scrutinized them. Upon realizing this, Lu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Noticing the girl's body trembling violently behind him, he spoke soothingly. Do not fear. It's merely a larger lizard, harmless." No sooner had he finished speaking than his entrenching tool was thrust forward with lightning speed. With a resounding thud, the shovel's blade struck the lizard's head with precision, and with a subsequent pressure, he firmly subdued the uninvited intruder. "Perfect. Tonight's dinner is secured." He winked at the still trembling girl behind him, his tone lighthearted. Zhou Shiyi cautiously peered from behind him, her gaze falling upon the subdued lizard, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she finally released her grip. With the crisis averted, the two continued their excavation. Beneath the vines lay a veritable treasure trove of yams. They unearthed over a dozen tubers of varying sizes, piled together like a small mountain. Lu Feng collected the plump yams one by one, his palms sweeping over them, causing the heavy tubers to vanish into his star-core space. He retained only a few segments with the top buds, demonstrating to the curious Zhou Shiyi how to cut them. "We must keep these tops to plant back at our farm. From now on, we shall have an endless supply of yams." On their way back, both were in high spirits. Lu Feng's keen eyes soon spotted a low shrub adorned with clusters of fiery red berries. These fruits, no larger than a fingernail, hung in bunches from the branches, resembling glimmering red garnets, strikingly conspicuous amidst the forest. He plucked one, pinched it between his fingertips, and brought it to his nose. A familiar, spicy, and pungent aroma surged forth, hitting his nostrils with an overwhelming force. "Oh my!" Lu Feng could not help but exclaim, his delight surpassing that of discovering the yams. "It's wild chili peppers. How splendid!" "It's chili peppers. With these, our sense of taste should be revived." "Chili peppers." Zhou Shiyi's eyes sparkled at the mere mention of those words, gleaming with a brightness akin to the midday sun. She hurried over, taking 2 steps at a time, and imitated Liu Feng by picking up a fruit, twisting it open, and inhaling its aroma. That long-forgotten, tantalizing fragrance, capable of instantly awakening her taste buds, sent her salivary glands into a frenzy. The mere thought of indulging in spicy food made the grievances and exhaustion of days spent gnawing on tough snake meat vanish in an instant. She could almost taste the fiery, savory flavor bubbling over with happiness. They were not greedy, carefully harvesting only the fully ripened crimson fruits, and diligently collecting some seeds to nurture back home. By the time they returned to the camp, dusk had begun to settle in. They laid out their bounty: a dozen plump yams, a fresh large lizard, and a handful of sullen flaming fiery peppers. The bonfire blazed once more, its orange flames dispelling the twilight while illuminating their faces brimming with excitement. Liu Feng skillfully prepared the unfortunate lizard, skinning and gutting it before skewering it on a sharpened branch and positioning it over the fire to roast slowly. Fat dripped into the flames, sizzling and releasing an enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyi hummed a tuneless melody, cheerfully peeling a massive yam, chopping it into pieces, and adding it along with the remaining dried snake into a clay pot with water to begin simmering the soup. After a moment's hesitation, she solemnly selected the 2 smallest red peppers from the pile, as if conducting a sacred ritual, and added them to the pot. Soon, a complex fragrance, a harmonious blend of the charred meat's savory aroma, the yam's sweet essence, and the pepper's assertive spiciness, permeated the small campsite. Zhou Shiyi inhaled deeply, feeling every cell in her body rejoice. This was to be their first true dinner in this world. A steaming, hope-filled night was gently unfolding before them. Chapter 45. The steam behemoth within the earthenware pot. A milky broth bubbled and churned. The sweet essence of yam intertwined with the savory delight of dried snake, ignited by 2 diminutive red chilies, whose assertive aroma penetrated the nostrils, compelling the taste buds to rise in homage. As the first spoonful of scalding, mildly spicy snake soup glided down her throat, Zhou Shiyi closed her eyes in bliss, releasing a satisfied sigh. So delicious, she murmured, her head bowed over the ceramic bowl, gently blowing on the broth, her tongue eagerly slurping. On the other side, a roasted lizard perched over the fire had transformed into a golden, crisp delicacy. The sizzling fat dripped into the bonfire, sending up showers of sparks. Liu Feng tore off a golden, crispy hind leg and offered it to her, while he seized another for himself and bit down hard. With a crunch, the brittle exterior shattered to reveal unexpectedly tender and juicy meat, its texture a delightful fusion between chicken and fish, imbued with a primal, wild flavor. The 2 famished souls devoured this sumptuous feast with the urgency of a tempest. Sated and content, Zhou Shiyi lovingly caressed her round belly, languidly leaning against Liu Feng's shoulder. The glow of the bonfire danced upon her face, her eyes sparkling in the flickering light, filled with dreams of the future. Brother Feng, let us cultivate an abundance of chilies and yams on our happy farm, and perhaps sow some yellow and green beans to enjoy fresh sprouts every day. That way, we shall never have to gnaw on tough snake again. All right, I shall heed your wishes, Liu Feng replied with a smile, drawing her closer. Once our ark set sail, our first endeavor will be to establish our farm. Their simple exchange infused Zhou Shiyi with newfound vigor. The weariness and aches dissipated, healed by the warmth of their hearty meal and the bright vision of what lay ahead. They nestled together, listening to the crackling flames and the distant sound of ocean waves. As the clock struck 8 in silent resonance, the familiar system notification chimed in their minds. Daily return multiplier and return count have been refreshed. They exchanged a knowing smile, understanding everything without a word. Inside the wooden cabin, the flickering bonfire illuminated a realm of complete trust and unreserved devotion. The resonance of their souls reached unprecedented heights amidst the sweat and breath shared. After a while, as the tide receded, Liu Feng gently caressed the damp hair of the girl nestled in his arms, a serene calm enveloping his heart. The system notification echoed once more, delivering the anticipated outcome. Ultimate emotional fusion, unity of body and soul. Today's highest return multiplier has been refreshed. Today's return multiplier, 19 times. Once again, it stood at 19 times. He gazed at the serene visage of the girl beside him, recalling the diverse steam engines scattered across the beach, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Last night, they had transformed 10 inferior prototype machines into one precision miniature machine, 2 small machines with condensers, and 7 mediocre media machines. So, what if they were to execute a 19-fold quality return on these 10 machines, which had already undergone one evolution? This is truly the pinnacle of alchemy. Shiyi. Just as Lu Feng was about to speak, Zhou Shiyi, seemingly attuned to his thoughts, opened her drowsy eyes and exclaimed, "Are we going to open the blind boxes?" Her eyes sparkled with eager excitement. Lu Feng gazed into her bright eyes, yet shook his head. "No, we cannot do that now." "Huh? Why not?" Zhou Shiyi asked, puzzled. "Consider this," Lu Feng elucidated. "Last night, we utilized a combination of 10 wooden and iron contraptions, yielding a plethora of pure metallic creations, the heaviest of which must weigh several dozen pounds. This time, we are employing 10 machines made entirely of pure metal for a 19-fold quality return. Who knows how heavy the result will be?" He paused for a moment. What if something weighing over 100 kilograms, or even more, emerges? It's pitch dark outside. We would struggle not only to lift it, but even to see it clearly. If we were to accidentally collide with it, we would incur significant losses. For safety's sake, let's wait until dawn tomorrow. We can then move these machines beside the raft and conduct the return in an open area. Zhou Shiyi was momentarily taken aback, before suddenly realizing the wisdom in his words. She had been solely focused on the thrill of opening the blind boxes, without considering the subsequent implications. "Feng Yi, you think ahead so thoroughly," she admired, regarding Lu Feng with newfound respect, feeling akin to a reckless fool who only knew how to rush forward. She obediently nodded and snuggled closer to him. "All right, I will heed your advice." The next day, marking their 13th day in this world, as dawn barely broke, the two swiftly concluded their breakfast and eagerly delved into the final touches of their raft. With the intricate steam engine as their ultimate goal, their enthusiasm surged to unprecedented heights. Together, they meticulously secured the upper deck, the buoyancy barrels below, and the lower framework of the second raft with nylon ropes. When the final knot was tightened, the 2 wooden platforms, each measuring 16 square meters, were officially completed, adhering to the principle of resourcefulness. Lu Feng collaborated with Zhou Shiyi to transport the 10 uniquely designed steam engines from the camp to the sandy beach between the 2 rafts, arranging them neatly in a row. Once placed, Lu Feng mentally counted for the return. The system's cold prompt abruptly interrupted his reverie. Detected that the return target comprises multiple distinct creations. Batch quantity return cannot be executed. Lu Feng sighed. "This won't do." "Why?" she inquired. "Look." Lu Feng pointed to the array of machines. The subpar mid-range machines, the small ones with condensers, the precision machines with reversing valves. In the system's assessment, they are considered entirely different entities. He arrived at a crucial conclusion. Once the quality of composite creations diverges, batch quantity return is no longer feasible. To achieve quantity, one must work with completely identical templates. However, his gaze landed on the most intricately designed steam engine. "I never had high hopes for those. What I truly desire is just this one." He placed his hand upon the precision steam engine. "System, execute a 19-fold quantity return." A brilliant light flashed, and in an instant, one machine transformed into 19. Gazing upon the row of pristine, gleaming precision machines, Lu Feng inhaled deeply and extracted 10 of them. With hands clasped together, he bowed in reverence, murmuring fervently with an expression of utmost sincerity, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, may the great system deity manifest. This time, I seek no more than to grow larger. To grow larger is sufficient." This familiar ritual evoked an involuntary chuckle from Zhou Shiyi, who stood nearby. Once the prayer concluded, Lu Feng abruptly opened his eyes and declared in a resonant voice, "System, quality return." A brilliant golden light erupted explosively, no longer a gentle white, but a dazzling, blinding gold that instantaneously engulfed the 10 metallic machines. This resplendent radiance surged forth like a miniature star detonating upon the beach, warping the surrounding air with a resonant hum, causing the sand beneath to tremble. As the brilliance dissipated, the once spacious area was instantly filled to the brim. The machines towered above Lu Feng, their bodies clad in a profound, weighty black akin to cast iron, adorned with massive rivets and intricate brass tubing. Sturdy piston rods connected to a colossal flywheel exceeding a meter in diameter, while the other end extended into a complete drive shaft, exuding an unparalleled sense of power and industrial elegance. A cascade of golden text that sent shivers through his very soul refreshed before his eyes. Precision steam engine with reversing valve, small, X10 went a 19-fold quality return, yielding in total. Precision steam engine with reversing valve, medium, X7, double-cylinder link steam engine, small, X3, double-cylinder linkage, medium precision steam engine. This was not merely a leap in size, but a breakthrough in performance. The foundation for the Ark's power, and even the future maritime cities, now stood resolutely established. Chapter 46. The Great Raft Unification. As the sun rose on the horizon, its golden rays illuminated the sandy beach. 7 massive cast-iron steam engines and 3 more refined double-cylinder steam engines stood like silent steel behemoths, quietly basking in the morning light. Their thick rivets, intricate brass pipes, and enormous flywheels interwove to create a cold yet imposing industrial aesthetic, brimming with boundless strength. Zhou Shiyi slightly parted her lips, circling around a medium-sized steam engine that towered above her. She extended her delicate fingers, cautiously touching the frigid metal of the colossal rivet and caressing the rough texture of the cast-iron casing, her astonishment and curiosity evident. "Brother Liu, this is incredibly large, isn't it?" She gazed up at the immense machinery, her voice tinged with disbelief. "This one must weigh several hundred pounds, right?" Lu Feng's gaze lingered on the 3 more compact and evidently more sophisticated double-cylinder engines. He stepped closer, running his hand over the smooth surface of the brass cylinder, his eyes sparkling with admiration and fascination. "Not merely a few hundred pounds. I estimate it to be nearly 1,000 pounds, he replied with a smile, turning to Zhou Shiyi to explain. "Shiyi, look at these 7 behemoths. They can serve as the primary power source for our Ark. However, the design of these 3 double-cylinder machines is far more advanced. See, they possess 2 pistons that can alternate in function." He gestured animatedly. "It's akin to upgrading a car from a single cylinder to a double cylinder, resulting in smoother, more sustained power output with reduced vibrations and higher efficiency. For us, this means greater fuel economy and a steadier operation." Zhou Shiyi tilted her head, pondering for a moment before her eyes suddenly brightened. "Then, should we also create a double-cylinder giant? The bigger, the better." "Indeed, that is my intention." Lu Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement, a smile playing on his lips. "However, we must take it step by step. Our next objective is to use these 7 medium engines as offerings for the next quality return. They possess a better foundation, are more numerous, and thus easier to ship. Moreover, this will save us 1 return trip." Having reached a consensus, the 2 set this thrilling plan aside. The immediate concern was to merge the 2 independent wooden raft platforms into one, crafting a sufficiently sturdy abode for these future iron hearts. Lu Feng approached the edge of the raft, taking a deep breath, his muscular arms tensing as he pushed with all his might. The colossal structure merely swayed slightly before settling, as if firmly rooted in the sand. He placed his hands on his hips, self-deprecatingly remarking, "Goodness, this thing must weigh at least 2 or 3 tons. It cannot be moved by sheer brute force." Zhou Shiyi joined him in the effort, only to find the raft immovable, as if it were part of the beach itself. She asked, a hint of worry in her tone, "What shall we do then?" Lu Feng gazed at the massive object before him, and then turned to glance at the 10 pristine steam engines on the beach. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and he chuckled to himself. "I've been foolish." "Huh?" Zhou Shiyi looked at him in confusion. "With this equipment, why resort to brute strength?" Lu Feng laughed heartily, striding directly toward the 3 double-cylinder steam engines. In his eyes sparkled a brilliance of wisdom and excitement, as a bold plan rapidly took shape in his mind. "Shiyi, behold, Let me show you the power of the first industrial revolution. Lu Feng first secured an exceptionally long nylon rope, fastening one end firmly to a rock on the shore and the other to the framework of a wooden raft. This served as a precaution against the raft being swept away by rogue waves. He then moved 3 double-cylinder steam engines to a flat rock by the shore, swiftly constructing a rudimentary fixed base using several sturdy ironwood pieces. From the intricate transmission structure, he removed a small gear and meticulously wrapped it with resilient nylon rope around the power output shaft, ingeniously crafting a rudimentary winch drum. He firmly tied the other end of the rope to the framework of one of the rafts. Ignite! Zhou Shiyi eagerly gathered dry firewood and lit a bonfire beneath the steam engine's boiler. Soon, the water in the boiler began to boil, and white steam hissed through the brass pipes. Lu Feng grasped the control valve and flashed a confident smile at Zhou Shiyi. Hold on tight. Prepare for takeoff. He abruptly pushed down the valve. With a whoosh, high-pressure steam surged into the cylinders, and the precision dual-cylinder pistons commenced their rapid, alternating motion. The transmission shaft, serving as a drum, spun wildly, the taut nylon rope emitting a grating sound, visibly contracting at an astonishing speed. It moved. It moved. Zhou Shiyi exclaimed with exhilaration, pointing towards the sea. That massive raft, weighing several tons, impossible for two to budge, now resembled a lightweight toy, effortlessly dragged from the beach by an irresistible force, gliding smoothly into the azure ocean. The scene was imbued with a surreal shock. Zhou Shiyi gazed at Lu Feng, composed amidst steam and flames, her eyes filled with adoration. With this steam winch, the remaining tasks became remarkably effortless. They soon launched the second raft into the sea, utilizing the steam engine's traction to skillfully maneuver the 2 rafts closer together. As the connection points approached collision, Lu Feng, seizing a moment between waves, dramatically increased the steam input. A resounding thud echoed across the surface of the sea. The mortise and tenon structure he had meticulously crafted seamlessly interlocked under the immense force. He leaped over to inspect it with excitement. The connection remained steadfast, perfect. Finally, he secured the pivotal nodes of the connection with his most adept square knot, wrapping it tightly in multiple layers for reinforcement. As the last knot was tied, a colossal maritime base, exceeding 32 square meters and flawlessly assembled from 2 platforms, emerged under the resplendent sunlight, heralding its birth. This was the embryonic form of their ark. Chapter 47. The prototype of a seaside home, a colossal catamaran gently swayed with the waves near the shore, sunlight cascading upon the 32 square meters of its deck, reflecting the wood's warm luster. 2 figures stood side by side on the beach, the sea breeze lifting the hem of Zhou Shiyi's dress and tousling her hair. As they gazed at this maritime platform that wholly belonged to them, their hearts brimming with a profound sense of accomplishment. Lu Feng secured the raft firmly to the giant rocks on the shore with several sturdy nylon ropes, finally exhaling in relief. However, a very tangible issue soon presented itself. To ensure sufficient buoyancy and resistance against the tumultuous waves, the entire structure of the raft was constructed robustly, with the deck elevated over a meter above the water surface. Zhou Shiyi tilted her head back, stretching her arms in a futile attempt to gauge the height, her expression quickly falling. "Brother Feng, how are we supposed to get up there?" she inquired, attempting to climb. Yet, the slick logs offered no grip. As she managed to hoist herself up, her feet slipped, and with a splash, she fell back into the water, soaking herself to the core. Lu Feng watched her, resembling a drenched chicken, with seaweed adorning her hair and a face marked by frustration, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You're laughing," Zhou Shiyi pouted, scooping up a handful of water and splashing it at him. "I'm not laughing, I'm not." He chuckled, dodging her playful attack. He stepped closer, pulling her from the water and wringing out the wet hem of her clothes. "Come on, let us get to work. We need to build a diving board for our new home." "What is a diving board?" Zhou Shiyi asked, puzzled. "In simple terms, it's a long and sturdy plank," Lu Feng explained, playfully flicking her nose, which was adorned with glistening droplets of water, a hint of mischief in his voice. "With it, our little mermaid will no longer need to perform dive for survival." You're the mermaid, Zhou Shiyi retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation, though a smile began to form at the corners of her lips. This straightforward yet practical idea swiftly dissipated her earlier embarrassment and worries. Let us get started, she exclaimed. Follow me. The materials are readily available. With a wave of his hand, Lu Feng led her back to the wooden cabin. There, remnants of high-quality hardwood planks, carefully selected during the construction of the roof, lay in a pile. The two transported 2 planks back to the shore in 2 trips, and Lu Feng seized a spade and chisel to commence his work. He wasted no words, directly chiseling precise, square grooves into the thick wooden surface at regular intervals. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sound of his strikes echoed rhythmically across the beach. Zhou Shiyi stood by, handing him several short wooden pieces. Lu Feng took the pieces and quickly shaped them to the appropriate size, aligning them with the grooves and delivering a firm strike with the back of the mallet. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as the horizontal piece snugly fitted into the board, creating a raised non-slip strip and securely connecting the 2 planks. His movements were fluid and unhurried, as if orchestrated by an unseen conductor. In no time, a rudimentary bridge, sturdy and adorned with robust crossbeams, took form before the 2 of them. Lu Feng deftly positioned it between the colossal rock on the shore and the raft's deck, creating a flawless incline. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he elegantly tossed his head back and gestured to Zhou Shiyi with a flourish. Chief Inspector, after you. With a playful lift of her skirt, Zhou Shiyi cautiously ascended the first step. The bridge was remarkably stable, devoid of any tremors. Instantly, her anxiety dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile that blossomed on her face. Reminiscent of a jubilant lark, she danced up and down the wooden steps, her laughter ringing like silver bells across the vast expanse of the beach. With the ingress and egress resolved, the duo promptly embarked on the meticulous renovation of their ark. Standing upon the spacious deck, Lu Feng pointed towards the central area, his brow slightly furrowed. We can no longer use the raw timber for the shelter. It's too heavy and will jeopardize our center of gravity and buoyancy. We must construct it ourselves using planks to lighten the load. Fortunately, we have 8 planks remaining. With a little modification, a single return trip should suffice. The morning hours slipped away quietly, and the pair hastily nibbled on some dried snake and roasted yams, their makeshift lunch. Sitting on the raft's deck with their legs dangling in the air, they swayed gently, allowing the sea breeze to caress them. Lu Feng, how large shall we build our shelter? Zhou Shiyi inquired while munching on her food. Using a small stick, Lu Feng traced shapes on the deck. I've given it some thought. Let us construct a 3-meter by 3-meter square. 9 square meters should be ample for the 2 of us to sleep and shield ourselves from the elements. In that case, we need to process the remaining planks in at 3-meter lengths, allowing us to return them in one go, thus simplifying our task. Excellent. Let us proceed with that. Zhou Shiyi nodded vigorously, thoroughly pleased with the clear plan. After a brief respite, the afternoon sun was no longer as merciless. They resolved to venture deeper into the jungle in search of more seeds and species for their cheerful farm. This time, they had a more defined objective. Following the meandering stream, they soon stumbled upon several lush yam vines. However, Lu Feng refrained from hastily digging. Instead, his gaze wandered deeper into the thicket. He recalled from survival videos that certain plants often grew in tandem. Sure enough, not far from the yam vines, they discovered a patch of low-lying broadleaf plants, their enormous leaves resembling elephant ears. The soil around the rhizome was slightly raised and exhibited unnatural fissures. This is taro, Lu Feng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he immediately began to excavate. With little effort, they unearthed a trove of taro, varying in size from small fist-sized specimens to those as large as small watermelons. These taros not only promised a significant amount of starch, but also boasted a softer, sweeter texture compared to yams. Just as they joyfully gathered the taro, Zhou Shiyi suddenly pointed towards a nearby bamboo grove, exclaiming in astonishment, Lu Feng, look, there are so many young bamboo shoots over there. In the verdant glade, tender bamboo shoots, ranging from shades of green to yellow, burst forth from the earth, their pointed tips adorned with the morning dew, appearing exquisitely succulent. This is truly a delightful surprise. Bamboo shoots are a rare delicacy, offering an exceptional texture and flavor whether stir-fried or simmered in broth. More importantly, bamboo is a rapidly growing plant, signifying a sustainable source of nourishment. The two individuals promptly set to work, gathering a dozen of the most tender shoots. On their way back, they fortuitously stumbled upon a large fallen tree, revealing a generous patch of fresh mushrooms. Today, the jungle seemed to transform into a bountiful mother, unreservedly presenting its treasures before them. Chapter 48. The emergence of a delightful abode. As evening descended, the two returned, laden with their bounty. The orange sun painted the sky in a resplendent canvas reminiscent of an exquisite oil painting, while the sea breeze grew gentler. They did not rush to prepare their meal. Instead, they embarked on another crucial task. Liu Feng rummaged through the pile of supplies and retrieved several surplus blue plastic barrels. Employing the sharp edge of his entrenching tool, he began the arduous process of slicing the barrels in half. The resilient plastic emitted a jarring screech under the strain, yet ultimately succumbed to his efforts. One plastic barrel transformed into two semicircular, perfect planting containers. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyi meticulously pierced the bottoms of each container with a small knife, creating drainage holes. Their labor was fervent, and by the time nightfall enveloped the surroundings, over 20 custom pots stood neatly arranged along the shore. All was ready. They merely awaited the crucial soil. Liu Feng approached the edge of the jungle, his gaze fixated on a patch of dark, rich earth. The soil was a fertile, deep black, exuding a fresh scent mingled with humus and plant roots. This was it. He knelt down, pressing his palm against the soft black earth, his mind poised to absorb this precious resource directly into the star core space. However, the anticipated spectacle of the soil being instantly consumed did not materialize. The star core space remained unresponsive. Liu Feng momentarily faltered, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He attempted once more with the same result. It soon dawned on him. The star core space could only accommodate discrete entities, such as a piece of wood, a stone, or a lizard. The soil beneath his feet was interconnected with the entire island-esque ground, a part of a vast whole. The system could not discern the fragment he wished to collect. So it could not be gathered as an unbounded entity. Enlightened by this realization, Liu Feng chuckled softly, recognizing his earlier presumptions. Undeterred, he drew forth the versatile entrenching tool once more. With a sharp thrust, the blade sliced effortlessly into the moist earth, turning over a substantial clump of rich soil. He amassed the excavated soil, now detached from the ground. This time, as he placed his palm atop the pile and focused his intent, the entire mound of fertile black earth vanished in an instant, entirely absorbed into the star core space. Afterward, he returned to the beach, where Zhou Shiyi had lined up the semicircular plastic containers in a precise arrangement, as if orchestrating a sacred formation. Upon seeing Liu Feng return, she eagerly waved him over, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief as she showcased her handiwork. "Liu Feng, come quick, our farm base." Liu Feng smiled and approached the raft, preparing to pour the rich black soil from the star core space onto the beach, ready to fill each pot. "Wait," Zhou Shiyi suddenly called out, a glint of cleverness flashing in her bright eyes. She tilted her little head and pointed at the wooden raft, inquiring, "Brother Feng, if we fill these pots with soil now, won't it be quite a laborious task to carry them up?" Liu Feng's movements froze momentarily. He paused for 2 seconds, then slapped his forehead and chuckled in disbelief. He had been so focused on the most efficient way to acquire soil that he overlooked the fundamental issue of transportation. It was indeed our Shi who had considered the matter thoroughly. He gently tapped the tip of the girl's nose, his tone laced with admiration and a hint of affectionate exasperation. Zhou Shiyi puffed out her small chest with pride, her face radiating a desire for praise. Under her astute guidance, the two of them first collaborated to move all the empty, customized flower pots onto the raft, arranging them neatly in the designated area. After accomplishing this, Liu Feng stepped onto the deck and approached the center of the plastic containers. He took a deep breath and extended his palm towards the empty pots below. With a thought, rich, dark soil, imbued with the fragrance of damp earth. cascaded forth from beneath his hand like a black waterfall, pouring precisely into the pots without a single grain spilling onto the deck. Zhou Shiyi watched, her mouth agape, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Once the soil was filled, it was time for the sacred act of sowing. Zhou Shiyi washed her hands and carefully cradled the sprouting taro, yam, and precious chili seeds. She crouched down, her face reflecting an unprecedented reverence. With her fingers, she gently excavated small holes in the moist black soil. Then, as if placing rare treasures, she solemnly and tenderly buried each seed, representing the promise of the future, into the earth. Tomorrow, once our house is built, we can dwell atop it, she said, lifting her head. With a few specks of dirt adorning her face, her eyes shone brighter than the stars above, illuminated by the campfire. All right, Lu Feng replied with a smile, reaching out to tousle her hair. He gazed at the nascent micro-farm before him, at the vessel carrying their future, and a surge of unparalleled ambition welled up within him. The crackling campfire cast a warm and serene glow over this budding maritime home. After a long day of toil, hunger washed over them like a tide. They exchanged knowing smiles and instinctively directed their gaze toward the day's new harvest, the tender bamboo shoots, plump taro, and glossy black fungus. Tonight, we shall indulge in something different, Lu Feng announced with a grin. Zhou Shiyi could hardly contain her excitement as she hugged a large taro and eagerly approached Lu Feng, her sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. Brother Feng, how do we prepare this? You've already mastered the art of stewing yam with snake meat. Taro will be a piece of cake, Lu Feng teased, rubbing her nose. We'll peel it, cut it into pieces, and combine it with bamboo shoots, black fungus, and lizard meat to create a true medley for tonight's feast. Hooray! Zhou Shiyi cheered, immediately diving into the preparations for dinner with renewed vigor. She imitated Lu Feng's actions, carefully using a multi-functional knife to peel away the rough exterior of the taro, revealing the pristine white flesh adorned with delicate lavender streaks beneath. The slick texture intrigued her immensely. Meanwhile, Lu Feng tended to the tender bamboo shoots and wood ear mushrooms, meticulously cleaning and slicing them into suitable pieces. Once again at the old stove by the riverbank, the earthen pot was filled anew with pristine water. This time, the contents of the pot were unprecedentedly abundant. Chunks of snow-white taro, succulent slices of bamboo shoots, and smooth wood ear mushrooms, complemented by generous pieces of savory snake meat, were joined by 2 small red chilies that Zhou Shiyi thoughtfully tossed in. As the bonfire crackled, the water in the pot quickly began to bubble. The taro became soft and sticky, partially melting into the broth, which transformed into a thick, enticing milky white concoction. A complex aroma, blending the sweetness of taro, the freshness of bamboo shoots, the umami of mushrooms, and the saltiness of snake meat, was thoroughly awakened by the spiciness of the chilies. Assertively invading the nostrils of the two, Zhou Shiyi crouched beside the stove, cradling her chin in her hands, inhaling deeply the delightful scent, nearly drooling. Brother Feng, I feel this is even more fragrant than yesterday's yam soup. Of course, this is the first collective debut of our bountiful harvest from the happy farm. Lu Feng replied with a smile as he ladled out the first bowl. The steaming, rich soup was a revelation. The soft, sweet taro dissolved almost instantly on the tongue. The bamboo shoots were crisp and refreshing, the wood ear mushrooms tender and springy, while the savory snake meat was perfectly balanced by the sweetness of the taro and the freshness of the broth. Finally, a hint of spiciness acted as the finishing touch, causing all the flavors to explode in a delightful symphony within the mouth. Zhou Shiyi's eyes squinted in bliss, as if she were melting into the bowl of hot soup. This was not merely a delicious meal. It was a rich reward from the land, crafted and harvested by their own hands. After savoring this sumptuous dinner, both felt thoroughly satisfied, lazily leaning against the edge of the wooden raft while gazing at the myriad stars above. Brother Feng, let us build the house tomorrow. Zhou Shiyi's voice was filled with anticipation for the future. All right, Lu Feng nodded, his eyes sparkling with determination. But first, let's prepare the materials. Chapter 49. The seaside cabin. As the satisfaction from dinner lingered, Liu Feng eagerly rose to his feet, his gaze fervently fixed upon the premium hardwood boards beside him. According to his design, these planks were to be fashioned into a modest 9-square-meter cabin, with a perfect length of 3 meters. Let the work commence. Zhou Shiyi, equally exhilarated, scampered over, yet as she circled the boards, a frown soon creased her delicate brow. Feng, we have no measuring tape. How can we ascertain the length of 3 meters? The precise measurement posed the first challenge before them. Observing her distressed demeanor, Liu Feng smiled mysteriously, unfazed as he retrieved a sufficiently long piece of nylon rope from their supplies. Approaching one of the boards, he aligned one end of the rope with its edge, stretching the other end to measure the exact length. Behold, this is 4 meters, he declared, pinching the ends of the rope and folding it in half before Zhou Shiyi. Now, this represents 2 meters. He folded it once more, and this now is 1 meter. Presenting the knotted rope to her, he added, see, henceforth, this shall serve as our measuring tool. Zhou Shiyi, initially taken aback, soon found clarity. She accepted the knotted rope, running her fingers over it thoughtfully. With charcoal, she meticulously marked the boards, then picked up the saw, her expression turning pensive. The thought of cleaving 8 sturdy hardwood boards with this tool, ensuring each cut was precise, made her arms ache just at the idea. Seeing her eager, yet uncertain demeanor, Liu Feng couldn't help but chuckle as he approached and gently took the saw from her hands. We have entered the steam age. Why persist with tasks fit for the Stone Age? He playfully tapped her nose, teasingly. Huh? Zhou Shiyi blinked, failing to grasp his meaning. If not this, then what? Liu Feng strode directly to the gleaming steam engine, his eyes landing on a dual-cylinder machine amidst the surplus metal parts. He bent down, selecting a long strip of steel. Clang, clang, clang. Under Zhou Shiyi's curious gaze, Liu Feng used a flat rock as an anvil, skillfully forging a series of rough, yet sharp teeth along one side of the steel strip. He then ingeniously attached this rudimentary saw blade to the connecting rod of a small dual-cylinder steam engine. Thus, a truly unique steam-powered saw was born. Come, Shiyi, let me instruct you. Liu Feng beckoned her to the machine, pointing to a brass valve. This is the intake valve. You shall control it. A gentle push will set it in motion. I will stabilize the board. Let us witness the might of industry. Her heart raced, a blend of anxiety and exhilaration coursing through her. Mimicking Liu Feng, she cautiously pushed the valve open. Instantly, white steam surged into the cylinder, and the piston began to move back and forth at high speed. Clang, clang, clang. The saw blade, connected to the piston, emitted a rhythmic metallic clamor, akin to a steel beast awakening, thrashing wildly back and forth. Liu Feng's muscles tensed as he steadily pushed a meticulously marked wooden plank towards the swiftly moving jagged illusion. The shrill sound of friction pierced the air, and wood shavings flew like a blizzard. Zhou Shiyi's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the once resilient wood yield helplessly before the steam-powered force. A remarkably smooth incision extending at a visibly rapid pace toward the opposite end. In mere seconds, accompanied by a soft crack, a 3-meter-long standard timber was flawlessly severed and fell to the ground. Wow! Zhou Shiyi exclaimed, her gaze towards Liu Feng brimming with admiration. This was no mere display of manual dexterity. It was an act of creation. With this marvelous tool, their subsequent tasks became exceedingly effortless. The duo demonstrated an unparalleled synergy, resembling a golden partnership on an assembly line, one controlling the power, the other supplying the timber. As night deepened and the waves lapped gently, 8 precisely sized and neatly cut wooden planks were stacked orderly by the bonfire. Leaning against Liu Feng's shoulder, Zhou Shiyi gazed at their laborious achievements and chuckled softly. Brother Feng, can we say we've established a lumber processing factory on this island? We've only just begun, Liu Feng replied, wrapping his arm around her while gazing at their shared beach, his eyes shimmering with a fervor surpassing that of the bonfire. This was merely the inception. A day filled with fatigue, yet fulfillment gently drew to a close in their warmth and understanding. As the clock struck 8, a familiar signal echoed. The comforting system notification blossoming in his mind. Ultimate emotional fusion, mind and body in unity. Today's highest return multiplier has been refreshed. Today's return multiplier, 19 times. The following day marked their 14th in this world. As the morning sun stirred the sea's surface, the two stood vibrantly on a colossal catamaran. Lu Feng did not rush to address the wooden planks. Instead, his gaze settled upon the central section of the deck. He retrieved several robust logs he had previously selected from the shore and positioned them at the deck center. A house must be stable. The foundation and framework are paramount, he stated, grasping a chisel and mallet. Just like us, the foundation must be solid. Zhou Shiyi, blushing slightly at his insinuation, nodded obediently and squatted beside him, observing intently. Lu Feng's movements were meticulous. He measured the dimensions with a rope and precisely carved grooves and tenons at the log joints. The crisp sound of his strikes resonated across the expansive deck, embodying the rhythmic essence of home building. As the last crossbeam was seamlessly driven into the designated groove, a sturdy 3-meter square framework stood firmly in the center of the deck. "All right, Shi, let us bring the planks up," Lu Feng said, wiping the sweat from his brow. The two began stacking the planks beside the framework. Lu Feng approached the pile of wood, inhaled deeply, and placed his broad palm on the topmost plank. His expression grew intensely focused as he silently chanted within, "System, 19 times return." A gentle white light erupted instantaneously, engulfing the small stack of wooden planks entirely. Zhou Shiyi's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. As the radiance faded, what was once merely 8 wooden planks now transformed into a small hill, meticulously assembled from standard timber. The stacked planks, succumbing to gravity, cascaded outward, swiftly covering a significant portion of the deck. 152 robust, smooth planks, exuding the fragrant aroma of fresh wood, lay before them. "Stop staring, Chief Designer," Lu Feng teased, gently pinching her cheek. "Our Lego bricks are more than sufficient." With this almost extravagant supply of materials, the construction of their dwelling progressed at an astonishing pace. The duo worked in perfect harmony, assembling the house with a fluidity that surpassed even the ease of playing an enormous Lego game. Lu Feng took charge of fitting the planks into the framework, while Zhou Shiyi promptly delivered the materials. Walls and roof materialized at a breathtaking speed, visibly taking shape under the sun, where sweat and laughter intertwined. A true home on the sea, uniquely theirs, was rising from the azure expanse. It was not merely a shelter. It represented a fresh beginning in this desolate land, brimming with the promise of an unknown future and grander aspirations. Chapter 50. The 4-cylinder Iron Heart, the twilight sun, cast a flowing amber hue across the horizon, gently spilling over the sky and bathing the sea and sand in warm shades of orange and red. Lu Feng did not completely flatten the roof. Instead, he ingeniously created a slight incline, ensuring that even in the event of a torrential downpour, rainwater would flow off the sloped surface rather than accumulate atop the roof. He also thoughtfully left a half-meter square window on the wall facing the sea. Although it remained empty for now, the presence of the window promised a connection to the outside world. As the final wooden board was secured, he brushed off the sawdust from his hands, stepped back, and stood side by side with Zhou Shiyi, quietly admiring their creation. A 3-meter square structure, with a total area of 9 square meters, stood serenely at the center of the catamaran. It was not exquisite. In fact, it bore a certain roughness, yet the meticulously fitted walls, the sturdy framework, and the refreshing scent of raw wood imbued the entire structure with an unprecedented sense of security and belonging for the two of them. This would be their future home. "Brother Feng, we actually built a house in just one day," Zhou Shiyi declared proudly, raising her hand. Lu Feng wrapped his arm around her, resting his chin gently atop her head, his voice laced with amusement. "This is just the beginning. This is merely the shell. The real finishing touches have yet to commence." After a sumptuous dinner, the night deepened. The two sat on the threshold of their small abode, their feet dangling in the air, allowing the sea breeze to caress them. The crackling bonfire on the shore provided a comforting backdrop, while the stars above twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvety night sky. Gazing at their nascent home, Lu Feng felt his spirit reignite. With the house established and the farm underway, it was time to address the most pressing issue at hand. He rose to his feet, his gaze fierce and unwavering, directed towards the 7 medium-sized steam engines, which loomed on the beach like silent behemoths. It was time to equip their ark with a truly powerful heart. These 7 medium-sized precision steam engines represented the finest quality among their inventory and held the most promise as the primary power source for their vessel. Utilizing them for quality reclamation was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Zhou Shiyi followed his gaze, a flicker of concern crossing her beautiful eyes. Standing beside Liu Feng, she whispered, "Brother Feng, these machines are already quite heavy. If we reclaim them, they will undoubtedly become larger and heavier. How will we manage to lift them onto the raft?" This was indeed a very practical concern. Each of these cast-iron behemoths weighed nearly 1,000 pounds, and their weight would only increase post-reclamation. However, Liu Feng smiled confidently, ruffling her hair. "I have my methods. Let us first open the mystery boxes. As long as the items are powerful enough, solutions will always outnumber the difficulties." With that, he strode towards the 7 steam engines on the beach, clearing his throat. He pressed his hands together and solemnly bowed before the row of iron creations, chanting earnestly, "O God of steam, soul of industry, mechanical deity, cyber Buddha above." Disciple Liu Feng today offered 7 medium-sized machines as sacrifices, not seeking anything else. Just a multitude of cylinders and substantial horsepower. 2 cylinders as a minimum, 3 cylinders to break even, and 4 cylinders for soaring success. Amen. Immeasurable heavenly respect. Hallelujah. Zhou Shiyi chuckled softly from behind. This fellow was always so irreverent. Once the prayer concluded, Liu Feng took a deep breath, his expression shifting to one of intense focus. System, 19-fold quality return. A dazzling platinum light erupted, more brilliant than ever before. The radiance was so immense, it resembled a small sun bursting forth on the beach, instantly eclipsing the final glimmers of twilight, illuminating the entire shore as brightly as day. Zhou Shiyi instinctively shielded her eyes with her hand, yet still felt the fervent and sacred glow through her fingers. The brilliance persisted for a solid 10 seconds before gradually receding and ultimately dissipating. 7 brand-new steel behemoths stood silently in place. Zhou Shiyi lowered her hand, her mouth forming an oin astonishment. The machines before her were significantly larger than the previous medium-sized ones. Their structure was exponentially more complex. The colossal flywheels gleamed with a metallic chill, while the exaggeratedly sturdy piston rods radiated explosive power. Brass pipes, intricate as a spider's web, intertwined with precision valves. The entire contraption resembled a masterpiece from the post-industrial age, brimming with an exhilarating power and impeccable precision. Simultaneously, a cascade of golden text, stirring Liu Feng's very soul, refreshed before his eyes. Precision steam engine with reversing valve, medium, X7. After a 19-fold quality return, he received linked 4-cylinder steam engine, medium, X1. Linked 3-cylinder steam engine, medium, X2. Dual-cylinder linked steam engine, medium, X4. For cylinders, it truly yielded a 4-cylinder machine. A surge of excitement rushed to Liu Feng's head, nearly propelling him into the air. This was not merely an upgrade. It was a qualitative leap. The 4-cylinder linkage signified an unprecedented level of power output smoothness and continuity. A surge of energy sufficient to propel a genuine, wave-slicing iron vessel. He dashed forward in a flurry to the sole 4-cylinder steam engine, his eyes alight with obsession. He reached out, wishing to caress the smooth brass cylinder, to feel the essence of this industrial marvel. To test its heft, he inhaled deeply, bracing himself, his arm muscles taut with effort, and pushed with all his might. Yet, the steel beast remained utterly unmoved, as if rooted to the ground, one with the beach itself. Only then did he realize the weight of this machine had far exceeded his imagination. It was not merely close to 1,000 pounds. This one surely surpassed a ton. "I'll give it a try," Zhou Shiyi called out, rushing over to emulate his actions, only to meet with futility. Gazing at the 7 immovable steam engines, her face etched with frustration. She exclaimed, Feng, what? What should we do? We truly cannot move them. However, as Lu Feng gazed upon these formidable steel hearts, he felt no semblance of discouragement. Instead, a brilliance even more radiant than before ignited in his eyes. Difficulties? What difficulties could these possibly be? This was unmistakably a delightful dilemma. He turned a glance at the small dual-cylinder machine on the raft, which he had previously modified into a steam-powered saw, and an idea rapidly took shape in his mind. The night had deepened, and the sea breeze had grown cooler. After a day filled with toil and emotional upheavals, both of them felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Lu Feng resolved to postpone this grand endeavor until the morrow. They transferred all their belongings from the campsite on the shore, soft bedding, earthenware kitchen utensils, and various bits and bobs, into their new abode on the raft. The wooden floor of the small cabin was adorned with thick furs, warm and inviting. The two of them reclined on the sturdy wooden bed. Beneath them the sea gently undulated with the waves, while the rhythmic sound of the ocean caressed the hull, reminiscent of a lullaby. Chapter 51. The arm of industry. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window of the wooden cabin. The ocean waves rhythmically lapped against the bottom of the raft, creating a soothing sound akin to a gentle lullaby, while the entire wooden platform swayed slightly like a massive cradle. Lu Feng awakened in the warmth of his bedding, his arm retaining the position it had taken when he fell asleep the previous night, enveloping the person nestled in his embrace. Zhou Shiyi was deep in slumber, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow on her eyelids. The familiar system prompt echoed in his mind, a night of tender warmth and restful sleep. Today's return multiplier, 12 times. A mischievous smile crept onto Lu Feng's lips as he leaned closer to Zhou Shiyi's ear, his warm breath caressing her sensitive earlobe, before playfully giving her a gentle pat on her pert backside. Wake up, little sleepyhead. It's time to get to work. With a sleepy murmur reminiscent of a cat disturbed from a pleasant dream, Zhou Shiyi instinctively turned over, wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her face against his chest. She soon lifted her small face, her sleep-laden eyes gazing at him, presenting a sweet morning kiss imbued with the scent of milk. A familiar warmth surged through Lu Feng, enveloping him in comfort. Ultimate emotional fusion, unity of body and soul. Today's highest return multiplier has been refreshed. Today's return multiplier, 15 times. All right, no more dawdling. The sun is shining bright. Lu Feng chuckled, pinching her cheek playfully. I refuse. Just 5 more minutes. Zhou Shiyi pouted, curling deeper into his embrace. Ultimately, she could not resist Lu Feng's insistence, and they slowly rose from their slumber. After a brief morning ritual, they prepared a breakfast of taro cubes cooked in a leftover hearty soup from the previous night. Satiated, they stood on the expansive deck of the raft, gazing at the 7 steam engines standing silently on the shore like prehistoric behemoths, once again feeling that delightful dilemma. These machines radiated a sense of explosive power, their intricate structures and precise craftsmanship exemplifying the allure of industrial civilization. Yet, their weight was indeed formidable, particularly that 4-cylinder engine, which resembled a small mountain of steel. Zhou Shiyi walked a few steps around the raft, extending her slender fingers to gesture at the machines, her face contorting into a frown. Feng, they look magnificent, but we can't possibly move them. What are we to do? The reason humanity is the spirit of all living things lies in our greatest advantage, the ability to create and utilize tools. Lu Feng's expression was devoid of sorrow, instead radiating a confidence born of a cunning plan. He led Zhou Shiyi back to the side of the cabin, casually picking up a piece of burnt wood charcoal and began sketching on the pristine wall of the wooden cabin. We shall construct a crane. His voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. An industrial arm capable of effortlessly lifting these colossal machines. The charcoal glided across the wooden surface, producing a soft scratching sound. Soon, a rudimentary yet clear sketch began to emerge on the wall. It was a robust column, beside which stood an inclined arm reaching towards the heavens, adorned at its apex with several circles symbolizing pulleys. Lu Feng pointed to the sketch, commencing his explanation to the chief designer. The principle is quite straightforward, akin to our previous endeavor of transporting logs for the wooden house. By employing a system of pulleys, we can lift objects weighing several times our own strength with minimal effort. However, merely lifting them is insufficient. We must also enable rotation, allowing the steam engine to be precisely positioned onto the designated spot on the raft. As he spoke, he sketched two concentric circles, one large and one small, connected by several lines beneath the column. Hence, the crux of the entire design lies in the base. A spark of wisdom illuminated Lu Feng's eyes as he declared, "We shall construct a rotating bearing platform for it, much like the enormous turntables on ancient city walls, or, to simplify, akin to the base of a carousel you may have experienced. In this manner, the entire arm can rotate horizontally in a full 360 degrees about the column." Zhou Shiyi listened, captivated, her beautiful eyes sparkling as if she could already envision the scene of that colossal arm effortlessly lifting the iron behemoth. Though the ambition was grand. As the two began to inventory the available materials, Lu Feng immediately recognized the weakest link in the entire plan. He retrieved a bundle of nylon ropes from their supplies. Take a look." He presented the ropes before Zhou Shiyi, explaining, "These ropes are suitable for binding items and could serve as safety lines. But to hoist over a ton of pure steel with them is perilous." His tone grew grave. The elasticity limit and fatigue life of these materials are undetectable. If they were to snap under the immense strain during the lifting process, that over-ton steam engine would plummet, not only damaging the machine, but possibly piercing through our raft entirely. The consequences are too dire to contemplate. Zhou Shiyi instantly grasped the inherent risks, her countenance turning pale. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in her mind, her eyes gleaming brightly. "Brother Feng, let us return it." "Clever." Lu Feng smiled approvingly, planting a hearty kiss on her forehead. "My girl is increasingly attuned to my thoughts." He immediately sprang into action, rummaging through the supplies to gather all the nylon ropes he could find, meticulously stacking 10 of the thickest and longest bundles upon the sand. This time, he sought not 150 bundles of nylon ropes, but rather a fundamental leap, an essential transformation from rope to cable. Lu Feng approached the stack of nylon ropes, inhaling deeply before gently placing his broad palm atop the topmost bundle. His gaze shimmered with a yearning and anticipation for true industrial creation, and he intently commanded within his heart, "System 15 times, quality return." A beam of light dissipated, and the nylon ropes vanished, replaced by a colossal coil, impeccably wound, gleaming with the unique metallic sheen of cold hardness. 30-meter nylon rope 10 underwent a 15-fold quality return, resulting in a total of 50-meter steel wire rope 10. These 10 coils of wire rope are composed of countless fine steel strands intricately twisted together in an extraordinarily complex helical structure. Its surface is even coated with a thin layer of yellow industrial grease, reflecting a lustrous sheen in the sunlight, exuding an unparalleled sense of reliability. "Wow, is this the steel wire rope?" Zhou Shiyi exclaimed, cautiously extending her finger to gently touch it. The cold, hard surface, imbued with a hint of slickness, conveyed a sensation of absolute strength and security that nylon ropes could never provide. "What a remarkable item!" Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "With it, the veins and meridians of our industrial arm shall be sufficiently robust, having resolved the most critical issue of load-bearing materials. The two of them could devote themselves wholeheartedly to the construction of the industrial arm without any lingering concerns." They chose not to work on the swaying raft, but rather on a flat, solid patch of land by the shore, where they began laying the foundation for this future crane. Puff, puff. Lu Feng gripped the engineer's shovel tightly, repeatedly driving the sharp blade into the ground with force. The contours of his muscular arms were clearly visible under the sun, each exertion accompanied by a low grunt. The firm earth was turned over piece by piece, rapidly forming a massive pit. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyi, using a wicker basket as a container, diligently transported the excavated soil to a distance. Her small face smeared with sweat and dirt resembling that of a little kitten, yet brimming with energy, humming a tuneless melody. By noon, a colossal foundation pit, exceeding 1 meter in diameter and reaching a depth of 1.5 meters, was finally completed through their combined efforts. Lu Feng selected a log from the pile of timber. It was to serve as the main pillar of the entire crane, bearing all vertical pressure. The two of them, in unison, called out 1, 2, 3, as they gradually raised the heavy log, securely placing it at the center of the pit. Gazing at the towering timber pointing toward the sky, Lu Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, a satisfied smile gracing his face. A magnificent project, under the brilliant glow of the evening sunset, officially commenced. Their homeland was on the brink of possessing its first true arm, capable of shaking the very foundations of steel. Chapter 52. A direct hit. The sea breeze, imbued with a refreshing briny essence, caressed the sandy shore. Lu Feng and Zhou Shiyi stood shoulder to shoulder at the water's edge, gazing at the massive wooden pillar they had painstakingly unearthed and erected. The pillar served as the skeletal framework, while the steel cables we had returned represented the sinews. Now both the framework and sinews were in place. Lu Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, his tone laced with contemplation. Yet something crucial remained elusive, a joint that would allow for free rotation. His gaze drifted toward a nearby heap of inferior steam engines, remnants of their initial return, discarded as byproducts. Those comical contraptions, cobbled together from tin cans and wood, looked like a pile of neglected refuse under the sun. Zhou Shiyi followed his glance, perplexed. A joint? Indeed, a bearing. Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, as if he could already envision the finished product. We require a sturdy, horizontally rotating bearing base to mount our crane arm upon. This way, it can function like a true tower crane, precisely lifting those hefty items onto the ark from every conceivable angle. He pointed at the heap of scrap metal, a smile of resourceful intent gracing his lips. The raw materials to create this base are hidden within the heap of disregarded iron. Use them? Zhou Shiyi blinked, finding it hard to reconcile the idea with the apparent fragility of those objects. Absolutely. Let us get to work. Such decisiveness was characteristic of Lu Feng. Without further hesitation, they joined forces to drag an unsightly steam engine to a relatively flat expanse of rock near the bonfire. Lu Feng dismantled the machine, extracting a thick steel rod, which he meticulously sharpened against the rock, crafting a rudimentary yet pointed chisel. Taking a deep breath, he positioned the chisel at the junction of the thin tin shell and wooden frame of the prototype. Then, with all his might, swung a heavy mallet down with a resounding thud. Clang! The sharp sound of metal striking metal shattered the tranquil night air, sending sparks flying. This was undoubtedly a laborious act of brute force. The muscles in Lu Feng's torso rippled under the flickering firelight, each strike accompanied by a low grunt. The thin iron canister emitted a distressing, tooth-grinding sound under the relentless assault, and the stubborn joints began to yield, warping and loosening. Bang! 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 Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyi squatted nearby, akin to a diligent little worker ant. Each time Lu Feng dislodged a twisted piece of metal or a deformed connecting rod, she promptly moved in, enduring the searing heat, using 2 wooden sticks as makeshift tongs to laboriously drag the debris aside, organizing the metal and wood into separate piles. Beads of perspiration formed on her brow, while her eyes watered from the occasional wafts of acrid smoke, yet her focus remained unwavering. After nearly half an hour of toil, accompanied by a resounding crash, the absurd prototype was finally dismantled. They successfully acquired several relatively flat, albeit dented, iron plates, along with numerous iron rods of varying thickness. Lu Feng gazed at the precious raw materials before him, exhaling deeply, a smile blending fatigue and exhilaration gracing his features. "Come, she, build," he declared, lifting 2 of the largest iron plates and stacking them upon the rocky anvil. The moment had arrived to witness the grand inception of the Lu blacksmith's forge. With renewed vigor, he raised the wooden mallet and steel chisel, embarking on a fresh round of forging. Rather than mere forging, it resembled a meticulous act of destruction. As he delicately chipped away the excess edges, striving to shape the iron plates into circles, The rhythmic clang of metal on metal resonated for an extended duration until Lu Feng had transformed the plates into two discs that could barely be described as circular. He then severed the previously disassembled iron rods, laboriously grinding them on the rock to produce several uneven, rough-surfaced rollers. Finally, resembling the assembly of a sandwich, he nestled those rollers between the two iron discs. Thus, a rudimentary, grotesquely unsightly prototype of a rolling bearing was born, one that would emit a cacophonous protest with every rotation. Zhou Shiyi curiously extended her finger and tentatively pushed the upper disc, recoiling at the harsh friction that ensued, her delicate brows knitting together. Feng, will it actually work? It feels like it could fall apart at any moment. Not now, but soon, Lu Feng replied, observing the hideous yet perfectly compliant creation as per the system's industrial part criteria, a sly smile playing upon his lips. He solemnly lifted the prototype from the rock, meticulously placing it in a clear space upon the beach. Stepping back 2 paces, he cleared his throat, hands clasped in reverence, his expression grave. System, I entrust this to you. With a decisive stride forward, he firmly pressed his broad palm upon the rough prototype, silently intoning within his mind, 15-fold. Quality return. A brilliant radiance erupted, engulfing the unsightly iron artifact in a blinding flash. As the light dissipated, the shabby contraption vanished without a trace, replaced by a new creation, quietly resting upon the sand, exuding a chilling metallic sheen and an aura of precision engineering. A cascade of golden text refreshed before Lu Feng's eyes. Rough rolling bearing X1, after a 15-fold quality return, yielded a bearing gift pack, including large quench steel turntable bearing X1, high-strength alloy pulley set, 3 wheels, X2, accompanying high-strength bolts and washers X20. Lu Feng's breath momentarily halted. There, lying serenely upon the sand, was a colossal circular bearing, nearly 1 meter in diameter, entirely crafted from quenched steel that shimmered with an ethereal blue glow, its interior brimming with countless precision balls. Beside it, 2 sets of dark alloy 3-wheel pulleys sparkled with a trustworthy gleam, accompanied by a small pile of standardized, clearly threaded metal bolts and washers, exuding the scent of machine oil. Oh my, I struck gold on the first try. Zhou Shiyi emitted an involuntary gasp, hastening forward with eyes brimming with astonishment and incredulity. She extended her slender finger, imbued with a sense of reverence akin to that of a pilgrim, gently caressing the vast circumference of the colossal bearing. Not a sound echoed, nor was there the slightest delay. The heavy steel disc rotated with a graceful fluidity, as if suspended on the surface of water, silently and seamlessly spinning. Under the moonlight, it reflected flowing bands of light, exuding an intoxicating and impeccable industrial aesthetic. All was in place. Lu Feng could no longer contain the elation welling within him. His desire for merely a high-quality bearing had been exceeded by the bounty of accompanying apparatus. The columns, turntables, pulleys, and steel cables, the very essence of our crane's core components, had all been assembled. As the night deepened and the sea breeze grew cooler, the two ceased their labors. Instead, they collaboratively transported these metal treasures, more precious than gold, one by one to the wooden raft beside the hut, carefully covering them with animal hides for safekeeping, reclining upon the solid wooden bed of their new abode. With the gentle undulations of the waves beneath and the rhythmic lullaby of the surf beside them, their weary bodies found complete relaxation. Yet, their spirits soared with exhilaration from the night's remarkable achievements. Embraced in one another's warmth, they felt the comforting rhythm of breaths and heartbeats. Anticipation for the industrial arm they would soon construct with their own hands ignited a fervent flame within their hearts, dispelling all fatigue and leaving only boundless dreams for the future and an intimate drive forward. Chapter 53. The Arc Completed. The voyage awaits as dawn broke. The wooden cabin's window was bathed in a gentle golden hue. Lu Feng opened his eyes, cradling the delicate warmth of Zhou Shiyi, who was immersed in a deep slumber. The peaceful night had bestowed upon them a profound sense of relaxation and contentment. In the stillness of the night, emotions entwined, bodies and souls merging. Today's highest return rate has been refreshed. Today's return rate, 18 times. A satisfied smile graced Lu Feng's lips. He lowered his head, pressing his lips gently against Zhou Shiyi's smooth forehead, bestowing a soft kiss. Sensing his presence, she stirred slightly, emitting a soft, sleepy sound, her arms tightening around him like an octopus ensnaring its prey. Feng, good morning. Her voice was muffled, heavy with slumber. It's not early, my chief designer, Lu Feng replied, his tone laced with mirth. Our industrial arm is awaiting our call to awaken it. After breakfast, both were invigorated and immediately immersed themselves in the grand endeavor. The first step involved the installation of the crane's most vital joint, the large quenching steel turntable bearing. Lu Feng circled the massive wooden pillar, deeply embedded in the foundation pit, meticulously marking lines with charcoal. He then picked up a chisel and mallet, beginning to carve a groove at the base of the pillar. Clang, clang, clang. Each strike was precise and powerful, with shavings flying. He was entirely focused, as if he were not merely sculpting wood, but refining a piece of art. A groove, perfectly matching the bearing's inner dimensions, shape, and depth, gradually took form under his skilled hands. Together, they cautiously lifted the heavy bearing and gently placed it into the foundation pit, ensuring that the groove at its base fit seamlessly with the pillar. Now, Lu Feng commanded, and they promptly began to refill the pit with the previously excavated soil, mixed with pre-prepared stones. With each layer, Lu Feng repeatedly compacted it with a thick wooden stake until the earth was firmly packed. When the last shovel of soil was added, the entire bearing base was securely anchored to the earth, steadfast as a rock. Next came the creation of the arm. Lu Feng selected 2 of the sturdiest, straightest logs from the pile, skillfully using his increasingly adept mortise and tenon technique to seamlessly join them into a massive arm over 7 meters long. He then retrieved high-strength bolts and washers, firmly securing 2 gleaming alloy pulley sets at both the top and midsection of the arm. The most exhilarating moment was the installation of the arm. With tremendous effort, they lifted one end of the extraordinarily heavy arm and connected it securely to the upper part of the turntable bearing. You turn it, and I will pull from the other end, Lu Feng called out. Zhou Shiyi nodded, approached the bearing, and grasped the arm with both hands, exerting all her strength. An astonishing scene unfolded. The massive arm, capable of being embraced by several people, began to rotate smoothly and silently under a push. Lu Feng effortlessly adjusted the angle at the other end, the sensation resembling the manipulation of a delicate toy rather than a massive timber. The final preparations entailed establishing a thorough connection between the vanes and the framework. Lu Feng secured one end of the heavy steel cable firmly to the base of the pillar, while the other end artfully threaded through 2 sets of pulleys at the top and midsection of the boom. The end of the cable was directly drawn to the raft, linking it to the modified, steam-powered saw. At this moment, the sharp saw blade had been removed, replaced instead by a rudimentary winch driven directly by a piston connecting rod. A colossal crane, constructed of wood and stone, fortified with steel, and powered by steam, was poised to commence its task. Are you ready? Lu Feng called out to the girl on the raft from the shore. Ready. Zhou Shiyi's face was taut, one hand gripping the small steam engine while the other pressed down on the brass intake valve, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat. Then, let us begin. With Lu Feng's command, Zhou Shiyi took a deep breath and forcefully pushed open the valve. Hiss, rumble. White steam surged forth, and the small dual-cylinder engine emitted an unprecedented roar. The piston moved rapidly back and forth, driving the rudimentary winch into a frenzied rotation. Creak, creak. The steel cable tightened instantaneously, producing an agonizing metallic friction sound. Under their anxious gazes, the colossal boom, which lay flat against the ground, was slowly lifted by an irresistible force. Gradually, it ascended, the angle increasing, and finally, after a slight tremor, it hovered steadily in mid-air, slanting towards the azure sky. We did it! A crane, exuding a rugged industrial aesthetic, was officially completed. Brother Feng, we succeeded, Zhou Shiyi exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she leapt into the air. Lu Feng's face radiated with pride and elation. He gave Zhou Shiyi a thumbs up before striding towards the imposing four-cylinder steam engine on the shore. He maneuvered the boom with precision above the steel behemoth, securely attaching the hook at the end of the cable to the designated lifting ring on the machine. Shiyi increased the power. Boom! The steam winch roared once more. The 1-ton four-cylinder steam engine, under the pull of the steel cable, caused the sand beneath to slightly sink before it was gradually lifted off the ground. It traced a steady and graceful arc through the air, soaring over the beach and shallow waters, ultimately, under Lu Feng's precise control and Zhou Shiyi's power coordination. It landed with a dull thud in the designated power compartment at the back of the raft. Wow! Zhou Shiyi gasped in admiration at this astonishing spectacle. With the experience of their initial success, the subsequent tasks became a matter of routine. They employed the same method to successfully hoist the two 3-cylinder steam engines onto the raft. One machine was strategically placed in the middle rear, serving as the power source for various processing machinery of the future. The other was symmetrically positioned on the opposite side as a backup power source. With the 3 formidable iron hearts in place, the raft's draft noticeably deepened, yet became more stable as a result. After transporting the machinery, Feng did not pause. His gaze shifted to the rear of the raft. With a heart in place, it was imperative to have a rudder to control its direction. He dismantled some excess wooden planks and, utilizing mortise and tenon joints along with leftover bolts, swiftly crafted a large, flexible rudder, which he securely affixed to the stern of the raft. Lu Feng's attention turned once again to the pile of industrial materials on the shore, from which they had extracted every last ounce of value. He rummaged through the heap of scrap metal, soon discovering several long iron rods and some metallic scrap that had been returned earlier. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind, to create a remotely controlled transmission device. As evening fell, the campfire blazed anew. Lu Feng repeatedly thrust the metal rods into the flames until they glowed red, then placed them on a rocky anvil, hammering them into shape with a wooden mallet. The rhythmic clanging of metal, accompanied by Zhou Shiyi's cheerful laughter and encouragement from nearby, resonated into the night. When darkness enveloped the surroundings, a transmission device, albeit rough, but structurally sound, was finally completed. One end was connected to the rudder at the stern, while the other linked to a rudimentary steering wheel fashioned from wood and iron scraps. Standing before the wheel, Lu Feng tentatively turned it. With a creaking sound of metal on metal, the massive rudder at the back visibly swung at an angle. It worked. Though rudimentary and coarse, this arc, which bore all their hopes at that moment, finally possessed a direction that could be controlled. Lu Feng turned to see Zhou Shiyi standing behind him, her eyes sparkling like stars, and he grinned widely. Tomorrow, our ark shall set sail. Chapter 54. A new transformation. Lu Feng and Zhou Shiyi sat side by side on the threshold of their wooden cabin, their backs against the sturdy warmth of home, gazing out at the boundless sea of stars. After several days of intense labor, a profound sense of tranquility and pride enveloped them at this moment, almost as if they were dreaming. Zhou Shiyi gently rested her head on Lu Feng's shoulder, her voice imbued with a dreamy sentiment. We have truly created a home at sea. Lu Feng wrapped his arm around her shoulders, savoring the warmth in his embrace, his heart brimming with an unprecedented sense of stability. He gazed at the vessel, a veritable ark into which they had poured their souls, transforming from the rudimentary wooden raft of bound logs into a magnificent structure with a steel heart and a robust hull. An indescribable sense of accomplishment surged within him. At that moment, a thought suddenly sprang to his mind. He sat up straight, realizing that today, as return opportunities, seemed to still have 2 remaining. Glancing at the sky, he estimated that in another hour or so, it would soon be time for the 8 o'clock refresh. Shiyi, is there anything special we need? The refresh is imminent. We ought to make the most of it, he inquired, turning to her. Anything we need? Zhou Shiyi paused, surveying their surroundings. The sturdy wooden cabin, the powerful steam engine, the ample supplies of food and fresh water. Everything seemed to be in abundance. The dreams that once felt unattainable had now materialized into reality. Lowering her gaze, she inadvertently noticed her own attire. Her fingers, somewhat shyly, fiddled with the hem of her dress. That once beautiful garment, weathered by time and toil, had faded and frayed in several places. Feng, her voice softened, tinged with an almost imperceptible embarrassment. Shouldn't we consider changing our clothes? This one is nearly worn out. And my shoes, they feel like they're on the verge of giving way. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then slapped his forehead in frustration. How could he have been so foolish? Preoccupied with thoughts of steam engines and cranes, his mind consumed by the Industrial Revolution and the vastness of the cosmos, he had completely overlooked the most basic personal needs. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and dashed into the cabin, rummaging through their supplies, unearthing all the spare clothing and shoes. This must be resolved. Immediately, on the beach, a small mountain of clothing quickly formed. Lu Feng sifted through the items, selecting 10 pieces: a spare pair of long trousers for himself, a t-shirt, a pair of sneakers, and a pair of underwear. 3 identical dresses for Zhou Shiyi, a pair of canvas shoes, along with her bra and underwear. He intended to initiate a high-magnitude quality return first, upgrading both his and Shiyi's outfits to exquisite gear, and then utilize the remaining opportunities for a quantity return to expand their wardrobe. However, just as he was eagerly preparing to activate the system, a chilling message unexpectedly flashed in his mind. Detected item category mismatch. Footwear does not belong to the clothing category. Unable to proceed with bundled return. It seems the system is rather particular about classifications, Lu Feng muttered with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Plans had to be altered on the fly. He set the shoes aside, deciding to first address the more pressing issue of clothing. He meticulously selected 10 pure garments for the combination: 2 pairs of his own spare trousers, 2 t-shirts, 1 pair of underwear, 3 spare dresses belonging to Zhou Shiyi, 1 bra, and 1 pair of underwear. Placing his palm upon the ordinary pile of cotton clothing, he felt the coarse texture of the fabric and silently chanted, "System, 18-fold. Quality return." A flash of brilliance flickered and vanished, lacking the earth-shattering impact of the previous return of the steam engine, yet equally imbued with transformative magic. As the light dissipated, the once crumpled, ordinary garments vanished, replaced by 10 impeccably stacked new outfits. A line of golden text clearly materialized before his eyes. The total items received included polymer composite tactical trousers, dark gray, X1, polymer composite work pants, khaki, X1, nanofiber quick-dry t-shirt, black, X1, nanofiber quick-dry t-shirt, white, X1, graphene thermoregulating underwear, X1, tinsel blended multifunctional combat skirt, black and red, X1, tinsel blended home dress, cream white, X1, tinsel blended long slip dress, light green, X1, tinsel blended bra, X1, tinsel blended thermoregulating underwear, women S, X1. Wow! Zhou Shiyi leaned forward, picking up the light green slip dress, her mouth agape in astonishment. The fabric's touch surpassed her wildest imagination, feeling silky and cool, akin to a handful of flowing moonlight. So light, it was almost weightless. Yet when she attempted to tug at it, she discovered its incredible resilience, far exceeding any fiber she had ever encountered. Lu Feng also grasped the dark gray tactical trousers, experiencing a similarly extraordinary sensation. The overall garment was light and breathable, yet in areas prone to wear, such as the knees and the outer thighs, he could distinctly feel a thicker, textured reinforcement layer. The design of the pockets was exceptionally intricate, featuring various sizes of concealed pockets and hooks, exuding an aesthetic of practical elegance. Don't just stand there, hurry and try it on. The two of them eagerly seized their new clothes and dashed back to the wooden cabin to change. When Lu Feng emerged wearing the black nano quick-dry t-shirt and tactical trousers, an unprecedented sense of comfort enveloped him entirely. After days of arduous labor, his body had felt sticky and clammy, burdened by a stifling humidity. Yet upon donning the new attire, that bothersome warmth vanished in an instant. The clothing seemed to possess an innate air-conditioning quality, closely adhering to his skin while remaining dry and breathable, automatically regulating his temperature to the most comfortable state, making the fatigue of recent days feel significantly alleviated. He turned around and was greeted by the sight of Zhou Shiyi emerging from the house. For a fleeting moment, Lu Feng's breath caught in his throat. She had chosen a multi-functional combat dress adorned in a striking black and red palette. The main body of the dress was a profound black, exquisitely tailored to accentuate her alluring curves. The hem, waistline, and neckline were embellished with vibrant splashes of red, reminiscent of dancing flames, adding an air of spirited elegance and untamed vigor to her gentle demeanor. "Do you find it beautiful?" Zhou Shiyi asked, a hint of excitement in her voice as she gracefully twirled before him. Under the moonlight, the hem billowed, resembling a black rose blooming in the darkness. "Indeed, it is stunning, truly magnificent," Lu Feng exclaimed, his admiration sincere. As they beheld each other in their refreshed appearances, a surge of ambition coursed through his heart. They not only possessed a sturdy vessel and formidable power, but their own gear had also undergone an epic transformation. Chapter 55. Wings of the Spiral. The ensemble of futuristic attire enveloping him exuded a sense of dryness and comfort that was almost intoxicating. As Lu Feng savored the exquisite touch of the polymer fibers against his skin, a sudden tension gripped his heart. This is not good. He swiftly turned his gaze towards the crystal core, where a line of blood-red text materialized. Islands sinking in. Countdown. 14 days and 12 minutes. "She. Quickly," Lu Feng exclaimed, seizing the still enraptured Zhou Shiyi, who was admiring her new dress, and propelled her towards the pile of supplies. They had but one opportunity left for retrieval today. The reset was imminent. "Hurry, take off your shoes." Zhou Shiyi, startled by his abrupt action, quickly regained her composure, her delicate face tightening with urgency. They hastily removed their footwear, gazing at the solitary pair of worn shoes left on the beach. Lu Feng furrowed his brow. Only 2 pairs, 10 inventory slots, such a waste. His eyes darted around, ultimately landing on a nearby pile of timber. An idea crystallized in an instant. Without hesitation, Lu Feng grasped a multifunctional knife and extracted several relatively flat wooden boards from the pile, along with a length of resilient vine from a nearby rope. With deft movements, the blade flashed and with shavings flew, under Zhou Shiyi's astonished gaze. Lu Feng's hands moved with such speed that they appeared to leave behind afterimages. In mere minutes, he had ingeniously crafted 8 pairs of rudimentary wooden clogs, discernible as shoes despite their homely appearance, through a process of carving and binding. He arranged the 2 old shoes alongside the freshly made rough wooden clogs in a neat row on the beach, fulfilling the requirement of 10 footwear items. Having completed this task, he barely had time to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. Observing the sky, he pressed his broad palm down forcefully, mentally reciting at lightning speed, "System, 18 times quality retrieval." In an explosive burst of brilliance, the shabby and crude creations vanished without a trace, replaced by a collection of brand new footwear, exuding an air of high craftsmanship and the rich scent of leather, quietly resting upon the sand. Sports shoes X1, canvas shoes X1, simple wooden clogs X8. After the 18 full quality retrieval, the total yield was a multifunctional footwear set. All-terrain tactical assault boots, men's X2. Lightweight high-elastic hiking shoes, women's X2. Non-slip quick-dry water shoes X2. Soft and comfortable home slippers X4. Wow! Zhou Shiyi's exclamation rose in pitch. The 2 rushed forward, eager to don their new shoes. As Lu Feng slipped his feet into the black tactical assault boots, the moment he tightened the laces, an unparalleled sense of security surged from his soles to the crown of his head. The high-top design firmly secured his ankles, and the resilient yet flexible sole seemed to absorb all impacts, instilling him with a formidable confidence that he could traverse any rugged terrain. Meanwhile, the hiking shoes Zhou Shiyi wore were so light that she scarcely felt their weight, the pinkish-white hue perfectly conforming to her delicate foot shape. She could not help but bounce on the spot twice, letting out a cheer. "Brother Feng, this feels amazing. I feel as if I could run at lightning speed." Just as the 2 reveled in their excitement over finally completing their last piece of equipment, a familiar notification sound echoed in Lu Feng's mind. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. The return multiplier and the number of attempts had reset. They seized the last few moments to don their new gear from head to toe, standing on the rejuvenated deck of the Ark. Lu Feng wore tactical boots, while Zhou Shiyi sported hiking shoes. They exchanged a smile, each seeing unprecedented satisfaction and ambition reflected in the other's eyes. Lu Feng's gaze drifted beyond the deck to the three iron hearts silently standing at the stern, illuminated by the moonlight. The Ark had gained a heart, a tail to steer, but it still lacked the paddles. The thought struck him like a bolt, causing his body to stiffen, the solid feeling from his new shoes dissipating. His gaze abruptly shifted towards the shore, landing on the pile of industrial materials they had violently dismantled and abandoned. Shiyi, we have one last task to accomplish. Lu Feng's voice turned grave, causing the girl, still basking in the thrill of her new attire, to feel a sudden pang of apprehension. He pointed to the heap of scrap metal. We need to create a propeller from those materials. Zhou Shiyi looked in the direction he indicated, perplexed. With those? Is that feasible? Not at this moment, but it will be soon, Lu Feng replied, a familiar smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. We only need to construct something that the system will recognize as a propeller. The bonfire was rekindled, its glow illuminating their serious faces. Lu Feng, bare-chested and clad only in dark gray tactical pants, had his muscular physique glistening with sweat in the firelight. He struggled to lift a thick, twisted iron plate with two sturdy sticks, thrusting it into the roaring flames. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyi squatted nearby, finding two large pieces of bark, fanning the flames vigorously at the base. The airflow was limited, and the fire only flared momentarily, failing to reach the intensity needed for forging. Soon, the edges of the scrap iron glowed a brilliant red, radiating astonishing heat in the night. Now, Lu Feng exclaimed, yanking the glowing iron plate back and slamming it onto a massive rock serving as an anvil, then lifting a heavy wooden mallet, pouring all his strength into a fierce strike. The resounding clang of metal on metal pierced the night sky. Countless sparks erupted upon impact, resembling a steel flower blooming in an instant. The rhythmic clanging echoed endlessly across the tranquil beach. Lu Feng transformed into an unflagging blacksmith, repeatedly heating the iron until it glowed red, then pounding it with the mallet, striving to shape the chaotic metal into a streamlined paddle conforming to the principles of fluid dynamics. Each strike of the heavy mallet against the glowing iron plate not only numbed his hands, but also produced wisps of smoke from the mallet's head, releasing the acrid scent of charred wood. Zhou Shiyi had become his most attuned assistant. She not only tirelessly fanned the flames to maintain their warmth, but also occasionally used a damp cloth to wipe away the sweat from Lu Feng's brow, which was drenched and darkened by soot. As Lu Feng gasped for breath, he cast a glance at Zhou Shiyi, who was also perspiring profusely from her efforts, and inwardly mused, "This is insufficient. The efficiency is too low. A true bellows must be crafted with haste." Time slipped away amidst the rhythmic clanging, and both of them forgot their exhaustion. After an hour of arduous labor, several oddly shaped and unevenly thickened paddle blades, marred with rough hammer marks, were finally forged into existence. Lu Feng then rummaged through the scrap materials to find the thickest iron rod, which he cut down to serve as the hub for the paddles. With a rather brute force, he secured the crooked blades onto it. At last, an unsightly prototype of a propeller was born from his hands. Chapter 56. Vector Propulsion, the soul of the Ark in the stillness of the night. The gentle waves caressed the hull of the Ark, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. Lu Feng and Zhou Shiyi had moved the bed planks from the wooden cabin onto the raft, embracing each other in slumber beneath the starlit sky, savoring the warmth of their closeness. "Brother Feng, tomorrow we shall truly set sail, won't we?" Zhou Shiyi's voice carried a hint of excitement and anxiety. "Indeed, our maritime home is finally about to embark on its journey," Lu Feng replied, tenderly stroking her hair, relishing the warmth of her delicate form against him. In the stillness of the night, as the waves gently caress, bodies and souls intertwine. Today's maximum return multiplier has been refreshed. Today's return multiplier, 19 times. As dawn broke, Lu Feng, disregarding his weariness, rose from his slumber. His gaze fell upon the rudimentary propeller he had painstakingly forged the previous night. An unsightly and coarse creation that appeared particularly glaring in the morning light. Yet, it held the promise of the ark's propulsion. Furrowing his brow, Lu Feng began to contemplate his return strategy with a calm mind. Simply returning a single item would yield unpredictable results. If he were to receive an aircraft propeller or a miniature fan in return, it would be a significant loss. What he needed was a complete, efficient marine propulsion system that could seamlessly integrate with the steam engine. His eyes swept over the rudimentary steering gear at the stern, cobbled together from iron rods and wood. And a bold idea surged forth. Why not combine the propulsion and steering systems into one, undertaking an unprecedented systematic return? She wake up quickly. Lu Feng gently nudged the girl beside him. I have an idea. Zhou Shiyi, groggy, opened her eyes to the brilliance of Lu Feng's gaze and instantly became alert. What is it? I want to combine the propeller and the rudder for a return. Lu Feng exclaimed with excitement. What we obtain will surely not be merely a propeller, but an entire propulsion system. Without hesitation, he placed the unsightly propeller prototype in the center of the beach, then hurried to the stern to laboriously detach the large rudder blade along with the creaking transmission rods, arranging them beside the propeller. Not enough. There are only 5 components. Lu Feng frowned, realizing he needed to enhance the completeness of this system concept. He promptly scoured the scrap heap for some leftover materials. Using a multi-functional knife with deft speed to carve, splice, and create several rudimentary prototypes of gears and universal joints that could be recognized by the system. Zhou Shiyi watched in astonishment. Brother Feng, what are you trying to create? A complete power transmission system. Lu Feng explained as he worked diligently. The propeller is responsible for propulsion, the rudder for slight steering, the gears for transmission and major steering, and the universal joint for connection. This will surely yield a complete marine power system. In the end, 10 items were neatly arranged upon the beach. Propeller prototype X1, wooden rudder X1, transmission rods X3, gear prototypes X3, universal joint prototypes X2. This is a comprehensive assembly of power, transmission, and steering concepts. Lu Feng took a deep breath, gazing at the pile of components he had pieced together, infused with all his imaginative ingenuity, his face adorned with a gambler's fervor and confidence. He did not act immediately, but turned to Zhou Shiyi, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable excitement. Shiyi, I am about to take a significant gamble. We shall stake all our final hopes on this return. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhou Shiyi replied, I trust you, Feng Ge. Lu Feng smiled, turned back, and firmly commanded within himself. System, this shall be the combination. 19-fold quality return. The brilliance was more dazzling than ever before, the intensity of the light forcing both to shut their eyes. As the radiance faded, the pile of scrap metal vanished without a trace. In its place stood a new mechanical assembly, radiating a sense of exquisite industrial beauty. Crafted entirely from a dark gray special alloy, the core was a sealed pod, inside which appeared to be a complex gear structure, culminating in a perfectly streamlined 6-blade propeller that shimmered with a metallic luster. Golden prompt text refreshed before Lu Feng's eyes. Rough propeller X1, rudimentary rudder blade X1, and other supporting parts X8. After the 19-fold quality return, he received a ship-mounted pod-style omnidirectional vector thruster, steam power adaptation version, X1, along with high-pressure sealed drive, shaft X1, high-strength universal joint couplings X2, and brass core control valve, set X1. Wow! Zhou Shiyi's eyes were filled with astonishment. Lu Feng was equally taken aback by this unexpected result. He crouched down, caressing this industrial masterpiece, his voice quivering with excitement. This is the soul of our ark. Lu Feng exclaimed, with this vector thruster, we can not only advance and turn left or right, but also retreat and even move sideways. The two could no longer contain their ecstatic joy and immediately commenced the installation. They activated the crane on the shore, gently lifting the 4-cylinder steam engine that served as the main power source to create space for installation. Lu Feng stripped off his clothes, leaving only his underwear, and leaped into the icy morning sea. The biting cold of the water sent a shiver down his spine, yet his exhilaration made him forget all discomfort. Shiyi, "Bring over the thruster," he shouted after wiping the seawater from his face. "Coming." Zhou Shiyi skillfully maneuvered the crane, her expression focused, cautiously lifting the heavy vector thruster toward the bottom of the raft. The difficulty of underwater operations exceeded all expectations. Lu Feng relied almost entirely on instinct, coordinating with Zhou Shiyi's commands from the shore and the crane's precise movements. After tremendous effort, they finally aligned the thruster with the designated installation spot on the bottom of the ship, a little more to the left. Yes, just like that. Slow down. Even slower. Is it stuck? No. The angle is perfect. Release. When the thruster finally locked into the reserve groove, the perfect fit made Lu Feng feel as though this ark was destined to possess it. Next comes the installation of the drive shaft. Lu Feng, utilizing the accompanying sealing components, skillfully threaded the high-pressure drive shaft through the bottom of the vessel. He then seamlessly connected it to the output end of the four-cylinder steam engine using two high-strength universal joints. Ultimately, he linked the intricate assembly of brass valves to the helm at the control station. This valve assembly proved to be far more complex than he had anticipated, featuring a multitude of distinct control valves, each serving a specific function. This one regulates thrust, this one manages steering, and this. Lu Feng elucidated to Zhou Shiyi as he perused the instruction manual. Henceforth, turning the helm would no longer merely control the rudder at the stern, but would directly govern the orientation of the underwater propeller. At this juncture, the heart and fin of the ark were thoroughly interconnected. Lu Feng emerged from the water onto the deck, completely drenched yet brimming with exhilaration. He approached the helm and gently turned it. A faint mechanical sound emanated from beneath the surface, indicating the propeller was beginning to rotate. "Shiyi, ignite the steam engine. Minimum power." "All right." As Zhou Shiyi opened the valve, white steam surged forth, transforming the once ferocious roar of the four-cylinder engine into a steady, low growl. The entire ark quivered slightly in response. The underwater propeller began to turn, not with the chaotic splashing of water, but rather with a muted thrum, efficiently propelling the water backward. Under the watchful gaze of the two, holding their breath in anticipation, the ark, which bore all their hopes, glided away from the shore with remarkable steadiness. It was a triumph. Chapter 57. Maiden Voyage and Ruins. Lu Feng grasped the cold brass helm, feeling the unique pulse of the machinery resonate through his palm, stirring a surge of ambition within his chest. He inhaled deeply the briny sea breeze, preparing to throttle up and relish the exhilaration of racing across the ocean. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from bow, causing the entire ark to lurch violently. The immense inertia destabilized both individuals, sending them sprawling forward. What happened? Lu Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately cut the power. The ark floated in shallow waters, suspended precariously, and the atmosphere transformed from grand enthusiasm to an awkward silence. The two exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. The propellers were functioning. The steam engine was operational. What could possibly be amiss? Zhou Shiyi was the first to regain her composure. Peering towards the bow, she burst into laughter, tears nearly streaming from her eyes. "Feng, it seems we forgot to untie the mooring line." Following her gaze, Lu Feng spotted a thick rope that had been tied to prevent the raft from being swept away by the waves, now taut as a steel cable, binding the bow firmly to a massive rock on the shore. He stood frozen, his expression transitioning from shock to realization, ultimately settling into a state of helpless amusement. The two exchanged an awkward glance before succumbing to uproarious laughter. "Ha ha! I truly am a genius," Lu Feng exclaimed, covering his face. "No worries, safety first." Zhou Shiyi giggled, unable to straighten her back. With a resigned smile, Lu Feng leaped from the vessel, wading through knee-deep water to untangle the final constraint. As he reboarded, the ark, which bore the weight of their future, finally set sail into the azure sea, liberated for the first time. The sea breeze caressed his face, imbued with a salty freshness. Rather than hastening away, Lu Feng took control of the ark, beginning to test the exceptional capabilities of the vector propulsion system. He gently turned the helm, causing the rear propellers to pivot, and the entire arc traced a graceful arc. He reversed the thrust valve, and the vessel smoothly retreated. To his astonishment, when he rotated the propellers 90 degrees and increased the power, the arc achieved lateral movement. Wow, Feng, we can move sideways, Zhou Shiyi exclaimed excitedly. Her perception of a boat completely transformed. Now, the fear of parallel parking was a thing of the past. Lu Feng, invigorated by the thrill, maneuvered the arc through various tactics in the coastal waters, executing sharp turns and serpentine movements with a finesse that belied its size. Once familiar with the controls, he began utilizing the Stellar Core's mapping feature, navigating around the island where they had resided for over 10 days while meticulously documenting the complete coastline and topographical features. Just in case, as the ark sailed to the island's rear, in an area they had yet to explore, the landscape grew perilous. Towering cliffs soared steeply into the sky, their jagged edges slicing through the clouds, while the waves crashed against the cliffs with a deafening roar. At that moment, the keen-eyed Zhou Shiyi suddenly pointed at a cliff face, exclaiming, "Feng, look over there!" Lu Feng followed her gaze, his pupils narrowing slightly. On the cliff, approximately 10 meters above the surface of the sea, there lay a platform that appeared to be artificially hewn. The platform was modest in size, perhaps a dozen square meters, partially obscured by vines, revealing a dark, cavernous entrance. Lu Feng instantly surmised that this could very well be a remnant of the Star Core. He deftly maneuvered the arc, cautiously approaching the cliff, with the precise control of the vector thrusters. The arc came to a steady halt at a position just right for the ladder to reach the platform. "I'll go up and take a look first." Lu Feng secured the wooden ladder he had prepared earlier and turned to Zhou Shiyi, advising, "Wait for me on the ship and call out if anything happens." "No, I will go with you." Zhou Shiyi's determination was unwavering. Observing the resolve in her eyes warmed Lu Feng's heart, and he nodded in agreement. The two ascended the ladder, stepping onto the moss-covered stone platform, where an ancient and damp atmosphere enveloped them. The cavernous entrance was largely obscured by thick vines, which they pushed aside as they ventured inside. The cave walls bore numerous indistinct ancient murals, their lines rugged and raw, depicting scenes of primordial humans struggling for survival amidst cataclysmic floods and monstrous beasts. At the end of the murals, figures were seen raising a glowing stone, its radiance illuminating their hopeful faces. The cave was not deep. After traversing a dozen meters, they arrived at a small, circular stone chamber. In the center of this chamber, an ancient stone pedestal cradled a crystalline gem, quietly suspended. The gem, no larger than a fist, emanated a gentle white glow, resembling a pulsating heart, each flicker resonating with a peculiar rhythm of life. Indeed, it was an unactivated star core. "She, why don't you give it a try?" Lu Feng spoke softly. He already possessed a star core, and this opportunity rightfully belonged to her. Zhou Shiyi, though a bit anxious, mustered her courage and stepped forward, extending her trembling right hand. Just as her fingertips were about to graze the floating crystal, a brilliant light erupted from it, and an indescribable torrent of information surged into her mind like a deluge breaking through a dam. Before her eyes, the dim stone chamber vanished, replaced by a multitude of unfamiliar faces. They struggled amidst storms, cried out in tsunamis, and prayed in the face of apocalyptic disasters. Ultimately, all despair, reluctance, and hope coalesced into a spark, transcending time and space, awaiting the arrival of its inheritor. A grand will resonated in her mind, not a question, but a test of legacy and responsibility. Tears silently streamed down Zhou Shiyi's cheeks as she felt the weight and tragic grandeur that transcended civilizations, as well as the indomitable hope born from the brink of despair. Without a moment's hesitation, she silently vowed, "I am willing." In the next instant, all illusions faded away. The crystalline stones upon the stone platform transformed into a brilliant stream of light, which swiftly melded into her left arm. Zhou Shiyi lowered her gaze and beheld a star core pattern on her left arm, nearly identical to that on Lu Feng's arm. "The will of Earth has been activated. Authorization successful. Welcome, member. Storage space, 1 cubic meter, has been unlocked. Communication channel has been established. Immediately thereafter, a familiar metallic box materialized at her feet. It was none other than the human survival supplies. Filled with joy, Zhou Shiyi opened the box, revealing the same resources and tools that Lu Feng had initially encountered, and an unprecedented sense of security surged within her. She lifted her eyes to Lu Feng, her gaze sparkling with tears of joy and gratitude. Lu Feng responded with a gentle smile. He glanced at the countdown on his star core. Island submersion countdown. 13 days and 12 hours. Time remained pressing. Yet now, they possessed a newfound confidence. Chapter 58. Discovery of the chick Zhou Shiyi extricated herself from the overwhelming torrent of information, still feeling somewhat dizzy. Yet the extraordinary sensation emanating from her left arm was strikingly clear. Brother Feng, I have it too. Look, she excitedly raised her arm, the newly formed star core patterns emitting a soft glow in the dim cave. With a mere thought, a transparent storage space, measuring 1 cubic meter, unfurled before her eyes, only to vanish again with her intention. The exhilarating sense of control made her ecstatic. Eagerly, she opened the human survival supply box at her feet, multifunctional knives, a hatchet, flint, and several precious bottles of mineral water alongside compressed biscuits. Identical, just like what Lu Feng had received initially. Lu Feng observed the glimmering joy and emotion reflected in her bright eyes and approached her with a smile, ruffling her hair. Congratulations, my spar comrade. How annoying. Zhou Shiyi's cheeks flushed, yet she could not conceal the smile at the corners of her mouth. However, Lu Feng's smile quickly faded as he raised his arm, pointing to the blood-red countdown on the star core. Don't celebrate too soon. Take a look at this. Island submersion countdown. 13 days, 12 hours. Zhou Shiyi's smile instantly froze. Indeed, the crisis had not been averted. This island, which had granted them rebirth and hope, was in itself a ticking time bomb, sinking beneath the waves. Without further delay, the two hastily transported the supplies from the cave back to the Arkansas. On the deck, the two human survival supplies lay side by side, signifying that their survival margin had doubled. Let us go, Shiyi. Lu Feng positioned himself at the helm. Our new home is ready to set sail. The Ark once again glided slowly away from the cliff, truly unencumbered as it sailed towards the boundless azure. The sea breeze tousled Zhou Shiyi's hair as she stood beside Lu Feng, curiously watching him manipulate the intricate brass valve assembly. This is the main propulsion valve, which controls the force of our forward and backward motion. This one connects to the helm and directs the propeller, effectively steering us. Lu Feng explained patiently as he operated the controls. The most crucial elements are these bypass valves. By combining them, we can achieve lateral thrust with the propeller. I want to give it a try, Zhou Shiyi exclaimed eagerly. Lu Feng smiled and stepped aside, guiding her hands. The girl grasped the cool helm. Initially awkward, she quickly grasped the technique under Lu Feng's instruction. As she gently turned the helm, the Ark traced a graceful arc across the surface of the sea. Brother Feng, it really moved sideways. Upon successfully maneuvering the Ark laterally, she exclaimed in excitement, completely overturning her previous understanding of boats. Indeed, Lu Feng said, crossing his arms in triumph. Now I need not fear lateral docking at sea. The two laughed and took turns steering the Ark, relishing this rare moment of togetherness. After becoming acquainted with the controls, they began to navigate along the coastline of the island, meticulously recording its complete topography into the mapping function of the star core. As the Ark maneuvered past a treacherous cliff area, a breathtaking vista unfolded before them. The cliffs vanished, replaced by a gently undulating expanse, lush with verdant vegetation. The white sands formed a delicate ribbon, nestled between the emerald jungles and the azure sea. To their delight, they discovered a tranquil bay, partially encircled by a ring of coral rocks. The waters within the bay were serene, and a crystal-clear stream wound its way from the depths of the island's dense forest, carving a shallow channel in the sand before merging with the ocean. Anchor. Lu Feng swiftly made a decision, noting the pristine water source and stable ecological environment. Let us disembark and explore. Under precise control, the Ark settled steadily in the shallow waters of the bay. The two of them leapt from the vessel, securing it before stepping onto the soft sands and following the clear stream upstream. The air in the woods was fresh and humid, imbued with the fragrance of flora. After traversing barely 100 meters and passing through a dense thicket, they emerged into a spacious glade. In that instant, both halted, their eyes widening in astonishment. Before them, on the expansive grassy field, 2 to 3 dozen peculiar creatures leisurely wandered, pecking at the ground. They bore a resemblance to chickens, but were considerably larger. Their feathers were a dull gray, and their diminutive wings indicated they were flightless. Each creature sported a rotund belly, waddling as they moved. Upon noticing the unexpected visitors, they merely tilted their heads, regarding the newcomers with an endearing curiosity, showing no inclination to flee. This is... Zhou Shiyi covered her mouth, fearful of startling them. Meanwhile, Lu Feng's heart raced uncontrollably. What is this? A living repository of protein, a potential source of eggs. His first instinct flashed through his mind, to rush forward, incapacitate a few, and drag them back for dinner. However, that thought lingered for less than a second. To kill the goose that lays the golden eggs is the folly of the foolish. We must tame them. If successful, they could establish a sustainable source of meat and eggs. Brother Feng, Zhou Shiyi began to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Lu Feng. He pulled her back into the thicket quietly. We cannot alarm them. His voice was low, yet suffused with uncontainable elation. We need to find a way to capture them alive and then raise them. To domesticate them, a sufficiently sturdy enclosure would be necessary, one that would prevent their escape and guard against potential nocturnal predators. As night fell, the two rekindled a campfire beside the tranquil bay. The waves lapped gently at the shore, producing a rhythmic sound. Lu Feng prepared the lizard meat, placing it over the fire with a dripping fat sizzled, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Yet, as he was engrossed in the act of roasting, an awkward predicament presented itself clearly before the two. Their ark still lacked a designated cooking area. Although plans had long been in the making, they had been preoccupied with hardware matters. Until now, they had always cooked on shore. The proposition for a safe, efficient, and multifunctional onboard kitchen had been brought to the forefront. Lu Feng tore off a piece of golden-brown lizard meat, blew on it, and offered it to Zhou Shiyi. The girl took small bites, yet her eyes occasionally darted toward the dense forest, murmuring softly, "Brother Feng, what do you think we should name them? How about running chicken? Or dull bird?" Lu Feng looked at her, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she began to name the future poultry. He couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. The kitchen, poultry house, storage room, and even a proper restroom. This maritime abode, which bore all their hopes, required numerous enhancements. The road ahead may be long, but the future holds promise. Chapter 59. The Ranger's Crossbow as dusk deepened. The crackling of the campfire filled the air, casting flickering, orange hues upon the faces of the two companions. The bay lay tranquil, with only the rhythmic sound of waves lapping against the shore, akin to the cadence of breath. "Do you think the dodo birds will be frightened away when we try to catch them tomorrow?" murmured Zhou Shiyi, her voice barely above a whisper, clearly lost in delightful imaginings of a future poultry farm. Lu Feng observed her expression with amusement, yet his demeanor gradually turned serious. Those creatures appeared adorably harmless. Yet in this uncharted realm, who could fathom the dangers that lurked beneath the surface? Whether for capturing or safeguarding them, or for the pursuit of larger game in the future, they lacked a crucial element, a ranged weapon. He said, carefully removing the roasted fish from the fire and placing it on a nearby stone slab. "We have one last chance for a return. We must not squander it." Zhou Shiyi paused, raising her gaze. "What do you intend to do?" "I wish to construct a crossbow," Lu Feng replied, his voice steady and resolute. Zhou Shiyi nodded without hesitation. "All right, I will assist you." Without delay, Lu Feng understood that the system's return mechanism favored a comprehensive approach over a singular one. Simply crafting a crossbow, no matter how intricate, might yield only a superior version of the same. What he desired was an entire system of ranged weaponry capable of addressing various situations. He promptly set to work, selecting a piece of dense hardwood from his stockpile of timber. Armed with a hatchet and a multifunctional knife, he began the arduous process of carving, which shavings flew as Before long, a robust yet distinctly shaped crossbow frame began to take form in his hands. Next, he rummaged through a heap of discarded industrial materials and unearthed a suitably thick metal sheet. Lacking tools, he resorted to rudimentary methods, wedging it in a crevice of stone and striking it with another rock to bend it, then meticulously refining it with the file of his multifunctional knife. After more than an hour of labor, he managed to create a rudimentary trigger mechanism that could engage and release. He then sourced some resilient vines left over from earlier, tearing them into thin strips before twisting and stretching them like one would with rope, ultimately crafting a remarkably sturdy bowstring, tightly strung at the front of the crossbow. Thus, a prototype of an unsightly yet primal and violently aesthetic crossbow emerged. 7 components remained. Liu Feng glanced at his creation, undeterred. He turned towards the edge of the forest, gathering several straight branches, sharpening one end with his knife. He then approached the fire, using the intense heat to char and harden the arrowheads. From the seabirds they had previously caught, he plucked several intact feathers, carefully binding them to the opposite end to serve as fletching, ensuring basic flight stability. Soon, 7 arrows, albeit rudimentary in appearance, yet wholly functional and distinctly recognizable, were completed. On the sandy beach, 10 meticulously crafted items lay aligned in a row. The crossbow body X1, trigger X1, bowstring X1, and crossbow bolts X7 constitute a complete concept of a ranged weapon. Liu Feng exhaled a long breath, straightened his posture, and eased his stiff shoulders. He gazed at the assemblage of creations that embodied his blood, sweat, and intellect, with a flame of anticipation kindling in his eyes. He extended his palm and pressed down firmly, issuing the command in his mind with utmost clarity. System, quality return. In an explosive burst of radiance, the harsh light dissipated, and the crude wooden and stone constructs vanished without a trace. In their place lay an entirely new weapon system, exuding a cold metallic quality and an aura of precision engineering, resting quietly upon the sand as if it were an artwork from the future. A series of golden prompt text materialized before Liu Feng's eyes. Primitive crossbow prototype X1, along with accompanying components X9. Following the quality return, he had acquired a complete Ranger modular tactical composite crossbow set. The set included high-strength carbon fiber crossbow body, foldable, X1, rapid loading assist mechanism X1, 3-point tactical sling X1, multifunctional tactical quiver X1, 4-fold optical sight X1, alloy armor-piercing hunting bolts X10, high-pressure tranquilizer bolts X5. Wow! Zhou Shiyi gasped, her hand covering her mouth, her astonishment nearly spilling over. Liu Feng's heart raced at that moment. He knelt on one knee, extending his hand to touch the cool, smooth surface of the carbon fiber crossbow body, an indescribable sense of solidity coursing through him. Lifting the crossbow, its weight felt substantial, yet not as burdensome as steel. He skillfully attached the scope, quiver, and other components via the preset tactical rail, the crisp clicks echoing in the air, each part fitting together seamlessly, embodying a mechanical elegance. Once he had fully assembled the tactical crossbow and rested it against his shoulder, bringing his right eye close to the 4-fold optical sight, the entire world transformed. A distant rock outcropping on the sea came into sharp focus, every detail of its dark green moss pattern vividly clear. The design, imbued with power and precision, instilled an unprecedented sense of security in every cell of his being. He or she give it a try. Liu Feng handed her the crossbow and began to instruct her in its use. Do you see this? This is the rapid loading mechanism. He pointed to a lever on the crossbow body, lifting it and then pressing it down to engage the bowstring effortlessly. Zhou Shiyi, curious, attempted it and found that despite her slight strength, she could easily draw the string with the aid of this ingenious mechanical structure, much to her delight. When aiming, use your right eye to focus here, aligning the crosshair in the sight with your intended target. The girl mimicked him, resting the crossbow on her shoulder and peering through the scope of the distance, letting out a small exclamation of awe. The night deepened further. The two individuals returned to the deck of the Ark, embracing each other in slumber. The brand-new tactical crossbow, a sleek silhouette of darkness, rested quietly beside the bed, reflecting a chilling luminescence under the moonlight. Lu Feng held the warm figure in his arms, listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves and the occasional calls of unknown birds from the distant thicket, feeling an unprecedented sense of stability and tranquility within his heart. All the essential hardware for survival, arms, equipment, power, and direction, was now in place. Chapter 60. The dull bird and the arrow storm. The gentle waves caressed the ark, akin to a tireless lullaby. As dawn broke softly, Lu Feng awoke to the serene rhythm of Zhou Shiyi's elongated breaths. He remained still, merely gazing down at the tranquil visage of the girl nestled in his arms, as the morning light filtered through the wooden cabin's window, casting a soft halo upon her face. A tender sensation stirred within him, enveloping his heart in tranquility. The familiar notification tone resonated in his mind, as expected. The dawn breaks and all life stirs anew. Today's maximum return multiplier has been refreshed. Today's return multiplier, 18 times. Lu Feng did not hasten to rise. He simply held her close, relishing this rare moment of warmth and peace in the aftermath of the apocalypse. It was not until the girl in his embrace uttered a soft murmur, her long lashes fluttering, that she slowly opened her eyes. "Brother Feng, good morning." Her voice, laced with the languor of sleep, prompted her to snuggle closer to him. "Good morning." Lu Feng gently kissed her forehead. "Did you sleep well?" After a simple breakfast, the two stood on the deck, basking in the cool morning sea breeze. For their first task of the day, Lu Feng pointed to an empty area near the ship's edge and announced to Zhou Shiyi, "Let us create a home for our new companions." "Oh, splendid," Zhou Shiyi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Let us build it here, so they can see it as soon as they wake up." They immediately set to work. They retrieved leftover planks and sturdy logs from their previous construction of the wooden cabin. Lu Feng took charge of cutting and shaping the wood with a saw and an axe, driving stakes into the reserved gaps on the deck to form the pillars of the fence. Zhou Shiyi proved to be his most capable assistant, handing him tools, pulling ropes, and meticulously winding resilient vines around the stakes, reinforcing the structure while filling the gaps. Before long, sweat soaked their garments, yet neither complained of fatigue. The sounds of hammering and sawing blended harmoniously with the crashing waves, infused with the essence of life. In no time, a rudimentary fence, standing at half a person's height, delineated a space of approximately 8 square meters on the deck. Zhou Shiyi, attentive as ever, sourced a broad plank, wielding a multifunctional knife to painstakingly carve 2 shallow parallel grooves into the sturdy wood. "Look, Brother Feng," she proudly pointed to her creation. "This longer one can hold food, and this shorter one can contain fresh water. This way, it won't team make a mess everywhere." Thus, a fully functional feeding trough and water basin came into existence. Admiring the luxurious suite dedicated to the dull birds, born of their shared sweat and effort, Zhou Shiyi clapped her hands in satisfaction, hands on her hips, her expression brimming with anticipation. When they arrive, I'm sure they will adore their new home, having settled the future residents of their poultry. Lu Feng's gaze fell upon the Silent Ranger tactical crossbow resting against the cabin's edge. With an 18-fold return and a brand new quantity return feature, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. He resolved to give it a try. He placed the entire tactical crossbow set, comprising a collapsible carbon fiber bow, a 4-fold scope, a quiver, and a tactical sling, neatly in the center of the deck. In his heart, he silently intoned, "System 18 times, quantity return." Yet, the anticipated spectacle of brilliance did not manifest. A cold, emotionless notification from the system echoed in his mind. "Notice, this item is a highly integrated set and cannot be returned in quantity. The crossbow can be returned independently." Was it a failure? Zhou Shiyi pondered. No. Lu Feng shook his head, feeling not disheartened, but rather finding this more reasonable. The clearer the system's rules and the more defined the restrictions, the less likely unforeseen complications would arise. Indeed, there were limitations. "Then let us return the arrows first. I can return the crossbow later when I have extras." He approached the tactical crossbow and drew out 10 pristine arrows from the multifunctional tactical quiver. 5 were entirely black, their tips glimmering with a metallic sheen, alloy armor-piercing hunting arrows. The other 5 had needle-like tips, seemingly filled with a blue liquid, high-pressure tranquilizer arrows. He arranged these 10 arrows meticulously side by side on the deck, neither more nor less, precisely matching the system's single return limit. Since the crossbow itself could not be doubled, Lu Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a smile crept upon his lips. Surely, the arrows could be returned. After all, they were consumables, and more would never be unwelcome. He extended his hand once more, covering the 10 arrows that symbolized hunting and protection, and with an unprecedented sense of certainty, issued the command, "System, 18 times, quantity return." This time, there was no dazzling brilliance as before, only a soft azure glow, akin to ripples of water, emanating from his palm and gently sweeping over the 10 arrows. Immediately thereafter, a series of crisp, dense sounds erupted, reminiscent of countless metallic chopsticks falling onto a wooden floor. The clattering continued, resonant and delightful, under the astonished gazes of the two. A vast array of neatly arranged arrows materialized on the deck, densely packed and glistening, nearly forming a small mountain of arrows. Golden prompt text vividly refreshed before Lu Feng's eyes. Alloy armor-piercing hunting arrows X5. High-pressure tranquilizer arrows X5, following an 18-fold quantity return. He received a total of alloy armor-piercing hunting arrows X90. High-pressure tranquilizer arrows X90. Looking at the nearly 200 shimmering arrows on the deck, each exuding a lethal metallic luster, both Lu Feng and Zhou Shiyi smiled. An indescribable ecstasy and an unprecedented sense of security surged through their hearts. With these, not only could he capture a few flightless, oblivious birds, but even face a prehistoric crocodile. Lu Feng felt confident he could turn it into a porcupine. Let's go. Time to catch some chickens. Lu Feng, invigorated, emptied the tactical quiver and filled it with a full 30 high-pressure tranquilizer arrows, then stored the remaining arrows in his inventory. He slung the tactical crossbow over his shoulder, grasping Zhou Shiyi with his left hand, and with great enthusiasm, made his way back to the clearing in the woods that they had discovered the previous day. The two navigated through the dense thicket with ease. The scene before them was identical to that of yesterday. On the open grassland, a flock of 20 to 30 rotund, daft birds continued their leisurely stroll, pecking at the ground. Oblivious to the impending danger, they regarded the unexpected visitors with their heads tilted, casting curious and endearing glances. A few even flapped their short wings and waddled a few steps closer. Lu Feng pulled Zhou Shiyi behind a large tree, lowering his voice. Stay here and remain silent. Zhou Shiyi nodded vigorously, her fists clenched in nervous anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng slowly raised his tactical crossbow. He did not rush to shoot. Instead, he brought his right eye close to the cold 4-power optical sight. In an instant, the world was drawn nearer. Within his field of vision, the nearest daft bird was clearly locked on, its ashen feathers and the curiosity reflected in its small, bean-like black eyes visible in exquisite detail. Lu Feng steadied his breath, his finger gently resting on the cold trigger. The crosshairs firmly settled on the daft bird's rotund rear. I apologize, but for the sake of the freedom of meat, eggs, and milk, I must impose upon you. Chapter 61. The arrival of 15 dazed birds and the stunning upgrade of the shipboard kitchen. With a barely perceptible whisper, a high-pressure tranquilizer dart was released, slicing through the air and leaving behind an almost imperceptible afterimage. In the field of vision, a small blue mark appeared on the posterior of one dazed bird. It seemed to sense something amiss, tilting its head in confusion and turning in a circle, as if searching for the source of the gentle prod. In the next moment, its movements abruptly froze, as if the pause button had been pressed. Its small, bean-like eyes dimmed, and its body went limp, collapsing onto the grass with a soft thud. For legs in the air, drifting into a deep slumber. The entire process was seamless and devoid of any struggle or sound. Wow, Feng, you are amazing. One shot, and it's down. Zhou Shiyi exclaimed in a hushed tone from behind a tree, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Don't just stand there. Hurry and drag it back. The next target is already chosen. Lu Feng, without turning his head, kept his gaze fixed on the scope, his tone flat yet betraying a hint of pride. Zhou Shiyi stuck out her tongue and immediately crouched down, darting out like a little cheetah. She raced to the sleeping, dazed bird, grasping its plump legs and heaving it towards the bushes. Meanwhile, Lu Feng's performance had only just begun. This could hardly be called hunting. It was a highly efficient, almost cold assembly line operation. Whoosh! Another tranquilizer dart flew forth. In the distance, a dazed bird, pecking at the grass, did not even raise its head before collapsing onto the ground, its posture unchanged, instantly succumbing to slumber. Just as Zhou Shiyi dragged the first one back, she spotted the second one had also fallen. She hurried out once more. Whoosh! The third. Whoosh! The fourth. Lu Feng's stringing speed was remarkably swift, aided by a rapid loading mechanism, requiring little effort. With a simple lift of his hand, aim, and release, the entire process flowed effortlessly. Zhou Shiyi became the most industrious of porters. She had barely caught her breath after dragging one back when she noticed another sleeping beauty sprawled on the grass. She could only scurry back and forth, her little face flushed with exertion, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet her eyes sparkled brighter with growing excitement. In less than 10 minutes, a considerable number of the originally leisurely strolling dazed birds lay scattered on the ground. The remaining few seemed to finally sense the danger, despite their low intelligence. The instinct for survival prompted them to emit frantic coos, flapping their little short wings and scurrying away. Trying to escape? Too late. Lu Feng smirked, his fingers deftly moving. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 tranquilizer darts flew out in a triangular formation, accurately striking the last 3 fleeing dazed birds. They had barely taken a few steps before their legs buckled, tumbling to the ground. The entire clearing fell silent in an instant. Ultimately, after taking stock, they had successfully captured a total of 15 birds, neither one more nor one less. The 2 individuals gazed beyond the thicket, observing a cluster of round, slumbering trophies nestled together, and exchanged a knowing smile, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Well, our mobile protein repository is officially in operation, Lu Feng remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he stowed his tactical crossbow. Transporting these 15 sleeping reserves back to the Ark was no small feat. The 2 exerted tremendous effort to carefully hoist each one aboard, tenderly placing them into the newly constructed poultry enclosure. Watching the birds huddled together in the pen, sleeping at odd angles, Zhou Shiyi crouched down, gently poking one of them on the wing and reaching out to check its breath, relieved to confirm it was merely slumbering. A tender smile graced her features. Lu Feng approached the helm, activated the steam engine, and glanced at the star map before addressing Zhou Shiyi, who was still inspecting the enclosure. We should set sail to refine our remaining facilities. Zhou Shiyi suddenly understood. Indeed, having captured poultry necessitated a proper place for cooking. They couldn't possibly rely on lighting a campfire on the deck every day, with smoke billowing everywhere. The Ark commenced its journey, gradually departing from the bay that had offered them such delightful surprises. On the deck, laden with hopes for the future, they sailed toward their initial starting point, cutting through the waves. The return journey felt markedly different from their initial expedition. Zhou Shiyi no longer harbored the same anxiety and curiosity about the unknown. Instead, she spent most of her time squatting beside the newly built poultry house, adjusting the posture of one awkwardly positioned bird and counting to ensure none were missing. Much like a concerned mother, her lips constantly murmuring. Feng, do you think they'll eat once they wake? Was the dosage of the anesthetic too high? Will they be dazed? We must quickly prepare food for them upon our return. The grass over there looks so tender, I wonder if they will like the grass here. Lu Feng, gripping the helm, listened to her rambling not with annoyance, but with a warm sense of fulfillment. This was the essence of home, with her chatter beside him and a vessel filled with lively, albeit currently dormant, future provisions. This cold wooden ship truly began to feel alive. Rest assured, he replied with a smile, our tactical anesthetic arrows ensure a painless slumber, and they will awaken refreshed, ready to feast. Really? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Why would I deceive you? It's high-tech, you know. When the familiar coastline reappeared on the horizon, both felt a wave of nostalgia. The rudimentary shelter they had erected upon landing still stood solitary on the beach, bearing witness to their initial struggles and hardships. Yet now, they commanded a creation of steel and steam, returning triumphantly. The ark smoothly anchored in the shallow waters, and Lu Feng cast the anchor overboard. "Let's get to work." He clapped his hands, redirecting their attention from poultry management to their objective for the day, the shipboard kitchen, a cooking area that embodies safety, efficiency, and multifunctionality is paramount in enhancing the quality of life. Without hesitation, the two individuals embarked on their task. Lu Feng meticulously planned a space of approximately 2 square meters near the stern of the ship, a location distant from the wooden cabin and steam engine, ensuring relative safety. He rummaged through the materials he had previously collected, selecting the flattest stones and utilizing leftover wood and vines to construct a semi-human height workbench with a delightful clatter. At the core of this workbench lay a rudimentary stove, built from stones, with openings for fuel and ventilation. Above the stove, he placed a robust iron plate salvaged from discarded industrial materials, serving as both a frying pan and a baking tray. Zhou Shiyi, with great care, used a small knife to split a sturdy bamboo stalk in half, smoothing it out to create a simple rack for condiments and utensils. She even procured a large metal canister, previously found, with commendable sealing properties, which, with Lu Feng's assistance, was secured to the side of the workbench and filled with clean water, thus becoming their water reservoir. After more than an hour of diligent work, a kitchen prototype, infused with a primitive handcrafted aesthetic, took shape. The collection included 1 stone stove, 1 iron plate, 1 wooden workbench, 1 bamboo rack, 1 metal water reservoir, 1 rudimentary sink hewn from stone, and 1 hollow iron pipe serving as a chimney. The two arranged these 7 items neatly within the designated area. While the appearance was somewhat crude, the concept of a complete kitchen was unmistakably established. Lu Feng gazed at their creation, nodding in satisfaction. He took Zhou Shiyi's hand and placed it on the rough kitchen ensemble. Their eyes met, reflecting mutual anticipation. System, quality return. A gentle white light spread like ripples, instantly engulfing their rugged stone and wood constructs. As the radiance dissipated, everything in its place had transformed. The previous unsightly objects vanished, replaced by a set of integrated equipment exuding a silvery metallic sheen, seamlessly embedded in the deck, embodying the beauty of modern industrial design. Initial rudimentary kitchen prototype X1, along with accompanying components X6, following the quality return, they received a complete set, Pioneer's multifunctional onboard kitchen module. The module included stainless steel integrated workbench with sink X1, hand-operated water purification filter X1, multi-fuel energy-efficient stove capable of using with charcoal X1, foldable windscreen and smoke chimney X1, embedded dish stérilisation cabinet X1, sealed spice storage compartments X5, multifunctional kitchenware rack X1. Oh my goodness! Zhou Shiyi gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. It was as if an open kitchen from a modern villa had been entirely transplanted onto their vessel. Lu Feng, too, felt a surge of excitement as he opened the stove's door, marveling at the intricately designed ventilation system and fire-resistant bricks within. He opened the lower cabinet, revealing a pristine set of dishes and utensils, a delightful surprise. With this addition, they could finally bid farewell to the primitive era of foraging and embrace a civilized lifestyle. Just as the two were immersed in their immense joy, another commotion arose aboard the ship. Coo, coo, coo. In the aviary, the well-rested, dim-witted birds began to awaken one by one. They wobbled upright, tilting their heads in curiosity as they surveyed their unfamiliar new home and the two humans outside, who were grinning foolishly. They are awake, Zhou Shiyi exclaimed with delight, momentarily setting aside her exploration of the new kitchen and dashed to the fence. The dim-witted birds appeared unfazed by their changed environment. They seemed merely bewildered. However, when Zhou Shiyi placed some fresh, tender leaves and forage into the feeder, they quickly flocked around, emitting satisfied coos as they began to feast heartily. Watching their endearing antics, Zhou Shiyi felt her heart melt. Lu Feng approached with a smile. gently wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder as they both observed this new group of companions. See, I told you they would surely love their new home. Indeed, Zhou Shiyi nodded emphatically, her face aglow with happiness. At that moment, a satiated, dim-witted bird strolled to the corner of the enclosure. It crouched down, shaking its tail feathers. Suddenly, to their astonished gaze, out rolled a perfectly round, warm egg. This was the first egg harvested in this world. Chapter 62. The hatching plan and the gifts of the ocean. The surface of the egg was smooth, radiating the warmth of having just separated from its mother, quietly resting on the hay in the corner of the enclosure. The moment Zhou Shiyi beheld the egg, her eyes sparkled like stars. She held her breath, cautiously extending her hand through the gap in the fence to cradle the precious egg. It felt warm and heavy in her grasp. "Brother Feng, look!" Her voice brimmed with uncontainable joy, reminiscent of a child who had stumbled upon a magnificent treasure. "We have an egg. The first egg. Let us fry it up and eat it." In a world where barbecued and smoked meats dominated, the allure of a fresh egg was simply irresistible. Lu Feng observed her nearly drooling expression and smiled. He approached her, but instead of echoing her excitement, he solemnly took the egg from her hands with an air of reverence. "No," he said firmly. "What? Why?" Zhou Shiyi's smile faltered, replaced by confusion and a hint of grievance. Cradling the egg in his palm, Lu Feng's gaze deepened. This is not merely a meal," he stated with unprecedented seriousness. "It is an experiment, a data point. It represents our first opportunity to understand the workings of this world." The girl was taken aback. The act of sacrificing the egg for a fleeting meal was a folly reserved for the short-sighted. Lu Feng's voice remained steady and clear. "We need to observe whether this clumsy bird will incubate the egg, how long its hatching cycle is, and what conditions are necessary. Only by understanding these factors can we establish a truly sustainable food source. Do you comprehend? Mastering the principles of survival is far more crucial than merely satisfying one's hunger for a day." Zhou Shiyi's mind buzzed. She had been fixated on the tantalizing taste, neglecting the deeper logic of survival. Brother Feng's thoughts never dwelled solely on immediate sustenance. He envisioned the future, a future where he could fully command his own destiny. I understand now, Brother Feng." She felt a flush of embarrassment and sheepishly stuck out her tongue. "I was too foolish." "You're not foolish, just hungry." Lu Feng chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. Together, they carefully returned the hope-laden egg to the haystack. The heroic mother, having laid the egg, ambled over, peering down, and indeed adjusted her position, slowly settling down to envelop the egg with her warmth. "It will truly incubate," Zhou Shiyi whispered in astonishment, her eyes brimming with wonder. "Excellent. The first observation is a success." Lu Feng sighed in relief, a plan forming in his mind. He turned his gaze from the poultry enclosure aboard the ship to the vast cerulean sea. He'd been gnawing on rations while guarding our golden mountain. He gestured towards the shimmering surface of the water. "Starting today, our menu is set to elevate. Today, we feast on a seafood banquet." At the mention of a seafood feast, Zhou Shiyi's eyes sparkled once more. "But we don't have fishing gear. If we don't have it, we shall create it." In Lu Feng's eyes sparkled a glimmer of confidence. "Allow me to guide you in the most primitive manner, enabling the ocean to graciously provide us with our evening meal." The two individuals once again set foot on land, seeking a suitable spot along the coastline. Lu Feng swiftly identified a shallow area where a vast expanse of rocks would be exposed at low tide. "This is the place," he declared, pointing towards the designated region. "We shall construct a V-shaped wall of stones, with the opening facing the sea. When the tide rises, schools of fish will venture in to feed. As the tide recedes, they will find themselves entrapped, compelled to swim towards the tip of the V. All we need do is wait at the exit for our bounty." This was an ancient yet remarkably effective wisdom. Without delay, the duo commenced their task. Lu Feng took charge of transporting the heavy stones, his muscles flexing under the sunlight, droplets of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyi gathered smaller stones to fill the gaps, skillfully weaving a rudimentary net from resilient vines. Securing it at the apex of the V, the sea breeze caressed them, and despite being drenched in sweat, Their teamwork was impeccably harmonious. After over an hour, a robust and functional stone wall fish trap had taken shape upon the sandy expanse. "Done," Feng exclaimed, brushing the sand off his hands. Now, leaving everything to the passage of time and the tides. Returning to the Ark, the two stood before the brand new multifunctional kitchen module, the Pioneer. Zhou Shiyi extended her delicate fingers with a sense of reverent pilgrimage, carefully touching the mirror-like stainless steel countertop. The cool, smooth sensation traveled from her fingertips, instantly calming her restless heart. This was a texture entirely alien to this untamed world. Her gaze fell upon the sleek, silver lever beside the sink, imbued with modern design. Taking a deep breath, as if partaking in a sacred ritual, she tentatively pressed down on it. In an instant, an exquisitely clear and pure stream of water gushed forth from the elegantly crafted faucet. The water cascaded against the stainless steel basin, producing a melodious sound akin to celestial music. This was not the slightly impure stream water they had previously collected in wooden barrels. It was pristine, safe, seemingly fit for direct consumption. Zhou Shiyi shuddered, an overwhelming sense of joy mingled with incredulity enveloping her. Instinctively, she cupped her hands to catch the refreshing water, splashing it upon her face. Refreshing, clean. Oh my goodness! A gasp of astonishment, tinged with a hint of tears, escaped her lips. Feng! She abruptly turned around, her eyes glistening, her voice trembling with elation. We have running water." Feng approached her with a smile, his heart brimming with affection as he observed her tear-streaked face, a blend of laughter and tears. He gestured towards a silver cylindrical device connected to the plumbing behind the sink. "To be precise, we now possess a hand-operated water purification filter." He gently patted the barrel they had previously used to collect water, which had now transformed into a storage tank, seamlessly integrated with the entire module. The stream water we poured in would undergo a process of filtration and purification before flowing from the faucet. Feng extended his hand to catch a few drops, bringing them to his nose for a sniff, nodding in satisfaction. It was remarkably clean, yet could not directly transform seawater into fresh water. His gaze drifted toward the boundless ocean, revealing a newfound yearning in his eyes. It seemed our next grand objective was to achieve true freshwater freedom. Like a child, she repeatedly pressed the switch, letting her hands wash beneath the flowing water, relishing this long-awaited convenience, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She then opened the embedded sterilizer below, where the brand-new bowls and chopsticks gleamed softly under the sunlight. Feng ignited the multi-fuel energy-efficient stove with dry twigs. There was no thick smoke, no acrid odor, only the vibrant orange flames roaring within the cleverly designed stove, efficiently gathering heat. The significant leap in quality of life enveloped the two in a wave of happiness. As evening fell, the tide receded. The two eagerly dashed toward the stone pile trap. From a distance, they spotted the water pool enclosed by stone walls, where splashes erupted and silver glimmered. "Fish! Brother Feng, there are really fish!" Zhou Shiyi exclaimed with excitement. The scene before them resembled a grand harvest. Within the V-shaped stone walls, several lively sea fish were trapped, and a few formidable crabs scuttled arrogantly through the crevices. Meanwhile, the top net of vines overflowed with small fish and shrimp carried by the current. With their bountiful catch in hand, the two returned to the boat, their faces illuminated with joy. Feng deftly scaled the fish, while Zhou Shiyi washed the crabs in the new kitchen. As the first cleaned fish sizzled on the scorching iron plate, a loud crackle erupted. The oils were instantly activated, releasing an indescribable, overpowering aroma of fish, mingling with the salty sea breeze, engulfing their senses. It was utterly delightful. As night descended, the stars twinkled like diamonds. On the Ark's deck, the glow from the energy-efficient stove painted their faces crimson. The fish on the iron plate hissed, and the cooked crabs turned a vibrant red. Sitting on the deck, they savored the seafood feast they had created, enjoying the sea breeze. The fish was tender enough to melt in their mouths, and the crab meat was plump and sweet. Each bite was the highest reward for their diligent labor. "So delicious," Zhou Shiyi murmured blissfully, nibbling on a golden crab leg, her eyes squinting with happiness. Lu Feng chuckled as he tore off a substantial piece of the most succulent, boneless fish belly, carefully blowing on it to cool, and offered it to her mouth. As they finished their meal, they exchanged no words, simply embracing in silence, gazing at the starry sky and listening to the gentle whispers of the waves. Within their hearts resided an unprecedented sense of tranquility and abundance. As night deepened, the waves became a lullaby, and the warmth in their arms served as a sleeping potion. Just as Lu Feng was on the brink of slipping into slumber, that familiar prompt echoed softly in his mind. Intimate contact with the bound partner. Emotional value reaching its peak. Today's highest return multiplier has been refreshed. Today's return multiplier, 19 times. Chapter 63, Freshwater Freedom, 19 times. As this figure crystallized in Lu Feng's mind, the girl in his arms, Zhou Shiyi, stirred slightly, emitting a contented murmur. A night of restful slumber. The morning sunlight poured through the wooden cabin's window, bathing the room in a golden hue. After a simple breakfast of seafood porridge, Zhou Shiyi stood before the brand-new Pioneer kitchen module, meticulously washing the dishes. She turned on the faucet, the clear water cascading over the bowls and utensils. Her face illuminated by a sense of almost luxurious happiness. Observing this scene, Lu Feng felt a new thought surge within him. He began. The girl turned, droplets of water still clinging to her hair. Today, we shall decisively resolve the freshwater issue. Zhou Shiyi paused, pointing towards the faucet. Do we not have a water purifier? That is not the same. Lu Feng shook his head, moving closer to her, his gaze cast toward the boundless sea. Our water source still relies on the streams of the island. This means that each time we require water, we must stock up in advance on the island. This limits our range of activities and curtails our freedom. He paused, his voice deepening with conviction. To truly live upon the sea, we must master one fundamental skill, transforming seawater into fresh water. Zhou Shiyi's eyes widened slowly as she comprehended Lu Feng's meaning. It represented the ultimate freedom, a complete liberation from the constraints of land. But how do we achieve that? By employing the oldest method, solar distillation. We heat the seawater. The steam is pure and devoid of salt. All we need to do is collect this vapor and allow it to cool and condense, transforming it into drinkable freshwater. The principle is simple, yet the execution is far from easy. Without hesitation, they set to work once more, this time with the objective not of procuring food, but of gathering materials for a primitive seawater desalination device. They scoured the coastline and soon discovered a patch of fine, moist clay with excellent adhesive properties beside a small creek that flowed into the sea. This is it, they exclaimed, excitement coursing through them as they began to dig. Using their hands and stone slabs to extract a substantial amount of clay, wrapping it in broad leaves and laboriously transporting it back to the beach. In the ensuing hours, the beach transformed into their open-air workshop. They divided their tasks. Lu Feng took on the shaping, kneading the clay with water, attempting to mold a pot-like vessel with a wide body and a narrow neck. However, this task proved far more challenging than anticipated. The slippery clay resisted his efforts, leaving him covered in mud. After much toil, he finally managed to fashion a crooked, wobbly distillation pot that appeared on the verge of collapse. Using the same method, he crafted a smaller basin to serve as the freshwater collection container. Brother Feng, your craftsmanship is rather abstract, Zhou Shiyi remarked, observing the two uniquely unattractive clay forms, unable to suppress her laughter. What do you know? This is called practicality, Lu Feng replied with mock seriousness. Zhou Shiyi, on the other hand, displayed a remarkable dexterity. She discovered a long bamboo pole as thick as an arm, and, with a multifunctional knife, meticulously and patiently cleared the internal nodes, crafting a flawless hollow conduit to channel water vapor. She even found a suitably sized, smooth stone slab to serve as a pot lid. With all preparations complete, the two dug a pit on the beach and carefully assembled this rudimentary apparatus. The distillation pot was placed at the bottom of the pit, designed to hold seawater, while the stone lid was tilted over the pot's opening to ensure that the steam would converge along the incline. One end of the hollow bamboo pipe extended through a gap in the stone lid into the pot, while the other end rested upon a makeshift wooden support, precisely aligned with a rather unsightly collection basin below. Thus, an unattractive yet wholly functional thermal distillation apparatus, a testament to their combined intellect and toil, was born. Upon returning to the deck of the Ark, Lu Feng displayed their entire creation in orderly fashion. One clay distillation pot, one clay collection basin, one stone lid, and one bamboo condensation pipe, to reach a total of 10 items. He split the wet clay used to seal the lid's gaps into 3 portions and included 3 wooden sticks for the support structure. Not a single item more or less. Precisely 10. This constituted a complete conceptual collection of thermal distillation. Taking a deep breath, Lu Feng grasped Zhou Shiyi's hand, and together they covered their palms over this primitive creation that encapsulated their afternoon's labor. Suddenly, the system activated, and a radiant light enveloped them, only to retract in an instant. In their place, the unsightly pile of dirt, stones, and wood vanished without a trace. In its stead emerged a silver metallic cube, approximately half a meter on each side. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, adorned with intricate piping and clasp interfaces, while a soft blue indicator light pulsed gently at its center, exuding an aura of futuristic wonder. Golden prompt text unfolded clearly before Lu Feng's eyes. Prototype of a rudimentary thermal distillation apparatus X1, along with supporting components X9, after a 19-fold quality return. He had acquired a complete, tidal spring geothermal solar thermal permeation purification module. Lu Feng swiftly perused the instructions, flooding his mind, his eyes shining brighter with each passing moment, culminating in near ecstatic joy. This apparatus exceeded all his expectations. It required no electricity whatsoever. It possessed 2 energy modes. The first, the solar thermal mode, which allowed the module's top thermal absorption plate to be exposed to sunlight, enabling automatic, gradual seawater purification. The second, and far more efficient mode, was geothermal. The module's base featured a highly sensitive thermal conduction contact plate, which, when affixed to any stable heat source, be it the exterior of their energy-efficient stove or even alongside a crackling campfire, could absorb the transferred heat for ultra-efficient purification. We've struck gold. We have truly hit the jackpot this time. Lu Feng exclaimed with excitement, embracing Zhou Shiyi and planting a fervent kiss upon her cheek. The 2 individuals immediately set to work, installing the silver-white cube known as the tidal spring beside the Pioneer Kitchen module. Remarkably, the interfaces of the 2 modules fit together seamlessly, creating a flawless connection. Lu Feng pressed its heat contact plate firmly against the exterior of the energy-efficient stove, then seized a robust water inlet pipe, equipped with a filter, and forcefully tossed it into the ocean beyond the ship. Upon completing these tasks, he rubbed his hands together, stuffing some dry twigs into the energy-efficient stove before igniting them. As the orange flames surged within the stove's chamber, the adjacent tidal spring module emitted a subtle hum, and the blue indicator light at its center began to pulse rhythmically. It was operational. The 2 held their breath, their eyes fixated on the slender water outlet pipe on the side of the module. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to elongate in that moment. Finally, under their tense scrutiny, a droplet of crystalline water formed at the end of the metallic outlet pipe, then fell, following swiftly with the second and third droplets. The droplets quickly coalesced into a stream. A clear, pure, and even slightly warm, fresh water gushed forth from the pipe, cascading into the prepared bucket below, producing the most melodious sound in the world. Zhou Shiyi trembled as she extended her hand to catch a handful, cautiously bringing it to her lips for a gentle taste. In the next moment, her eyes widened with astonishment, filled with immense joy. It was sweet. Brother Feng, it's fresh water, not a hint of saltiness, she exclaimed excitedly, scooping up another handful and offering it to Lu Feng. He took a sip, experiencing an extraordinarily pure and sweet flavor. He could distinctly feel that this water contained no impurities, surpassing even the stream water and mineral water they had previously consumed. Ha ha ha! Lu Feng could no longer contain his exuberance, lifting Zhou Shiyi off her feet and twirling her excitedly on the deck. We did it! We succeeded! Zhou Shiyi wrapped her arms around his neck, allowing him to spin her around, her laughter ringing out like silver bells across the entire beach. This ark, from this day forth, could truly be deemed a self-sufficient, mobile home capable of sailing to any corner of the world. As night fell, Feng and Zhou Shiyi stood embraced at the bow of the ship, feeling the cool sea breeze. Behind them, the tidal spring continued its tireless work, transforming the endless bitter seawater into life-giving sweet water. In the aviary, the day's birds cooed contentedly. The precious egg lay quietly in its mother's embrace, nurturing new life. Brother Feng, Zhou Shiyi asked softly, leaning against his chest, "How do we use the return today?" Chapter 64. Investment in security. Upon hearing the question, Liu Feng's gaze withdrew from the twinkling galaxy, focusing instead on the tactical crossbow that rested against the ship's railing. His expression shifted, transforming from one of warmth and satisfaction to one of sharp intensity and profound depth. Gently, he patted the girl's back, releasing her from his embrace, and turned to retrieve the sleek, obsidian crossbow, imbued with a chilling metallic essence. Liu Feng's voice resonated with steadiness and strength. "Our final return today will be invested in security." He solemnly positioned the tactical crossbow before Zhou Shiyi. "Observe," he gestured towards the pristine kitchen module, then indicated the operational seawater purification device, finally casting his gaze towards the direction of the poultry coop. "Our ark is increasingly resembling a home, and our supplies are becoming more abundant. We now have food and fresh water. Yet, with such abundance comes the risk of unwanted envy." His words fell like a stone into the still waters of Zhou Shiyi's heart, creating ripples of contemplation. "I cannot be by your side forever. What will you do if danger arises in my absence?" Liu Feng met her gaze, articulating each word with gravity. "You must cultivate the ability to protect yourself." Zhou Shiyi regarded the weapon, exuding an aura of danger, feeling its frigid touch. Rather than fear, a warmth surged within her. This was not merely a cold weapon. It represented Liu Feng's profound concern and responsibility. She nodded resolutely, without a shred of hesitation. "Yes, I will learn." "Good." A smile graced Liu Feng's face. Without further ado, he placed the tactical crossbow in the most spacious central area of the deck. The black crossbow glimmered with a cold sheen under the moonlight, resembling a silent beast poised to spring into action. Liu Feng grasped Zhou Shiyi's hand, and together they covered the icy frame of the crossbow. System 19 times quantity return. A resounding hum erupted as a radiant beam of white light, far more brilliant than before, engulfed the entire ark in an instant. The brilliance flickered and vanished. Almost immediately, a cacophony of crisp metallic clangs rang out, akin to hail striking a tin roof, resonating on the deck. Zhou Shiyi instinctively shut her eyes, and when she reopened them, she was rendered speechless. Before her lay the once barren deck, now transformed with the sudden appearance of 19 identical tactical crossbows. They stood in perfect alignment, their black frames, cold metallic sheen, and intricate structures gleaming with an alluring danger under the moonlight. In that moment, the ark's deck was no longer a cozy abode. It had morphed into a mini arsenal. Golden text materialized clearly before Liu Feng's eyes. Tactical crossbow X1, returned at 19 times quantity, totaling tactical crossbow X19. As they beheld this astonishing sight, an unprecedented sense of security and confidence, heavy as a mountain, surged from the depths of their hearts. This, indeed, was their trump card. Liu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within him. He stepped forward, grasping a brand-new tactical crossbow, and retrieved a compatible quiver filled with alloy arrows from the pile of spoils, formally placing them into Zhou Shiyi's hands. "Here, let me teach you." He positioned himself behind Zhou Shiyi, encircling her slightly, guiding her hands-on through the process of stepping on the foot pedal and utilizing the principle of leverage to effortlessly draw the bowstring. "Can you feel it? There is a safety here. Make sure to engage it when not shooting." His voice lingered near her ear, the warmth of his breath brushing against her cheek, causing her to blush slightly, yet more so igniting an unprecedented focus within her. He patiently instructed her on how to securely notch the arrow into the slot, how to bring her eye close to the 4 times magnification scope, and how to stabilize the crosshairs through controlled breathing. Zhou Shiyi immersed herself in the learning process, progressing from initial clumsiness and tension to smoothly executing the sequence of actions: drawing, loading, lifting the crossbow, and aiming. When she first independently raised the somewhat heavy tactical crossbow, peering through the chilling sight at a moonlit rock on the distant beach, her gaze reflected a newfound determination and confidence that she herself had not yet recognized. It turned out that mastering the sensation of power felt like this. Lu Feng watched Zhou Shiyi, engrossed in her practice, and nodded in satisfaction. "Quite impressive. You have a natural talent," he praised with a smile. "From now on, this crossbow will be your exclusive weapon." He paused momentarily, adding, "With these tools, our defense system must also be upgraded. We should install crossbow firing positions on both sides of the ship, transforming the Ark into a mobile fortress upon the sea." Zhou Shiyi responded emphatically, her gaze still fixed on the scope. Lu Feng chuckled softly, systematically storing away the surplus 17 tactical crossbows and numerous arrows into the storage space of the Star Core. As the last crossbow vanished from his grasp, he couldn't help but muse. 1 cubic meter of space is still too small. It seems I must construct a dedicated storage room soon. After attending to personal hygiene on the beach, Lu Feng returned to the wooden cabin only to find that Zhou Shiyi had not followed him inside. Approaching the door, he observed the girl stubbornly standing on the deck. She had set aside the scope and was repeating a singular motion, lifting the crossbow, aiming, and lowering it meticulously time after time. She was committing the weight of the weapon to memory, familiarizing herself with its feel in her hands. The silvery moonlight cascaded over her, bestowing a luminous sheen. The sea breeze tousled her long hair, rendering her a striking Valkyrie poised to embark on a journey. Witnessing this scene, Lu Feng felt a stir within him and chose not to interrupt her. He understood that from this night onward, the girl who once sought refuge behind him was rapidly evolving. Leaning against the doorframe, he observed quietly, a slight smile unconsciously gracing his lips. "Tomorrow, we shall first address personal hygiene matters." Lu Feng envisioned a comfortable restroom and a bathroom equipped with hot water for bathing, which he deemed a standard for a civilized life. With the addition of these two essentials, their quality of life would undoubtedly experience a significant leap forward. Chapter 65. The Cornerstone of Civilization. Sanitation module. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the sea mist, casting golden flecks upon the wooden floor of the cabin. Lu Feng awoke to the gentle warmth of breath against his skin, with Zhou Shiyi nestled comfortably in his arms. Her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate brushes, quivering slightly with each breath. Last night, she had insisted on practicing with the crossbow until her arms ached, and now she was deep in slumber. He remained still, savoring the tranquility of the moment, until the familiar chime of a notification echoed in his mind. Intimate contact with a bonded partner. Emotional value has reached its zenith. Today's maximum return multiplier has been refreshed. Today's return multiplier, 18 times. 18 times, though slightly lower than yesterday, it was still a heart-pounding figure. Breakfast consisted of a simple seafood porridge. After finishing, Zhou Shiyi was about to wash the dishes when Lu Feng stopped her. He clapped his hands, a mysterious and solemn expression gracing his face, and announced, "Today, our project codename is the Cornerstone of Civilization." "Huh?" Zhou Shiyi blinked, her confusion evident. Lu Feng gestured toward the distant beach and then to the cabin on the boat, lowering his voice as he said, "Shi, do you not feel that our current existence is lacking the most critical element? One that would allow us to bid farewell to the anxiety of addressing personal matters on the beach. A place that would enable us to wash away our fatigue in comfort." Zhou Shiyi's face flushed crimson in an instant. She understood all too well. Each trip to the beach for personal issues had been fraught with embarrassment and tension, fearing that something might emerge from the woods. As for bathing, it was merely a matter of wiping down with a damp cloth, leaving her feeling anything but refreshed. The task objective, Lu Feng extended 2 fingers, his tone resolute. "We shall construct an independent toilet and a separate bathing area." "All right." Zhou Shiyi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her shyness transforming into an unprecedented motivation as she nodded vigorously. Without delay, they set to work, beginning with the most urgent need, a toilet. They designated a small area at the far corner of the stern deck, away from the kitchen and bedroom, ensuring it was in a discreet location. This would mark the inception of their civilization. Liu Feng procured several sturdy wooden planks, nailing them together with vines, creating a rough, hollow square box tall enough for one person, leaving a circular opening at the top. Zhou Shiyi gazed at the crude opening, her cheeks aflame, yet she skillfully found a smoothly polished piece of wood to serve as a lid. She then wove a sparsely constructed wall with pliable vines, providing the semblance of privacy. To reach the requisite number of 10 items, Liu Feng whimsically nailed a crooked stick beside the box, calling it a handrail, and hung a wooden hook fashioned from a tree branch, dubbing it a shelf. Finally, he placed a wooden ladle for scooping water to flush. Thus, an unsightly yet imaginative prototype embodying the concept of a toilet came into existence. Liu Feng grasped Zhou Shiyi's hand, and together they pressed their palms against the rough wooden creation, both acutely aware of the sweat in each other's palms and the fervent anticipation coursing between them. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped the crude wooden structure, consuming it entirely. As the brilliance faded, the unsightly artifact vanished without a trace, replaced by an exquisitely streamlined, pure white integrated module, as if it were destined to be there, perfectly affixed to the deck. Prototype of a rudimentary toilet X1. Along with accompanying parts X9, with an 18-fold quality return, they had acquired a complete set of the Splash series, Marine Direct Flush Toilet Module. Zhou Shiyi covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. The object before her was all too familiar, the smooth ceramic texture, the ergonomically designed toilet seat, and the sleek, metallic hand-operated flush valve radiating modernity. Cautiously, she approached and delicately touched the cool, smooth surface, as if it were a cherished work of art. Liu Feng had swiftly perused the manual in his mind and excitedly explained, "Look at this. It has an inlet pipe that can draw seawater for flushing. Moreover, it contains a macerator pump that instantly grinds all waste into fine particles, discharging it directly into the ocean. Clean, efficient, and environmentally friendly." Zhou Shiyi was momentarily stunned. Hesitantly, she pressed the flush valve on the empty toilet. A powerful jet of blue seawater surged from the inner walls, creating a mesmerizing whirlpool that instantly cleansed the entire interior, followed by a faint mechanical hum as tranquility returned. To her, that sound was nothing short of a symphony of the civilized world. "Absolutely marvelous," she exclaimed, her excitement rendering her speechless. With the greatest challenge resolved, their spirits soared as they eagerly set to work on constructing the bathroom. Adjacent to the toilet module, they began to build a prototype of a shower room using the same method, a base constructed from wooden slats with ample gap for drainage, surrounded by tightly woven vines and broad leaves. Zhou Shiyi even procured a hollowed gourd, punctured with small holes at the bottom and connected to a water bucket above via a bamboo tube, ingeniously crafting a rudimentary shower head. Finally, with a wooden soap dish and a towel rack, they pieced together a concept for a shower brimming with primal ingenuity. Without hesitation, Liu Feng initiated the second quality return of the day. Once again, white light illuminated the space. A modernly designed, semi-transparent frosted shower enclosure appeared beside the toilet, featuring a refined, non-slip floor, a gleaming metallic showerhead and controls, and even a shelf for bathing essentials. After an 18-fold quality return, a set of multifunctional rainforest shower modules was obtained, consisting of a rudimentary shower prototype and 9 accompanying parts. However, what truly captivated Liu Feng's attention was a gray metal box, independently connected to the drainage outlet beneath the shower base. "Shiyi, look at this," Liu Feng exclaimed, his voice vibrating with excitement as he pointed at the box. "This is a gray water collection and filtration tank. From now on, the wastewater from our showers and dishwashing will be collected here for preliminary filtration and purification." "Filtration and purification?" Zhou Shiyi inquired curiously as she leaned closer. "What can we use this water for?" In Lu Feng's eyes sparkled visions of the future. As he gazed at Zhou Shiyi and articulated each word with conviction. To irrigate our deck farm. Deck farm? Zhou Shiyi echoed, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, Lu Feng's lips curled into a smile. Our source of food cannot solely consist of meat and fish. Soon, we shall cultivate our own vegetables aboard this vessel. That evening, the sunset bathed the sea in a golden hue. Lu Feng diligently heated a large pot of water using an energy-efficient stove, carefully pouring it into the water reservoir atop the shower module. With a sense of reverence akin to a pilgrimage, Zhou Shiyi stepped into the newly invigorated shower room. As she turned the switch, a warm, comforting stream cascaded from the exquisite showerhead above, enveloping her skin in a soothing embrace, nearly coaxing a sigh of pleasure from her lips. The fatigue and sweat of the day washed away in the gentle flow of water. Steam enveloped the air, and through the translucent frosted walls, she glimpsed the pristine kitchen, illuminated by bright lights, while the contented cooing of the nearby dove resonated in the background. Leaning against the wall, she surrendered to the warm water, a profound sense of tranquility and abundance swelling within her heart. The kitchen, fresh water, toilet, bathroom, and that sturdy ark carrying all their hopes. This was not a mere temporary refuge. This was a home, a mobile sanctuary meticulously crafted by their own hands, a dwelling uniquely theirs. An emotion named happiness took root deep within her soul. After her shower, Zhou Shiyi, clad in clean clothes with droplets of moisture still clinging to her hair, approached Lu Feng, who was savoring the sea breeze at the bow of the boat. She gently embraced him from behind. Feng Gu, her voice sounded especially tender against the backdrop of the ocean wind. Lu Feng turned around, enveloping her in his arms and planting a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Chapter 66. Upgrading the farm as the night enveloped the world in tranquil silence. The gentle waves caressed the ark, akin to an eternal lullaby. Lu Feng embraced the soft warmth of Zhou Shiyi in his arms, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. With the dawn breaking, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the window, casting a golden hue upon the motes of dust suspended in the air. At that moment, the familiar notification echoed in his mind. Engaging in intimate contact with the bonded entity, emotional value has reached its zenith. Today's highest return multiplier has been refreshed. Today's return multiplier, 18 times. Following a sumptuous seafood breakfast, Lu Feng wiped his mouth and gazed at Zhou Shiyi, who was preparing to clear the table. Suddenly, he clapped his hands with solemnity. Today's endeavor will be named the Deck Farm Project. Zhou Shiyi paused, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Lu Feng approached the stern of the ship, pointing to a nondescript gray metal box beneath the rainforest shower module. This is the cornerstone of our agriculture. His voice was imbued with undeniable excitement. With it, we shall have a continuous source of irrigation water, enabling us to expand our cultivation scale. Standing before the more than a dozen planting barrels they had previously prepared, Lu Feng silently recited, System, 18 times, quality return. Buzz! A radiant brilliance erupted, more dazzling than any previous instance, engulfing their figures before retracting in an instant. In their place, the humble wooden troughs and wicker baskets vanished without a trace. What replaced them was a set of modular white devices, exuding a sense of futuristic technology, composed of 3 distinct parts. They lay quietly on the deck, their surfaces smooth with a matte finish, featuring fluid lines and a design that was simple yet sophisticated. Golden text unfolded clearly before Lu Feng's eyes. Simple planting pots X10, after an 18-fold quality return, the total yield, a set of Bountiful Goddess modular intelligent planting boxes. Zhou Shiyi could no longer contain her curiosity and leaned in to examine the miraculous creation that had seemingly descended from the heavens. Lu Feng rapidly absorbed the information flooding his mind, his surprise blossoming into sheer euphoria. Look at this." He pointed at a slightly larger main control box equipped with a touch panel, excitedly explaining, "Inside is a seed repository. The system has graciously provided 10 types of the most common vegetable seeds. Tomatoes, cucumbers, lettuce, peppers. They're all here." He opened one of the side covers of the control box, revealing 10 sealed compartments, each adorned with illustrations and names of the seeds. But that is not all. Lu Feng gestured towards several other compartments. Here are concentrated nutrient solutions, along with a soil pH analysis tool. We can tailor the soil to be most conducive to plant growth based on the analysis results. The remaining two components were pure, white planting boxes, each measuring approximately 1 meter in length and half a meter in width. The internal structure was intricate, featuring visible, capillary-like drainage pipes and ventilation holes at the base. Marveling at this agricultural apparatus that exceeded their wildest imaginations, the two were elated. However, their exuberance was short-lived as a pressing reality presented itself before them. Brother Feng, Zhou Shiyi pointed at the two planting boxes. Although these are quite impressive, it seems there are only two. Is this enough for the two of us to eat? Indeed, there are merely two boxes. Even if they facilitate rapid plant growth, it is challenging to establish a stable and sustainable food cycle. Lu Feng observed the fleeting expression on Zhou Shiyi's face, transforming from sheer ecstasy to a hint of distress. Yet his smile grew ever wider. Slowly, he extended two fingers and mysteriously waved them. Do not forget, we have another opportunity today. Zhou Shiyi was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized, her eyes widening in astonishment. Without hesitation, Lu Feng retrieved one of the subplanting boxes from the Goddess of Abundance modular intelligent planting box and solemnly placed it at the center of the deck. He grasped Zhou Shiyi's hand once more, their palms collectively resting upon the technologically advanced white box. This time, his voice resonated with a commanding fervor. System. 18-fold return on quantity. Buzz. A flash of white light flickered and vanished. In the next instant, a cascade of sounds akin to raindrops lightly striking the deck filled the air. Zhou Shiyi slowly opened her eyes, utterly transfixed, her mouth unconsciously forming an O shape. There, around the box, the vacant space on the deck had miraculously filled with 18 identical white intelligent planting boxes, radiating a gentle glow. They stood in quiet formation, resembling a white legion awaiting inspection. One side of the deck was instantly dominated by this expanse of life-imbued whiteness. The Goddess of Abundance modular intelligent planting box X1 had undergone an 18-fold quantity return, resulting in a total of the Goddess of Abundance modular intelligent planting box X18. Along with the initial set, they now possessed one main control box and a total of 20 intelligent planting boxes. An indescribable, overwhelming sense of profound happiness, named abundance, struck both of them. We VE struck it rich. Zhou Shiyi gazed at the magnificent sight, her excitement rendering her somewhat incoherent. This is true vegetable freedom. Lu Feng laughed heartily, his spirit surging like a tidal wave. The two immediately got to work, eagerly arranging the 20 planting boxes neatly along one side of the deck, forming a spectacular white array. They transported stored soil from the island, utilized tools from the main control box for analysis. Then, following the manual's guidance, added the right amounts of sand and humus to create the perfect planting soil, carefully filling each planting box. Finally, the two engaged in what felt like a sacred ritual, delicately placing each precious seed into the soft earth. Tomatoes, cucumbers, green beans, lettuce. 2 boxes of each, meticulously organized. Once all the seeds were sown, Lu Feng retrieved the gray water collection box from beneath the rainforest shower module. After a night of settling and filtering, the water had become crystal clear. He scooped the filtered gray water with a ladle, bestowing upon each of the planting boxes their first taste of the sweet spring of life. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed the deck in warmth. Lu Feng and Zhou Shiyi stood side by side before the neatly arranged white planting boxes, gazing at the moist earth, freshly sown with seeds. The sea breeze caressed them, carrying the invigorating scent of soil and water. Though it was merely a patch of earth at present, they could almost envision it soon flourishing with vibrant greenery, laden with luscious red tomatoes and verdant cucumbers. From this day forth, this vessel adrift on the boundless ocean finally possessed its own pastoral haven. Brother Feng, Zhou Shiyi leaned against his shoulder and softly inquired, "What do you most desire to eat?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Feng chuckled and playfully tapped her nose. "I long for the cucumber salad made by your own hands. Chapter 67. The aerial garden in the tranquil night. The gentle waves caressed the ark, akin to an eternal lullaby. Lu Feng cradled the soft and warm Zhou Shiyi in his arms, drifting into a dreamless slumber. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a golden hue upon the motes of dust in the air, and the familiar notification resonated timely in his mind. Intimate contact with a bound partner, emotional value reaching its zenith. Today's highest return multiplier has been refreshed. Today's return multiplier, 18 times. After indulging in a sumptuous seafood breakfast, the two stood side by side at the stern, gazing at the magnificent sight before them. 19 pristine white goddess of abundance, smart planting boxes occupied a vast expanse of deck space. The damp soil exuded a refreshing fragrance, nurturing their hopes for a bountiful harvest of vegetables. This scene stirred their hearts, yet also presented a new dilemma. Look. Lu Feng pointed towards the array of planting boxes and then indicated the dwindling space on the deck. Our deck is nearly filled. If we wish to add anything more, there will be no room to step. Zhou Shiyi recognized the issue as well. Although the deck was not small, it felt cramped with the kitchen, poultry house, sanitary modules, and these 20 planting boxes taking up space. What shall we do? A smile crept upon Lu Feng's lips, his eyes sparkling with the brilliance of a visionary. The ground space is limited, but we still have the vertical dimension. We must claim land from the overhead. Vertical planting? Zhou Shiyi's eyes brightened. Precisely. We shall stack these precious boxes high. Without hesitation, they returned to the beach, working in tandem to construct a prototype. Lu Feng erected the two stout hardwood beams in the sand as the main supports, connecting them with several crossbeams to form a sturdy framework. Zhou Shiyi meticulously bound each junction with intricately tied vines, ensuring utmost stability against any sway. After more than an hour, a rickety, double-tiered wooden frame, barely capable of accommodating two planting boxes stacked atop one another, emerged before them. To meet the requirement of 10 items, Lu Feng earnestly categorized this rudimentary structure into various components. Main support pillars X2, horizontal load-bearing beams X2, reinforcing diagonal braces X2, and binding vines X4. Thus, a rough prototype encapsulating the concept of vertical planting was officially completed. Lu Feng took Zhou Shiyi's hand, and together they pressed their palms against the seemingly precarious wooden creation. System, 18 times quality return. Buzz! A flash of white light engulfed the crude wooden frame. As the radiance dissipated, a colossal, futuristic silver metallic structure stood silently on the deck. It appeared to be meticulously assembled from countless modular components, crafted from a matte alloy material, with smooth and minimalist lines. The entire structure measured approximately 3 meters in length, 1 meter in width, towering high and distinctly divided into 5 layers. Each layer was precisely designed to accommodate 4 standard slots for the smart planting boxes. To their astonishment, on one side of the shelf, there was an unexpectedly convenient lightweight ladder made of the same material, facilitating easy access. After an 18-fold quality return, they receive an entire set of modular alloy planting racks for an aerial garden. My goodness! Zhou Shiyi gazed up at this colossal structure, nearly at a loss for words. This was not merely a rack. It was akin to a miniature edifice. The two immediately set to work, meticulously transporting and positioning the 20 intelligent planting boxes one by one. When the last planting box clicked perfectly into place at the top tier, the ark's deck was instantly transformed into a spacious and orderly expanse. The once crowded deck now appeared expansive and well-organized. A 5-story vertical farm rose majestically, with the white planting boxes and silver alloy supports gleaming in harmonious contrast, evoking the essence of a science fiction film. Having resolved the issue of space for the farm, Lu Feng's gaze shifted to another pressing concern: storage. Our possessions are multiplying, he remarked, shaking his star-core wristband. The cubic meter of space had long since become inadequate. The dozen tactical crossbows were still haphazardly piled in a corner, creating a chaotic environment. A tidy and orderly home was essential for true comfort and tranquility. The two set to work once more, utilizing the finest timber available on the island, carefully cutting and polishing it. They then assembled a large storage box, half the height of a person, using vines and wooden pegs, to ensure they had enough components. Lu Feng even crafted a few crooked dividers inside and affixed a rudimentary latch and handle on the lid, reaching a total of 10 parts. This was their second opportunity of the day. Placing the unsightly wooden box in the center of the deck, Lu Feng took Zhou Shiyi's hand and covered it once more. This time, he opted for quantity. System 18-fold, quantity return. A flash of white light erupted, followed by a series of dense, thudding sounds reverberating across the deck. Before them, a total of 18 identical, exquisitely crafted storage boxes materialized out of thin air. These boxes radiated a beautiful deep brown wood grain, their surfaces polished to an exquisite sheen, with metal reinforcements at the corners and the brass latches glimmering in the sunlight. They stood neatly arranged, exuding the unique fragrance of high-quality timber. Simple storage box X1 underwent an 18-fold quantity return, resulting in high-strength composite with storage box X18. Witnessing this breathtaking scene, an unprecedented sense of abundance and order surged within both of them. "This is wonderful," Zhou Shiyi exclaimed, rushing forward to open one of the boxes. The neatly divided compartments within captivated her utterly. The two immediately commenced a thorough cleanup. The surplus 17 tactical crossbows and a large quantity of accompanying arrows were systematically categorized and stored in 3 boxes. Various tools, axes, saws, pliers, and spare materials were organized into several other boxes. Even the surplus pots, pans, and seasonings in the kitchen now possess their own designated storage space. They have meticulously arranged these storage boxes along the internal walls of the cabin, securing them firmly with ropes. The previously cluttered interior of the Ark has been transformed into a paragon of order, rejuvenated in its appearance. As night descends and the sky becomes a tapestry of stars, Lu Feng and Zhou Shiyi nestle at the bow of the boat, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze. Behind them lies an aerial garden, artfully scattered, where the gentle glow of 20 planting box indicators illuminates the surroundings. Within the cabin, 18 storage boxes stand vigil over their possessions. The entire Ark, from the deck to the cabin, exudes a comforting sense of order and abundance. "Brother Feng," Zhou Shiyi murmurs, leaning against his shoulder. "It feels as though our home is becoming more complete." Lu Feng responds with a soft hum, tightening his embrace around her and gently brushing his chin against the crown of her head. He gazes into the profound night sky, yet his mind is preoccupied with another matter. Chapter 68. The luxury of coolness as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue on the motes of dust suspended in the air. The familiar notification chimed in his mind. After a simple seafood breakfast, the two commenced their daily agricultural labor, watering their brand-new aerial garden. The weather today was exceptionally sweltering, with the sun resembling a colossal fireball, mercilessly scorching the earth. After only a short while of toil, beads of perspiration appeared on Zhou Shiyi's fair forehead, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue from the heat. Pausing her efforts, she wiped her brow with the back of her hand and gazed absent-mindedly at the sunlit, shimmering sea, murmuring softly, "Feng ge." How delightful it would be to sip an ice-cold cola right now. Unintentionally spoken, her words struck a chord in Lu Feng's memory like a lightning bolt. A survival technique regarding primitive cooling methods in desert regions. The clay pot refrigerator suddenly surfaced in his mind. His gaze swept across the 18 pristine, high-strength composite wood storage boxes on the deck, and a bold yet extravagant plan quickly took shape in his thoughts. He set down the watering spoon and approached Zhou Shiyi, solemnly clapping his hands, a hint of mysterious amusement gracing his face. "Shiyi, today's project shall be called the luxury of coolness." "Huh?" Lu Feng lowered his voice, an uncontainable excitement lacing his tone. "I'm going to create for you a refrigerator that dispenses ice-cold water." "Ice? Ice water?" Zhou Shiyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Those two words seemed to possess a magical quality, alleviating some of the oppressive heat she felt. They sprang into action immediately. Liu Feng boldly selected 3 brand-new, high-strength composite wood storage boxes to serve as the exterior. Then he gathered some leftover scraps, diligently crafting 3 smaller inner boxes, which could only be described as horrendously constructed. They carefully placed the smaller boxes within the larger ones, securing them in the center. Next, they transported clean, fine sand from the beach using star core space, meticulously filling the gaps between the boxes. In the final step, Liu Feng scooped seawater, thoroughly soaking the sand in the interlayer. Thus, 3 seemingly comical yet cumbersome prototypes of primitive refrigerators were born. They stood quietly on the deck, incongruous amidst the surrounding technological environment. Liu Feng took Zhou Shiyi's hand, and together they pressed their palms against the damp wooden boxes, their eyes brimming with fervent anticipation. System. 18 times quality return. A buzzing sound erupted, and a dazzling white light burst forth, engulfing the 3 cumbersome wooden boxes entirely. As the radiance faded, the 3 unsightly contraptions vanished without a trace. In their stead, 3 cabinets, elegantly adorned in a matte silver hue, radiated a sense of minimalist industrial design. Their form and lines harmoniously aligned with the aesthetic of the tidal spring and the aerial garden support structure, as if they were part of a singular, cohesive ensemble. Golden text materialized clearly before Liu Feng's eyes. Rudimentary ceramic pot refrigerator prototype X1, along with accompanying parts X9. Following an 18-fold quality return, he had acquired a total of 3 Stellar Series, passive temperature-controlled refrigerators. Liu Feng swiftly absorbed the instructions flooding his mind, his voice quivering with excitement. "Shiyi, come look." The interior of this cabinet features a vacuum insulation layer combined with an advanced phase change energy storage material, rendering it entirely independent of electrical power. It can efficiently maintain a low-temperature environment within. He pointed to an inconspicuous interface on the side of the cabinet, exuberantly adding, moreover, it can be connected to the tidal springs heat exchange system, employing the temperature differential between seawater and air for even more efficient passive cooling. We have a real refrigerator." Zhou Shiyi, unable to contain her eagerness, stepped forward and gently pulled open one of the sturdy cabinet doors with a trembling hand. A rush of cool, refreshing air surged forth, prompting her to squint her eyes in delight as the oppressive heat dissipated in an instant. "Quick, let's try it," she urged. Liu Feng sprang into action, retrieving a bucket of still-warm purified water from the tidal spring outlet and carefully placing it inside one of the refrigerators before sealing the heavy door with a click. Time trickled by, laden with their anxious anticipation. An hour later, Liu Feng took a deep breath, and under Zhou Shiyi's watchful gaze, he opened the cabinet door once more. He reached inside and retrieved the bucket of water. The moment his fingers brushed against its surface, a chill radiated from the bucket walls to his fingertips. Zhou Shiyi cautiously cradled the bucket, bringing it to her lips for a gentle sip. In the next instant, her eyes widened in astonishment. The refreshing coldness slid down her throat and into her stomach, instantly banishing all heat and agitation from her being, flooding her with an indescribable sense of relief. "It's ice cold, Feng Yi. It's truly ice water," she exclaimed, nearly leaping in excitement, savoring another hearty gulp, her face aglow with pure, childlike joy. This was not merely a sip of ice water. It signified a monumental leap forward in food preservation capabilities. In the future, the fresh fish and meat they caught, the precious bird eggs from their poultry, and the tender vegetables harvested from the aerial garden would all enjoy extended shelf lives. This was a transformative elevation in their quality of life within this world. As evening descended, the setting sun cast a golden-red hue across the sea's surface. The two arranged the 3 stellar refrigerators beside the kitchen module, each holding a glass of homemade, chilled, purified water. They leaned against the ship's railing, basking in the refreshing sea breeze, reveling in an unparalleled sense of comfort and contentment. "This is wonderful," Zhou Shiyi sighed, her heart full. Liu Feng took a sip of ice water with a smile, yet his gaze fell upon the last few loaves of bread, wrapped in plastic bags, nestled within the storage box. These had been their initial provisions, and they had yet to part with them. A thought crossed his mind, and he turned to Zhou Shiyi, saying, "Shiyi, how about we add a touch of technology and tenacity to our final return today? Zhou Shiyi did not fully comprehend his words, but nodded enthusiastically. All right. Lu Feng carefully retrieved the 5 loaves of bread, now slightly stale, and solemnly placed them on the deck. System, 18 times quantity return. A flash of white light enveloped the area. In the next moment, a mountain of exquisitely packaged new loaves of bread appeared on the deck out of thin air. As they beheld the bounty of 90 beautifully wrapped loaves, the two exchanged knowing smiles. Now, even their staple food was entirely liberated. Zhou Shiyi, blissfully leaning against Lu Feng's shoulder, gazed at the evening glow on the horizon and softly remarked, "Brother Feng, we now have fresh water, electricity, meat, eggs, a refrigerator, and soon we will have vegetables. It seems our home lacks nothing." "Indeed," Lu Feng replied, tightening his embrace around her. Yet, his gaze transcended the tranquil sea before them, reaching towards the distant and profound unknown where the sky met the ocean. With less than 7 days remaining in their countdown, this island had been their cradle, granting them a new beginning. However, a cradle inevitably transforms into a cage. It was time to set sail. Chapter 69. Setting sail into the unknown seas. As the night deepened, the rhythmic sound of the waves was steady and soothing. Zhou Shiyi rested her head upon his arm, her breathing even, having already succumbed to the embrace of slumber. The series of demanding projects over the past few days had thoroughly exhausted her, rendering her sleep particularly sweet at this moment. Yet, Lu Feng found himself wide awake. He kept his eyes open, quietly delineating every detail of the ark in the darkness. The kitchen, the bedroom, the bathroom, the shower room. The dazed birds nestled in their coop. The sky garden rising majestically on the deck. The neatly stacked storage boxes in the corner, and the 3 polar refrigerators beside the kitchen that brought a refreshing coolness. This maritime sanctuary had approached perfection under their stewardship. However, it was precisely this perfection that tightened the string of unease within him, a sensation he could not ignore. This island served as their cradle, a novice village that sheltered them through the most arduous beginnings. Yet, the countdown had dwindled to a mere 6 days. The cradle soon would transform into a cage. He had to depart from this place with Zhou Shiyi, taking all their belongings, before the countdown reached its end. As dawn broke, the familiar prompt accompanied the first rays of light filtering through the window, sounding punctually. Intimate contact with a bonded partner has elevated emotional value to its peak. Today's highest return rate has been refreshed. Today's return rate, 19 times. At the breakfast table, Zhou Shiyi sipped her seafood porridge, observing Lu Feng's somewhat distracted demeanor, and could not help but inquire, "Brother Feng, what are you thinking about?" Lu Feng set down his utensils, his gaze sweeping over the tranquil bay outside the ship's rail, ultimately resting on the empty foredeck. "He began, his voice imbued with a solemnity that heralded the onset of a new chapter. "Our ark cannot drift eternally. It requires a brake, a claw that can stabilize it amidst storms or temporarily anchor it in certain waters." Following his gaze, Zhou Shiyi instantly comprehended. "A ship anchor." "Precisely," Lu Feng exclaimed, clapping his hands. "Today's project codename, Deep Sea Claw." Without hesitation, they set to work, transforming the iron chains and some scrap metal acquired from previous returns into a claw-shaped hook. System, 19 times quality return. The radiance diminished. The cumbersome wooden and stone monstrosity on the beach vanished, replaced by a colossal entity gleaming with a muted metallic luster, quietly resting upon the deck. It was crafted from a profound black alloy, its form exuding both strength and industrial elegance. For razor-sharp claws presented a flawless aerodynamic design, as if they could effortlessly tear through the toughest seabed. Beside it lay an integrated metal box of the same material, from which stout alloy chains extended, neatly coiled within rollers. The side of the box featured a clearly reserved mechanical interface, accompanied by a meticulously designed control panel. Primitive wooden and stone anchor prototype X1 and accompanying parts X9. After a 19-fold quality return, the total yielded a set of deep-sea claw adaptive anchoring system and integrated winch. Heaven! Zhou Shiyi gazed up at the colossal apparatus, nearly rendered speechless. Lu Feng had swiftly perused the manual, his voice brimming with excitement as he pointed at the winch. "Shi, look! This winch can synchronize with our steam engine. In the future, when we anchor or weigh anchor, we will merely need to press a button for full automation. Moreover, this anchor claw can adapt its gripping angle according to the seabed's topography. Whether in sand or rocks, it will secure itself firmly." Having resolved a significant docking dilemma, Lu Feng's gaze shifted to the abundant firewood piled in the corner of the cabin. "Shi, our foundation is growing ever more substantial, and the ark is becoming increasingly heavy. Relying solely on wood to power the steam engine takes up too much space and has an inefficient combustion rate, rendering long-distance travel unfeasible. Our heart requires a more potent sustenance." Zhou Shiyi nodded vigorously, having long perceived that the firewood was both cumbersome and disorderly. The two immediately commenced their second creation. They collected all the leftover charcoal from their previous fire, painstakingly grinding it into powder with stones. Then, Lu Feng scraped a viscous, tar-like resin from a peculiar tree, blending it with the charcoal powder and stirring it vigorously. Finally, wearing gloves fashioned from broad leaves, they pressed the sticky, dark mixture into 10 oddly shaped fuel cakes, exuding a peculiar odor. Lu Feng placed the 10 unsightly creations on the deck and, without hesitation, grasped Zhou Shiyi's hand. System, 19 times quality return. A flash of white light enveloped them. The 10 dirty fuel cakes vanished, replaced by 10 neatly stacked, half-human-sized sealed wooden boxes. Lu Feng approached and opened one of the boxes, a wave of pure heat washing over him. Inside lay an array of glossy, uniformly sized, and densely textured oval coal pieces as dark as obsidian. Inferior charcoal resin mixed fuel X10 after the 19-fold quality return. They had received black gold high-energy smokeless compressed coal blocks X10 boxes. The words on the manual sent Lu Feng's heart racing once more. These black gold coal blocks possessed a calorific value over 30 times that of high-quality hardwood of equivalent weight. Their combustion duration was exceptionally prolonged, and they produced virtually no smoke. They were the perfect fuel for the antiquated steam engine. With this, the ark's endurance would undergo a transformative leap, always in readiness, save for the favorable winds. The two spent an entire afternoon finalizing their preparations. They neatly arranged the 10 boxes of black gold coal blocks in the storage room adjacent to the steam engine for easy access. They meticulously rechecked and secured all storage boxes to ensure they would not shift during violent turbulence. They gave the 20 planting boxes in the aerial garden one final watering, eagerly anticipating the first hint of green breaking through the soil during their voyage. Lastly, they filled every water storage container aboard with all the fresh water produced by the tidal spring, as well as the chilled water from the refrigerator, leaving no space unfilled. As the last rays of the setting sun once again painted the surface of the sea in hues of gold and crimson, all was orderly aboard the ark. With provisions abundant, Lu Feng and Zhou Shiyi stood side by side at the bow, casting a final glance at the island that had sheltered them for 24 days. The beach where they first awakened, the woods they had explored countless times, and the remnants of the initial sanctuary they had constructed, now reduced to mere wooden stakes. The sea breeze swept in, carrying the briny scent of salt water and foliage, rendering everything both familiar and distant. Zhou Shiyi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she leaned against Lu Feng's shoulder, her voice barely above a whisper, as if to avoid disturbing the serenity around them. "Farewell." Lu Feng embraced her shoulders, acutely aware of the subtle waves of emotion emanating from her. He offered no words of comfort. Instead, he held her tighter, his gaze drifting beyond the island towards the vast, deeper unknown where the sea met the sky. "No, this is not a farewell. Here lies the genesis of our home." He inhaled deeply and activated the steam engine. With a low rumble and the rhythmic sound of pistons in motion, the propeller at the stern began to turn slowly, carving a white wake through the tranquil bay. The ark commenced its gentle departure from the harbor. We set sail. Chapter 70. The visitor from afar, the ark sailed away from the island's sanctuary, fully embracing the vastness of the ocean. The night was profound, and the waves were far more tumultuous than those in the harbor, causing the vessel to rise and fall rhythmically with the swell. Initially, Zhou Shiyi felt somewhat disoriented, clutching tightly to Lu Feng's arm, but soon the rocking transformed into a hypnotic lullaby, lulling her into a deep slumber. Lu Feng, at the helm, was filled with an exhilarating spirit. He watched as the ship's searchlight cut through the darkness ahead, illuminating a turbulent expanse of deep blue. A feeling of unprecedented freedom and a thirst for conquest surged within him. This was their ship, their mobile fortress, carrying all their hopes toward the unknown. On the first night, they did not sail far, instead anchoring in a tranquil stretch of water a dozen nautical miles from the island, where they experimentally deployed the deep-sea claw. Accompanied by the steady hum of the winch, the enormous alloy anchor sank to the seabed, firmly grasping the ocean floor, granting them their first peaceful sleep upon the boundless sea. The first day of sailing, the 25th day, was a day of novelty and adaptation. Upon waking in the morning, they discovered that the day's return multiplier had refreshed to 18 times. The two took turns at the helm, beginning to familiarize themselves with the ark's temperament in open waters. Zhou Shiyi, like a curious child, would dash to the aerial garden to check if the seeds had sprouted, then lean over the ship's railing to watch flying fish leap from the sea. The ocean generously bestowed upon them new sustenance. It had also made them realize that relying solely on previous fishing methods was inefficient. Thus, they fashioned 10 rudimentary fishhooks from sharpened wooden sticks and vines for a catch return. Primitive wooden fishhooks, X10, after an 18-fold return. They obtained refined composite material automatic fish finding float fishing set X18. This new fishing set came equipped with a small sonar float that could actively detect nearby schools of fish and emit subtle light signals, significantly enhancing their efficiency in acquiring protein. That evening, a sumptuous feast of fish perfectly concluded their first day of sailing. On the second day of sailing, in the morning, the sea breeze, imbued with a hint of saltiness, brushed against Lu Feng's cheek as he embraced the slumbering Zhou Shiyi, planting a kiss upon her smooth forehead. The familiar notification tone resonated in his mind. Intimate contact with the bound partner has reached its peak emotional value. Today's highest return multiplier has refreshed. Today's return multiplier, 17 times. After breakfast, Lu Feng stood at the bow, his brow slightly furrowed. For 2 days, aside from the endless expanse of seawater, they had seen nothing. Although the StarCore wristband had a mapping function, it merely displayed a rough coordinate point indicating their location, leaving the conditions of the distant sea, islands, and hidden reefs completely blank. They felt like blindfolded wanderers, plunging headlong into the unknown darkness. "Shiyi, we need a pair of eyes that can see through the deep sea," Lu Feng said solemnly. Eyes? Zhou Shiyi momentarily failed to comprehend. A genuine detector. Lu Feng's gaze sharpened. One that can not only navigate, but also provide warnings of danger and locate resources. Without hesitation, they set to work. They procured a spare wooden barrel, excavating a hole at its base to embed a shard of glass salvaged from refuse. A few hollow bamboo tubes were then affixed, and metal plates were meticulously bound atop as antennas. Thus, a prototype of a seawater detector, resembling a piece of performance art, was born. A hum resonated as a white light engulfed the comical barrel. As the brilliance faded, a precision instrument, half the height of a man and replete with a streamlined design, stood quietly on the deck. Its exterior gleamed in a matte silver akin to that of a Polaris refrigerator, crowned with a slowly rotating radar-like antenna, while a black LCD screen adorned its front. Rudimentary seawater detector prototype X1 and accompanying parts X9. After a 17-fold quality return, they obtained a deep blue, a multifunctional hydrological detector. Lu Feng eagerly followed the instructions to connect it to the energy system of the steam engine. A soft chime sounded as the screen illuminated, casting a gentle blue glow upon the expectant faces of the two. The display unveiled a circular scanning interface centered around the arc, clearly marking a series of data, including water depth, flow rate, and salinity. Look. Lu Feng pointed to a corner of the screen where a small green dot flickered. This was the fish detection feature. It indicated the location and size of nearby schools of fish. Zhou Shiyi gasped in delight. But that's not all. Lu Feng switched to another mode. and the scanning range expanded exponentially. This was remote terrain scanning. It could detect underwater topography and the contours of islands within 3 nautical miles. We have radar now. With a deep blue eye, they finally possessed a fundamental sense of security and agency amidst the treacherous sea. Feng, satisfied, patted the instrument's exterior, feeling that the ark beneath their feet had truly transformed into a fearless vessel of exploration. Just then, ahead on their course, approximately 7 or 8 nautical miles away, a makeshift raft, hastily bound from a few rusted gasoline barrels and crooked logs, swayed helplessly in the waves, threatening to disintegrate at any moment. Upon the raft lay 4 figures, languid and barely alive, each person's lips chapped and cracked, their eyes devoid of luster. The leader, a young man named Zhang Wei, mechanically swept the horizon with a tattered, lens-scarred telescope. Each lift of his arm drained him of all remaining strength. Water. Wei Yi. I am so thirsty, murmured his girlfriend, Lina, her voice barely a whisper, lacking even the energy to lift her eyelids. The other 2 companions, Wang Hao and Sun Yu, similarly curled in the corners of the raft, their bodies trembling uncontrollably from dehydration and hunger. Despair, akin to the scorching sunlight, seared the nerves of each individual. Suddenly, Zhang Wei's hand, clutching the telescope, froze mid-air. He believed he was hallucinating due to dehydration, tightly shutting his eyes before abruptly reopening them, once again directing the telescope towards that direction, at the horizon where the sea met the sky. Within the air distorted by the dazzling sunlight, a peculiar, square silhouette was emerging from the morning mist, approaching them with an unhurried grace. What is that? His voice, hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper, reverberated like thunder, causing the other 3 to tremble in shock. They struggled, summoning their last ounce of strength to gaze in the direction indicated by his finger. As the distance gradually diminished, the outline of the structure became increasingly distinct in their weakened vision. In the next moment, the 4 individuals on the raft were, without exception, left utterly astonished, their mouths agape in a shape wide enough for a fist to fit. It was a ship, a vessel they had never seen before, one that even in their dreams they dared not imagine. The hull exhibited a splendid deep brown wood grain, solid and immense in structure. What sent shivers through their very souls was the ship's deck. Rising from the deck was a silver-white alloy frame, towering at least a meter high, glimmering with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. And upon this frame, layer upon layer, were planting boxes brimming with lush green foliage. Verdant vines had already peeked out from the boxes, gently swaying in the sea breeze. Fresh vegetables. My goodness. Sun Yu, well-versed in nursing and acutely aware of the importance of vitamins, was the first to break down, pointing at the dazzling green and emitting a scream laced with ecstasy and disbelief, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, possessing some mechanical knowledge, fixated on the structural details of the ship, his voice trembling violently from sheer excitement. Look at the side of the hull. That is not pieced together. That is a complete kitchen and bathroom module. And that chimney, emitting clean white steam, it operates on a steam engine. My heavens, it has a complete thermal energy cycle system. Lina was rendered speechless, merely covering her mouth and allowing tears to flow freely. She envisioned the wooden house, and she could almost discern the tidy rooms and items within. This was not a refuge struggling for survival in the apocalypse. This was a home upon the sea. Zhang Wei gradually lowered the telescope, his chest heaving violently, the shock he felt beyond the capacity of any language to convey. Their raft, when compared to the vessel he subconsciously named the Ark, resembled a primitive tribal canoe gazing up at an interstellar warship. What filled him with dread was the complete absence of any figures aboard the ship. It appeared as a fully automated maritime fortress, quiet, powerful, and methodically navigating its course, seemingly oblivious to their existence. What manner of individuals? Zhang Wei murmured, his eyes brimming with awe, fervent envy, and a tinge of profound fear towards the unknown power. To create something like this in a world that resembles the end of days. Chapter 71. The crossbow arrow drawn the sea breeze, imbued with a perfect coolness, caressed the vibrant greenery upon the deck of the Ark. After 2 days of sailing, Zhou Shiyi had fully acclimatized to this life adrift at sea. At this moment, she crouched beside the planting boxes on the farm, resembling a landowner guarding her treasure, carefully parting the moist soil to observe the tender green shoots that had just emerged. Those were the lettuce seeds they had sown, finally sprouting. Feng, come quickly. They have grown. She turned and called out excitedly to Liu Feng at the bow of the ship, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Liu Feng stood at the bow, one hand resting on the helm, while the other deftly operated the multifunctional hydrological detector, the deep blue eye. On the screen, a blue halo centered around the Ark steadily scanned outward, clearly presenting the water depth, flow rate, and distribution of fish in the surrounding waters. This instrument served as his third eye, granting him a sense of control amidst the perils of the unknown sea. I see our garden overseer. Liu Feng responded with a smile, though his gaze remained fixed on the screen. He pointed to several large green masses moving across the display and said to the approaching Zhou Shiyi, "At noon, I'll show you a trick. These green masses are schools of tuna, quite sizable. Let us try to catch a few for sashimi." Great, great. Zhou Shiyi clapped her hands in delight, drawing closer to him, her curiosity piqued by the data representing life on the screen. However, at that moment, a minuscule, solitary red flickered abruptly at the edge of the screen scan. It was not the green indicative of fish nor the yellow of reefs, but a glaring red, signaling a warning. The smile on Liu Feng's face vanished in an instant, his demeanor turning grave. What's wrong? Zhou Shiyi immediately sensed the shift in atmosphere and leaned in anxiously. Liu Feng did not respond but swiftly adjusted the detector S mode, concentrating the scanning energy on that position while aligning the optical observation lens towards it. Moments later, a line of cold text appeared at the bottom of the screen. Detected small surface floating object containing trace metal reactions, non-naturally occurring. Non naturally occurring. It's a person. The thought exploded like thunder in both of their minds. This was the first time they had discovered evidence of other human beings since their awakening, apart from each other. A tumultuous mix of anticipation, curiosity, and heightened alertness surged within them. Stay calm. Liu Feng's voice was deep and reassuring, soothing the now somewhat stiff Zhou Shiyi. He did not approach recklessly. Instead, he immediately adjusted the Ark-S course to maintain a parallel trajectory with the red dot, keeping a safe distance of 2 to 3 nautical miles as they entered an observation state. I'll see what their situation is. He activated the high-powered optical observation feature of the detector. On the screen, the distant horizon was rapidly magnified, transforming the blurry azure into a clear image. A scene imbued with an air of despair vividly unfolded before the eyes of the two individuals. It depicted a rudimentary wooden raft hastily constructed from a few rusted gasoline barrels and a couple of crooked logs. The raft, pitifully small, swayed helplessly amidst the waves, as if the next surge could shatter it to pieces. Upon the raft lay 4 figures, all sprawled like discarded rag dolls, barely clinging to life. 3 men and 1 woman. Liu Feng accurately recounted the numbers, his brows knitting into a frown. Zhou Shiyi's heart immediately tightened with concern. In such a dire apocalyptic scenario, the stark disparity in strength represented by 3 men and 1 woman instinctively filled her with deep worry for the unfamiliar woman. Liu Feng zoomed in further, meticulously observing every detail of the raft. He noted that all 4 individuals bore cracked lips, gaunt faces, and sunken eyes, clearly on the brink of severe dehydration and starvation. One figure, appearing to be the leader, weakly peered through a battered telescope, its lenses clouded and worn in their direction. The lone woman lay beside him, though equally frail. Her clothing remained intact, curled up as though untouched. This detail allowed a slight easing of the tension in Liu Feng's heart. At the very least, it suggested that they might be part of a cooperative survival team, still maintaining a semblance of order, rather than a group wholly collapsed into violence and savagery. Brother Feng, they are on the verge of collapse, Zhou Shiyi remarked, her voice heavy with compassion as she gazed at the tragic scene on the screen. Should we help them? She posed the question cautiously, yearning to save lives, yet fearing the unknown dangers that could plunge their hard-won sanctuary into chaos. Liu Feng fell silent for a moment, his fingers lightly tapping on the cold exterior of the device, his mind racing through the pros and cons. A heart of compassion could be perilous, yet he could not simply stand by and let them perish. More importantly, they needed intelligence about this world, about other survivors, about the path ahead. Isolating themselves would never allow them to truly confront the myriad dangers of this world. We can make contact, he finally resolved, his gaze sharpening with a newfound clarity. But we must lead everything. He instructed Zhou Shiyi, bring out the rangers and check the arrows. Zhou Shiyi paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously before hastening back to the cabin. Soon, she returned to the deck, wielding 2 tactical crossbows that glinted with metallic coldness. Liu Feng took one, expertly inspecting the mechanism and string, his focus unwavering as he issued commands to Zhou Shiyi. Remember, when I speak, you must remain silent, standing behind me with the crossbow aimed at them. His voice held no trace of emotion, as cold as ice. No matter what happens, they must not board our vessel. If anyone shows intent to force their way on, shoot without hesitation. Do you understand? Zhou Shiyi had never witnessed such a visage from Liu Feng. The undeniable aura emanating from him sent a shiver through her heart, compelling her to instinctively straighten her posture. She nodded vigorously, her hands gripping the cold crossbow with fervor. Understanding dawned upon her. Liu Feng, satisfied, nodded in return, slightly increasing the speed of the Arkansas gradually. With an air of superiority and an oppressive presence, he steered it directly towards the raft that bobbed amidst despair. An encounter that would determine the fates of both parties was about to commence upon this boundless sea. Chapter 72. Communication. The steam engine emitted a deep, resonant roar, and the ship's stern propeller churned the sea, sending up a cascade of white froth. The Ark turned its massive frame, its bow, once merely a distant black dot, now resembling a drawn sword, slicing through the waves straight towards the wooden raft where Zhang Wei and the others were situated. They have discovered us. On the raft, Zhang Wei, exhausted and desperate, strained to observe the horizon, his voice hoarse to the point of tearing his throat. The fortress at sea, which he had only dared to glimpse in his imagination and dubbed the Ark, had indeed altered its course. It was advancing towards them. A torrent of mixed, paralyzing fear and faint hope surged through the already frayed nerves of the four. Was it coming to annihilate them? Or in the face of such overwhelming disparity in strength, hope appeared utterly insignificant, while the terror stemming from the unknown was amplified infinitely. Wei, what shall we do? What are they going to do? Lina struggled to crawl beside Zhang Wei, her voice trembling uncontrollably. The other two, Wang Hao and Sun Yu, instinctively huddled closer together. The four of them crammed into that confined space like a herd of sheep under the gaze of ravenous wolves, fearfully watching the colossal entity drawing ever nearer. As the distance narrowed, the Ark's majestic and distinct outlines struck them with a visual impact that nearly sent their souls quaking. It was not merely a ship. It was evidently a self-contained, mobile home adrift upon the sea. With a height of over 4 meters, the vessel resembled an impregnable wall, effortlessly crushing any tempest that their pitiful raft could withstand beneath it. Such a large raft could indeed be constructed. But could these survivors really have fashioned such a steam engine? Were the figures aboard truly human? Zhang Wei slowly lowered his weather binoculars. There was no need to look any longer. With each glance, the fragile hope within him was ground further into the harsh reality. Their raft, in comparison to this Ark, was not even worthy of being called a primitive tribe's canoe. It was more akin to a piece of flotsam adrift on the ocean surface. Just as the four were left in a state of disarray from the overwhelming impact, the roar of the Ark's engine abruptly ceased. The enormous vessel, propelled by inertia, glided silently to a halt about 10 meters from the raft, casting a vast shadow that enveloped the small raft along with the 4 despairing figures aboard. The sea fell instantly silent, leaving only the gentle lapping of waves against the raft and the heavy, fearful breaths of the 4. A figure emerged on the high deck of the Arkansas. Liu Feng, wielding a powerfully designed black tactical crossbow, looked down upon them with an impassive expression. The cold tip of the bolt glinted with lethal radiance under the sunlight, aimed directly at the center of the raft. Zhou Shiyi closely followed him, also holding a crossbow, striving to mimic Liu Feng's stern demeanor, though her fingers, which gripped the crossbow tightly and had turned pale, betrayed her inner tension. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Liu Feng's voice, though not raised, resonated like a stone cast into still waters, piercing the silence and reaching every ear with an undeniable scrutiny and weight. The ominous bow of the crossbow loomed like the gaze of the Grim Reaper, causing Zhang Wei to shudder involuntarily. The instinct for survival overwhelmed his fear. He compelled himself to lift his gaze to meet the condescending stare, responding with a voice rasped to the limit, "We are students. My name is Zhang Wei. This is my girlfriend Li Na. And these are Wang Hao and Sun Yu. We mean no harm. Absolutely none." His tone was urgent and humble, fearful of any potential misunderstanding. Liu Feng's gaze, akin to a tangible spotlight, methodically scanned the 4 individuals on the raft. Their tattered clothing and haggard faces spoke of despair, with nothing but fear reflected in their eyes. "As far as I am aware, those who arrive in this world do so in pairs." Liu Feng's voice remained flat, yet it posed the most pivotal question: why are there 4 of you? This inquiry sliced through the fragile tranquility of a raft like a sharp blade. The atmosphere, previously laden with fear, now bore an undercurrent of unexpressed sorrow. Zhang Wei's cracked lips quivered as he glanced at Wang Hao and Sun Yu beside him. The spark in his eyes dimmed as he spoke haltingly. We were originally 3 teams. Wang Hao, a tall young man, now curled inward as though wishing to disappear. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, he could no longer contain himself, covering his face with his hands as his shoulders shook violently. Wang Hao's teammate on the 5th day, he couldn't endure any longer. Zhang Wei's voice dropped to a whisper. He shouted at the ocean all afternoon, saying he wanted to go home, and then he jumped. We couldn't stop him on the other side. Sun Yu, the girl who had wept uncontrollably at the sight of vegetables, raised her head, her tears mingling with the grime on her face, her voice laced with an inescapable terror and dread. My teammate, he was so thirsty. He wouldn't heed our warnings and drank seawater. That night, he began to run a high fever, rambling incoherently. By the 3rd morning, he was gone. We encountered each other while drifting at sea, Zhang Wei concluded, narrating as if recounting another's tale, and to survive, we banded together. Their accounts bore no traces of fabrication. Each word dripped with genuine pain, despair, and struggle. This cruel world unveiled its most savage fangs to Liu Feng and Zhou Shiyi for the first time, revealing that not everyone was as fortunate as they were. Death, it turned out, had always lurked nearby, quietly unfolding its grim reality. Zhou Shiyi, standing behind Liu Feng, could no longer maintain her facade of indifference. She extended her hand, gently tugging at the hem of Liu Feng's garment, her voice barely a whisper, trembling with a hint of pleading. Brother Feng, they are so pitiable. Please give them some water and food, or else they will truly perish. Liu Feng remained silent. His gaze once again swept over the 4 faces etched with despair, confirming that they had been pushed to the brink of their endurance, devoid of even the strength to rise, leaving no possibility for resistance. He gradually lowered the crossbow, the lethal glint shifting away from them, allowing the 4 individuals on the raft to exhale in unison, as if they had been pulled back from the gates of oblivion. Liu Feng did not let his guard down. Instead, he nodded to the 4 pairs of eyes that had rekindled with hope below. Remain where you are, do not move. His voice remained calm, yet it was no longer as frigid. We can offer you some assistance. Chapter 73. How have you survived until now? Upon hearing Liu Feng's concession, an overwhelming joy surged through the 4 individuals on the makeshift raft, akin to a miraculous reprieve from despair. Zhang Wei trembled with excitement. His voice choked with emotion. Thank you. Thank you. We were on the brink of collapse. Li Na wept openly, tears mingling with the salt crust on her sunken cheeks, leaving 2 distinct trails. Wang Hao and Sun Yu embraced tightly, their relief from survival momentarily overshadowing any lingering shyness. Liu Feng maintained a stoic expression and quietly instructed Zhou Shiyi, Fetch 4 loaves of bread and 4 bottles of water. Do not use our water bucket. Instead, use the empty plastic bottles we have left over. Zhou Shiyi quickly grasped Lu Feng's intent, recognizing the necessity to conceal their possession of the tide spring, a miraculous source of boundless fresh water. She swiftly ventured into the cabin and soon returned with 4 individually packaged loaves and 4 filled plastic bottles. Brother Feng, I've brought them, Zhou Shiyi said softly as she handed the supplies to Lu Feng. He accepted the provisions not with haste, but with careful consideration. Retrieving a spare roll of rope from the cabin to securely bind the food and water, ensuring nothing would scatter. He then tossed the package onto their raft, instructing them to take it, and after they had done so, he unfastened the rope. This meticulous detail momentarily stunned the 4 on the raft, who had anticipated a more casual toss of the supplies. They were taken aback by such cautiousness, even unwilling to waste a single strand of rope. However, the gnawing pangs of hunger and thirst were driving them to the edge of madness. Zhang Wei struggled to rise, his weakened body wobbling precariously, nearly toppling over. Li Na hastily supported him, and in their shared gaze, they recognized the exhilaration reflected in each other's eyes. Zhang Wei reverently accepted the supply package, his hands trembling as if he were receiving a divine blessing, fearful that a misstep would send this lifeline plunging into the depths of the sea. "Quick, we must share," he urged, his voice quivering, yet he refrained from indulging first. Instead, he handed a bottle of water to his nearly unconscious girlfriend, Li Na. "Na, quickly, drink some water." Li Na eagerly twisted off the cap, the clear liquid glimmering beautifully in the sunlight. Like a parched traveler, she drank with fervor, coughing as she struggled to quench her thirst, yet unwilling to stop, fearing this moment might be an illusion that would vanish in an instant. "Slow down, drink carefully." Zhang Wei gently patted her back, his eyes fixated on the precious bottle. He then distributed the remaining water to Wang Hao and Sun Yu. As Wang Hao accepted his bottle, tears streamed down his face. "Brother Wei, we are saved." Sun Yu wept as she drank, the water mingling with her tears, rendering her unable to distinguish between the two. Finally, Zhang Wei took the last bottle, cautiously sipping a small amount to soothe his parched throat. The cool liquid flowed down his desiccated esophagus, and the refreshing sensation nearly prompted a groan of relief. Yet, he promptly tightened the cap, wary of overindulgence. The bread, too, beckoned. As he tore open the packaging, the soft loaf emitted a faint aroma, a scent that, to them, was akin to the taste of paradise. They devoured a few bites before immediately stopping, mustering their last ounce of strength to tie the packaging securely once more. They could not consume it all. They had to ration. Zhang Wei forced himself to halt, yet saliva continued to flow incessantly. Zhou Shiyi stood on the deck of the Ark, watching this scene unfold, her heart a tumult of emotions. She had never considered that the bread and fresh water she had long taken for granted were, to others, treasures of immense value. Reflecting on her past disdain for the texture of the bread, she now recognized how extravagant such thoughts had been. "Brother Feng, they are truly pitiable," Zhou Shiyi murmured, her voice tinged with unmistakable sympathy. Lu Feng nodded, yet his expression remained grave. He understood the world's harsh realities. Compassion was permissible, but it must never become a fatal weakness. Zhang Wei cautiously untied the ropes, ensuring that each knot was completely loosened, determined not to waste anything belonging to them. Lu Feng slowly retrieved the ropes, coiling them neatly aside. "Thank you. Truly thank you." Zhang Wei expressed his gratitude again, his excitement impossible to conceal. "May I ask, could you tell us your name?" Lu Feng pondered for a moment before finally replying, "Lu Feng." "Brother Lu." Zhang Wei immediately adjusted his tone, now more respectful. "We genuinely do not know how to repay you." "No need." Lu Feng waved his hand dismissively, then turned to the 4 below. "Now, tell me how you have survived these past days." Upon hearing Lu Feng's inquiry, Zhang Wei managed a bitter smile, pointing to a few rudimentary contraptions haphazardly tied together with rags and plastic bottles in the corner of the raft. "We survived on these." His voice was hoarse, yet a flicker of unnoticeable pride gleamed in his eyes. Lu Feng followed his gesture, and the sight of those crude devices was heart-wrenching. Several discarded plastic bottles had been cut open, covered with rags and bags, awkwardly held together with ropes and tape in a distorted shape. A seawater desalination device. Zhang Wei explained. The sun evaporates the seawater, the vapor condenses on the plastic sheet, and then drips into the bottles below. By the end of the day, the four of us can share this little. He gestured to indicate a thumb-sized amount of water, barely enough to moisten their throats. If that's not enough, we have to resort to that. Zhang Wei covered his face, while the other three lowered their heads in shame. Zhou Shiyi gasped behind Liu Feng, recalling that the water she used daily for washing her face and brushing her teeth exceeded their total daily amount. And food? Liu Feng continued to inquire. Zhang Wei pointed to Wang Hao, who stood silently, yet appeared relatively robust. It all relies on him. This fellow is a good swimmer. He risks going into the sea daily, using a sharpened stick to catch a few small fish. Wang Hao raised his head at the mention, managing a strained smile. His body bore numerous scars from fish fins, and his palms were raw and bloodied from the seawater and rough wood. Sometimes, if luck is on my side, I can catch one the size of a palm. Other times, I return empty-handed after a whole day. Wang Hao's voice was barely audible. He had failed to capture anything yesterday. Thus he did not finish his sentence. Yet everyone comprehended his implication. Liu Feng and Zhou Shiyi listened intently, nodding subtly in agreement. Although these four individuals found themselves in dire straits, they were not resigned to their fate. Rather, they were actively seeking salvation. Maintaining reason and unity in such a desperate situation was indeed commendable. How long have you been adrift? Liu Feng inquired with a calm demeanor. 26 days. Zhang Wei replied without hesitation. During this time, have you encountered any other survivors? Or any large islands? Zhang Wei shook his head, a flicker of despair crossing his eyes. We have seen nothing, just the endless sea. We believed that only the four of us remained in this world. He looked at Liu Feng, hope rekindling in his gaze. Your ark is the only miracle we have witnessed. Liu Feng furrowed his brow. 16 days of drifting without any encounters indicated that this maritime expanse was either too vast or that the density of other survivors was exceedingly low. Brother Liu, may I inquire how you? Zhang Wei began cautiously but halted mid-sentence, realizing that his question might encroach upon the other's secrets. Liu Feng glanced at him but remained silent. An awkward atmosphere hung in the air, prompting Li Na to hastily change the subject. Brother Liu, are those green plants on your ship truly vegetables? Her eyes sparkled with yearning. As a woman, she was acutely aware of the repercussions of vitamin deficiency. Over these past few days, her gums had begun to bleed, and her nails had become fragile and prone to breaking. Yes, Liu Feng replied succinctly. A glimmer of desire ignited in the eyes of the four. Fresh vegetables were, to them, the most exquisite delicacy imaginable. We could. Zhang Wei opened his mouth, but ultimately, he did not dare to voice his thoughts. Liu Feng understood what he wished to say, yet he would not acquiesce. It was not out of stinginess, but rather because once this conversation commenced, it would be challenging to bring it to a close. Chapter 74. Trials and Followers upon the Raft. The four pairs of eyes brimmed with an almost overwhelming desire, akin to four blazing flames that distorted the very air around them. Fresh vegetables, more than mere sustenance. They represented a symbol of civilization, a glimmer of hope to escape the savage existence of primal instincts. Liu Feng observed them, his heart stirred, yet his visage remained inscrutable. He extended his hand, detaching the cold, ominous tactical crossbow from his back and securing it to his waist. This gesture elicited a collective sigh of relief from the four on the raft. However, the words that followed from Liu Feng fell upon them like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the flickering flames of their newfound hopes. Food and water are not free. His voice was devoid of warmth, resonating clearly across the tranquil sea. In this world, nothing comes without toil. Zhang Wei's ecstatic expression froze, replaced by a pallor of despair. Beside him, Li Na instinctively tightened her grip on his arm, the spark in her eyes dimming rapidly. Indeed, why should anyone offer charity to these strangers in a world reminiscent of an apocalypse? In such dire circumstances, kindness is the rarest of luxuries. After a brief silence, Zhang Wei suddenly lifted his head, nodding vigorously as if to snap his own neck. We understand. His voice was hoarse, yet unwavering, declaring, as long as we can survive, we will do anything you ask. We are capable. He gestured toward the tall Wang Hao beside him. He is a skilled swimmer and can fish from the sea. He pointed to Sun Yu on the other side. She was a nurse, trained in care, knowledgeable in treating wounds. Lastly, he thumped his chest with all his might, exclaiming, I can learn anything. I could do any hard labor. This proclamation was less a declaration and more a humble self-advertisement. They resembled commodities on a slave market, desperately showcasing their meager worth, fearing abandonment like discarded refuse. This was precisely the attitude Lu Feng sought. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Shiyi beside him. Concern and compassion were etched in the girl's eyes, yet she chose to unconditionally trust Lu Feng's judgment, remaining silent and still. My vessel does not welcome idlers, nor those untested. Lu Feng spoke slowly, each word striking the fragile nerves of the four like stones. From now on, your raft will trail behind my ark. Each day, I will provide you with the basic necessities of life, food and water. He paused, noting the instant brightness in their eyes, and his tone grew more foreboding. This is your trial. I need to witness your value and loyalty. When I deem you worthy, we shall discuss the next steps. If, his voice turned suddenly cold, you harbor any treasonous thoughts or cannot keep pace, I will unhesitatingly abandon you. These words were chillingly harsh, starkly realistic, yet to Zhang Wei and the others, they resonated like celestial music. They are unafraid of being utilized, unafraid of being tested. What they dread most is the absence of any value in being exploited, to be discarded like refuse in this ocean of despair. We are willing, Zhang Wei nearly shouted, representing everyone with a solemnity, even a hint of fervor, as he pledged, we are prepared to endure trials. We shall never betray. A low, powerful rumble resonated as the steam engine of the ark roared back to life. A sturdy nylon rope was cast from the lofty stern of the ark, landing upon the makeshift raft. Zhang Wei and his companions hurriedly secured the rope with numerous knots around the stoutest log of the raft, fearful that this lifeline, connecting them to hope, might snap. The ark began to glide forward slowly. The crude raft, fashioned from gasoline barrels and logs, resembled a humble yet loyal follower, being towed into the unknown and vast horizon by the mighty Arkansas. As night descended, the sea mirrored the myriad stars above. Inside the ark's cabin, a warm glow bathed everything in a soft orange hue. On a small wooden table rested 2 bowls of steaming fish soup, the milky broth sprinkled with vibrant green scallions, exuding an enticing aroma. Zhou Shiyi sipped her soup delicately, yet her gaze irresistibly wandered through the bright glass window towards the pitch-black night. Amidst the wake stirred by the ark's steady voyage, that tiny black that swayed violently with the wind and waves, as if it might be engulfed by darkness at any moment. There were no lights, no warm soup, only the biting sea breeze and endless solitude. She sighed softly. Feng, do you think what we are doing is too cruel? Lu Feng set down his bowl and chopsticks, taking her cool hand in his, gazing earnestly into her eyes. You must remember that in such circumstances, our foremost priority is to ensure our absolute safety. His voice, gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority, conveyed a message of gravity. The hearts of men are inscrutable. We do not know them, nor their pasts, and we cannot predict what they might do under extreme duress. We must provide them with hope, but also with challenges. This is not only our responsibility to them, but to ourselves as well. Zhou Shiyi nodded, partially understanding. She recognized the truth in Lu Feng's words, yet emotionally, it was difficult to accept at that moment. They nestled together, feeling each other's warmth, discussing the sudden changes that had unfolded. According to the will of the earth, uniting more survivors seemed to be the correct path. Lu Feng gazed at the faint black dot outside the window, pondering. However, the prerequisite is to establish an effective order and set of rules. He spoke each word deliberately, his tone particularly serious. The ark is our home, our core, our foundation. We cannot allow others to join us easily. This is our bottom line, our principle. Zhou Shiyi, perceptive and astute, leaned against Lu Feng's shoulder, following his train of thought, when a sudden idea flashed through her mind. Are you suggesting that we cannot allow them aboard, yet they may remain by the vessel's side? Her eyes sparkled, as if a brilliant idea had ignited within her. Or perhaps we could construct a ship for them as well, or craft that could follow in our wake. Lu Feng's body quivered slightly, and he turned with delight to behold the glistening eyes of the girl in his arms, approvingly pinching the tip of her pert nose. My dear, she truly is a genius. An audacious and somewhat reckless plan took shape in his mind in an instant. He recalled the system's instructions. The Ark's large composite structure could not be upgraded directly. Yet, what if he could create an independent vessel? A secondary craft that could be affixed to the side or rear of the Ark. This would perfectly resolve the issues of isolation and gathering personnel. This auxiliary craft would serve as both a reward for followers and the cornerstone for establishing a maritime kingdom. Once this thought emerged, it spread like wildfire, impossible to contain. Lu Feng's heart began to race uncontrollably, a surge of unprecedented ambition swelling within his chest. He envisioned not merely a single ship, but an entire fleet, a mobile fortress at sea centered around his Ark. In the dead of night, the gentle waves caressed the hull, akin to an eternal lullaby. Inside the cabin, the temperature gradually rose. Zhou Shiyi felt the heat emanating from Lu Feng, a fervor intertwined with excitement and a potent sense of possession, causing her cheeks to flush and her breath to quicken. She understood that he had conceived yet another remarkable plan, and she was willing to be the most steadfast support and sweetest reward in all his endeavors. Amidst the exquisite fusion of emotion and physicality, a familiar notification quietly resonated in Lu Feng's mind. Intimate contact with a bonded partner. Emotional value has reached its zenith. Today's highest return multiplier has been refreshed. Today's return multiplier, 19 times. Embracing the girl who had fallen into a deep slumber, Lu Feng's eyes shimmered with an unprecedented brilliance. Tomorrow, he would lay the first cornerstone for his maritime kingdom. Chapter 75. The heart is a closed book. The night enveloped the world, casting the sea in a thick, inky darkness. Before them, the Ark cleaved through the waves, its cabin emanating a warm orange glow, resembling a distant, comforting star suspended above the water. In stark contrast, the wooden raft trailing behind existed in an entirely different realm. The frigid seawater occasionally splashed against the planks, dampening the tattered garments of the four, each jolt eliciting a groan of distress from their fragile assembly, burdened by the weight of their ordeal. The euphoria of survival was gradually being eroded by the relentless cold and hunger. Wei go I still feel as though I am dreaming. Lina nestled tightly against Zhang Wei's chest, her body trembling slightly, torn between chill and trepidation. She dared not glance at the Ark. The vessel's stability and strength only served to highlight their current plight of humility and disarray. This is not a dream. Zhang Wei tucked the half-eaten piece of bread deeper into his coat, feeling its reassuring weight. His voice, though hoarse, resonated with conviction. We have survived. Indeed, we need not fear starvation or thirst any longer. Wang Hao interjected, breaking his silence, his gaze fixed upon his waterlogged, scarred hands. That bottle of water. It was more refreshing than anything I have ever tasted. He licked his parched lips, feeling the warmth from the few morsels of bread rekindle his sense of existence. The four fell into a contemplative silence, the only sound the rhythmic lapping of waves against the raft. Each mind replayed the day's events, the ship, the man named Lu Feng, and the girl by his side, along with the ominous presence of those dark crossbows. What do you think? Who exactly is that brother Liu? Sun Yu's voice pierced the darkness, quivering with an inescapable tremor. To construct such a vessel and possess so many vegetables, how did he accomplish that? This inquiry landed heavily, like a stone cast into a still pond, stirring the turbulent thoughts of the other three. I've been pondering that steam engine. Wang Hao, who had remained silent until now, spoke with a raspy voice. That is not something that can be assembled with mere tinkering. It requires an entire suite of industrial equipment, blueprints, high-pressure boilers. We can barely manage to start a fire. How could he possibly? Could it be a rescue team from the government? Lina's voice quivered with a hint of hopeful anticipation as she clutched Zhang Wei's arm. as if grasping at a final lifeline. Or perhaps a secret project from a large corporation. Are we? Are we truly saved? This speculation momentarily halted the breath of the other three. Yet, Zhang Wei swiftly shattered this unrealistic fantasy. A rescue team? He laughed self-deprecatingly, the sound clear and cold against the night breeze. Have you ever seen a rescue team that points dark crossbows at the heads of survivors? His words were jarring, yet starkly realistic. Have you ever witnessed a rescue team that drags us behind a boat like livestock, tethered by a rope? Zhang Wei's voice was deliberately subdued, as if he feared the occupants of the vessel ahead might overhear. Stop dreaming, he warned. He is not here to save us. He is merely a survivor, luckier and infinitely stronger than we are. The food and water he provides are not acts of kindness, Zhang Wei articulated, meticulously unveiling the harsh reality before us. It is because we still hold value. The trial he spoke of was merely an assessment of whether we were worthy of the meager rations he offered daily. Lina, feeling a tightening in her chest, whispered, then, if we pass the trial, will he allow us on his ship? This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Boarding the vessel, entering that warm cabin, savoring hot food, resting on a stable bed without fear, such a prospect seemed nothing short of paradise. He must. Sun Yu's tone suddenly shifted to one of fervor. We need to demonstrate our worth to him. Wang Hao can fish, I can tend to wounds, Zhang Wei. You are clever, and Li Na. His words trailed off abruptly, before continuing in a peculiar tone. However, he is quite stingy. For people, and only 4 loaves of bread, for bottles of water. He has so many good supplies on board. Those vibrant green vegetables look so. He did not finish, but the avaricious yearning was palpable in the darkness. We should ask him for more tomorrow. My gums are bleeding. It's a sign of vitamin deficiency. If we do not replenish our supply of fresh vegetables, we may succumb to sepsis. This is a matter of life and death. He cannot simply stand by and watch us perish, can he? Look at that girl beside him. She seems soft-hearted. If we plead with her, she is bound to speak on our behalf. The air suddenly thickened with tension. Zhang Wei, Li Na, and Wang Hao froze. Sun Yu, have you lost your mind? Zhang Wei's voice shot up and then dropped to a furious whisper. If you wish to die, don't drag us down with you. He had never spoken to a companion in such a harsh tone before, and in the darkness, Sun Yu trembled. What? Did I say wrong? We need. You are not wrong. You are simply foolish. Zhang Wei interrupted her bluntly. Do you think that Liu Feng is some benevolent soul? Did you not see his demeanor when he drew his crossbow? When he questioned us, his finger was poised on the trigger. He lowered the food with a rope, demanding its return. Would you dare to negotiate with such a person? Would you dare to exploit those around him? Zhang Wei's chest heaved as he pointed at the massive shadow of the ship ahead. Were we now? We are hyenas scavenging for scraps beneath the lion's tail. If the lion tosses us a bone, we ought to be grateful. Do you wish to approach the lion and complain that today's meat is not fresh? Hoping to barter for something tender? Do you believe you would hesitate to snap your neck and cast us all aside? His words plunged the atmosphere on the raft into frigid silence. Wang Hao then spoke solemnly. Brother Wei is right. Our survival hinges entirely upon his fleeting whim. The only course available to us now is to comply, to convince him of our utility, and to assure him that we pose no threat. Li Na tugged at Sun Yu's sleeve, her voice tinged with a sob. Sun Yu, please stop. I am terrified. I do not wish to return to those days. Sun Yu found himself at a loss for words, silenced by the 3 of them. He felt the profound injustice of it all. Why should they possess so much while he and his companions were obliged to grovel in such abject humility? That jealousy gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Yet, he recognized the truth in Zhang Wei's words. The chasm of power between them was absolute, capable of obliterating any unrealistic dreams. Sun Yu bowed his head, silencing himself further, curling his body tighter. In the darkness, no one could discern the expression upon his face. Zhang Wei exhaled heavily, striving to regain his composure. He understood that a fissure had formed within their small group. Listen closely, he said, his voice regaining its calm, yet imbued with an unassailable authority. From this moment forth, no one is permitted to speak to the individuals aboard the vessel unless addressed. We respond only to his inquiries, accept only what he offers, and obey his commands without question. Our lives now rest in his hands. If we wish to survive, we must suppress all extraneous thoughts. No one answered, yet the silence itself served as tacit acquiescence. The raft swayed with the undulating waves, the atmosphere stifling to the point of suffocation. Chapter 76. Aquarius currency. The first rays of morning sunlight penetrated the porthole, casting a warm glow upon the wooden floor of the cabin, creating a patchwork of light. Lu Feng opened his eyes. The girl in his embrace remained in deep slumber, her long eyelashes resembling delicate fans, her breathing steady and rhythmic. He lowered his head and gently pressed a kiss upon her smooth forehead, his movements as soft as if he feared disturbing her dreams. In his mind, the system's cold notification tone now sounded remarkably pleasant. He did not rise immediately. Instead, he quietly observed Zhou Shiyi's sleeping visage, savoring the wildness and warmth of the previous night, along with the brilliant idea that had emerged amidst their passion. To establish a force, mere numbers are insufficient. One must also have order. The cornerstone of order, beyond sheer military might, necessitates an effective economic system. Gold, silver, and jewels hold no value upon these waters. Food perishes, and weapons cannot be consumed. So, what constitutes the most solid currency? Lu Feng's gaze settled upon an empty plastic bottle on the table. Water. Clean, safe, potable fresh water. In this world, fresh water is life, a resource more precious than any other. And he possessed the tidal spring, granting him nearly unlimited freshwater supply. An idea began to take shape in his mind, to temporarily adopt bottled water as the official currency of the Ark faction. He could control the production and distribution of water, thereby establishing a system of contribution and reward, compelling all followers to toil for this currency. This approach is 1,000 times more dependable than mere commands and verbal promises. The first step in establishing a maritime kingdom is to issue central bank currency. Lu Feng could not help but chuckle to himself at the sheer audacity of his thoughts. Without hesitation, he quietly climbed out of bed and made his way to the storage compartment of the cabin. He retrieved 10 bottles and arranged them neatly on the floor. System. Select quantity mode. Return these 10 bottles of mineral water. Receive command. Return mode. Quantity. Return multiplier. 19 times. Executing. Almost instantly, the space before Lu Feng seemed to warp slightly. In the next moment, a mountain of mineral water appeared before him. Brand new plastic bottles reflecting faint glimmers in the dim storage room, their blue labels perfectly aligned. 10 bottles transformed into a staggering 190. Observing this magnificent sight, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction. This would be the reserve currency of his future kingdom. He carefully concealed the water in batches, leaving only a few bottles outside. At that moment, Zhou Shiyi emerged, her eyes still heavy with sleep, draped in his coat, adorably yawning. Brother Feng, good morning. Good morning, my little genius. Lu Feng replied with a smile as he approached her from behind, wrapping her in his embrace. Your idea about the hangar last night was nothing short of genius. Zhou Shiyi felt a twinge of bashfulness at his praise, her cheeks tinted with a rosy hue. I was merely speaking casually. No, this is of great significance. Lu Feng playfully pinched her nose. Cool, let us go and meet our future nationals and distribute their wages for today. Meanwhile, on the raft behind the Ark, the atmosphere had plunged to an unbearable low. A night spent battling the cold winds and relentless jolts had left the 4 individuals utterly exhausted. Zhang Wei's words from the previous night had pierced each of their hearts like a thorn, especially for Sun Yu, who had huddled silently in a corner for nearly the entire night. As dawn broke with a dim light, the 4 awakened, or rather, they had hardly slept at all. Each of them gazed longingly yet fearfully at the colossal Ark before them. Just as their stomachs growled in desperation, that familiar figure reappeared on the deck of the Ark. Lu Feng maintained his commanding stance, lowering a rope from which hung a waterproof bag. His voice, though soft, reached each ear with clarity. Wang Hao, the swiftest among them, seized the bag and fumbled to untie it. When the contents were revealed, they collectively gasped in astonishment. It was not bread, but rather several large pieces of meat wrapped in leaves. The rich, savory aroma instantly invaded their nostrils, igniting a ravenous longing within their bellies. It's meat. Li Na's voice trembled with excitement. In addition to the meat, there were 4 pristine bottles of mineral water. The familiar packaging brought tears to Zhang Wei's eyes. It's smoked snake meat. As he picked up a piece, he recognized that distinct aroma. This was undoubtedly a meticulously prepared dish, not merely roasted. Unable to contain themselves any longer, the 4 devoured the food like ravenous wolves. Wang Hao took a hearty bite. The meat was firm and savory, bringing him such joy that tears nearly welled up in his eyes. He had almost forgotten the taste of meat. As Zhang Wei ate, he scrutinized the 4 bottles of water. He noticed that the codes on the bottles were identical, and a jolt of concern surged through him, a thought flickering in his mind that he dared not dwell on. "Thank you, Brother Liu." Zhang Wei subdued his shock and shouted with all his might towards the ark, his voice brimming with genuine gratitude. On the ark, Lu Feng observed everything unfold. He noticed the fleeting joy in Sun Yu's eyes upon receiving the food and water, quickly overshadowed by a shadow of regret. He noted Zhang Wei's composed and fair demeanor while distributing the food. He witnessed the heartfelt, pure elation radiating from Wang Hao and Li Na. The human heart is indeed a complex entity, with an expressionless face. Lu Feng reeled the rope back in and turned to Zhou Shiyi, speaking softly. The trial has only just begun. What he provided was not merely sustenance, but also a demonstration of his extraordinary survival capabilities that surpassed their wildest imaginations. The bottled water symbolized the seed he had sown. One named rules and hope. The fate of this seed, whether it will blossom into a vine of loyalty or a poisonous weed of jealousy within the hearts of these 4 individuals, remains to be revealed by the passage of time. Chapter 77. The Aquarian Rule upon the Raft. The 4 individuals devoured their meal with fervor, the salty essence mingling with their saliva as it dribbled from the corners of their mouths. Each morsel of smoked meat was akin to savoring the long-lost delights of the earthly realm. This was the most substantial meal they had enjoyed in over 20 days. Wang Hao even licked the leaves that wrapped the smoked meat until they were spotless, a look of almost foolish satisfaction illuminating his face. Li Na leaned against Zhang Wei, the warmth in her abdomen dispelling a portion of the chill, bringing a faint blush to her pallid cheeks. In the midst of this fleeting bliss, the silhouette of a man reappeared on the lofty deck of the ark, resembling a deity surveying the mortal realm. Instinctively, the 4 ceased all activity and gazed upwards. "It seems you are faring well." Lu Feng's voice was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet it instantly solidified the atmosphere on the raft. He wasted no time with pleasantries, directly proclaiming, "I cannot sustain you without compensation." This declaration struck like a block of ice, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope that had just ignited within them. Li Na's body began to tremble anew, while the satisfaction on Sun Yu's face froze, replaced by a sense of embarrassment at being toyed with. Only Zhang Wei straightened his posture, fixating his gaze on Lu Feng, aware that this was the true test. In Lu Feng's hand, a pristine plastic water bottle materialized seemingly out of thin air. The morning sunlight penetrated the bottle, refracting a dazzling light within the clear water, momentarily blinding them. This, Lu Feng's voice was calm and clear, resonating over the surface of the sea, will serve as our currency from this point forward. Water bottle currency? The 4 on the raft, save for the brief flash of insight in Zhang Wei's eyes, were met with blank expressions. To ensure your survival, Lu Feng continued to elucidate. You 4 shall still receive the most basic necessities, 1 portion of food and 1 bottle of water each day. He paused, allowing them time to process this information before unleashing the true bombshell. However, everything beyond that will require water bottles for exchange. A whole loaf of bread is worth 1 water bottle. An unopened bottle of mineral water is worth 2 water bottles. The large chunks of smoked meat you just consumed are valued at 2 water bottles. In the future, tools, clothing, medicines, and even more advanced items will also be available for trade. The repercussions of his words resonated like thunder in their minds. The 4 bottles of water they had just consumed, at this rate, were worth 8 water bottles. Yet they found themselves utterly destitute. How do we earn water bottles? Lu Feng seemed to peer into their thoughts, continuing, "It's simple. Demonstrate your value to me. This could involve crafting useful tools from the materials I provide, capturing additional marine life to present to me, or even proposing an ingenious idea for future development that could captivate my interest. For any output you produce, I will compensate you with the appropriate number of water bottles based on its value. Then, you can exchange the water bottles you earn for anything you desire. Thus, a complete economic system, with Lu Feng as its absolute core, was established in a remarkably straightforward manner. On the raft, an oppressive silence reigned. Wang Hao was still bewilderedly digesting the concept that bread equated to one water bottle. It was too complex for him, yet he grasped one thing. If they worked, they would have food and could trade for delicacies. Li Na's face was etched with worry and fear as she clutched Zhang Wei's arm tightly. This method of exchanging labor for survival imposed an unprecedented pressure on her. What if they failed? However, Zhang Wei's breathing grew somewhat rapid as he clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with the fire of ambition. He understood. This was not a trial. It was clearly a staircase, a pathway that could lead them away from this wretched raft and possibly to a better life. Lu Feng was not enslaving them. He was offering them an opportunity, a chance to exchange their worth for dignity and future. Yet, not everyone shared this perspective. What? A suppressed whisper of anger and resentment escaped from Sun Yu's clenched teeth. His face flushed with humiliation. His voice was low yet distinctly audible on the quiet raft. We toil and struggle, and he just sits on the boat, reaping the benefits? Must we barter our lives for things he can easily provide? Why should this be? He felt it was profoundly unjust. Why should Lu Feng dictate the rules from his lofty perch while they struggled like slaves for a loaf of bread and a bottle of water? That jealousy, mingled with the fury of exploitation, gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. Shut up. Zhang Wei suddenly turned his head, his gaze fierce as a wolf ready to devour its prey. He seized Sun Yu by the collar, silencing him completely. Do you wish to die? Zhang Wei lowered his voice, enunciating each word with urgency. This is our only chance. Do you want to spend your life waiting for death on this decrepit raft? Sun Yu trembled at the murderous glint in his eyes, yet stubbornly held his ground. On the ark, Lu Feng appeared oblivious to the discord below, calmly observing. Indeed, human nature is the most susceptible to trials. He untied a net bag and casually tossed it down. With a splash, the net landed on the raft. Inside were some resilient seaweed, several sharpened sticks, a small roll of fine hemp rope, and a few leftover scraps of wood. This is your startup capital. Lu Feng's voice resonated once more, devoid of any emotion. Let me see what you can create with these items. Having said that, he turned and walked back to the cabin with Zhou Shiyi, leaving the deck to the silent sea and the four individuals below, each with their own thoughts. His departure deepened the oppressive atmosphere on the raft. Sun Yu wriggled free from Zhang Wei's grip, retreating to a corner to sulk. Li Na, frightened by the earlier quarrel, quietly sobbed. Zhang Wei exhaled heavily, gazing at the contents of the net, his mind racing. What could these materials be transformed into? A woven fishing net? A more refined harpoon? Or perhaps a reinforced raft? Each choice held the potential to influence their immediate earnings, even their future sustenance. Just as he pondered how to strategize for maximum benefit, the previously silent Wang Hao took action. This unpretentious man did not concern himself with convoluted rules or systems. His logic was straightforward. Lu Feng had said that catching fish would yield water bottles. Water bottles could be exchanged for meat, so they would act. Wang Hao seized the sturdiest stick from the net, grabbed a coil of hemp rope, and sat at the edge of the raft, meticulously binding the sharpened end of the stick with the rope. His movements were clumsy, yet infused with strength. The coarse hemp chafed against his sun-bleached palms, but he remained unfazed. Within 10 minutes, a rudimentary yet formidable harpoon took shape in his hands. He waited, nodding in satisfaction, and without a word, brandished the harpoon, scanning the surface of the sea with eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Beneath the sunlight, schools of fish darted through the crystalline waters. Wang Hao held his breath, every muscle tensed like a statue poised to spring. Whoosh! He thrust the harpoon into the water with great force, splashing a torrent of droplets. It was a miss. Unperturbed, Wang Hao retrieved the harpoon, shaking off the water, and continued his quest for the next target. Once, twice, 10 times, Sun Yu observed from a corner, a smirk gracing her lips. Li Na watched with concern, her hands clasped in prayer. Zhang Wei halted his deliberation, silently observing Wang Hao. Suddenly, he grasped that sometimes the most intricate rules could be unraveled by the simplest of actions. Just as Wang Hao's patience was waning, a fish, weighing around 20 pounds and shimmering silver, foolishly swam into the shadow of the raft. An opportunity. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled. This time, he hesitated not, channeling all his strength to thrust the harpoon down with lightning speed. With a soft splash, the harpoon struck true, piercing the fish's body. He had succeeded. Wang Hao let out a jubilant roar. The large fish, in pain, thrashed violently in the water, its immense strength nearly pulling Wang Hao overboard. "Quick! Help!" Zhang Wei instantly reacted, lunging to grasp Wang Hao's waist. Together, they managed to haul the writhing fish onto the raft. The fish's tail slapped against the wooden planks, creating a rhythmic sound, its silver scales glimmering in the sunlight. They had triumphed. This was their first asset, earned through their own diligence. Wang Hao's face flushed with excitement. He grasped the still wriggling fish, lifting it high above his head, and with every ounce of strength, let out a thunderous roar towards the direction of the ark. Within that roar resided the most primal sense of pride and joy, as if it were showcasing its irreplaceable worth to the one who set the rules. Chapter 78. Value and Fracture. Wang Hao's voice reverberated across the vast expanse of the sea, imbued with a primal sense of pride. On the raft, the great fish, still writhing in its death throes, gleamed like a resplendent metal, heralding their inaugural victory. "Marvelous! Wang Hao, you are incredible!" Li Nai exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she gazed at the fish, her eyes brimming with joy and admiration. Zhang Wei, too, released his hold on Wang Hao, his chest heaving with a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. He looked at Wang Hao and gave his shoulder a hearty pat, an unspoken bond shared between them. Wang Hao beamed, revealing a dazzling smile, wiped the seawater from his face, and grasped the rudimentary harpoon. Casting another glance at the magnificent fish, he enthusiastically said to Zhang Wei, "Brother Wei, let us hurry and hand it over to Brother Liu. We need the water bottles. With those, we can exchange for vegetables tonight." He was eager to trade his hard-earned labor for the superior resources held by the formidable figure. However, a chilling voice abruptly doused the fervent atmosphere. "What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?" Wang Hao. Sun Yu rose from the corner, his gaze fixed intently on the fish, a tumult of greed and resentment swirling in his eyes. "Such a large fish, if we ration it, could sustain the four of us for 2 or 3 days. And you want to just give it away? What will he give us in return for a few water bottles?" He stepped forward, his voice rising with agitation. "Did you not hear him? He demands 2 water bottles for a single piece of smoked meat. With all the provisions on his ship, do you truly believe he will be so benevolent? The fish we toiled to catch will surely be exploited to the point of leaving us with naught." Wang Hao's smile faltered. Confusion etched across his face as he glanced between Sun Yu and Zhang Wei. "But Brother Liu said, what he says you believe blindly." Sun Yu scoffed, pointing towards the grand vessel ahead, his tone rife with bitterness. "He sits high upon his ship, merely uttering words, expecting us to labor ourselves to exhaustion. Why should we allow him to dictate the value of the fish we caught? This is unjust. Enough." Zhang Wei's voice thundered, cutting through Sun Yu's tirade. He strode towards Sun Yu, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto his eyes. "Sun Yu, have you not yet grasped the reality? What is it that we lack most at this moment? Is it food?" He gestured towards the fish, then to his own stomach. "No. What we truly lack is an opportunity to survive and to thrive." His voice lowered, yet each word was pronounced with clarity. "If we keep this fish, how will we manage it? Do we have fire? Do we have salt? If we cannot consume it today, it will spoil by tomorrow. What will we have left to barter for food then?" Sun Yu was rendered speechless, unable to retort. Zhang Wei pressed on. "By surrendering the fish now, we gain 2 significant advantages. First, we demonstrate to Lu Feng that we are not inept. We possess the capability to create value for him. We are worthy of his investment. Secondly, and most importantly, a shrewd glimmer sparkled in Zhang Wei's eyes. Through this fish, we can discern how he truly values things. Is he genuinely intent on exploiting us? Or does he aspire to establish a set of equitable rules? This will determine our course of action moving forward, whether to toil relentlessly or seek alternative solutions. This revelation left both Wang Hao and Li Na with expressions of enlightened understanding. Li Na tugged at Sun Yu's sleeve, softly advising, "Sun Yu, I believe Brother Wei is right. Let us not provoke Brother Lu's ire. Surviving is already a commendable feat." Sun Yu's complexion shifted between shades of pale and flushed. He recognized the truth in Zhang Wei's words, yet the jealousy and humiliation within him rendered acceptance impossible. He felt like a fool, fully seen through by Zhang Wei. With a cold huff, he turned away, choosing silence, yet his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Zhang Wei disregarded him, inhaling deeply before calling out towards the ark, "Brother Liu, we have caught a fish." Moments later, Lu Feng's figure appeared on the deck. He merely glanced down with an air of calm, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. In the cabin, Zhou Shiyi expressed her concern, "Brother Feng. They seem to be quarreling." As expected, Lu Feng replied nonchalantly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "Wherever there are people, there are disagreements. What I desire is not mere harmony, but an order that serves my purpose." He intended to use this method to discern who among them was a diligent executor, who was a long-sighted collaborator, and who merely represented a source of trouble through complaints. A rope and a vast net were lowered. Zhang Wei and Wang Hao exchanged glances, and together they struggled to place the still-twitching fish into the net. The net was gradually hoisted upwards. The four on the raft held their breath, anxiously awaiting the final verdict. Although Sun Yu's face was filled with resentment, the corner of his eye remained fixed on the ark, eager to see what exploitative price Lu Feng would propose. Soon, the rope was lowered once more. This time, dangling from above was a small cloth bag. Trembling, Zhang Wei untied the bag, and upon seeing its contents, he froze in astonishment. Wang Hao, unable to contain his excitement, leaned forward, and in the next moment, he too gasped in disbelief. Inside the bag were not loaves of bread or smoked meat, but 5 pristine bottles of mineral water. 5. According to Lu Feng's announced pricing, an unopened bottle of mineral water was worth 2 water bottles. Thus, these 5 bottles represented a purchasing power of 10 water bottles. And that fish had yielded a total of 5. 5. Wang Hao stammered, nearly bursting with joy. "Brother Wei, 5. We have struck it rich. After drinking, we can still exchange for 2 pieces of meat and a loaf of bread." Zhang Wei tightly grasped the 5 bottles, feeling their substantial weight. As a tumult of emotions surged within him, this price was not only devoid of exploitation, it could even be deemed generous. Lu Feng, with this price, distinctly conveyed one undeniable truth. He sought the fruits of their labor and was willing to offer a compensation that was not only fair, but even exceeded expectations. Zhang Wei abruptly lifted his gaze towards the man standing on the deck, his figure bathed in sunlight, and for the first time, his eyes reflected genuine awe. This man was not merely powerful. He was, in his own unique manner, establishing a compelling new order that commanded respect. Meanwhile, Sun Yu found himself completely frozen in place. The outcome struck him like a resounding slap across the face, a stark reminder that he had not been exploited. Rather, his own short-sightedness and envy had nearly sabotaged the team's chance for substantial reward. He sensed the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, an amalgamation of Wang Hao's joy, Li Na's relief, and Zhang Wei's calm, all-seeing tranquility. Sun Yu's cheeks burned with humiliation as he lowered his head, retreating into the corner of the wooden raft, seeking refuge in the shadows to conceal his disgrace and bitterness. Chapter 79. The maritime keystone. The scene on the wooden raft below was laid bare for all to see. For individuals, starkly distinct, played out the varied facets of humanity like a silent drama. Wang Hao and Li Na huddled around 5 bottles of water, their faces radiating uncontainable joy as they quietly conferred about delectable exchanges for the evening. Zhang Wei sat nearby, his gaze serenely fixed on the surface of the sea, seemingly contemplating more profound matters. In stark contrast, Sun Yu retreated to the far end of the raft, shrouded in shadows, his demeanor starkly at odds with the trio's exhilaration. Zhou Shiyi leaned against Lu Feng's shoulder, her soft tresses brushing against his neck as she whispered, "Brother Feng, your water bottle currency strategy is truly remarkable." It has instantly divided them into two factions. Lu Feng shook his head, his gaze penetrating as he observed the nascent social structure below. "I do not seek to create factions. I aim to establish order." His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Each has their place, those who labor, those who think, and those who merely complain. In time, the distinctions will become abundantly clear. He turned, playfully pinching Zhou Shiyi's cheek, his tone shifting to a lighter note. "Well, the show has concluded. Now, it is time to prepare a proper home for our future citizens." Zhou Shiyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she recalled last night's wild idea. The pod plan? Indeed. Lu Feng grasped her hand and strode purposefully toward the storage compartment. Inside the storage area, amidst a pile of supplies, lay several large empty plastic barrels from earlier returns, alongside a substantial amount of processed timber. These items, previously perceived as mere clutter, now constituted the very foundation of their new world. Lu Feng gestured toward the materials, his eyes shimmering with the thrill of creation. "We shall commence the first step of your pod plan today, fabricating buoyancy modules. I will serve as your chief engineering assistant." Zhou Shiyi rolled up her sleeves, brimming with eagerness. With resolute determination, Lu Feng retrieved a saw and an axe from the toolbox, initiating the design process. "Let's first construct a large prototype." He selected 4 of the sturdiest long timber pieces, intending to build a massive framework measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width. He then secured 4 large plastic barrels, capable of providing substantial buoyancy, to the corners of the framework with ropes. This was a theoretically robust design, maximizing material efficiency. Zhou Shiyi proved to be an invaluable assistant, handing tools and pulling ropes as they worked in perfect harmony. "Here, use this knot." As Lu Feng swiftly tied the ropes, he explained, "This is called a double bowline knot. The greater the load, the tighter it binds, making it ideal for primary load-bearing structures." Employing several short sticks, he cleverly applied the principle of leverage to tighten the ropes, the joints of the entire framework emitting reassuring creaks. After over an hour, a remarkably sturdy prototype of a large floating platform, capable of supporting several adults, materialized on the spacious deck of the Arkansas Few. "It is completed." Zhou Shiyi wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, gazing at the masterpiece before her, her face radiant with a sense of accomplishment. Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction, the sturdiness of the creation exceeding his expectations. He inhaled deeply, placing his hand upon the wooden frame, silently invoking the system. "System, select quantity mode, return this floating platform." He envisioned the magnificent sight of 19 identical platforms materializing on the deck. However, what echoed in his mind was a chilling notification. "Composite structure detected. Dimensions exceed standard unit. Quantity return is not possible. Quality return may be selected." Failure struck him like a bucket of cold water. Lu Feng's brow furrowed immediately. "What is wrong, Fengge?" Zhou Shiyi noticed the change in his expression. Lu Feng did not conceal the system's verdict. It indicated that the structure was too complex and the dimensions exceeded limits, preventing a quantity return. This outcome was disheartening. He realized that the system's return function was not an unrestricted, wish-granting machine. It adhered to a stringent set of internal standards for replicable items. Just like the Ark itself, overly large and intricate constructs evidently transcended the definition of standard units. He needed to ascertain what that standard unit truly was. "Don't worry, failure is the mother of success." Zhou Shiyi encouraged him, suggesting they try a different approach. Lu Feng, witnessing the girl's encouraging gaze, felt his momentary frustration dissipate. He smiled, rekindling his determination. "You're right. Let us continue experimenting." In his second attempt, he abandoned the complex framework. Using planks and ropes, he meticulously wrapped a plastic barrel, creating the simplest and purest buoyancy device. "System return. Non-standard structure detected. Quantity return is not possible." Again, he faced failure. "I refuse to be defeated." Lu Feng's enthusiasm surged. He began to disassemble and reconstruct incessantly. He attempted to build a frame solely out of wood, omitting the plastic barrel. Failure. He tried binding just 2 plastic barrels together. Failure. Each setback did not dishearten him. Instead, his thoughts grew increasingly lucid. A sudden insight struck him, leading to a bold hypothesis. Perhaps the system's standards were not based on complexity, but rather on regularity. What it required was the most fundamental, indivisible geometric unit. Much like playing with Lego, one cannot directly replicate a castle, but one can endlessly replicate a basic 2x4 brick. She, the ruler. This time, Liu Feng relied not on intuition, but retrieved the measuring rope, executing precise measurements and cuts. He constructed a square wooden frame, 1 meter on each side, impeccably regular. Then, he perfectly centered a medium-sized plastic barrel beneath the frame using knots. The entire creation resembled a neatly arranged symbol. A perfect square, compact, symmetrical, and imbued with a sense of geometric order. Upon the completion of this brand-new module, Liu Feng could even feel his heartbeat quickening. He pressed his palm against the wooden frame once more. System, initiate quantity return. This time, a melodious prompt resonated in his mind, akin to celestial music. Standard buoyancy module detected 1M1M. Quantity return available. Success. Unable to contain his elation, Liu Feng lifted Zhou Shiyi into his arms and excitedly spun several circles on the deck. Wow! Brother Feng slowed down. Zhou Shiyi, startled by his sudden action, soon joined in with a peal of laughter, her clear voice echoing across the expanse of sea and sky. Before embarking on a large-scale quantity return, Liu Feng decided to first test a more enticing option. He gazed at the freshly crafted 1M-X-1M standard module, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. System. Switch return mode to quality. Execute quality return for the standard buoyancy module. This was what he had truly anticipated. Quantity was merely an accumulation, while a qualitative change represented a genuine leap forward. Command received mode quality. Executing. A radiance more dazzling than any before enveloped the module in an instant. On the deck, the rudimentary module, composed of rough wood and blue plastic barrels, had vanished without a trace. In its place stood a sleek, jet-black cube, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, glinting with a cold metallic luster under the sun. Approximately 1 meter tall, its design exuded a futuristic allure and industrial elegance. On the side of the cube, grooves and protrusions reminiscent of traditional joinery interlocked seamlessly, as if it were destined for assembly. Acquired. Modular adjustable high-polymer buoyancy module. What is this? Zhou Shiyi extended her slender finger, cautiously touching the cool, smooth black surface. It felt as hard as steel, yet as warm as jade. Entirely unlike the texture of plastic or wood. Liu Feng's heart raced within his chest. It worked. It truly worked. Just by gazing upon its splendid appearance, he knew it was undoubtedly a groundbreaking creation. He pulled Zhou Shiyi close, and together they pushed the seemingly substantial, yet surprisingly lightweight black module toward the edge of the deck. With a dull thud, the module plunged into the sea, creating barely a splash, as if it were a piece of metal drawn by a magnet, firmly adhering to the water surface. It floated quietly beside the ark, resembling a mysterious black reef from another world. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded, nearly prompting the two to shout in delight. Without bearing any weight, the top surface of the black module was, astonishingly, a few centimeters higher than the deck of the ark. This indicated it possessed an unimaginable and formidable buoyancy. Brother Feng, look! Zhou Shiyi grasped Liu Feng's arm, her voice trembling with excitement. Liu Feng's gaze was drawn to an inconspicuous symbol on the side of the module. It was a circular emblem composed of 2 arrows, one pointing upwards and the other downwards, shimmering with a faint blue luminescence. Instinctively, he extended his hand and gently touched the downward arrow. A barely audible hum resonated in the air, under the astonished gaze of both individuals. The sleek black high-tech module seemed to come alive, its top surface slowly descending. Neither too fast nor too slow, it ultimately came to a flawless halt, aligning seamlessly with the deck of the ark, as smooth as a single expanse of ground. My heavens! Zhou Shiyi gasped, covering her mouth. Her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. This was no longer merely a tool. It was magic. Lu Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing the exhilaration swelling within him. A single module represented a 1 square meter foundation on the sea. Come tomorrow, he would be able to acquire over 180 square meters of maritime platform daily. An indestructible, infinitely extensible mobile platform centered around the Ark, capable of being combined at will, was no longer a fantasy. This was the very cornerstone of his future maritime kingdom. Chapter 80. The garden-ripe Lu Feng crouched down, meticulously examining the remarkable buoyancy module. The intricate mortise and tenon joints, with their grooves and protrusions, were breathtakingly precise, each line exuding the ultimate aesthetic of industrial design. He reached out to touch the connection port on the side, uncovering a pivotal issue. Look here." Lu Feng pointed at the side of the module. "The dimensions and shapes of these connection ports are standardized." Zhou Shiyi leaned closer, following the direction of his finger. "Indeed, each face has grooves and protrusions, resembling building blocks." "Exactly, just like building blocks." Lu Feng stood up, his gaze fixed on the edge of the Ark's deck. But a dilemma arose. Although these base stones could connect with one another, they could not directly link to the Arkansas. He approached the deck's edge, stepping on its perimeter. The hull of the Ark featured a streamlined design, with complex curves and structures, leaving no flat surface for standard modules to interface with. "What should we do?" Zhou Shiyi asked anxiously. "Isn't all our hard work on these modules in vain?" Lu Feng shook his head, a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes. "It won't be in vain. It simply means we need to devise a solution for the innermost layer." He re-examined the situation before him. The Ark was the core, and these high-tech modules were the peripheral extensions. Between the two, a transitional bridge was necessary. "I understand." Lu Feng clapped his hands. "We need to create an adapter, a mediating structure that can connect the Ark and the standard modules." Zhou Shiyi's eyes lit up. "You mean a specially designed framework that fits the hull of the Ark while also interfacing with the modules?" "Precisely," Lu Feng exclaimed, excitement mounting. "Just like the expansion ports of a computer. First, we'll use wood and rope to create a connecting frame that conforms to the side of the Arkansas. Then, on the outer side of this frame, we'll design standard mortise and tenon interfaces, allowing for a seamless connection to the modules." The more he considered this plan, the more feasible it seemed. Moreover, this design offered an unexpected advantage: flexibility. This way, our maritime platform wouldn't be a rigid, monolithic structure, Lu Feng explained, gesturing animatedly. "If necessary, we can disassemble certain modules at any time and recombine them into various shapes. We could even detach a portion to serve as an independent, smaller platform." Zhou Shiyi nodded enthusiastically. "Feng, you're brilliant. Our base could transform like a transformer, adapting its form as needed." "Transformers?" Lu Feng chuckled at her analogy. "Does that make me Optimus Prime? Then I shall be your lieutenant." Zhou Shiyi saluted playfully, her demeanor utterly charming. After a busy day, both felt a pang of hunger and decided to check on their garden for some dinner enhancements. As they approached the planting box area at the ship's stern, they were both astonished. The lettuce and radishes they had planted just days prior had flourished into lush maturity, even surpassing their earthly counterparts in vitality. The lettuce leaves glisten with a vibrant green, while the roots of the radishes swell, seemingly on the verge of bursting through the soil. The entire planting area is suffused with a refreshing aroma of earth. "Goodness, how rapidly they are growing." Zhou Shiyi crouches in delight, gently caressing the verdant leaves. Yet Lu Feng furrows his brow, acutely aware that this growth is entirely inconsistent with natural cycles. Typically, lettuce requires at least 2 months from sowing to maturity, and radishes take over a month. Yet now, in merely 3 to 4 days, they have flourished to this extent. He immediately realizes that these planting boxes returned by the system are far from ordinary. They likely possess some extraordinary capability to accelerate growth. This revelation fills Lu Feng with exuberance, for it signifies that their food supply will be far more stable and abundant than anticipated. Look at this." Lu Feng points to a nearly overlooked small emblem at the bottom of the planting box, featuring a green leaf design that emits a faint glow. Zhou Shiyi leans closer, inquiring, "What does this mean?" I suspect these planting boxes must have special effects, Lu Feng replies, reaching out to touch the emblem. Instantly, a notification sound resonates in his mind. High-efficiency planting module detected. Plant growth rate increased by 500, yield increased by 200, and disease and pest resistance significantly enhanced. 5 times the speed. Lu Feng cannot help but chuckle, realizing how they have grown so rapidly. They joyfully harvest some fresh vegetables, with Zhou Shiyi already planning to prepare a sumptuous vegetable salad for dinner. I want to make a rainbow salad, starting with lettuce, then sliced radishes arranged like flowers, and perhaps some fish. She animatedly gestures, assuring that it will look more exquisite than anything from a 5-star hotel. At this moment, Lu Feng recalls the large fish submitted by Wang Hao and retrieves it from the net bag, preparing to process it. Previously, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, but now, upon closer inspection, he notices that the fish is not only large but also possesses an unusually robust physique. Its scales shimmering with a near-metallic sheen in the sunlight. Measuring approximately 60 centimeters, its muscular build gives the fish an imposing presence. Why does this fish look like a fitness instructor? Zhou Shiyi curiously pokes at the fish, noting its developed muscles. Lu Feng reflects on various encounters, forming a hypothesis. The marine ecology of this world may have undergone some form of mutation, resulting in creatures that are generally larger and more ferocious than those on Earth. This presents both a wealth of resources and potential unknown dangers. He decides not to dwell on it further, extracting a dagger and demonstrating his skilled technique as he swiftly cleans the fish. Each cut is precise, perfectly separating the flesh without wasting a single morsel. Brother Feng, with skills like yours, you could easily work as a master chef in a Japanese restaurant. Zhou Shiyi watches with rapt attention. I learned from my father. He once owned a seafood restaurant. Lu Feng explains while processing the fish. As a man, one ought to possess a few signature skills. He marinated a portion of the freshest fish fillets with sea salt, preparing them for dinner, while the remainder was neatly portioned and arranged in the freezer compartment of the high-powered refrigerator. After handling the fish, Lu Feng approached the edge of the deck, observing the 4 individuals on the wooden raft below. Wang Hao was intently focused on the sea, wielding a rudimentary harpoon, ready for another attempt. Zhang Wei sat beside him, holding several strands of seaweed, attempting to weave something. Li Na sat closely next to Zhang Wei, occasionally passing him tools. Meanwhile, Sun Yu remained alone in a corner of the raft, his expression sullen. Brother Feng, that fellow Sun Yu seems to carry a heavy burden, Zhou Shiyi remarked, also noticing the discordant figure. Each person has their own aspirations, Lu Feng replied nonchalantly. Some choose to adapt to the rules, while others choose to lament them. The outcome will reveal all. Just then, Wang Hao made another catch, this time 2 smaller fish. Although they were not as large as the previous one, they were still a commendable yield. Liu Ye, I caught more, Wang Hao exclaimed, excitedly waving the harpoon. Lu Feng nodded and lowered the rope again, this time providing 3 bottles of water. Witnessing this outcome, Sun Yu's expression darkened further. He watched helplessly as Wang Hao and Zhang Wei reaped substantial rewards for their efforts, while he himself had done nothing and received nothing. The feeling of marginalization deepened the resentment within him. Above the ark lay a rapidly growing farm, high-tech building materials, and well-organized supplies. Below, survivors only just beginning to grasp the primitive concept of labor in exchange for reward. The 2 worlds were starkly distinct. Lu Feng coiled the rope and turned to Zhou Shiyi, saying, "Let us prepare dinner. Tonight we shall indulge." "Hold on, Brother Feng." Zhou Shiyi suddenly grasped his hand, a mischievous smile gracing her face. "I want to test the buoyancy module's load-bearing capacity." "How shall we test it?" "Let us stand on it." She pointed to the black module docked beside the ark. "If it is indeed so remarkable, perhaps we could do something on it." Lu Feng's eyes lit up. This notion was intriguing and warranted testing the module's actual performance. The 2 made their way to the edge of the deck, and Lu Feng jumped onto the module first. His feet met the smooth black surface, and the module remained steadfast, as solid as a rock. "Come on, it's perfectly stable." He extended his hand to Zhou Shiyi. She also leapt onto the module, and the 2 stood on the 1 square meter platform, which remained unwavering, not even quivering slightly. Let us see if we can jump on it. Zhou Shiyi suggested. They began to bounce lightly on the platform, gradually increasing their force. Regardless of their antics, the remarkable module held firm, its load-bearing capacity astonishing. Just as they were enjoying themselves, a quarrel erupted from the raft. Sun Yu finally exploded, pointing at the 3 bottles of water in Wang Hao's hands. His voice was sharp. Why is it always in catching fish? Why should all the benefits go to him? We are a team. We should share equally. Chapter 81. A fragmented entity? Sun Yu's inquiry pierced the air sharply, echoing across the twilight sea. Wang Hao was the first to flush with indignation, shielding 3 bottles of water behind him, and exclaimed furiously, I earned this through my own efforts. What do you do all day besides complain? Why should it be shared with you? Wang Hao. Li Na, alarmed by his outburst, quickly grasped his arm and whispered, Stop arguing. We are all in this together. Together? Sun Yu scoffed, pointing at the water bottles in Wang Hao's grip. He has a harpoon. What do I have? Should I catch fish with my bare hands? Is that fair? The atmosphere on the raft plummeted to freezing silence. Wang Hao clenched his fists, while Li Na retreated, hesitant to speak. Sun Yu's gaze remained fixated on the 3 bottles, his greed and resentment glaringly evident. At that moment, Zhang Wei sprang to his feet, commanding enough. Instead of chastising Sun Yu first, he restrained the impulsive Wang Hao, gesturing for him to compose himself. He then turned to Sun Yu, his expression serious yet devoid of anger. Sun Yu, you assert that we are a team, and I concur. However, being a team does not equate to passively awaiting the distribution of benefits. On the ark, Feng and Zhou Shiyi observed the unfolding dispute below. Zhou Shiyi anxiously clutched Feng's sleeve. Brother Feng, it seems they are about to fight. Sun Yu is being unreasonable. Yet Feng shook his head, signaling her to watch closely, calmly stating, Patience, let us see how Zhang Wei handles this. This is his true test. Sun Yu faltered at Zhang Wei's words, then defiantly retorted eloquent words. You have harpoons. What do I possess? Should I catch fish with my hands? His words dripped with self-pity, blaming his inaction on a lack of tools. Zhang Wei refrained from countering directly. Instead, he shifted his tone, speaking gravely to everyone. Wang Hao, Li Na, have you both forgotten? Just days ago, we were on the brink of despair. Who was it that repeatedly cooled us down with damp cloths? Who, using the scant nursing knowledge acquired in school, identified the risk of infection in Wang Hao's wound and insisted on using our limited fresh water to cleanse it? Zhang Wei's remarks left Wang Hao and Li Na momentarily speechless. They recalled those desperate days when, despite his incessant complaints, Sun Yu was the one caring for them. The anger on Wang Hao's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a tinge of guilt. He remembered Sun Yu's bloodshot eyes during his fever and the tattered remnants of clothing. Sun Yu himself was taken aback by Zhang Wei's mention of this incident. He had anticipated scorn from everyone, but was instead publicly acknowledged for a value he had deemed insignificant. His lips quivered as he attempted to retort, so what? But his throat felt constricted, rendering him unable to utter a word. Zhang Wei regarded Sun Yu, his tone softening. Sun Yu, your worth has never been about catching fish. Your attentiveness and knowledge saved us at a crucial moment. We need you now, not for your complaints, but for your intellect and your hands. Witnessing this scene, Feng's lips curled into a significant smile, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of mirth. How intriguing, he murmured to himself, not so much in approval as in contemplation. Zhou Shiyi, unable to catch his words, gazed admiringly below. That Zhang Wei is remarkable, effortlessly revitalizing a deadlock with just a few words. A true talent. Feng's voice was soft, capable of curbing impulses, soothing the weak, while also allowing the headstrong to find their sense of worth. Such individuals are born leaders. He paused, his gaze deepening. A person who can transform a disordered mass into a cohesive force, if harnessed correctly, could serve as his right-hand ally. But what if this fist were not aimed at him? For the first time, Feng acutely realized that he was not adept at managing the complexities of human emotions. He could establish rules and provide resources, but enforcing those rules and maintaining order required someone like Zhang Wei. A finely honed instrument. It must be wielded with a firm grip. Below, Zhang Wei did not dwell on issues of allocation. Instead, he picked up the half-finished, chaotic seaweed net and addressed Sun Yu. Wang Hao possesses strength. He is the spear. However, relying solely on the spear is inefficient and dependent on luck. We need a net. He extended the failed creation to Sun Yu, his demeanor undeniably sincere. My hands are clumsy. I cannot craft it well. You studied nursing. Binding and stitching are your forte. Your hands are more skilled than ours, and your mind is sharper. This is no longer a mere act of charity or a request, but rather an invitation, an opportunity for him to exchange his expertise for dignity. Sun Yu fixated on the rough fishing net, then glanced up at Zhang Wei's outstretched hand. The tumult of jealousy and resentment churned within him, but an overwhelming sense of being needed and recognized rendered him unable to refuse. After a prolonged silence of half a minute, he abruptly seized the fishing net from Zhang Wei's grasp, his words still biting. Clumsy. If you weave it this way, the net will fall apart before it even hits the water. Despite the harsh tone, he genuinely sat down, his fingers deftly rearranging the scattered seaweed, beginning to explore the intricacies of knotting techniques. Wang Hao scratched his head, still somewhat reluctant, yet seeing Sun Yu engage in work silenced his further protests. He approached Zhang Wei and quietly remarked, Wei Gu, you truly are impressive. Zhang Wei patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain vigilant against any marine creatures that might approach. Li Na quietly settled beside Sun Yu, assisting him in organizing the seaweed materials, providing the lengths he required. In the fading light of the setting sun, a peculiar scene unfolded upon the raft. Wang Hao, spear in hand, stood alert like a sentinel, while Zhang Wei and Li Na, under Sun Yu's guidance, diligently engaged in their weaving task. Here we must tie double knots. A single knot cannot withstand the tension. Li Na, twist the seaweed tighter. If it loosens, it becomes useless. Zhang Wei, your direction is incorrect. It should be threaded from the bottom up. Sun Yu emerged as the technical core, though his expression remained stern. His dedication to the task was unwavering. Thus, a nascent team, founded on cooperation and contribution, began to take shape amidst arguments and compromises. Lu Feng turned and returned to the cabin, addressing Zhou Shiyi. Let them busy themselves. It is time for us to dine. Tomorrow, once their fishing net is complete, we shall see how many water bottles it can yield. He resolved to solidify the new order established by Zhang Wei through the most pragmatic means of value exchange. As night descended, Wang Hao distributed the 3 bottles of water he had acquired, giving one each to Zhang Wei and Li Na, while keeping one for himself. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to ignore Sun Yu. Sun Yu merely cast a glance, snorted coldly, and continued to weave the net, as though the water bottles were non-existent. The silence on the raft was more poignant than the disputes of the day. Zhang Wei observed the scene without uttering a word. He unscrewed his bottle of water, consumed half, and then gently placed the remaining portion beside Sun Yu. Sun Yu's hands paused momentarily, yet he did not raise his gaze. After a while, he extended his hand, now coated in grass clippings, to grasp the bottle and drank it down greedily. Wiping his mouth, his voice hoarse but surprisingly devoid of complaint, he remarked, Tomorrow, the net will be finished. How many fish we catch will depend on your skills. The sea breeze caressed them as the raft swayed gently in the night. The 4 sat together, each face reflecting a myriad of thoughts, yet at the very least, they were no longer a disjointed assembly. Chapter 82. The body's alarm the night was as dark as ink. The gentle waves caressed the ark, resembling an unending lullaby. Inside the cabin, moonlight streamed through the porthole, elongating the intertwined silhouettes. The air was imbued with a slightly intoxicating essence, bringing an end to all tumult. Zhou Shiyi nestled in Lu Feng's embrace, akin to a contented cat, her delicate fingers unconsciously tracing circles on his firm chest. Lu Feng held her close, relishing the rare warmth and tranquility amidst the apocalypse. He closed his eyes and, with a thought, habitually summoned the system panel in his mind. Return multiplier acquired. 18x. At the instant the system notification echoed, a sudden wave of intense dizziness struck him without warning. Following, there was an overwhelming, marrow-deep fatigue that he could not resist. It felt as though his body had been entirely drained, with every limb and sinew infused with a profound weakness. This sensation was unprecedented. Lu Feng's heart sank sharply. This was not a good omen. Feng, what's wrong? Zhou Shiyi immediately sensed the sudden stiffness in his body, propping herself up with concern evident in her beautiful eyes. You look unwell. You're covered in cold sweat. Her warm fingers brushed against his forehead, gently wiping away the fine beads of perspiration that had sprung forth, their touch chilling. Fine. Lu Feng took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the wave of weakness, and managed to conjure a smile as he drew her back into his arms, resting his chin against her soft hair. Perhaps I overexerted myself and am a bit oxygen-deprived from happiness. He paused, adopting a half-jesting tone to mask the undeniable palpitations within him. It seems I need to double my training. Otherwise, how will I have the strength to keep holding my little treasure? How annoying. Zhou Shiyi lightly punched his chest, her cheeks slightly flushed, though she did not exert any real force. She could distinctly sense the trace of fatigue beneath Lu Feng's tone and, feeling a pang of concern, tightened her embrace without uttering another word, wishing to provide him solace through her warmth. As Lu Feng held the fragrant softness in his arms, an unprecedented clarity enveloped his mind. The alarm bells had sounded. He must grow stronger, not only in power, but also in his own physical form. This mortal body that wielded a divine system. The following morning, as dawn broke, Zhou Shiyi remained in the soft embrace of slumber, while Lu Feng quietly rose and made his way to the deserted deck. A cool, damp breeze greeted him, swiftly dispelling the last remnants of sleep. He shed his shirt, revealing the distinctly sculpted muscles that seemed particularly precious in these dire times. Taking a deep breath, he placed his hands on the ground, performing a standard push-up. 1, 2, 3. He did not seek speed, but rather aimed for each descent to nearly touch the deck, exerting his full strength with each ascent. Acutely aware of the burning sensation as his pectoral and arm muscles tore and engorged. Sweat soon trickled from his brow, dripping onto the deck, only to be swiftly whisked away by the sea breeze. Upon completing a series of push-ups, squats, pull-ups, and abdominal exercises, he subjected himself to a rigorous regimen of all the bodyweight training he could recall, adhering to the most exacting standards. His muscles groaned in protest, every fiber aching as if he had just emerged from the depths of water, his shorts drenched in perspiration. The profound sense of fulfillment that accompanied his exertion allowed his taut nerves to relax, albeit momentarily. Leaning against the cool railing, he gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. In the distance, a resplendent sun ascended from the horizon, casting a golden glow across the surface of the sea. Lu Feng gazed at the magnificent sight, a fierce fire igniting within his eyes. In this world, whether confronting the perils of the unknown or mastering the formidable system, a robust physique is the foundation of all endeavors. Brother Feng, you're up so early. Zhou Shiyi emerged from the cabin, her sleepy eyes widening at the sight of his sweat-soaked, disheveled appearance. Immediately, she rushed over, taking a towel to meticulously dry him off, her heart aching for him. Life thrives on movement. Lu Feng accepted the towel, wiped his face, and flashed a radiant smile, his teeth gleaming in the morning sun. After a simple breakfast, the two made their way to the edge of the deck, observing the wooden raft below. A night had passed, and the atmosphere on the raft had transformed dramatically. The fishing net woven from seaweed had nearly taken shape. Though it appeared coarse, its mesh was uniform, and the knots were tightly secured. Clearly the result of the team's collective effort. Sun Yu was busy holding a short length of rope, directing Zhang Wei and Wang Hao as they completed the final reinforcements. His expression remained stoic, his tone somewhat brusque, yet the focus in his eyes revealed a marked contrast to the complaints of the previous day. Li Na quietly assisted nearby, and although the team was silent, a sense of cooperative order prevailed. Wang Hao, with keen eyes, spotted Lu Feng on the deck and immediately waved with excitement, shouting, "Brother Lu, the net is ready. It can be used anytime." His voice brimmed with anticipation, as if he could already envision a bountiful catch. Lu Feng nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to respond verbally. His gaze fell upon the small raft. While this fishing net might enhance their efficiency in catching fish, the raft itself was ill-equipped to withstand even the slightest waves, rendering it unsuitable for genuine trawling operations. With their current resources, even the Ark could not traverse swiftly and efficiency was woefully inadequate. Turning to Zhou Shiyi, Lu Feng declared, "It is time to procure a better vessel for them." Zhou Shiyi immediately understood, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Should we use the module from yesterday? One is insufficient." Lu Feng chuckled softly, his gaze sweeping over the 4 individuals below, a glimmer of creative brilliance illuminating his eyes. "Today, we shall undertake something extraordinary." Taking a deep breath, he immersed himself in the system. System. Activate the quantity return mode. Return the standard buoyancy modules. In an instant, Lu Feng felt a fleeting blur before him. The next moment, a deep, resonant hum echoed uniformly across the deck. On the spacious aft deck of the Ark, 18 sleek, obsidian modules, gleaming with a metallic sheen, suddenly materialized. They were meticulously stacked together, resembling a small mountain forged from the very essence of futuristic technology, nearly occupying half of the deck. The spectacle was nothing short of visually stunning. Below, Wang Hao and his companions stood in stunned silence, convinced they had witnessed a divine miracle. Lu Feng, gazing upon the cornerstone before him, felt his own ambition ignited. He reached out, embracing the equally awestruck Zhou Shiyi beside him. "Come, Shiyi, our maritime city. No, our maritime kingdom. Let the construction commence." Chapter 83. The Revelation of Superpowers. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Shiyi, and, simultaneously, they began to move, transporting the black mound constructed from high-tech modules piece by piece to the edge of the deck. Beneath the Ark, the 4 individuals on the raft were utterly dumbfounded by this spectacle that transcended comprehension. Wang Hao's mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit a fist. As the humble harpoon he held clattered to the raft, the sound unnoticed by him, he raised a trembling hand, pointing at the Ark's deck, his voice hoarse and distorted. Those black blocks, they appeared out of thin air." Lina, Teradite, clamped her hand over her mouth to stifle a scream, her eyes filled with fear and awe. Sun Yu's face drained of color in an instant, the blood leaving him pale. His previously esteemed cunning and calculations seemed laughable and insignificant in the face of such magical creation. For the first time, he felt a profound, bone-chilling fear. This was no mere gap. It was a crushing disparity of species. In the profound silence, only Zhang Wei remained fixated on the Ark, his mind racing to find a rational explanation for this surreal scene. It appeared out of thin air. Suddenly, he recalled the bottles of mineral water Lu Feng had given them, each one identical in packaging, label, and even the slightest manufacturing scratches on the caps, flawless and unearthly. Now, these perfectly uniform black modules emerged in the same manner, piling up. A bold hypothesis, startling even to himself, formed explosively in his mind. He lowered his voice and, with deliberate clarity, spoke to his 3 days' companions. "I understand now. What Lu Feng possesses is not merely abundant resources." His voice trembled slightly, yet remained remarkably clear. Rather, it is the ability to create, or one might say, replicate objects out of nothing. The moment those words were uttered, it struck Wang Hao and Lina like a thunderclap in their minds. Wang Hao inhaled sharply, the intense fear instantly replaced by a more fervent emotion. He excitedly grasped Zhang Wei's arm and, in a hushed yet fervent tone, exclaimed, "Are you saying Brother Liu is a superhuman, like those in the movies? Wow, we've hitched our wagon to a superstar." For someone with such a simplistic mindset, this represented absolute security and boundless hope. Sun Yu, however, trembled violently, the flickering flames of resentment and jealousy extinguished entirely by this icy deluge of fear, leaving not even a wisp of smoke. If Lu Feng merely had abundant supplies, there might still be a chance for him to catch up or scheme. But if the other possessed a power that could alter the very rules of reality, he was merely an ant that could be crushed at any moment, with any petty ambitions leading to self-destruction. Among the 4, Zhang Wei's emotions were the most complex. He did not share Wang Hao's blind elation. Instead, he felt an even heavier weight of pressure. He realized clearly that after a night of toil, their prideful fishing net was utterly insignificant in the presence of such miraculous power. Lu Feng had no need for them to fish. His decision to take them might have been a fleeting whim, much like stopping to feed a few pitiful stray cats or dogs seen on the roadside. They were no longer collaborators, nor could they be considered subordinates. To survive and avoid abandonment, they must demonstrate irreplaceable value, convincing this formidable superhuman that they were still of use. On the Ark, the project undertaken by Feng and Zhou Shiyi was progressing methodically. The mortise and tenon structure on the side of the polymer module was intricately designed. The two only needed to align the grooves and protrusions of the modules, and, with a gentle push, a crisp and melodious click would resonate. The modules connected seamlessly, smooth as a mirror, as if they were naturally one solid piece. Feng exhibited a clear capacity for planning. He did not unite all the modules into a single mass, but rather divided them into two distinct sections. One was a rectangular platform, measuring 2 by 5 and composed of 10 modules, spanning 10 square meters. He intended for it to serve as an extended deck of the Ark, a terrace for further operations. The other was a square platform, made up of 8 modules, measuring 2 by 4. Brother Feng, is this smaller platform for them? Zhou Shiyi inquired curiously while assisting, her youthful face flushed with excitement and a hint of exertion. Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, providing them with a decent home also grants them a platform to work on. That rickety raft is far too small and perilous, rendering them incapable and limiting their potential. Soon, the two platforms were assembled. Feng approached the ship's side and activated the Ark's built-in micro-crane, originally intended for hoisting large catches or supplies. It was now perfectly suited for the task at hand. He securely tied the 8-square-meter black platform with ropes, and the crane gently lifted it, then smoothly maneuvered it to the side of the ship, lowering the gleaming metallic platform beside the wooden raft. With a soft splash, the platform entered the water, steady as a mountain. From his elevated position, Feng's gaze swept over the 4 individuals below, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Come aboard. There were no extraneous explanations, just those succinct words. Zhang Wei was the first to respond, promptly bowing respectfully and exclaiming, Yes. Brother Liu, we're coming up right away. He pulled Wang Hao, who was still in a daze, and together they scrambled up onto the sturdy black platform from the swaying wooden raft. The solid and stable sensation beneath their feet made them feel as though they had stepped into another world. Wang Hao even exuberantly jumped on the platform, which merely sank slightly without a hint of wobble. My goodness, this is even more stable than concrete, he marveled. Observing their acclimatization to the new platform, Feng issued his first official order. Move your fishing nets and all belongings up here. From now on, this will be your workspace and living area. He paused, his gaze drifting to the dilapidated wooden raft. You can dismantle your raft. Wood and rope are both invaluable materials and should not be wasted in the slightest. Zhang Wei immediately understood. Yes, Brother Liu, we will get to work right away. No further encouragement was needed from Feng. He promptly began to organize the others, carefully transporting the rough fishing net and the scant supplies onto the new platform. Sun Yu also took action silently, dismantling the raft with exceptional vigor, as if wishing to shatter not only the fragile vessel, but also the foolish notions of his past. On the Ark, Shangxi observed the 4 individuals busily engaged on the new platform below and remarked, Brother Feng, will we be able to do nothing in the future and simply lie back like lazy fish? Chapter 84. The Kingdom at Sea, Setting Sail. Zhou Shiyi leaned against Feng's shoulder, tilting her delicate face upwards, her eyes crescent-shaped in delight. After witnessing Feng's miraculous ability to conjure wonders from thin air, her mind brimmed with fanciful dreams, her tone imbued with the playful cunning and dependence of a little woman. Feng gently brushed the tip of her pert nose, smiling in agreement. Of course, my little princess deserves to be cherished without a care in the world. His voice was tender, yet he tightened his embrace around her shoulders, his gaze turning serious. However, we cannot truly afford to be complacent. He looked down at the 4 individuals energetically working on the new platform, his tone deepening. This world is fraught with peril. Only by growing stronger ourselves can we ensure that what we build with our own hands is the most reliable. We must remain ever vigilant. The smile on Zhou Shiyi's face waned slightly as she sensed the gravity of Lu Feng's words. She nodded earnestly, pressing her cheek against his chest and emitting a soft mm. She understood that this warmth amidst the apocalypse was founded upon absolute strength. On the 8-square-meter black platform below, the work efficiency was astonishing. Under Zhang Wei's guidance, the force swiftly dismantled the rickety wooden raft that had accompanied and constrained them throughout their journey. What surprised Lu Feng the most was Sun Yu. This man, once filled with resentment, transformed completely after witnessing the miracle and being bestowed with a central technical role by Zhang Wei. He exhibited remarkable attention to detail and patience, meticulously categorizing every usable piece of wood by length and thickness, stacking them neatly. Even the worn ropes were carefully examined, with the intact portions cut and coiled thoughtfully. Throughout the process, he spoke not a word, his focus akin to that of a surgeon performing a delicate operation. Indeed, Lu Feng was quite pleased with their efficiency. He activated the crane once more, lowering a basket. As the basket settled securely on the platform, the four below instantly gathered around. Inside were not only 4 bottles of pristine mineral water, but also several vibrant, dew-kissed lettuce leaves freshly plucked from the garden, alongside a piece of fish, roasted to perfection and exuding a tantalizing aroma. Food. It was food. Wang Hao could no longer contain his excitement, his eyes shimmering with emotion. The mingling scents of fresh vegetables and charred meat were an irresistible temptation for those who had subsisted on dry bread for days. Zhang Wei took a deep breath, suppressing his inner exhilaration. He solemnly took the basket, methodically distributing the supplies. He first allocated the 4 bottles of water to each person, then divided the precious lettuce leaves evenly. Finally, he took the roasted fish and carefully sliced it into 4 portions. All eyes were fixed on his hands. He distributed 3 pieces of similar size to Wang Hao, Li Na, and himself, leaving the largest and most succulent piece for Sun Yu. Sun Yu, for the dismantling of the raft, you have excelled. This is rightfully yours. Sun Yu paused in his task of organizing the ropes, lifting his gaze to the steaming piece of fish before him, his expression a tapestry of emotions. He longed to express his gratitude, yet his throat felt parched. Ultimately, he accepted the offering in silence, neither uttering thanks nor declining. He lowered his head and took a bite, the crisp exterior and tender flesh of the fish mingling with the briny essence of sea salt, igniting a long-forgotten sense of bliss that warmed his eyes. He understood that Zhang Wei had gifted him not merely a morsel of fish, but the acknowledgement of the entire team. On board the Ark, Lu Feng observed the entire scene unfold. He turned to collaborate with Zhou Shiyi on their own undertaking, constructing an adapter frame to connect the Ark with the standard module. From a storage area, he retrieved paper and pen, swiftly sketching a blueprint. You see, the hull of the Ark is curved while the module is flat. A direct connection would be unfeasible. As he illustrated, he explained to Zhou Shiyi, "We will utilize these dismantled wooden pieces to create an inner frame that perfectly conforms to the curvature of the hull side. Then, on the outer side of the frame, we will establish standard mortise and tenon joints, allowing for a seamless connection with the module." He elucidated the principles of leverage and structural forces, while Zhou Shiyi listened, partially understanding, yet captivated by Lu Feng's focused demeanor, finding it extraordinarily charming. To facilitate their construction, the duo worked together to lower a 10-square-meter, 2x5 rectangular platform into the water, temporarily securing it with sturdy nylon ropes on the opposite side of the Arkansas. This platform became their makeshift workshop afloat. They transported saws, axes, nylon ropes, and the disassembled timber onto it. Standing on the spacious and stable platform, surrounded by the boundless sea, the experience felt both novel and exhilarating. "All right, let's get to work." Zhou Shiyi mimicked Lu Feng's enthusiasm, seizing a piece of wood with vigor. Lu Feng smiled and then turned to the 4 individuals on the lower platform, issuing new instructions. "Your fishing nets are ready. Commence the harvesting operation." His voice carried clearly through the sea breeze. "Today's task is to use your catch to barter for superior tools, such as a new dagger or an emergency lamp suitable for nighttime use. Exchange labor for resources, and then utilize those resources to acquire more efficient tools, thereby creating greater value. A clear pathway for advancement lies before you." "Yes, Brother Lu." Zhang Wei responded immediately with enthusiasm. Wang Hao was even more exuberant, eagerly exclaiming that he had longed to test the prowess of the new net. With the stable and expansive platform, their collaborative efficiency soared, no longer burdened by the fear of a larger wave capsizing their wooden raft. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei positioned themselves at the edge of the platform, working in unison to cast the seaweed-woven fishing net with great effort. The net arced gracefully through the air before splashing into the water. Standing nearby, Sun Yu drew upon knowledge seemingly acquired from various sources, advising in a steady voice, "Do not rush to retrieve the net. Observe the direction of the current and allow the net to drift a while longer to ensnare the school of fish." Lina held a wooden bucket, prepared to swiftly process the caught fish to prevent the scent of blood from attracting larger predators. After a mere 10 minutes, under Sun Yu's guidance, Wang Hao and Zhang Wei began a haul on the net. How heavy! Wang Hao's veins bulged as excitement illuminated his face. As the fishing net was gradually drawn from the water, a dozen lively silver fish thrashed desperately within the net, splashing water everywhere. "We did it! We caught fish!" Li Na exclaimed with exhilaration. The bounty from their first netting surpassed the results of their arduous day spent with spears. A genuine smile, long forgotten, blossomed on the faces of all four. Observing the production team below settling into a rhythm and the water workshop being constructed on the other side, Lu Feng's face also broke into a smile. A microcosm of a maritime settlement was emerging, centered around the ark, with a production unit and a construction unit. No longer hesitating, he turned and stepped into the cockpit, resting his hand on the engine's ignition button. With a deep, resonant roar, the ark, dormant for days, awakened. The hull trembled slightly, beginning to glide forward. The ark resembled a colossal beast rousing from slumber, steadily towing the black platform behind it, which bore the hopes of the four, cleaving a white wake across the vast azure sea. Lu Feng activated the map function of the star core, gazing at a green that he had marked the nearest island. It represented their first clear objective in this world, a micro-mobile settlement, with the ark as its absolute core and housing production units, had officially set sail. Chapter 85. The proof of value. The ark cleaved through the waves, gliding forward with an astonishing steadiness. The black platform, to which sturdy ropes were tethered, remained remarkably stable. Wang Hao even attempted to leap at its edge, and the platform merely swayed gently with the waves, devoid of any threat of capsizing. For the first time, they experienced the essence of speed and tranquility. The sea breeze caressed their faces, no longer imbued with the salty dread, but rather infused with a refreshing hope. The four turned to gaze upon the long, white wake carved by the ark, and then at the solid new home beneath their feet, their reverence for the colossal vessel deepening yet another layer. "Haul in the net." At Zhang Wei's low command, he and Wang Hao worked in unison to draw the fishing net from the water. This time, their bounty exceeded their previous catch. Over 20 palm-sized fish flitted energetically within the net, their silver scales glistening in the sunlight. Brother Liu, look at the fish we caught," Wang Hao exclaimed, excitedly lifting the wooden bucket brimming with fish and vigorously waving it towards the deck of the ark, his smile radiant as that of a child. Soon, the miniature crane aboard the ark resumed its operation, lowering an empty basket with gentle precision. Zhang Wei directed Wang how to carefully place the plumpest fish from the bucket into the basket. The basket ascended, securely returning to the ark's deck. The four instinctively held their breath, awaiting Lu Feng's response. They anticipated a reward of more water or perhaps some bread. After a brief moment, the basket was lowered once more. Wang Hao was the first to approach, peering inside, only to be taken aback. Inside the basket, there was neither water nor food. Instead, there lay a completely black, coldly gleaming folding entrenching tool, alongside a roll of pristine white nylon rope, significantly thicker than the ones they had previously used. What is this?" Wang Hao scratched his head, perplexed. Li Na felt a twinge of disappointment, instinctively licking her parched lips. Yet, Zhang Wei, upon glimpsing the entrenching tool, was ignited with an unprecedented brilliance in his eyes. He seized the tool from the basket, its heavy weight sending a thrill through him. He unfolded the shovel head, switched it to home mode, and tested the serrated edge on the side. "I understand. Zhang Wei's voice trembled with excitement as he raised the entrenching tool high, bellowing to the others. Brother Liu has not given us food. He has bestowed upon us tools. Tools that will enable us to accomplish more tasks and live better. Wang Hao and Lina suddenly awoke from their reverie. Indeed, food would soon be depleted, but with tools, they could create more. The shovel could dig, cut, and saw, far superior to their worn-out dagger. Sun Yu's gaze was riveted upon the pristine nylon rope. Countless thoughts flickered through his mind. This rope could not only reinforce the fishing net, but also be used for binding and constructing. He had even begun to envision a makeshift shelter that could shield them from the wind and rain. At that moment, Lu Feng's voice resonated from the ark. Calm and clear, imbued with undeniable authority. Well done. Starting tomorrow, I will only require a fixed portion of fish catch each day, sufficient for the sustenance of the two of us. Zhang Wei and the others immediately lifted their heads, attentively listening. Lu Feng paused momentarily before continuing. I do not lack food. What I need to witness is your creativity, the irreplaceable value you can contribute to this team beyond mere fishing. His words resonated like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake. Wang Hao was left perplexed. He could not comprehend what they were to pursue, if not fish. However, Zhang Wei's expression grew exceedingly grave. He instantly grasped the profound meaning behind Lu Feng's words. Lu Feng was subtly guiding them, illuminating a path that could lead to enduring allegiance. They could not merely serve as laborers for fishing. Simple physical toil could be readily replaced. They must engage their intellect, leverage existing resources, and create unique value, proving that they were not burdensome, but rather invaluable assets. Sun Yu lowered his head, and no one noticed the expression on his face. Silently, he approached, bringing forth a coil of nylon rope and an entrenching tool. His fingers repeatedly caressing the cold metal and resilient rope, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. Meanwhile, on the side of the ark, Lu Feng and Zhou Shiyi's aquatic workshop officially commenced. The 10-square-meter rectangular platform became an excellent venue for their endeavors. You see, the wood must first be cut into a rough arc with a saw, and then gradually refined with an axe to perfectly fit the hull, Lu Feng explained. Skillfully sawing a piece of hardwood detached from the raft, which shavings flew about, releasing a delightful aroma of raw timber. Zhou Shiyi squatted beside him, diligently learning the fastening knots Lu Feng was teaching her with the nylon rope. Although her small hands were inexperienced, she was particularly earnest in her learning. Sunlight cascading upon her focused profile, enveloping her in a gentle halo. Brother Feng, I've finished this. Can you see if it's right? She raised her handiwork, resembling a schoolgirl awaiting praise. Lu Feng glanced